After the top of the hour, I'm going to be calling everybody that I can to help me hold the opening hour, and we're going to take it from there. We'll start with, of course, two surefire people, both Sammy Romero and Joe Tai.
Hello.
Hi. As a matter of fact, you know what? Holy shit! I'd better hang up, call you back. I'll call Joe Tai first because the call can ride on him after you hang up. Okay,
No problem. No
so yeah,
problem.
let's do that. And so let's start with Joe Tai here. Give him a call. And okay, there we are,
Hello.
my main man. So the call is going to be riding on you for a little bit. And let me see
Okay.
if I can get this to maneuver. What I'm going to do is call some other participants. We're going to add them on. Sammy will be with you, and I'm going to have Sammy talk about. He's only got 15 minutes with us, so I'm going to have him
Okay.
dominate the first quarter of the hour by talking about some workplace violence. And after that, we switch it over to either yourself or Brett Loiter. And then the three of you are going to dominate this opening hour, but it's probably going to be in kind of like a relay. So
Okay.
yeah, so I appreciate your patience with this. And so let me take one more look at the latest incoming message from Brett Loiter, I believe. He says, I don't use, let me see, he said something, and if I can get my cursor to work, I don't use Messenger on my phone, Skype me, or text my phone directly. Yeah, just tell me when on Skype, just tell me when on Skype. Tell me when on Skype, or I will try in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Oh, try in 10 minutes. There we are. So that way he knows that much. So, okay. So here's the relay. We'll start with Sammy Romero first, talking about workplace violence for the 15 minutes he has with us. During that period of time, I want everyone to know that I'm so glad all of you are here. Going to do a quick check on live stream, make certain that that's working. And I have a cursor that's going all over the place and is not even in my control. The critical omission seems to be streaming, and Mirth Ling seems to be with us. God bless her. Aaron Tice cannot join us, unfortunately, but that's fine. We have a number of other people, thank God. And with that, let's check to make sure a few other things are running before I let Sammy cut loose. And let's see now. The aside from the
No, no,
stream,
no rush, though. No rush, though.
understood. Thank you.
Yeah.
You're very kind, and just trying to make sure that everything is synchronized here before I make a
Yes.
supply run, last minute supply run. Okay, and with that and the screensaver on, I am going to basically leave it to the to Sammy Romero to introduce the subject of workplace violence. I do want to say a shout out to Gino, the paramedic, the emergency medical technician or first responder, whichever title he prefers professionally, who helped to pick me up. And I will give him a shout out later on during the opening hour. That'll be kind of an on running just to see that he catches it during the opening hour. Both of you feel free to remind the listeners a shout out to Gino until I return, that I will more formally provide a thank you to him. Aside from all of that, everybody, we will have Brett Loiter joining us later in the hour, and he'll be able to spend a few minutes with us only, and then he has to take off. So then Joe Tai will dominate probably the ending of the hour, like the last half or 15 minutes, either the last half hour or 15 minutes. We're going to probably schedule it so it works just right in relay. And but the calls roar riding right now on Joe Tai because he's going to be the last man standing for the for the opening hour. So with that, we start with Sammy Romero to line the bowling pins up and let them fall with everything that's happened to him recently. And he's been responsible for some training and had some firsthand experience in what he was training people about. I mean, this is fascinating, and what I miss, I'm going to review again. And in the interim, yeah, in a sense, you're in for a treat. I mean, this was awful what happened to Sammy, but
Right.
it's always morbidly entertaining to run across these challenges. With that, I'm going to go mute. And my love to all who are here and support us, and definitely my love to these gentlemen who are helping us through this opening hour. And with that, all of you, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Oh, well, just a simple, just my story really pretty much about workplace violence. It's pretty much training we have uh, around this time of the year, and it involves, workplace violence. Workplace violence is one of, it's a big problem, but most importantly because people decide to respond emotionally and not mentally. And what I was pretty much relaying to my guys is it's important to react to any conflict, at least try mentally, in a sense of really assessing the situation and talk things out and try not to get things personal. So, this has been very common. This has been a problem for the last couple of months. I had no idea where there's been fights, and not necessarily fights as in fist fights, but arguments and like any workplace area. So we had to have this meeting, and one of the situations that was also discussed was even violence between men and women in the workplace. That sometimes females don't want to conduct themselves as women, and they also resort to violence with men, which is it's understandable in the sense of emotions rise, but problem is when men decide not to show restraint, which is someone can say, well, you're defending yourself. Well, there's also the ability to understand that someone's threshing point, in the sense of just because I respond violently to, let's say, a woman, people don't have self-control in a sense of actual combat training. Maybe Doug can help me out with this, but when people are not used to resorting to violence, they don't know the limit of the rage, of how far the rage can go. And let's say you decide to defend yourself, this case being someone of the opposite sex, you can potentially kill somebody. And I'm not saying you can't do this with men, but women especially, it can get very, very dangerous. And
well, same here. I almost had that problem too on my last day. I was roofing.
Oh, okay. Well, one of the things that happened to me was this was particular young lady that she happened to be of African American descent. Very nice girl, very nice girl in the sense of aesthetically, but she had this attitude. She you could tell she had attitude, but it wasn't an attitude in the sense of it was almost naiveness and almost spoiled brightness, like a spoiled brightness type. So something happened. I don't know if she had a bad day. We worked alongside each other, but I guess maybe she liked me. I don't know. Maybe she had a bad day. I don't know. People react certain ways to anybody, whether you like them or you hate them. You know what I'm saying?
And they're
I can't
moral,
say.
Right.
I can't really say, but what can I say is, a situation happened where she reacted physically to me.
Oh, God. But by the way, I want everyone to know that your audio is excellent, and I'm so glad about that because that helps immensely. What I'm going to do is I'm going to bring Brett Loiter on, who will talk shortly after our man, Sammy Romero, and that way we've got a solid relay while I make this supply run. With that, let me just go through this process. thinking aloud so that everybody participates, and that way, well, that way I survive the ordeal. This way I drag everybody into my pain. Okay, so how do I do this? Here we are. Every time I do this, it's always a question of how I do this. You never get used to it. Maybe someday I will, but here we are. So we're dialing Brett Loiter now. We'll test the audio with him, explain the situation, and we'll be taking it from there. So there we are. Brett Loiter, let's test your audio, sir. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, and your sound is excellent. So do me a favor, just be patient, because I've told everyone that you've only got a few minutes with us, and it's the same with Sammy Romero. And Sammy Romero's just going to speak a little bit about workplace violence, and he's going to round that up and then turn the relay to you, and then you'll be with us for about about 15 minutes, and and tell people about anything you want, yourself, what you're going to be working on in the next hour with kind of this product and whatnot, because that sounds fascinating. And this way we'll hold the opening hour. I won't be participating too much, but I should be back in a matter of minutes. I do have to do a vital supply run I wasn't able to do until now, but this way all of you gentlemen are holding the opening hour, and it works just fine. So Sammy will wind up, and when he does, he's going to turn the relay over to you, and then you hold it for about 15-20 minutes, and then hang up and then reboot to do your other job,
Yes.
which I'm so glad all of you are able to participate, and it gives you all great exposure. So Sammy, say hello to Brett, and Brett, say hello to Sammy,
Hi, Brett.
and let's see if all
What's
of
up,
you can hear
Sammy?
Joe.
Nice to meet you.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah,
Oh,
great.
likewise.
Yes, and Joe, if you could say hi to both.
Hi guys, sorry.
What's up, Joe?
I didn't mean to interrupt Sammy, but I just was thinking about my last day of
Work.
almost a workplace violence.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, and we'll talk about that as soon as when Brett takes off towards towards the quarter of the top of next hour. Then you take over, and we'll hear more about that. So by all
Hi,
means.
Brett. Sorry, I didn't say hi to you, Brett.
That's okay. Hello.
Yeah.
Nice to meet
Hi.
you.
Great. So that's Joseph Tai, Brett Loiter, and Sammy Romero, and we'll return to Sammy right now. He has the stage, and I'll go mute. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
All right.
Yes. So, Brett, I was telling this Joe that we had a meeting today about workplace violence, and I just use myself as an example. And one of the examples that we used was, unfortunately, there's been cases of workplace violence between men and women, of all things. At least where I work at. It's a big company, but to fast forward, one of the things that happens, you create friendships with, everybody, but between opposite sex, it's very common, right? So, anyways, I worked alongside this young lady, and I had nothing against her, nothing. It's just, I guess she was younger, maybe a little bit more immature in the sense of kind of spoiled. And for some reason, maybe she's having a bad day. I don't know. But she resorted to punch me in my shoulder. I guess she was frustrated, and I was in the mix of, getting some things done, and I needed her help. And I guess she just didn't want to help. I guess she just wasn't encouraged to still do her job. Maybe she was going to quit pretty soon. I don't know, but I guess she just, I don't know, just decided to hit me. And how I reacted was, I didn't react at all. I didn't even flinch. But at the time, at that very split second, mind you, it was a hectic day. I also was a little bit, under the gun. But I kind of had to, I was very annoyed when it happened. But I thought to myself, if I react the same way, then I'm going to be in handcuffs. So, I
Right.
Good
notified.
restraint.
I notified.
Good restraint.
Yes, I notified upper management, and they talked to her. But strangely enough, management told me, well, why didn't you hit her back? Of all things, right? and I told I told this manager, look, it's not the fact that I can't hit her back, it's the fact that I won't stop hitting her. One, because I'm not a violent person. So when I see red, I see red.
Sure.
And when someone is not, at least in my case, I'm not used to being a violent person. So really, violence to me is mostly a survival technique where I have no way of getting out. My life's in danger. My life's not in danger. So if I react violently, it's not going to go very well. In fact, I'll probably do time in prison because of how badly I would hurt this person. Not that I'm some type of kung fu expert, but rage is very powerful, and you have to show restraint and kind of think things. You have to react mentally, and not emotionally. Don't get emotionally hijacked. But that was pretty much my testimony to my guys, where you have to show restraint, and you have to use diplomacy in a sense, use management to help manage the situation. That's what they get paid for. But that was pretty much it.
You're the man.
So go ahead, Brett.
You're the big man there.
Yes, thank you, Joe. Brett, please, any thoughts on this?
Well, how did she hit you? Like
She
punched
kinda
you in
hit
the
me-
face, or she slap you? What did she do?
No, she gave me like a left hook to the shoulder,
Okay.
and I think
Well-
maybe because her work pile was getting, I don't know, maybe she just didn't want to work no more. But at the same time, it was like surprising, but it made it very annoying because it was around other women.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And it kind of vexed you a little bit. But go right ahead.
Well, I could have been worse. If she'd have hit you in the face, I would definitely feel a little bit different about it. But since she slugged you in the shoulder, I mean, I don't know about you, but I have a bunch of guy friends. We play sports. We go drink beers. Sometimes we slug each other in the shoulder. It's not that big a deal. It depends how she did it. If she was doing it like you're a buddy, then that's one thing. But if she was doing it because she was genuinely angry, I would say that's incorrect. She's got issues that she needs to work out. So I think, like Joe said, you're the man for not reacting to that. And that means that that tells me that you're at a certain level of personal growth that you don't need to react to every little thing that happens to you.
Right.
So
Well, see that's the thing about it is it wasn't a buddy because I don't even know this person that well
okay.
It was just, I think, because I guess maybe frustration out of the fact that she didn't want to do her job. And the problem is there's women in that same department, so I'm sure she already had conflict with them.
Right.
And I guess she decided to, react that way because I was asking her, a work question. But like I said, I kind of put it in the scenario out of default. This could have mounted up to other things, but at the same time, you kind of have to respond mentally because I at the moment I thought, I could respond how I would be, because what management told me is, well, you could have hit her back, and I'm like, no, that doesn't work that way with me because I'm not a violent person, and once I turn violent, I don't stop. It's a survival technique. So I rather, she's not a threat to me, in other words. But you get what I'm saying? I think to me, what surprised me was management's ridiculous response to that. Like, no, that's not how things work. Maybe, that person that told me this could have showed restraint once they're violent, but I'm different. This is more of a survival technique where I really could have hurt this person. So, yeah.
Okay. Well, again, God bless you for not reacting to that and taking violence, but it also sounds like that you maybe have some other triggers that are in there. I worked with this guy out in the forest, and we were doing chainsaw work, and I couldn't, I'd tap him on the shoulder because we got these loud machines going, right? And you can't get someone's attention unless they see you. But if their back is to you, you got to tap them on the shoulder or something, right? And he turned around and flailed, and I was lucky I was quick enough. I stepped back and I didn't get hit. And he's just like, oh, you don't want to do that to me. And I'm like, well, okay, thanks for letting me know. I'm glad I was quick enough to duck. but those are his issues.
Right.
He's an old World War II veteran guy, or maybe what was
Right.
what was after World War II? That's too old. He was like probably Korean War,
Vietnam?
maybe Vietnam. I think it was
Oh, okay.
Vietnam. And so that just told me, you know, one, don't mess with them because you don't want to mess with the old guys, right? And two,
Right.
but it told me that there were still some lingering issues that he had that most likely stem from the war. And so when you
Right.
mention survival issues like that, okay, fight or flight are two of the biggest programs that human beings have. And so
Right.
part of personal growth is
Right.
to get to a stage where you can rationally, consciously tell the difference between when to let that trigger affect you or when not to.
Right.
Clearly, this girl hitting you in the shoulder was not a fight or flight
Right.
kind of a situation, right?
Right.
But you were annoyed, and so I would just tell her, go, hey, you know, it didn't really hurt me or anything, but I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't do that to me, at least until we get to know each other better, because I thought that was inappropriate, right? And so,
And yes,
go ahead.
that's very no, you're as far as underlying issues, here's the thing. It's not that I did it annoyed me. Yes, it was mostly I don't like people touching me. Like I don't think nobody likes it. But
Okay.
what I kind of started, because unfortunately certain demographics, I already understand that they're very triggered in the sense of confrontational. If you try to correct them, you have to use words very wisely in the sense of not being entrapped and getting in an argument. I really tried to open the lines of communication. This person was not even in my department. So it was one of those things where I knew the person really just, you know, it was mostly high and by, and that's about it. So that also kind of, this is why I didn't react in a sense of violence or man, it's just annoying. And this is where I kind of put it on management. Like, this is what you guys have to take care of. Like, this is person not even under my management, and you know, can you guys take care of it? So I mean, you know, it's kind of like the workload. I'm not going to deal with this. I don't get paid to manage this person. This is you guys. This guy is doing, in other words, you know.
What did the other girls that you said, the other ladies that were watching, how did they react to it?
They told me, "Wow, I'm surprised you didn't do anything." I'm like, "Well, what do I do? I'm in a lose-lose situation. Like, if I respond physically, I get in handcuffs, I get thrown in jail.
Potentially. Yes.
No, I would. I mean, I'm on federal property. I work a government job. They would. It's happened before. I've seen people. We dealt with this before. So I'm like, no, it's not even worth the risk. For one, I mean, she's the weaker sex. Like I won't even get the benefit of the doubt. It's just, you know, it's going to be more of a headache.
In today's climate, you're probably right.
Right. So, you know, it's just one of those things where you got to let management do their job, and you got to put management to the test, because that's just really what the logical thing to do, because unfortunately upper management doesn't want to do work. And when they do, you know, they have to. So, you know, you kind of start realizing that it's not even worth it. It's just, you know, emotions get, you know, people get hijacked emotionally, and, you know, it can get dangerous.
So, you know, I don't think she was acting appropriately at all, because especially when you don't know somebody, like if you guys were buddies, maybe you guys do that all the time out of work or something, right? No big deal. But for her to be a stranger and do that to you, or someone that you don't know on that level of buddy or friend, right? She was definitely acting inappropriately. At the same time, it sounds like you're taking it way too seriously, because if she didn't attack you purposely, or she clearly it was wrong at what she was doing, but it shouldn't be affecting you this way. I mean that you're taking it really hard. And I don't know what management did, but if she just gave you a sock on the shoulder and it didn't hurt you and it was inappropriate, then you just need to vocalize that to her in a peaceful way. And if you need to add emphasis to that, give her that look that I'm guessing I bet you could give.
Right.
right? And just make sure that it emphasizes, don't do that again, right?
Right. Here's the thing. And I completely agree. The only thing is, how do I say it? Because part of it is, what I've noticed with upper management is they want you to do all the work. They want you to, that's what I'm saying. Certain people want to micromanage in the sense of, well, I don't want to really get involved. I just want to, well, why don't you talk to her? You know what I'm saying? And so they don't really do the job. So I've learned this where you have to give a load to management. You have to, because that's what they have to do. At least my opinion, this is how I do it, handle it. And not that I mishandle anything, it's just this employee, what ended up happening is she ended up getting fired for other reasons.
Okay, well, there you go. There's your justice right there.
Right. Well, she wasn't doing her job, but what I meant is eventually management pretty much ran her out because aside from my situation, there was other situations that happened. So in the end, it would be it would be pointless, is what I'm saying.
Okay, so it sounds to me like you're disappointed that the management didn't handle it. No, they didn't, and it's partly because they're lazy. Laziness and in a sense of actually dealing with people, and that's one of the things about it is with the workforce nowadays is and it's, I'm not saying that none of this is excusable in a sense of workplace violence, but people want to do less, and it is what it is, and but yeah, that was pretty much what happened, and I'm glad I responded the way I did because it would just be dumb. It would be just you would look very crazy, getting a physical altercation with somebody who it's physically weaker, and it's not even worth it. But at the same time, when someone puts in that scenario where there's around other people, then yeah, it can get a little annoying because it's one thing you're playing around and where no one's around, but there's people around. Then it also says the work environment this person was in, that department wasn't a very healthy department to begin with. So, there's a lot of things, not just that, but, Well, it sounds like a weird situation, a juxtaposition, weird kind of catch-22 where in today's culture, they don't want you to handle stuff on your own, which is more of an old school thing, being responsible for your actions and handling stuff individually. And so then you kind of go by that culture and bring it to management, and then they act in more of an old school way where it's like, oh, just handle your business,
right. So it's one of those things, right.
That sounds frustrating.
That's one of those things where you just have to charge it to how things are nowadays, where, it's better not to think about it because then you probably would get frustrated. So go ahead, Brett. I'm sorry.
Well, I was just going to say, I used to work in an office myself, and there was really just weird stuff that goes on in the office.
Right.
And I just got out of it. I'm in construction. I don't have to deal with, I still have to deal with drama sometimes, but none of this backstabbing little drama from the office. So, that's why that TV show, The Office, is so popular because they explore all these little facets of office culture.
Absolutely.
And make fun of them. So I don't know how much you like your job or not, but
and the thing is I don't really work in office. I'm kind of both, but that also, unfortunately, some of that sometimes leaks towards you because you still have to work in that environment. Maybe not full time, but part time, and especially when there's a department full of women, they're gonna try to make you choose sides. That's one of the things that I did notice, and you can't put yourself in this situation. You kind of have to be a loner in a sense. You kind of have to be a loner, but still just maneuver is what I'm saying. And it's sometimes even worse with women management. With some when women are in management, they're forced to be even more cutthroat. So yeah.
You're in a tricky spot for sure. And I can see why you would want to just not develop relationships past what you need to do in the office.
Right.
there's that old saying, don't fish off the company pier anyway. So,
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
you gotta just decide yourself if that job's worth you emotionally shutting yourself off 8 hours a day so that you could get this paycheck.
Right.
No,
I mean, I'll tell you what. Okay, this is really what we're talking about, even as a department, where really, if people are not doing their job, then they have too much time to worry about what the people are doing.
right?
And that's one of the things that I will explain to people is, really all this can be avoided if you focus on your job. It's really,
Right.
if you decide to create problems, then you're really not doing your job. So, it's one of those things where, along with any job, favoritism, who knows, somebody, I know this person, obviously some of that goes into play, but at the same time, the question really is, are you doing your job? Are you executing what your assignments are? If not, then there's a problem. And there's anomalies where there's people that do their job and they still get themselves into drama because they're just problematic people. So, you're always going to get those people, but most of the time, if you do your job and you get things done, you're not going to have the problem. So that was pretty much what I was explaining to guys too. Joe, do you have any thoughts about this?
Oh yeah, I mean, I had my last day that made me quit the roofing job was because of this confrontation with a Marine, actually a Marine from Iraq, who was working as like me on the job, and I was starting to. He was already pissed off because they were, the upper ups are screwing up the paychecks on him. So he was livid,
Sorry about that. I just returned. So yeah, go on. Did Brett speak into any of this? I'm sure he has some insights.
I talked with Sammy a little bit. Yeah.
Oh, okay, good. And after Joe kind of relates this, you know what? Because Brett has so little time with us, let's give him the next 15 minutes, Joe, and then after that, he can take care of what he has to take care of, and then Joe, you can tell me about that story since I'm here to help you through that. And
Okay.
And with Brett, by all means, get started. Tell us a little bit about what you're working on now, this other project.
Okay. So, yeah, it was a good segue talking to Sammy because he's talking about how to, office culture and dealing with office culture. And I've had to deal with that too, working at various newspapers. And it's just it can be so petty and annoying that that's one of the reasons why last time I was on, like I discussed, being in construction or construction type jobs, outdoor jobs. Right now I'm working with chainsaws and excavators, right? Cutting up logs and taking them to the splitter and that whole kind of thing, right? Real hard.
Are you cleaning up the fuel before the wildfires so the wildfires don't have so much fuel to burn?
Well, it's related to that. It's kind of after the fire in Paradise.
Okay.
I've been involved in the last 6 months or so cleaning up lots, and getting them ready for people to either sell or to move back on. And so that involves, because Paradise is in the mountains,
right?
It involves lots of trees.
Yeah.
So there's lots of burned trees, lots of cut down trees, and pretty much, although it's getting cleaned up, it's been a few years now, there's still lots to do.
Yeah.
And so, no pun intended, get it? Cleaning up lots to do.
Oh,
anyway,
got it. Yeah.
So I was going to segue into what I've got going on starting at 6 tonight. Is one of the ways to get out of the drama of the office and all the little annoyingness, maybe the mask mandates or COVID shot mandates, is to start your own business. And so I got involved. I had a doctor friend, Dr. Stephen Ezra West. Definitely someone you should have on the show, Douglas, if you get a chance.
Sure.
He turned me on to the B3 bands.
Uh-huh.
And apparently this technology was developed by the Japanese. And B3 Sciences is the American version of that. They got the rights to this stuff right now. So they're the first kind of dealers in America. But what they basically are is they're they're pressure bands that go around your upper biceps, right next to, like into your armpit, like above your bicep, and then around the top part of your thighs. And then you pump them up like a blood pressure thing, and it restricts your blood flow. And then you work out when you do this. And there's a few key benefits. One of them is you have this huge hormone surge. And so for me, having quit smoking weed, I'm just over 18 months now. It really messed with my insulin.
Right.
My insulin levels, right, were one of the kind of hormones. My adrenaline glands was another thing that the marijuana messed with. And I learned to live with for 38 years. My body adjusted to it. Right. But as I came off of it, I had some adrenaline issues. I still got some adrenaline issues. I had some insulin issues, insulin resistance, they call it, and I ballooned up pretty big. But since I've been on the B3 bands for the last 3 months, I've noticed a huge difference in my emotional response, and especially with my metabolism. I'm slimming down.
Wow.
I just broke the 9-minute mile barrier last weekend, and this is without running. So that's what we're doing tonight at 6 p.m. is our guy, Big Mike, Dr. Mike DeBoard. He is giving a demonstration on how to do exercises with elderly people and handicapped people using the bands.
Wow.
So in particular, I'm very excited about that because in my area here in and around Chico, California, I went to Chico State University and played soccer there. And one of my old coaches pioneered the adaptive PE program, which is the PE program that deals with people in wheelchairs, with paraplegics.
Wow.
So they do basketball, they do track, they were just out in a big event out on the Sacramento River doing water skiing. And so they've got all the custom lightweight frame wheelchairs that, Greg LeMond or some of those Tour de France guys might have in a bicycle form. They use all that high tech for wheelchairs now. And you're talking these guys, they can't use their legs, right? But they're just huge upper bodies, these massive muscular upper bodies. And they're just whipping these chairs around and playing basketball and dribbling and with steering the chair with one arm.
Right.
You know how hard it is to steer the chair with one arm when it steers either way, right?
Yeah.
You're dribbling up the court and then passing. I mean, these guys are incredible what they do in wheelchairs. But anyway, so that's what I'm doing tonight. And I really look forward to that because I'm going to reconnect to my old coach. And I know how much these bands have helped me to bring my hormonal balance back into set.
Yeah.
And help me lose weight. And I'm exercising more without, like I said in the last time I was on, Douglas, I played soccer for 40 years and my feet are not in good shape.
Understood.
So to run, which has been my go-to exercise for 40 plus years, is much more difficult for me now. So to be able to lose weight, not having to run is huge for me.
It is.
And then my workouts are only 12 to 13 minutes a night.
Incredible.
So I'm saving time. Well, leave it to the Japanese, right? They're innovative in some ways.
Yes.
But you got Kansas City Chiefs are using this. You've got the Atlanta United MLS soccer teams using this. Many different colleges are using this. Mark Wahlberg. Who's the guy that plays Thor? Henson. Christopher Henson.
Right.
Liam Helmsman. Liam. Oh shoot.
Liam.
The guy that plays Thor. Right. He's using these.
Right.
So they're taking off really fast. I'm really excited about it. I was so moved I did 3 different demonstrations with Dr. Stephen Ezra West, and it got I'm breaking out in a sweat in 6-7 minutes. And by the time I'm done with I got a 4-step routine that I do. I do curls, then I do squats, then I do that isometric sit against the wall without a chair. And then I do some standing bench press with each kit comes with these different strained rubber bands with handles. And so you don't have to use weights, although weights definitely would speed stuff up. Depends on your fitness level, your strength level. But I just do the 4 exercises in 12 to 13 minutes. I'm completely blown out. And there's a big, if anyone's interested, b3sciences.com. You can go to that website and watch the live video Dr. Mike DeBoard. That's our boss. That's our CEO. Super knowledgeable, very super friendly. I've been involved in other home businesses before, and people just kind of leave you hanging. This guy's bugging me all the time if I have questions. So I can't help but be motivated by this guy. But if anyone's interested in seeing how you can cut your workout time in half, join b3sciences.com at 6 p.m. tonight. So that's what I got going on at 6. So,
Excellent.
you know, and I always appreciate when you have me on. It was interesting talking to Sammy. Too bad he couldn't have stayed on a little longer. But
he'll be back later, and for your knowledge, if you're able to come back, you know, after about, let me see, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, you know, check in with us at about 10 to 11, between 10 to 11 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. If you're still available, you might not be because it's a work night, and you might have to go to work tomorrow. Yeah, so you probably won't be able to join us then, but you're welcome to if it weren't a work day tomorrow and you didn't have to go to sleep.
Yeah. I'm actually, I got to get up extra early tomorrow because one of the people from B3 is going to teach me how to do the phone app.
Okay.
So that when I'm trying to sell bands, I'm going to just be able to send people links right away, phone to phone, and facilitate sales and all that kind of stuff. So it's tech stuff that I've struggled a long time to avoid, but I'm doing that tomorrow. That's at 7 a.m. So. Oh my God. And then I have to be at work at 8. So, so I probably won't do that tonight. Understood. But I definitely appreciate that offer, and we're definitely going to talk again. Definitely. You and I are destined to talk about magic versus science. Yes. And get into some Nazis and some Japanese stuff. Japanese were definitely had their own tradition of occult practices. Yes. I thought you made some really interesting comments last time I was on, and I want to explore those. Whether we do that on my podcast, because I want to have you on, or yours, either way.
Both. We'll do it on both. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that sounds good. So,
So go on.
Yeah, I don't know when that'll happen, but you and I will stay in touch for sure. Yeah. And with that, I think I'm just going to turn it over to you guys. Thank you for having me on. Joe, pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I see Brandon's on there. What's up, Brandon?
Yes. Brandon, let's test his.
He's somewhere. I see his name up there.
Hey, what's going on?
I was just saying hello. I'm getting off, Brandon, but I look forward to talking to you next time.
Yes.
All right, man. Sounds good.
All right. You guys have a great night, all right?
Thank you, and take care,
all right.
and be careful at work. Stay safe.
Thanks, brother. Talk to you soon.
Look forward to it. Yes, bye for now. Bye-bye. Yes, that was Brett Loiter, and very glad to have him on with us. Wonderful to have him talking about some Japanese technology, and that was cute, the way he said they're innovative sometimes. And with that, Joe Tai has been talking about some horrible things that were happening to him at work. Joe, what is your schedule before I bring Brandon on more aggressively? What is your schedule for tomorrow? What time do you have to get up?
Oh, I don't have to get up if I don't want to. I'm still waiting for my union acceptance. I'm waiting for the foremen to call me, and probably basically this week I'm still free. But my work schedule is going to be at night now. It's perfect. The sun got me on the roof that last day because we were on the roof extra 2 hours, and that fried my brain. So when they called me for the bridge union called me on that day, and I said, "Oh, now I got a perfect, job to go towards," and the coworker situation was getting the one guy was getting difficult, even though he was a nice guy when he's off of work, but this Marine was getting his paycheck screwed around with, and my paycheck got screwed around with. I understand where he's coming from, but you're working on top of a roof, and you don't want any animosities with the people you work with. All they have to do is push you off the roof, right?
No, it's awful. I want to hear more about that. So tell you what, Brandon will be speaking for the next several minutes, and then we're going to have the two of you talk and kind of hold while the stage until the top of the hour. But definitely, you should be able to join us then at about between 9 to 11, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, between 9 to 10ish, between that hour, check in with us. And by that I mean leave the phone call on, because we'll ride the call on your call, and that way I can ride the call on your call the rest of the night. But check in with us in terms of coming off mute. After Peter Moon comes on, of course, go on mute, and then once he exits, then you can come off mute and check in with us, and you should be able to speak again for a little while. We can go more in depth into that situation. Right now, while Brandon is with us because he has to get up early in the morning along with Kelsey, I'm hoping that through him I can make an appointment with him and Kelsey, hopefully not for this Friday, but maybe for the Friday thereafter. I don't know if our man Brandon has the power to do that for his young lady, but he can at least approach her about it. And I'd like to do a remedial episode in which I don't know if it would even be that long, but certainly as long as they could stand, where we could speak about her finishing my book, and that way we could go into the subject, which I haven't gone into in a long time. So, Brandon, did you have any opportunity to discuss that idea with Kelsey, and is she open to that?
Yeah, thanks, Douglas. Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Oh, good. Good to hear your voice. Glad you're okay.
Thank you. Bless you.
Yes, and hello to Joe over there. And but anyway, yeah, I did talk to Kelsey about joining Friday, not this Friday, or at some point.
Yeah.
And she's definitely open to it because she flew through. Not only she bought your book with Peter Moon, and she also bought the Montauk Project book.
Okay.
She read both of those things, just really flew through it,
Wow.
So it's pretty amazing. And, when she read your book, and she's a historian, so she's just like, this is absolutely fascinating, I'm like, what do you find fascinating? So I don't want to spoil it too much, but, right. She was really intrigued about Wilson, and how much of a bastard he was, and how much of the presence of FDR in Haiti, and just like a bunch of things that, really, this book is just filled with, readily available, verifiable history,
Yes.
Yeah, it's fascinating. So I'm glad we got the book, and it's actually filled with great photos as well.
Thank you.
That really sort of illustrate the point. So it's really well done. I congratulate you on that. But yeah, Kelsey and I have approached her. She says, yeah, anytime. She just started her new position at a college, and so she's doing that today. She was her first day, so she'll be busy, I'm sure, this weekend. But yeah, we'll figure it out, and we'll have to explore it. It'll be interesting.
Wonderful. And tell her that it would be ideal if we could make it not this Friday, but next Friday, the 26th. And if that's possible, have and you and I will certainly talk before then, because of course we've got a Wednesday episode a Sunday and a Wednesday episode in between now and then. So we've got two episodes in which you and I can talk. If we don't talk privately, that we can talk publicly about this. She's welcome to, of course, come on with yourself on either of those episodes as kind of a preview, so kind of a prelude, and then we can do like a nice 6-hour remedial episode. I think on a Friday night. And that would be wonderful. So with that being said, we would start it at approximately the same time or a little earlier, because you're on Eastern Daylight Time, since since it's a remedial episode, we could do it a little earlier, like 4 p.m. my time, which would be about 7 p.m. yours, or something like that. I think, yeah, I think it'd be about 7 yours, and
Yes.
yeah. So that would be excellent, and just approach her with that. And of course, you can always listen to the replay of this to get that information. And since it was brought up earlier, two gentlemen were talking about two different things. Samuel Romero was talking about workplace violence, and in his case, the very awkward situation of a violent encounter with a female co-worker. And Brett Loiter was talking, of course, about this technology that enables many people with disabilities to up their game. And obviously, as a teacher, both Kelsey and yourself have most certainly must have dealt with children with disabilities or challenges, as well as workplace violence or the potential for it. Mostly, I would assume, sourcing from students, but you never know. Fellow teachers might also be included in that. Certainly, we see stereotypes thereof. And the thing about workplace violence is there tends to be a real pettiness about the office until somebody comes in with a gun or something, but we don't even need to take it to that level. But unfortunately, at schools, that's what gets the attention, is that it gets to the level of a school shooting. So you might tell us about that as well, whether or not drills are held, or what you do to try and psychologically prepare your students for the potential of a school shooting, which I assume that you need to do, or you'd really be remiss if you didn't. But take it from there.
Sure. Well, with regards to serving people with disabilities, I was really intrigued to hear Brett talk about what he's doing with these vans and the people in wheelchairs and playing basketball, which I've seen. And I think there was like a documentary about this called Murder Ball, because these people are really serious. I mean, they are some of the most intense athletes you'll ever meet. They really go after it, and it's quite an amazing thing. And I've been helping people with disabilities since pretty much my entire professional career, working in nonprofits and so on, and designing speech and language programs for people with disabilities, and behavioral therapy for adults and kids with mental disorders or handicaps, and so on. So yeah, it's been sort of a lifelong thing for me. For Kelsey, not so much. She did teach for about a year at the middle school with me, but that was last year. But she's already moved on to the college level. But as far as drills go, yeah, they have drills all the time. There is a police presence. The police is, in this particular school, is situated directly behind school, so it makes it easy for security, I guess. And
go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's about it. I mean, we do have drills.
You yourself had to deal with rehabilitation, overcoming your comatic state and a brain injury. So that must have helped immensely with working with people with their own challenges, yes?
No, no, I wouldn't say that. Not so much. It was, it's not as dramatic as it sounds. I mean, I certainly had suffered injury. But the rehabilitation was just like snapping out of a dream. It was really incredible. And I didn't lose any mobility or memory, or it's all intact. So thank goodness, but anyway, so it wasn't so much that, but it was, maybe I had a little bit of an edge by having a younger brother with autism spectrum disorder,
Okay.
since a very, very, very young age. And being in the center in Boston, where basically a lot of the research for those disorders go on, and there are foundations and so on and so forth. It's one of the more progressive states and from people with disabilities, you know. So yeah, I was just growing up in that environment, and then obviously just working with people, and then in just many different capacities. And I found being, you know, yeah, rewarding. But I would have to manage non-violently management of aggressive behaviors. It's a whole thing, and you really need to stay cool. You know, you need to stay level-headed. You can't give into acting irrationally. Sometimes you know, to keep everybody safe and the person safe is the number one thing. But anyway, I don't have to deal with that so much at the district I'm working at now. It's a very small district, and so on. But you know, you still obviously need to pay attention, and there are fights and little things like that. But yeah, it is a rather small district.
Yeah. And that's a good thing in the sense that these are people who generally know each other and are like a large extended family, right?
Yeah, in a sense, yeah, it's very small school.
Okay.
I mean, the town barely even doesn't even have high school.
Mhm.
Right. So, and like when I was living there, we only had one school.
Right.
You know, and it was for everybody to 8th grade. So it was extremely. There were more cows than people, you know, in this town,
Wow.
and you know, some of the people were cows. Um, you know, and that's the whole hybrid program that they had going on for the farmer subsidies that they got. They would actually breed a human embryo with bovine genetics. No, I'm joking. See my delivery again. See, it's very gotta work on that delivery.
Well, I got it. I got it. So it was a good enough delivery. It was. I like it. The herd like people. And so both of you gentlemen, do me a favor. Hold it till the top of the hour. I'm going to be bringing Peter Moon on any moment. In the interim, when I do, I'll tell him to be patient and kind of interact with the three of you for several minutes while I take care of some final chores, basically loading the supplies that I brought home into the fridge. And aside from that, I might as well stick with you both for a few moments until I'm able to bring him on. But he doesn't seem to have any indication that he's here just yet. He should be any moment. Here, there, he's ready. Excellent, excellent. So give me a second here. I will bring our man on, and then the two of you gentlemen can interact with him until I return from basically some necessary chores. So let me see. How do I do this again? Participants, hit the participant button. Then I hit the participant button again. Then I type in Peter Moon, and there we are. And then it presses the call button. Okay, then I press the add button. That is so unnecessarily complicated. So give me a second here. There we are, and there's my voice in the background. Peter's brought me with him. I return. He's going to turn that computer off so we don't get the. There we are, perfect. Peter, welcome home.
My computer. I thought I didn't even. Anyway, I just came on. I didn't even click it, but here I am. Hello.
Yes.
Hello,
And
Peter.
by the way, Peter, you have no idea how blessed we are to have you back. And certainly I wanted to save talking about what happened to me until, later on when we all feel comfortable with it. And I can do that. That way I didn't have to repeat myself twice. I'm going to ask you to interact with Brandon Young and Joe Tai for a few minutes. I'll just have to make myself some tea, as you well know. I do want to remind people about the upvotes, and I do want to give another shout out to Gino, who's the emergency responder who helped the team that picked me up from my home the other day. And Gino is this wonderful young emergency responder. I guess is first responder. I guess they call them first responders these days, is probably the preferred name, as opposed to emergency medical technician or the what they used to call paramedics. So at any rate, shout out to Gino and his staff and the San Francisco Fire Department. At any rate, we will speak of that soon enough. Our man Peter has had extraordinary experiences. They're very exciting. He's going to be sharing them. But I'll ask a favor of you, dear Peter. I'm going to have to make that tea, load some stuff up in the fridge, and then I'll be back for Bear. I'll be back here completely committed. And
okay, so I'll ask my questions to Brandon and Joe.
sounds
So
good.
you go off and make your tea, and I'll carry it from here.
Sounds good. You're the pro. Okay, I'll be back.
Brandon, if
Yeah.
you're awake, Brandon,
I am.
I'll tell you something funny, but anyway, did Douglas talk about his incident in the first hour?
Not that I know of. I don't think I haven't heard. He hasn't gotten into it
Were
yet.
you here the first hour, or were you doing your unconscious thing?
I wasn't. Well, I was conscious, but I was not on the call. But I was listening in a little bit on.
How about you, Joe? Can you tell me if Douglas discussed his incident in the first hour? Now Joe's doing the Brandon thing, so I mean it's okay.
Right.
It's okay.
Sorry, guys. I mean, hi, I'm Peter Moon. Hi, Brendan.
Hey.
Yeah, but Joe, were you interacting the first hour with Douglas, and did he discuss his physical incident?
Oh no, he's going to discuss it with us later on.
Okay,
Right.
very well. We'll leave that to later. But anyway, okay, so thank you. I had Brandon, with regards to what I was going to say that was funny, I went to Choclavina, and of course there's a scout camp. That's where I stay. And myself and particularly two of my companions got a lot of rest. One of them, the driver, he trains his ass off. You know, he brought his bicycle with him. He was our driver. He's doing hikes. He's really a physical trainer. So but he spent a lot of time resting when he wasn't training or doing stuff with us. And my friend Greg spent some time in the sack because he got tired. And I tried to spend as much time as I could in the bunk resting. So as I told German, the owner of the scout camp, I said, some people come to Choclavina to explore. Some people come to teach or to learn. I said, and I come to sleep.
Yeah.
And Brandon, I think you could relate to that.
Hey, I'm onto something. Yeah, I think.
Yeah. I mean, maybe if you came with us, you could, just sit there and sleep. But I of course, I was very active, but I took every ounce of time I could to rest, because why not? I was camping basically for 2 weeks we had a break of 2 nights in a hotel in the middle, which was very, I guess, refreshing. Then again, I was very busy in Bucharest and tired. So when my in-laws saw me, I didn't hear this until Paula told me today, that they saw all of us. They said we all looked tired. Now, I don't know that we felt tired, but we'd been, camping and living in, I guess, what you call sub conditions for 2 weeks, or the better part of 2 weeks when we saw them. So we were very happy to see them. We had a very good time. I didn't feel particularly tired when I saw them, but they said we all looked tired.
Yeah,
So
I get that too sometimes.
I guess we were.
Yeah.
Anyway, to get to the trip, I had did 2 transmissions while I was at Atlanticron, and I came on the air probably about midnight, more or less, on last a week ago. What's today? Wednesday?
Yeah.
I think it would have been a week ago. I don't know, August 1st and then August 8th, those 2 dates. And I gave a live transmission, what was going on at Atlanticron and whatnot.
Yeah, I remember it. I remember
Yes.
that.
Yes. So we leave Atlanticron, and we were put up for the day in Chernovoda, which is a small, it's a town. It's, it's not a small town, but I kind of guess it might have around 20,000 people. But there's a nuclear campus there. We stayed on the apartments in the nuclear campus, which was very nice. And I could do my wash there, which is so nice to be able to do your wash because they do not have laundromats in Romania. In fact, one of the ladies who grew up in this town, she's Turkish. She told me they don't have laundromats anywhere in the world except in Romania. I mean, except in America. Maybe they do have some in Canada or somewhere else, but it's not a typical thing to have a laundromat. And it's so convenient and so easy if you need to use one. So I was able to wash my clothes, but I couldn't dry them because the dryer didn't work. So I used Greg, who was sleeping next door, Greg Fenlong. And I want to thank Greg. He's probably listening. Of course, I knew Greg on the phone. He contributed to the ham radio antenna that is going to be erected in Choclavina. And he was the only one who contributed. There were three other contributors. He was the only one who made this trip. And he really did a good thing for himself, but he was great because I didn't meet him in person until we got to the airport. And he was seamless. He was perfect. He didn't cause problems. He's used to camping. He does yoga. He fit in seamlessly and he got along with everybody. He was a great traveling companion. And it was just great to have him along on the trip. So thank you, Greg, again. And I've told him that more than once. And I've telling the audience, he was so great. And yoga makes a lot of difference in somebody's whole construct. He also used to work with David Anderson at Bosch. And he told me a story of how David helped him get his retirement package when he decided to leave early. Of course, David went to work for Bosch Industries in Rochester when he left Long Island and closed down what he said, the Time Travel Research Center on Long Island, and sort of went out of the time travel business. And it's always been my intuition, suspicion that he went to work at Bosch so that he could perfect his skills in the security industry, so he could protect his time travel research with proper security, because he was having security problems on Long Island. So he began developing really high-level security systems with, I think retinal detection and whatnot. And this was even online in India. I mean, you could see pictures of him in India when he was going there and doing stuff, not with time travel, but with security. And the really cute coincidence that had happened is that my girlfriend, who worked at a big institution in New York City, she worked there for years, and she's down there talking to the security guy. And the security guy said, "Oh, I'm going to a convention today, the Roosevelt Hotel." And she starts looking through this, pamphlet or whatever, and it says, speaking on security, David Anderson. She says, "God, could this be the David Anderson?" Who she knew. She says, "Yeah." So she talks with a friend of her security, and he gets her a credential to go to the security thing. She pops down there in the middle of the day, listens to his lecture. She said all the lectures were boring as hell. His was incredible. It was like really high, super technical stuff of biosecurity. It was unreal. I mean, by comparison. And she approached him, I guess during the break, and he went outside and talked to her for 20 minutes. And he says, in the conversation turned a little, she told him about her experience with him when she saw him in 1976. And, he said, stranger things have happened. He's like, he didn't disavow it. I mean, I don't think he was aware of it. But he said he really much enjoyed talking to her more than he did doing the presentation. And she said some things about me, which he acknowledged. And it was very nice, very pleasant. But and this is when David was incommunicado. He was off the grid. He told me he wouldn't work with me for 5 years. This was probably about 2006. And he had told me that in 2003. So she got a line into him, and it was very interesting. That was when he was working at Bosch. So, and of course, Bosch, for those of you who don't know, is a huge contractor, a German contractor, and they brag, I think, in their PR literature that they something about not being affiliated with the Nazis or something. I don't know what it is, but it's hard to take that too seriously because all those companies were affiliated with the Third Reich.
Yeah. My brother worked for Bosch for a while.
Yes. My mother-in-law's 2 children work for Bosch now.
Yeah, they make great batteries.
They make a lot of good things. They're a good, as many German companies are. They make good products. They pride themselves on making good products. Anyway, but to carry forward with, that's just a bit of background. And Greg worked for David as I think he said quality control. He worked under David, who was a very demanding, project director. He would, which is good. He believed in hard work. And of course, he'd have to believe in hard work to do what he's been able to do. So anyway, at the Atlanticron, I think what I got most out of, besides seeing old friends, old acquaintances, meeting new people, I was able to, what was I going to say with regard to David? Oh, I one of the most fulfilling things was to teach people Qigong one-on-one. Greg and Heather and I we presented ourselves in the morning to do, they would teach yoga and I would teach Qigong, or we would rotate, but there wasn't hardly any people coming. So, but people did know me, or they heard, and I would work with them individually. And that was very rewarding, to work with individuals and help them with their situations or whatnot. So I did get work done in that. I did not do any presentations on any of my stuff that I normally do. It wasn't requested of me. There was sort of perhaps too many speakers, but it was okay. That one of a very encouraging encounter I had was with Roberto Quaglia. Roberto Quaglia has billed himself as the Dean of Science Fiction in Italy. And of course, I had not seen him in years. And I said, you haven't been here since you got married. And he says, what marriage? To this Russian girl. He says, oh, you remember. He was denying that he was ever married or involved with this girl. Of course, he was being humorous. Of course, he was involved with her. And when he got married, I got married, then he got married, and he stopped coming. I didn't stop coming, so he hadn't been there in quite a while. And of course, I realized I want to interview Robert. He might be my first interview if I can get my media act together and do a podcast. And I want to interview him on his interactions with the science fiction author Robert Sheckley, remarkable science fiction author who he brought. He contacted him under very sort of unique circumstances, and this was once the subject of a talk we did at Atlanticron with him. We were talking on our dreams. His dream involved Robert Sheckley and bringing Robert Sheckley to Romania and to the Soviet Union. He toured him through the Soviet Union, although he's an Italian who speaks English and Romanian. Robert Sheckley was adored in Romania and in the Soviet Union. Very interesting, weird science fiction. I had read Robert Sheckley when I was young, so I had an appreciation for that. And we talked about it he talked about his dream. Serene's dream was to start Atlanticron, and mine was, you've all heard of that, with the white bat and whatnot, and all of my adventures in Romania, which I'm getting very tired of telling my story in Romania. I've long since got tired of talking about Montauk. Romania and my adventures with the Solomonari, and, you know, meeting this beautiful woman who became my wife on the sacred grounds of Transylvania. It's a great story, but I'm getting very tired of it. It's becoming very old. So I've got to, I've got to move on from it. I was going to tell it again in Shasta this September. It was going to be my last telling of it. However, Shasta has been postponed. And the Shasta event, September 16th to 18th, was postponed primarily because the facility got flooded at the last event that Robert Potter had put together. And there was problems, and they cannot guarantee that they will have it done. They're working on it now. It's a Masonic lodge, Masonic Hall in Shasta. So it's just a facility. So you're going to postpone it till next April. Okay. And I want to say something about the postponement. I had told him he wanted to schedule it for October because they have nice, sometimes they have nice mountain Indian summer weather at Shasta in October. But those dates were full, so he could only get September. And I said, that is Mercury retrograde. You don't want to do that. He went ahead anyway. And this is what happens in Mercury retrograde. Now, he was going to reschedule it for April 30th area. I said, that's Mercury retrograde too. So he's bumped it back to the first weekend in April. It'll be April 1st, March 30th. And that's next year. So if you bought a ticket, it'll be then. Okay. And but when I want to say thing about Mercury retrograde, sometimes you can't avoid Mercury retrograde. But when you can avoid it, you do so. It's like if you have a choice and the time and space, do so, because you'll be glad you did. If you can't, like I had to go to my friend's funeral last year, and Mercury retrograde, everything went fine until I got home. And I knew it was going to be trouble when I got home because I had to take the red eye. And I come home at some ungodly hour, like 11:30 or 12 or midnight. I don't know when it was. And I take the air train from JFK Airport to Jamaica Station, where I'm going to take a train, home, and then take a cab or something. Well, when I get to Jamaica Station, the railroad's closed for construction. There's no way to get home. So the buses aren't running, which is 2 hours and by bus because the bus is slow. So I go down and I start walking around. And I find an Uber driver, and I say, "How much?" 60 bucks or $66. I don't know what he said.
God.
This was far cheaper than if I called Uber, probably. Okay. That was a good deal. All right. I didn't care about the $66 or whatever it was. I was just happy to get home. Right. Yeah. So that's what Mercury retrograde can do to you. Right. It didn't, it was just challenging. It wasn't disturbing. And so anyway, in this event, he scheduled for Mercury retrograde. The event's not going to happen. It'll happen 6-8 months from now, whenever it is, next April. So that's disappointing because I was looking forward to going to Shasta and giving my last. I was going to talk all about the adventures to Choclavina Cave and do a slideshow, which I don't have the pictures yet. Unfortunately, my camera did not work. I had an infrared camera because we did get into the cave, but the batteries just didn't work. I can't explain it. Fortunately, my friends took photos, and they will suffice. They will be great. They'll be color photos. They'll be better than my infrared camera. Okay, so that's my diatribe on Shasta and the cancellation of the event, or postponement, I should say.
Right. But when they are going to conduct it on April 1st, you will still be a guest, a speaker, yes?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. It's postponed. He hopes to have all the speakers. And I'm also hoping that we can add Stephanie South, because Stephanie is going to be in Brazil and or South America this September. So she couldn't participate in that event. I wanted her to be a keynote speaker, and so did he, because she's going to participate with me in Choclavina Cave next year, which Choclavina Scout Camp, rather, not the cave. We might go to the cave, but we're not doing an event in the cave in any case.
Right.
The cave, yes, we'll get to the cave. But anyway, I was discussing there on sort of, we spent a night in Chernovoda, and Serene Rapanovich, who runs the camp, took us out to dinner, and that was a very nice dinner. And then he put us up in the hotel as well. We didn't have to pay for that. And then he took us home. He walked us to his house, which he doesn't, that's his family home that he inherited. He lives in Bucharest, but he still keeps his home in Chernovoda. And as he walked us to his house till we could get the car so he could drive us back to our apartments, he showed us where, he got married and where he used to go to collect less than a liter of milk for his family and a piece of bread.
From the state, basically from the state, right?
Yes, yes. And you'd have your ticket. We talked a bit about this because I spoke to another man, and here he's talking about how things were restricted in Chernovoda. When I got up to Transylvania, the restrictions were much less up there because people are growing food by the, people are self-sufficient up there. So if you have some guy in the mountains with a farm, and you'll see these, just pastures up in the mountainside. There's not as many as there used to be because people have left the mountainsides, but there's still some. Those are farms up there. And you climb up to the mountain and you have your cows, you have your whatever. But can you imagine some comrade in the communist days going up and giving this person a ticket so he can come down to the city and get his milk?
Oh my God.
It's not going to happen. Anyway, he showed us his, where he went to school, where he got married. And it was kind of nice because I've known him for years, but I never really saw the area where he grew up, although I've been through the town many times. But we spent a night in Chernovoda, and then I went, the next day we got into Bucharest, and I was to checked into our hotel in the center of the city, called City Center, and I met with publisher, Radu Cinemar's publisher, and my publisher. He publishes my books in the Romanian language, Sorin Hormuz. I haven't seen him in years. We both agreed that we didn't look much older. Of course, I'm vouching for him, and he's vouching for me. A lot of people said that to me. They said, you didn't age. It's 3 years since they've seen me, or in his case, more. Anyway, we had a very nice talk about, contractual things. I just got off the phone before I was on the show with my clairvoyant that I work with, Grace Seagraves. And she said, I asked her about, I'm renewing relations with this Chinese gentleman who is very inspired and very interested in doing the Radu stuff. And I had referred him to my contact in Hollywood, who I'm no longer working with, because he was going to do everything, but now he's not going to do anything by his own choice, right, not by my choice. So he just backed away. And which I think he was under the influence of dark forces, let me say this, by reason of different jobs he's held and different positions he's had in different organizations. But anyway, I renewed contact with this Chinese gentleman, very nice guy, very, I guess what you'd say, evolved in a lot of respects. And when he read the Transylvania Sunrise, he was very inspired. And so now I'm renewing the relations with him, and I renewing certain contractual things. I talked about this. And what the clairvoyant said was so special is she says, Field of Dreams, like the movie Field of Dreams.
Yes.
Classic movie. It's like when they did that movie, they did this movie and they built, somebody's got to stop the noise. I don't know if that's you, Douglas.
Oh, well, I'll stop it. I was trying to move the mic. Yes, I'll stop completely. Yes.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. So anyway, the Japanese, they built this incredible baseball diamond in the middle of a cornfield. And after they built that, of course, they had the movie. And the whole theme of the movie is, if you build it, he will come, meaning Kevin Costner's father wants his father to come. So he builds this baseball field, and the father manifests out of the cornfield, out of the ether. It's a surreal, metaphysical encounter. But it's a very beautiful movie that is all based on dreams. Now,
isn't that the one with Robin Williams?
No.
Okay.
No Robin Williams.
Okay.
Absolutely not. He's not in there. James Earl Jones is in it.
Okay.
Burt Lancaster has a cameo role as Moonlight Graham, the enigmatic baseball player who I think got maybe one at bat, if that. I think he played one inning of a big league game, and then he became a doctor, and he saves Kevin Costner's daughter's life in the movie. He kind of steps off the ball field and becomes, the doctor who takes the hot dog out of her mouth, and she choked on a hot dog, and kind of saves her. Very dramatic, very touching movie. And this movie, by the way, completely, what's the word? Jump-started an interest in Major League Baseball that had been waning. Baseball was full of drugs and bad reputation in the mid-'80s, highlighted by the New York Mets, were just a cocaine-ridden team, championship New York Mets. But the cocaine caught up with them in the subsequent years. And there was just all sorts of stories with, it wasn't so much the steroids, it was the cocaine.
Wow.
And baseball was just waning. This movie jump-started baseball big time, and renewed people's interest in baseball. But in the dream, so they built this baseball field in the cornfield, and after they left the cornfield up, and then massive tourism from Japan. Japanese were all over the place in America, visiting Rockefeller Center. Successful economy of Japan was generating huge tourism in the U.S. by Japanese, and they were flocking to that stadium just to see it. It was ridiculous. They were fascinated by this. What was it? It was just a cornfield in Iowa that had a baseball diamond on it.
But still, yes,
from a movie.
Yeah, the mystical nature of it is what appealed to them. And by the way, I realize now I was getting it confused with What Dreams May Come, which was the Robin Williams film, again, about the afterlife. But
not familiar with it, but what you just said is very important. Yeah. It's the dream.
Yeah.
And the dream is the mystery. So, and I'm going to give I got a lot of insight about who I am and what I'm doing with all this stuff on my trip. Yes. And I will share that, but it's all about the mystery. So you build this just big mystery about this baseball penetrating the realms of metaphysics. And I could only say my most memorable experiences in baseball, I mentioned it before, we're sitting out in a big league size field in what they call Babe Ruth League, 13 to 15. I'd be sitting there in the outfield, in right field. I played all the fields. But I remember being out in right field and just looking at all this space out there in the night sky of the desert, and with the lights on. All our games were under the lights. And it's just like, man, space. It's like you used to see all this space, and you see these players are far away from you, and the balls hit up to you, and boy, you've got to get there. It's almost like you're out of your body. You're not out of your body, but you feel all this space. It was just magical. As long as you can perform, you feel good out there. When So, baseball it's a much more poetic game than, say, football, which I enjoy much more, which is all action, and basketball, and soccer, which are action, action, action. Football, you stop and you go. There's planning. Basketball and soccer are just so much spontaneity and coordination on the spot. So baseball is slow, contemplative, poetic. If you can be patient and endure it, there's a room to enjoy it. So this game fed off of this movie, fed off of it, with all these people going to this stadium, or this, not a stadium, but a what do you call it, a cornfield. Now, this reached a peak last year when they played a game in the cornfield. They actually built a new stadium that was more conducive to major league situation, where they had audience, and they had this game played between the New York Yankees and the Chicago White Sox in the cornfield. The players were wearing old style uniforms. They came out of the corn and they exited for the corn. It was a real close game. I mean, it was like a real, what do you call it? I don't know what, you're at the edge of your seat watching the game. I think the Yankees went ahead in the last inning, and then the White Sox came back and won in the bottom of the ninth on a home run. It was very, very dramatic. So it lived to its bill. And they did another one this year. I didn't see the game. I was out of the country. I didn't even hear about the game, just other than I assume it was played. But in other words, wow, Kevin Costner even came out and announced, did the introduction at the beginning of last year's game.
Well,
because it was like the movie's like 30 years old or something, over 30 years old. Yeah. And here they were, the movie created such an impact. So what I'm trying to say is this Transylvania Sunrise it's about this incredible holographic chamber. And it was recommended to me by a Romanian director that this entire sound studio or construct of the projection hall be built for the movie. But then after you build it, you leave it in place and you make it a tribute to Romania's greatest treasure, this is a replica of it, and people can come and see it. And my clairvoyant friend Grace she says, use this theme, Field of Dreams, build it. If you build it, they will come. So if you have this idea and you can build this, and then the technology is enough to where you could do holographic projections. We have the technology to do that. And then some people might come in from other quarters to enhance it a little bit. So this is a dream that I will work towards with my Chinese friend Tian. And we'll see. Yeah, it's just very positive. And I'm kind of like, this is not something I have my heart set on because I have so many other things to do. Right. If it doesn't happen, I don't get disappointed when media deals don't get through because there's so many barbs to them. And she was very, very specific. This guy's really clean. He's really cool. And I agree with her on that. She said, the problem is when it gets into other parties. And, she says, well, you're going to have a lawyer. I said, of course I'll have a lawyer. No question about it. So anyway, that's one of many things happening. It doesn't excite me. I look at it as a responsibility and as something I need to follow up on, just as I might follow up on a royalty report for you, Douglas. It's
sure.
It's one of many things that I will attend to. But as we get into the so that was, I met with my, as I say, my publisher Serene Hormuz, and I interested him in Choklavina Cave. I told him what it was all about, David's research, and of course he's met David Anderson before many years ago. In fact, Roberto Quaglia had a picture of David Anderson with Robert Sheckley. They were on a panel together in Bucharest, probably David's first year at Atlanticron. So I want to, he had sent me the photo, and I hope to share that. David's wearing a suit and tie, or a shirt and tie, and Sheckley is there, and they're on a panel together. I'm not even sure David was aware of Sheckley. Maybe he was, but that was interesting. So the meeting with Serene went very well, and then I needed to get back. I had to. He took me out to dinner, and of course they smoke in the restaurants there. It took me to a very nice restaurant, kind of outdoors, but they smoke. And it's just, you kind of go, kind of get over here where you can avoid the smoke. It's not very pleasant. Maybe, I don't know, all the restaurants smoke, but this one certainly was kind of semi-outdoors with, it was like being outdoors with bamboo and stuff, and it was kind of a nice ambiance except for the smoke. I grew up with secondhand smoke. My mother smoked, and I can't imagine it did me any good. I didn't like it, but I grew up around secondhand smoke via my mother. So probably didn't even know the difference. I only learned to detest it. But the so then when I finished with Serene, I went up to my room and got on the internet for my next meeting, which was at 6:00 with Andrei Kiriak. He is the producer of the movie Egregore, and he said, "Okay, I'll be there in 10 minutes." I think I had to call somebody else. Went down. He was waiting for me in the lobby. He only lives, 10 minutes away. So we went from the hotel, and he took me to his apartment. I have to say, he lives on the main drag. It's, it's a short walk. I'm on a kind of a main road of the old city. He's on a main road of the main. He said, this is like Fifth Avenue, living on Fifth Avenue, he said.
Wow.
Because he's went to school in New York, NYU, film school.
Okay.
So he said, this is like Fifth Avenue, and I live right off of this. And you walk into this building, and it says exchange. It's currency exchange. So you think you're walking in. I really like the entrance. You think you're walking into a currency exchange, and you can go right to the window and get your currency exchange. And then there's this obscure door. You open the door, and you're in an elevator, a very tiny elevator. You walk up the stairs, and then you go up, to his apartment, which is, he said, I think he said there's condo type apartments here. Like you can own the apartment. There's also a hotel there. But he owned his apartment, and I said, this wasn't a communist apartment. Inside there was woodwork. I mean, the wood, it was just decor.
Right.
I wouldn't call it like what you call posh, but he had it elegantly decorated with all sorts of unique stuff. It was very unique, and I really enjoyed his apartment. He got me some tea, and then he showed me rushes of his film. And this film just debuted at a film festival. It's actually a pilot called Egregore, which features Vlad Tepes, character as Dracula, who's being introduced. He's looking for help for his people, and he's near the Sphinx, and he meets the Solomonari, and they begin to initiate him and talk to him, and he goes on some journeys. It's this script he has wrote is so appropriate. It's so good because he has the right ingredients in it with this secret. It's sort of a secret that everybody wants, but it's kind of, I can't explain the secret, but it's because I don't remember how he explained it, but it's the perfect film to watch. He's got 2 episodes fully filmed, and keep in mind, he had some real ups and downs. He almost lost his apartment, which he didn't, because he had to fund this thing. He get funding. He said he always paid his actors. And the actor he used for Vlad, I don't remember his name, actually got a part in a Turkish Turkish TV series or film, I don't remember which it was, where they were looking to cast Vlad Tepes. And he went and tried out for it, and he got it. Yeah, I mean, he was a lot of he was perfectly cast for it.
Wow.
The guy looks, he doesn't look creepy. He's a handsome guy, but he's got that kind of look, more like Vlad the Warrior King, not the creepy,
Well, not the Gothic gentleman.
Yeah. So Andre is showing this film, looking for, possibly Amazon Prime, possibly Netflix, but he's not married to those. And he showed it. He wrote to me today. He said he asked about my trip. I said it was fantastic. I'm going to write it in the newsletter. People really liked his movie. He's got a pilot, and then he's got a follow-up to the pilot, and it's 2 hours worth of footage, which is a film, and that sets the template for a whole series. It will not be about Vlad Tepes. He's kind of the intro, and then it will be about teaching people and adventures with ancient Dacian history and spirituality, and he's highly qualified to do this stuff. Now, Andrei Kyriak might be a big name in cinema someday. He's certainly worthy of it. And he was the one who provided me with the connection to stay at Choklavina Cave my first trip there in 2008. Not my first trip, but my first stay there. I had met the director of the camp, but he doesn't really use email. He uses text and WhatsApp, neither of which what I had access to. But he arranged for me, because he had been to the camp right after I had been there. So he's a good friend, and he arranged for me to stay at the camp. Now, this time, so I had learned before I'm leaving for Romania from my friend Cătălin Zaria. Cătălin is a psychiatrist in Romania, and he's a very good one. And of course, I had met his wife before I met him. She came to my Qigong, and he came to my Qigong and decided, hearing me talk, he wanted to go to Sarma Sejatusa. So he followed us in 2013. And he came again with us in 2016 to the cave when we discovered the entrance to the dry cave. He took me personally in his car in 2019. And I'd stayed at his house, at his apartment in Bucharest. So I have a very close relationship with Cătălin. He's great. And he had arranged, because his wife's cousin is a spelunker, a speleologist, a cave explorer. He taught Cătălin how to apply for an application to get into the dry cave. The dry cave is where I was looking for the bivouac room where this great these minerals were found that David Anderson said could be nothing but that of a time reactor because of the high concentration of heat that formed these minerals. Hydroxylilestedite being the major one. And so anyway, Cătălin applied. He found out that the application really wasn't right. It was like a tourist application, so he got a research. They reapplied. Now, this was all done at the last minute, and it theoretically shouldn't happen in the last minute. But somehow, it all happened, and what was so beautiful was sad, because Cătălin's daughter, who was not keen on, she's 19 now, she was not keen on coming. I talked to her, and Cătălin's now working in hospital psychiatry. Then he came to Atlanticron to pick up his kids, but he spent a night there. He introduced me to another psychiatrist who wanted to talk to me because he'd read, the Montauk stuff, and he had done a lot of research, and he basically agreed with me on everything, or told me stuff that I would agree with about, he studied conspiracy, and kind of all comes down to entities in the end. And that conversation is only sort of the tip of the iceberg of what I will say that is crucial that I continue my work with Douglas Dietrich, with all of this time travel stuff and the stuff I learned on this adventure, which I'm only beginning to talk about. This is just one sample of saying this entity stuff has to be dealt with and it has to be approached, because this is key. We're not dealing with Liz Cheney and Dick Cheney and George Bush and Donald Trump and Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi and any scumbag you might want to name that's in politics. We're dealing with entities. I mean, the people are filling in the blanks, but we're dealing with entities here. And if you don't deal with the entities will have control.
That's
You've
right.
got to at least be aware of them. And how you deal with them, you know, there's a whole history of people dealing with them. Supplicating to them, whatever it is. But I think the real way to deal with them is communicate,
Yes.
however that works. But I'm getting off the subject here, but I just want to state the importance of that. And this is from a psychiatrist. But then Cataline, his daughter became ill. So I separated from them. You know, they went home to Bucharest. We went to our hotel in Bucharest, myself, Greg, and Heather. And because they were accompanying me to Transylvania. And I think they were going to join us up in Transylvania, perhaps a day late. But when we got up to the camp, German was telling me that Cataline was sick. He wasn't going to make it. He shouldn't make it. So although Cataline couldn't make it, I never even asked him to do any of this stuff. He just did it. He knew I wanted to go in I didn't ask him to do this. He got permission. Once he got permission from the authorities in Transylvania, the park authority, then they gave it to the local authority. I think it was the country authority. Then it went to the local authority, and they would send a guy out with a key who would open the door to the cave and take us to where we wanted to go. He would also be our guide. So German would take Kathleen's place. There were 4 of us that went, 5 of us in total that went. And it was, maybe there were 6. But so he went out of his way to do this for me. And it was so appreciated. I can't tell you, because here I am. Both times I went into the cave, the wet cave, I didn't ask to go in. Now, it's true that I did ask to go in, but I didn't make any official application. I asked to go in. I asked the cave if I could go in. I didn't ask. I was invited in both times,
Yes.
which was rather remarkable, which brings the issue to where I'm going to have, and I'll talk more about this, I'm going to have this event next year at the cave. Not at the cave, at the scout camp. It's going to be a workshop on dreams and making goals, as I've talked about with Jose Arguelles, using his inspiration. But I don't know that I can bring people in the cave because,
It's up to the cave, really.
well, it's up to the cave, and then it's like, this was a research thing I was doing. And of course, what are my qualifications as a researcher? I'm a writer. That's about the only qualification I have. And of course, it was accepted because my friend's cousin, or his wife's cousin, you know, knew all the right words to say, knew how to fill out the application, because you had to know all this, you know, cave terminology. So it got done. And I'm very grateful, extremely grateful, because but I'm getting a little ahead of myself. So Cataline had worked out the exploration, or the guy was getting the permission. But my driver picked me up in Bucharest, and my driver is a very special person, Daniel. And Daniel I had met in 2013 when he took me to a crystal shop, Crystalia, by Vasily Daniel, had this crystal shop, and somehow he just had tons of crystals that were facilitated by this man who I met, who sort of had the concession on bingo. So this guy was using some of his bingo money to facilitate Vasily Daniel to get all these crystals. And then he changed his location. I was at both places. He did healings on us all for free. Quite good ones. Vasily Daniel was an incredible character in his own right. He had left Romania during communist times, and I think he had a tattoo on him or something. I don't know, he told this story at the border, and it was like somehow the border guard just let him go to Hungary. And then he got out, he escaped to America. He believed in America, and he ended up in LA. He does not speak English. He befriended a Romanian boxer, took care of him. He lived with a Romanian boxer who was in America. And, when Romania became uncommunist, he went back. And he had a dream to build a healing center in Simi Valley, which is where the Ronald Reagan Library is. Simi Valley. Not my favorite place. But there's a lot of other nicer places in LA. But, or north of LA. But it's pretty much LA now because LA just extends into everywhere. But I think Catalina Island, if I'm not mistaken, which is 26 miles across the sea, as the song goes. I think that's Los Angeles County, if I'm not mistaken. So Los Angeles County extends, I believe all the way out to Catalina Island. So, but in any case, I asked Daniel, who was the one who introduced me, and he was the contact. He told me that Vasily was living in some city in Romania, and that he has a reputation. It goes way back into the communist days where he killed somebody. He murdered somebody in a
Good Lord.
bit of anger or something. And Daniel's his friend, and I said, did he do it? He says, well, yeah, everybody kind of knows he did it. It's not like a secret. And that he had dedicated his life to healing in some sort of way to atone or compensate for it. That's why he's giving me a free crystal. He's giving all of us free crystals. He's doing free healings on us. Not that we tried to pay him. He wouldn't let us pay him. So in other words, he's trying to do good. And I was shocked, and I said, somebody's got to go to this guy and tell him that he's forgiven. Somebody's got to forgive him. Ultimately, you have to forgive yourself. Mm-hmm. And it's, I don't know what the circumstances were, but it seems like this is somebody who did something wrong and is kind of burdened with the responsibility of trying to atone for it. How many healings could you do? How many lives could you save before you said you did the wrong thing? My Qigong teacher says, you never want to take anybody's life, because if you do, that person becomes your responsibility. And Douglas, in your case,
yeah.
I don't view it in quite the same context, except that you're here to do spiritual work. Yes. And your grandfather's satanic connections, you're here to expunge them or to exercise them, or whatever word you want to use.
Yeah.
The same with those Saudi policemen that you shot.
Yes.
It's like these people certainly weren't doing any credit to the human race in their incarnations. But certainly, I don't think you should be. I mean, you should be forgiven. You should be rewarded. You should be rewarded. You should be rewarded for what you did to stand up for the rights of these women in Riyadh.
Thank you.
That you protected. The grandfather's a whole nother issue.
Yes.
But I just want to make that context. So it's like, in every place I was in Romania on this trip, I've been to before. It's not like I'm going, except for with one exception, and that was a sort of a mountain we went to the top of. But these were all revisited areas. So for me, but then, okay, my traveling companions, besides Daniel, the driver, were Greg and Heather. And Heather, and I haven't revealed this before, but it's okay to reveal this. Heather Anderson, Heather Caton Anderson, but she's Heather Anderson. She's David's wife. And I haven't announced that she's David's wife. If anybody kind of follows closely and reads some of the stuff, it's kind of obvious.
Right.
Although it was stated, I found out in a roundabout way, it was in 2019, when Serene had called me on the phone from Romania and kind of alluded to it, mentioned it, and I said, no, I don't. What are you talking about? And he says, forget I said anything. Forget I said anything. Well, he kind of spilled the beans. Then when we got to Atlanticron in 2019, I didn't get there the first night when he introduced Heather, and on my way back from the Black Sea with Cataline, the conversation, he mentioned that when she was introduced, he says, would you like to say anything about your new name or something? And she just bypassed it. She didn't answer it. So that told me that was obviously true. And then my little friend Sanziana, who went with us, she was part of the radio group, and she knew about it because it was announced on the ham radio dialogue they were having. But this was all ham radio people. They knew nothing about time travel, so it was publicly announced. But I was only able to really congratulate her on this trip because I knew it, but it seemed like a touchy subject. And I'm going to explain a bit of that. Of course, Douglas has known it because I told Douglas.
Yes.
But so anyway, they've been together for like 16 years. They got married a few years ago. And she told me that, when he asked her to come to Atlanticron, he's asked several people to come to Atlanticron. He said, you want to come to Atlanticron or to Romania? And she's kind of like, she see it was like a really off-the-wall request. They weren't particularly, they just knew each other, probably from the gym. And I guess so, I'm not doing anything. So she went, and she fit in seamlessly. She fit in seamlessly at Atlanticron and was just so active. And, in the first years I went there, she was like, if I needed anything, she'd get it for me. She was so proactive and whatnot. And she's a school teacher. She works with crystals. She works to some extent with astrology. And she works with, she's a teacher. Now she's working a lot with science and ham radio. And she's correlating the connections with NASA. We had the NASA Ravi. He operates or works with the rover, whatever. I don't know. They've all these drone, not drones. What do you call them?
Helicopters is what they call them, but
they did have a helicopter,
right?
But the capsule, I forget what they call it. Curiosity was the name of one. I think Perseverance is another. But these are the things that explore the landscape of Mars, and so they connect up with us at Atlanticron, and there's dialogues. I've talked to them before, the kids, and then we also connected up with the woman who does something with the space telescope, and that's with the kids asking questions. So Heather's very active in radio and with basically astronomy. She also has an appreciation for astrology. So she's a school teacher. So she's teaching all the time. Anyway, now I had asked her many times to go to Sarmasatiatusa with me to continue her trip, and she always had to go home because she had to start teaching in mid-August or late August. Mm-hmm. And this was the first time she ever could go.
Wow.
And she did. It was great. So, wow, this was her first trip into the heart of Transylvania. She's been to Romania as many or more times than I have. But it's basically Atlanticron, Bucharest. I think she made it up to Brasov and Dracula's castle one time, when early. And there was one thing I told her, and that David had told me when I first met him. He said that he went to Dracula's castle, which is Bran Castle. Really not his castle, but he went there, and he said he was very, I don't know if the word was disturbed, but he saw this picture that looked exactly like himself when he was a kid.
That's right.
It was a portrait. Now, when he told me that, I was curious. I looked online. I didn't see anything that I thought was representative of him. Of course, it doesn't mean they didn't show all the pictures online. But I took it with a grain of salt because I said, okay. Well, I mentioned it to her, and she says, yeah, I saw the same picture. I thought exactly the same thing. I said, were you with him when you saw it? No, she says, I was separately. So she saw the same thing. She made the same conclusion he did. It looked just like him. It's the first time I've had any interest in going to Bran Castle.
Yeah.
But while I'm on the subject of Bran Castle, the driver, Daniel, on one day, it was August 12th, our last full day in Transylvania when we weren't traveling. We went to Hunadora Castle. This is a castle in Hunadora, which is in Transylvania. It's not Dracula's castle. It's an ancient castle that was owned by the Austrian-Hungary King Corbin. I think it's called King Corbin's Castle. And I've been there too many. I didn't really want to go, but okay, I'm taking my friends. They need to see the castle. I mean, we're going to do something that day. And it was recommended they see the castle, so we go see the castle. It's a neat place to see at least one time because it's like a baseball stadium in its size. It's huge. Maybe not quite as big a field, but all the structure. And when you first walk in, it's got either side there's a torture chamber. You go downstairs, and I said, that's a torture chamber. You go in if you want. I don't recommend you go in. I'm not going to go in. I don't need that. Of course, they all went in. And it's the first thing they go in. They go in and they see the worst part of the castle. They had a museum outside, which was a museum of torture and horrors. You could torture and horrors, not horrors, horrors. And you could go into that. We didn't go into that, which is probably far worse. They just have dummies of, biofax simulagra sitting there, but no, they didn't have biofax.
Wax.
They weren't going, They were just wax. That's because they don't know about biofax simulagras. Then they'll bring those in and buy them and have them screaming while they're being tortured.
Yes, I fear for that someday. But
yeah. So anyway, when, of course, not then. I mean, later, both Greg and Heather mentioned that the castle has a heavy feeling. It's not real pleasant. But Daniel came out and he says, next year we should take everybody to Bran Castle. Right after he comes out of the torture chamber. Like, we should take everybody to Bron. I said, no. Why not? We're not going to Bron Castle. No. It's just not a good idea. There's also logistical problems involved with that. So anyway, it was just funny. It's just like where your mind goes, your energy goes. Let's take this a step further. Let's see how many pain we can endure with the torture device. No, we're not going to go there. So, we had a nice lunch before across the street, and then we, went in the castle. And then, but I was just mentioning that when I was mentioning Bron Castle, I got to backtrack as to go. So we get up there on the 7th of August. It's a Sunday. We're driving up there, and we stopped in the city of Cebu, which is my wife's favorite city. It's huge cobblestone squares. It's just very vintage. And my favorite part of Cebu was that we went into a shop where you could get raw desserts. These are desserts that taste exquisite, and there's no sugar in them. They're just it's brilliant. I found a couple of them last time I was there. This is one our driver found it for us, and then we bought a bunch of cheese. From the cheese stores were closed. There was some lady who we bought a bunch of cheese from. Well, I wasn't so keen on the cheese, but everybody wanted to buy the cheese, so we split it up and brought it back to the camp. Didn't bring it back. We were still going to the camp. So bought fruit on the way up. I mean, got a whole bag of fruit for like $10.
Wow.
It was incredible. And then when we get to the camp, it's about, it's still light out, but the night is creeping up. And I have to say, we're driving now. When you get off the main road, you're driving up finally to a dirt road. Then when you right to the dirt road, is this area I've said before where it veers off. Right way is to the cave, left is going up the mountain. And you start going up the mountain, and this is not a nice road. And we had taken this road in 2018 in a van, and we decided it was getting so unwieldy that we decided to turn around. Wow. And that's where we saw the kids from the camp by chance who told us about Guermont, and then we went up another couple hundred yards and found Guermont and found a new home. We got a new friend, a new home in Choclavina. So, but as we came up this, not just the dirt road, but the hilly dirt road. Daniel had never driven up here before. He'd driven to the cave, which is when we had to move rocks off and stuff. But this was a different type of challenge. And as we get up there, there's these 3 cows. And the 3 cows are in our way. And what do? This is nature. This is nature impinging on you. Or you're impinging on nature. So what do you do with the cows? You kind of have to let them do their thing. They're big. And then it was a problem with the car because, it's a steep incline. So he'd have to take the car backwards and then you get the cow again. Okay, go back. This is like nature is sitting in your face. We confronted these cows, not these cows, but different cows when we had gone into an area of Vertuape years ago with Paula and Teo, her brother. And the cows were like all looking at her right in our face. All cows just saying, "Thou shalt not pass."
Wow. And
the shepherd or the guide we were with took a branch and just started like spreading the Red Sea, and we parted right through the middle of these cows.
Wow.
Whereupon we were confronted by 3 Mustangs that came up in our face and wanted to check us out. Nature confronts you. So here we were with nature. Finally, the shepherd of these cows came, really couldn't do much besides tell the cows to come forward and sort of give us a friendly hello and let us pass, but we still had to wait for the cows. So we had to be very patient. We had to get through nature. And then we still had to deal with the hill. We didn't have to deal with it. Daniel had to deal with it. And I was really stressed out for him. He did a very good job. And, he's a tough guy. So, but it's like, and then once we get to and I don't remember the hills being this hard to negotiate. Not only the hills hard to negotiate, that it's like there's all this water, drainage. So it's like, it's not like a smooth road. It's like, what do you call it? It's just all
kind of like a path.
It's a path with like river water going through it. So it's like it's lumpy and it's where the water goes drains.
Definitely rugged terrain.
Very rugged. So he's going up there, and then we get to the camp. I said, "There's the camp." Now, what we should have done at that point was just take our luggage out and let him negotiate the rest. And he's got to go down another. Oh God, it's where he parked was. There was just enough room, and so we parked. We took our luggage out, and I don't know if he did it then. I think he did it the next morning. He left his key in the car. He locked himself out of the car. This is a funny story. So then we made it back up. We go to the camp. So I'm leading the way, and I got my luggage, and I'm walking over there, and I see all the scouts in a circle around the campfire. I don't know what they're doing, except that I think somebody tells me this is their first day, and he's, introducing them. It's the first night of their 10-day or adventure, whatever they're doing. I come up, and I later learned that he's talking about me. When he sees me coming up, he's telling them who I am, what I'm doing. And I'm not really paying attention. I know exactly where to go, take the luggage into the cabin. And then I don't remember. One of the older scouts came and tended to us, told us where we'd be. We let the three of us guys into one room, which could have held 5, and then Heather went in the room with a bigger room with everybody else. She let us guys have our privacy, so to speak. So then when they were done talking, German, the scout leader, came over and talked to me, and I gave him some money, which he's very appreciative. I always overpay when I go there.
Right.
Not that he asks for a certain amount of money, but I give him more money than he would expect, and it's not a lot of money. I think I gave him $300, which is we're going to stay there 5 nights, and 3 of us. And then I talked to him about next year. I said, I'm going to keep this. I want to rent this place for August 10th to 14th during the biorhythm. I'm going to, it's going to be $200 a person, which is, for 5 days, you're basically spending $40 a night to experience the camp. And I said, you'll take care of the food for us. He says, yeah, I'll do that. So, wow, boom, business done. This is not something I could do over the internet with him. I possibly could have done a long distance call with Paula, but no, I had to be there in person and make the arrangement.
Right. I
then was so happy. I went out and sat on this bench, looking up at the moon, looking over the cave, the direction of the cave, and I'm talking to somebody, Greg, I guess it was, and I said, and then somebody told me that they were talking about me, and he was talking this is why I found out he was talking all about me and what I did, and he's done his own. He's bought my books, read my books in Romanian. So I said, God, I've now accomplished what I wanted to do, which was to set the table for next year. 15 minutes, I had the table set for next year, which is what I want, was my main reason in going there. And 2, I said, to myself, I wanted to become a legend in Choclavina. Now, I'm already a legend in Transylvania. I have a substantial reputation for what I do there. But I said, that's fine. I want to be a legend specifically in Choclavina. So now I was a legend because they're talking about me. Yeah. But to be a legend in Choclavina is not so remarkable because there's only about 38 people there. It's a community of 38 people if you count the kids. And of course, with the scouts, he's talking me up. But these people take care of each other. If somebody has a car problem, it's all of their problems. Yes. It's a community. The sign says, this was the sign that kind of made me go off. It says Choclavina Tribe. Choclavina Tribe. So let's go off and see. This is my initial foray. What's that Choclavina Tribe mean? Let's go off and find who they are. And that's how we found them. So there are a lot of members of Choclavina Tribe, and I told my friends on the way back, I said, you're now members of Choclavina Tribe, because you see people there, the scouts are there. They had younger scouts that were probably, 10 or 11, and then they had older scouts that were taking care of them and guiding them and making sure everybody was taken care of, and including us. And there were also the adult scout leaders as well. So it's like a whole community. So you have people coming up there that are there for the evening, and they were scouts when they were younger, and they know German, and they go, oh, wow, yeah, we come up here, and oh, we still come here. This means everything to us. This is, they come back. These are adults. So, he's got people coming, old friends. Now, when we were at the castle, they had this, Daniel was saying, oh, get this drinks. It's really good. It's fruit drinks. They're like no sugar. I think they had one. I got a flower drink made with honey. There was another berry drink. These have no sugar. They're just natural juices. Incredibly good, incredibly inexpensive with the American dollar, so to speak. Mm-hmm. And the lady, I was asking her what the directions were. Now, Hunadora is a pretty big city. They went to some other lady to get a translation so she could translate for me. Then I went over to this other lady. She's an artist. And I started talking to her because she speaks English. And she knew German really well. Wow. She knew him really well. It was like one of these neat coincidences. Because I got talking to her, and I think I wanted to bring her to the workshop next year because she's an artist. I didn't get her name or anything. Well, I think I do remember her name. What is her name? Alexandra. Alexandra, yes. A lot of Alexandras in Romania. So I was very happy. I was there for 15 minutes, and I had a long-term desire to be a legend in Choclavina, not just Transylvania and Choclavina, because this area is very special to me. So it's not such a big deal because there's 38 people there, and I visited the area 3 times. So because I already have a reputation as an author, it's not so remarkable, but it was something very, very personal to me. It's kind of like if I was a mediocre ball player who wanted to hit a home run in one specific baseball stadium because it meant a lot to me because it was my hometown or something. So this was important to me. I said, I'm in there 15 minutes and I accomplished everything I wanted to accomplish. I had no expectations or anticipations beyond that. That's really what I wanted to do. So that was our first evening. The next day in the morning, it rained. I did my Qigong in the morning by myself, and then it began to rain. I was up early, and I guess we all stayed and got dry and just got acclimated to the camp. But even before that first night, Heather was in the cabin, and Guillermon took us in and started feeding us, or basically giving us the Trica plum wine. And within 15 minutes, she says, I feel at home here. I'm at home. I feel at home. She's going to teach the dream workshop, the dream catcher workshop, because she does a workshop making dream catchers at Atlanticron. When I saw her doing this, I said, boy, I'm going to do a dream workshop next year, goals and dreams. I said, we got to take your stuff up there. So she did. She brought the stuff, and it was just seamless. She fit right in teaching these kids how to make dream catchers.
Excellent.
It was beautiful. It's just seamless. And as I say, Greg was seamless in his contributions. He was helping teaching the kids how to make dream catchers too, because he caught on real fast. It's not that hard to do. Douglas, you could probably make an incredible one with your artistic ability.
You're very kind.
I would imagine. Are you good at crafts?
I don't think I'm as good with crafts as I am with other forms of art, but I'm reasonable. Yes.
Yeah, if you're reasonable, you do good. I struggle. I did make. Paula was impressed with the dream catcher I made. People made like compliments to it, but it was certainly better than the one I did 3 years ago. Yeah. But I could make a better one next time, and I saw plenty of dream catchers that I was much more impressed than my own. But nevertheless, I did it. Yes. Basically, you're taking a hoop, and because they didn't have enough hoops, they were going out and getting natural, pieces of wood, and making them out of nature, rather than the metal hoop that you might buy at Michael's or Joann's. And then you wrap a thread around it, not that hard to do, and then kind of make a web, and then on the web you can put jewels, or these, what do they call these, rhinestone like things, and you can put draw little things down with rhinestones or feathers, and it's not that hard. It looks very beautiful, kind of mysterious, but when you learn how to do it, it's pretty simple. So I said, this is something, if we're going to be activating our dreams next year, we should be integrating the dream catcher.
Yeah.
And then Paula's stepmother, Tamarinda, when we met with her, she says, you've got to put your intent into that web. You don't just draw a dream catcher, you put intent into it, which is, of course, very good advice and very logical. So that's one step. And also at Atlanticron were these two very lovely ladies from Turkey, from Istanbul, who were doing pottery. They're art teachers. They teach art, I think art history, as a matter of fact. I got really interested when they said they teach art history, because this is what Jose Arguelles taught, was art history. I said, oh, you guys are a natural fit. They seemed interested. I'd like to get them up there and maybe do something tactile, because there's clay in Transylvania that maybe we could retrieve, really good clay, and maybe we could do clay configurations of people's lives or dreams, or kind of like sympathetic, sort of like sympathetic magic in a way. I'm not trying to do a workshop on magic, but if you create the goal, you create this is you overcoming the obstacle or whatever it is, it helps. And then integrating the clay work. I would have to work on that more, and I don't know whether these women, they'd have to, I think it was like a 9-hour drive, or 12 to drive from Istanbul to, southeast Romania. But one of them is a native Romanian. She's Turkish by ethnicity, but she grew up in Chernivtsi. And so she speaks Turkish, Romanian, and English. Very cosmopolitan. I really enjoyed her. And I gave her some Qigong instruction for her back and her knee. And she was the one that told me laundromats are only in the United States. Because I asked her, are there any local ones in Chernivtsi? She says no, because she still has a house there. But in any case, I hope to get her up there as well, her and her colleague. I can't say their names because they're hard names for me to pronounce.
Yes, the
I
Turkish
have,
names can be hard.
but yeah, I'm just woefully unfamiliar with them. And they actually brought a savant with them, a Turkish, one of their students who was just he's like a, what's the word, a savant when it comes to doing pottery. God, he was good. He was showing the kids at Atlanticron how to do it, and he was really good. He couldn't speak any English though, so he was kind of like, he couldn't speak English or Romanian, so he was very nice, but was sort of out of the loop as far as communicating to. He showed and demonstrated. But anyway, so Heather fit in seamlessly, and I said to her, I said, "Are these accommodations okay for you?" She says, "No problem. I camp. I'm much less than this." She's a camper. Greg is a camper too. He lives in nature. He lives in a cabin in nature. So this was like no sweat for them. They can walk, they can hike, and this becomes a big consideration for me, for anybody who's going to attend next year. I'm certainly not looking forward to doing any hiking records. I did some hiking on this trip. I was not looking forward to hiking because I still have been healing my meniscus, and I didn't want to tire myself out, but I did whatever minimal hiking was necessary.
Right.
So we, the first day everybody got integrated. It was really good. I had a lot of time, not only in the car, but together with Heather, to talk with Heather. I've known Heather since 2008, and we've always had a good association. She's visited me at my house with David before, and she, I used to always try to get her at Atlanticron for one night where we just catch up with each other, like meet about midnight, just talk and catch up with each other. On this time, it was like, God, I had so much opportunity to talk to her about this, that, and the other thing. And of course, one of the things I wanted to say is, I said, I want to understand my role in all of this, because, David's doing what he's doing. It's not public. I'm doing what I'm doing. And she said something to me. She says, "You're basically communicating what he cannot communicate." She says, "You're doing a very good job of it."
Yes.
She says, "I keep my eye on you, and you're doing a very, very good job of it." And that really meant the world to me, because it told me it helped me understand my role. In other words, David's, whatever he's involved with, and she doesn't even know what he's involved with. She gets dribs and drabs. She might have more dribs and drabs than I do, but it's not enough to put a complete picture together. And because it's private, or it's, I've always been told, not by her, but that he doesn't tell me more so as to protect me. I don't know if that's true. Like, what does he do with his time reactor and this, that, and the other thing? But he seems to spend a good deal of time at home. And I do know that he goes out on occasion and is out of the loop when he does things. I don't know how often that is. But nevertheless, it told me that I was on point. I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. And it made me feel secure and good about what I'm doing. And I'm doing it at the right pace and the right, because it's not my main focus in my life. It is a focus. In one respect, it is a preoccupation, but it is not. I'm doing other things to generate business and income, not focusing solely on the mysteries surrounding David Anderson.
Right.
But what I was alluding earlier to, a mystery. You're talking about pursuing the mystery, and it's like this. Okay, so we went into the cave. The second day, August 9th, we went into the cave. Now, the protocol was it's raining, not too bad. And I had lost my windbreaker at JFK Airport. I somehow left it there and didn't take it with me, which would have been perfect for this rainy day. But German gave me one that fit me because he's smaller than I am. He gave me one that fit me. So, wow, they gave me everything I needed, and we were supposed to wait. And we met this speologist who lives over the cave. When I say over the cave, I don't mean right over the cave. He's on a hill above the cave, probably half-mile away, but you can see it. He came down and talked to us, told us some of the history of the cave with a skull, like 33,000 years old, the oldest skull. And we waited for the designated authority, who was a biologist named Robert. Robert spoke perfect English, a really nice guy. And he came and he was there to open the gate and to take us into the dry cave, which I've been wanting to get into since 2016 when we discovered it. 6 years. And we got in the cave, go in, and got to watch your head if you're tall like I am.
Right.
We didn't have any, I was told that you needed to wear a mask. No, he didn't wear a mask. The air was fresh. It was, I've been in caves before. This was not by far the more spectacular of the caves, but it's a cave. It's interesting. And, everybody loved it. And we made our way through the cave. We saw the bones. I had told that one of them, these bones was a femur of a giant. Well, I don't know if that's true. They looked like a bunch of bare bones to me. And it was very obvious to me, which that Robert confirmed, that the communist workers in the 30s or whatever that were mining bat guano, they just took the bones and they put them in a pile. There were piles of bones. So they just threw the bones together. Okay, here's the bones, here's the bones, here's the bones. Right. And there's stories of the skull, one skull being thrown out. I don't know. There was one remaining. I don't know. These are archaeological finds. There's a lot of archaeological finds. That's why they closed up the cave, not only for the archaeology, but for the minerals. They don't want people messing. This is rich in mineralogy or whatever. And you don't need people in this cave, I can tell you that. There's no reason for people to be in there. So you get permission, and I got permission, and I went inside. There are nooks and crannies where you could go off and get lost, but he took us to the main place we wanted to go. We had a spectrum analyzer and an EMF detector that David had loaned us. And there were two areas that I would say that we have on camera. One was sort of dug down into the ground where they'd been digging. There's a lot of areas where they dug for minerals. And one of them was sort of had this golden, it looked like sulfur. I don't know that it was sulfur. And that registered a EMF signal.
Wow.
I think it was at 2 point. See, David had sent us an email. I'd asked him for information, and he said there was these elements, the three elements, and they give off in the range of 23 to 24 gigahertz. Tremendous amount of energy. I assume this is with a spectroscopy, that they emanate a frequency. And whatever the device he gave us picked up was like a harmonic 2.3 frequency. And then there was another pit which had this crystalline stuff, which could have been the hydroxylolestidite. I got to manage a little bit off of it. I gave to Heather to look. She's a crystal person, so she can look at that and maybe have it analyzed. I don't know. I'm going to share all this information with a geophysicist I know who will clue me in. He's very passionate about my work, so we'll see what I can get more. But the basic thing here was to get into the cave and go to the area where these minerals were. And I don't know if it was in Site A or Site B, but I was basically in the area where these minerals were retrieved. And German had said, oh, we should contact this guy in the US. He's the one who did this, and maybe they will generate something. I've kind of exhausted the mystery for the time being because I don't know. I suspect that David's referencing to this. It's like evidence, what's incontrovertible evidence that a time reactor discharge or the equivalent thereof occurred. This is a scientific fact. This is why I suspect he's pointing it out. It's incontrovertible scientific fact. Now, the problem with that is not that what he's saying is untrue. We'll just assume it's true. Because if it is true, nobody gives a rat's ass if it's scientifically correct. Because it's not within the realm of recognizable, appreciable information. People aren't in that headspace. And this is a big issue. It's a big, big issue. Nobody cares. And I might as well just cut to the chase here. Is I had tried at Atlanticron to put together a workshop where the kids would build a mock time reactor. In other words, it's not a real time reactor. They could build it out of wood or sticks and say, this is the time reactor, this is harnessing the energy, this is the battery, this is that, this is that, this is where the closed-like time curves are. And you have a discussion. Generated a lot of enthusiasm for it. When I went to actually do it, it's like hitting a brick wall.
Wow.
And repeatedly brick wall. Now, I have studied enough of this to have a unique appreciation of it, but it's hard for people. But this is my whole life that I've been involved in this stuff. Not so much because I really was obsessed about it or that interested in it. I've been led to it. And of course I honor the interest in time travel. It's not something that I'm obsessive about, but it's been led to it and I follow it. Now, sometimes these things happen. I watched an interview with Desi Arnaz, the famous Desi Arnaz. It came up on YouTube. And I said, and he basically said to Johnny Carson, he said that everything that happened in his life was kind of an accident. It wasn't like planned. Like he became one of the biggest moguls in Hollywood. And he talked about working for this Cuban guy in New York who wasn't paying him anything. And then he was working for Bob Hope. And Bob Hope said the next thing he knew, Desi Arnaz was like big mogul in Hollywood because of I Love Lucy. He had his own studio. But he said that all these things that happened to him were like an accident. All his successes.
Right.
I don't know. He didn't talk about Santeria.
His son became a big New Age kind of guru who is pushing a kind of series of philosophy books that were all like full of these fortune cookie sayings that are supposed to be wisdom.
Well, he could afford to do it.
Yeah.
But his son was actually kind of famous as a musician when I was a kid.
That's right.
Yeah, and that was, everybody got a kick out of that. Of course, they didn't have any legs to their success. But it was interesting. He's saying, wildly successful mogul actually, but it just kind of fell together for him. And keep it in mind, he was Cuban with a heavy accent, and he was very controversial with the. They didn't want to have a Cuban on.
That's right. When he first appeared with Lucille Ball on television, there were just thousands of letters, tens of thousands from all over the United States of people saying they would never watch the channel that had them on again. I can't remember which of the big corporations it was. CBS. There was only three of them. CBS,
I think
NBC.
it was yes. I
Yeah.
think it was yes.
And CBS thought that they were doomed, but they managed to somehow persevere past that. I was amazed that they weren't taken off, but there you have it.
All white.
Yeah.
You know, he wasn't. You know, like he didn't have the dark skin, so you know. But I guess it was just the accent.
Yeah, that was bad enough.
Yeah, and you know, except for his accent, he was like an American in that I Love Lucy stuff.
Yeah.
He acted like an American.
Yeah.
He didn't act like a Cuban. You know, he didn't act like he acted like an American with an accent. You know.
Right.
But anyway, he was saying all these things are accidents. So it's like, well, maybe they're not accidents, but I've kind of been led into this, you know, sort of unique perspective. Now, this website, whatever it is, they're talking all about closed time light curves, this and that, and these people are in high drive on writing papers, and referencing Sir Peter Moon of England is talking all about this stuff, and I'm saying, to me, this is just a bunch of chatter because maybe they know what they're talking about, maybe they don't. But as they say, you know, what are you writing papers for? Just do it. So I've seen enough to know that this stuff can be real, is real. So be that as it may, I had reached this point where I exhausted the mystery of I want to say completely exhausted the mystery of the cave. I got into the cave. I was in the wet cave. I was in the dry cave. I was told one of my friends had been in 3 to 4 kilometers. This is only 1 kilometer. You can't go in much further than that unless you're down on your knees and doing weird stuff. There is an area where you can go down into the wet cave, but that takes ropes and pulleys and stuff like that, and nobody's going down there. There's this big, almost 4 feet high crystal that you can go to. German was interested in that, but he's not interested in going through the hole. So that was not on the agenda. But you can go from the dry cave to the wet cave if you have equipment. I don't recommend it unless you're really, well, plus you're not going to get in there. But before we went in the cave, when Robert told me he was a biologist, I said, "Do you ever see any white bats in this cave?" He says, "Yes, there are plenty of white bats in this cave." He says, "They're albino." I said, "Well, I've seen pictures of white bats that don't have pink eyes." He says, "Well, some of them are half albino." So they're he knew, you know. I only saw one bat in that cave we were in.
Mm-hmm.
Now, one bat. When I was in the wet cave, I saw many bats. They weren't swarming, but there were plenty of bats. Now, also in the cave, the dry cave, they showed where the ceiling was, where the miners of the back guano were maybe had a very small ceiling. I mean, and when you mine out all the back guano, the ceiling could be as high as 10 feet, 8 feet.
Right.
But it's like I don't understand how they maneuvered in that cave with all that back guano. And why did the bat guano get stacked so high over thousands of years? And the bats used it as a toilet? I don't understand how so much bat guano could accumulate over even thousands of years. And
it does.
I don't understand. There's real questions I have, because, I mean, maybe it's all logically explained, but I didn't see enough bats in there not to say that they couldn't be sleeping or hiding. And then how much guano can they produce over what period of time? Because he was showing us that this bat guano was stacked, 6 feet high.
Right. Now,
these are real questions. I'd have to get down and, what is that question? How much wood would a woodchuck chuck? If a woodchuck could chuck wood, how much bat could bat?
I would presume that.
How much shit could a bat? Shit? I don't know. It's like
I would
Go ahead.
presume that somehow the mining disrupted their population, and that the population moved to other areas. That's what I would presume, because the when you have a healthy bat population in a cave, believe me, it's inescapable. It's not that they swarm so much as they use the cave, of course, to sleep. So you would see them just carpeting the ceiling. They would just be carpeting the ceiling. They'd all be hanging on, by their feet, and just kind of chittering if they're active at all. But
So they're using that as a home, and they're shitting up a storm for thousands of years,
Yeah.
and then they say, you know what, this place isn't so friendly. We're going to leave. We'll go find a new home, and then they mine the shit. Whether they might have stopped using it because it was so full.
I would think it was because the mining disrupted them. The mining itself must have done that.
Probably, and it could have been either or. But they didn't come back.
Yeah.
They haven't come back, and there's no reason not to come back, and no reason at all, because there aren't people going in there very often.
Right, but wherever they've resettled, they found no reason to leave that and check back at the other place.
Because I mean, if they're shitting into the river, into the water, the wet cave, I mean, I don't know if that, I don't know. There's a lot of questions that this prompts me to ask. In fact, I started to write a whole paper on it. I had to stop because it's just going to distract me to go up these alleys and ask these questions, because I have to let it go and, go in other directions. But I am communicating with the cave. It's become it's going to take a lot more back and forth of experience, but I'm not going to kill myself trying to get all the answers to these mysteries. But what I was going to say about the mystery, so here I am. I didn't ask to go in the cave. I got to go in. I got official permission. It's like, wow, I'm treated so well in Romania. This would never happen at Montauk. They're trying to hide it.
Yes.
So, wow, it's like red carpet treatment practically, and treated so appropriately, let me say.
Yes.
And then, but this is a mystery. So it's like, and just my role with David and other things I realized about, what he's having to deal with. He's having to deal with censorship. And so, like, if I look at the chessboard, above the chessboard, you can win the game at chess. You're playing an opponent. This is the mystery. You see the mystery. How well you see the mystery is not as important, is that you see an overview of it. But then, when you go back into life, let's view it as a chessboard. Now, instead of looking, so I've seen the overview. Now, what real life is going, you see the mystery, you penetrate the mystery. Okay, this is the game. Okay, I'm communicating with David Kant. I've gotten into the cave. I've reached the mystery. I tagged this point in time that he said was so important. I've actually been there. Not only was I at the cave, I went to the very spot he said was so important. This is like a witnessing effect. Witnessing is just being there. And so much of what I did on this trip, the entire trip, is I showed up. I wasn't really doing anything. Most of what I did was related to logistics, making sure that Greg and Heather knew what hotel to stay at, got their reservations, made sure the rides were there, arranged for the driver, communicated at the right time, saw people. I just showed up. Having a discussion with my publisher, okay, we agree on this, I'll go back and write it up. It's just showing up is so important. This applies in all fields of life. You could show up, as a ball player, as an understudy, and you get what was it? I think it was that the day the music died. What was it? Betty Hawley,
Yeah.
and the big bopper.
Yeah.
They with what's his name, Eddie Valens. They passed away, and I think that was what got Bobby Vinton his start. They didn't appear. They couldn't appear because they died.
Yes.
So I think he got a gig. Bobby Vinton, and that jump-started his career. The Beach Boys played at the memorial to Eddie Valens in L.A. That's kind of where they got their start. Of course, they had considerable talent, and Bobby Vinton had talent of whatever. So in other words, they got their start by just showing up, being there at the right time, because they needed somebody to do it. So Bobby Vinton filled in. This happens all the time in show business. You show up. So what I was doing, I really wasn't working. I showed up at the Atlanticron. I talked to people. Only work I did was showing people Qigong. Didn't even lecture at Atlanticron. I did talk. I interacted with people. And then when I get up to Transylvania, I'm just showing up, accomplished what I wanted to. Wasn't involved in the application process. This was all being done for me. Talked about with my friends are talking about it and getting it done for me. I'm not even asking. I feel very grateful. And then we go to so this chess game I'm talking about. You see the big picture, but when you get on the chessboard, instead of these plastic pieces, imagine that you're in a jungle. And because it's your chess game, you're the king. And in chess, a king can only move one space at a time. He's very limited. He's got all these other pieces. And instead of being plastic, the pawns are like soldiers and all these things, and they're all in a jungle or a forest. And they're going out, moving on the board or in the environment, trying to get at the other king. And they're having to put up with, actual exercise of physicality and perhaps fighting. And there's a lot of surveillance going on. And they're telling you what's going on. They're relaying back because you're the king and you can only move one step at a time. You've got to rely on your team, your pawns and your noble pieces to tell. This is what life is. So I'm dealing with, and now in my life, aside from the time travel, I've been dealing, with demonology, for lack of a better word.
Yes.
And helping Douglas get rid of the bric-a-brac that's been messing with him. And the Douglas aspect is very important here.
Thank you. And
maybe I can, come back into that.
Sure.
But
take your time.
So it's like, so when we're sitting there and I'm listening to Jameson talk about how he's doing black magic against me, and it's like, okay, well, this has got to be stopped. And when it stopped, it's a whole domino effect of all this. The demons start like fleeing, like roaches.
Yes.
It used to be said, if you go into a motel in New York City, back in the old days, I don't know if this happens anymore, somewhere you could find it. You turn on the light and the roaches all flee. There's roaches all over the bed and they flee. They know where to go. That was New York City's reputation in the 70s. So this is what happened. So this is the environment one is dealing with. However, in Transylvania, it was a lot more pleasant, because then after we went in the cave, that was like a major accomplishment. This was August 9th. I could have had us go in on the 10th, which is the beginning of the biorhythm, but I didn't do that. I said, I want to get in as early in the trip as possible.
Yes.
And we did. Success. August 10th, I'm going to take my friends. Daniel's going to take us because he's driving to Sarmisegetusa. This is going to be Heather's first trip to Sarmisegetusa. She's never been into, the heartland of Transylvania before. She's been to Bran Castle, but that's about it. So she's like, I'm going to go. Now, am I really excited about going there? Not particularly, because I've been there enough. And as I'm very tired of telling the story of how I met Paula there. And so, but we're also going to go, and then we're going to meet with Paula's brother, Teo, and her stepmother, Tamarinda. We're going to meet with them later in the day. We're going to call them and meet up with them. It's all anticipated. Now, keep in mind, it was very hard when I was up there to get a hold of Teo because of the phone connections and whatnot. It was a struggle. But I did. I'm totally out of communication with. I did get a hold of Paula once on WhatsApp. I somehow got a hold of her. I had a hotspot, and I said, Paula, please tell Teo that XYZ, and she got through to him right away. I mean, she, it was like, I did get through, but I couldn't talk to her for any amount of time. But she was so efficient at relaying the message. So she was the only person I spoke to back in America, and it was a miracle that I got a hold of her on WhatsApp. So we go to Sarmisegetusa, and of course the road has finally been, it's no longer a dirt road. They paved the road. They've had money approved for that for like 10 years. They finally did it. Maybe they did it during COVID, but so you can drive all the way up there on a paved road. And I've walked up that road all the way when it wasn't paved. Now, you can walk up the road, and there's sort of a switchback or where the road stops, and they have cobblestone now. And you used to be able to drive up that road before it was cobblestone. It's extensive cobblestone. It goes about a half a mile or quarter mile. And you can no longer drive up there. You have to walk. And that's, as they say, half mile. I think it's a kilometer. Yeah, it's a kilometer. It's about a half a mile. So you walk up there, and they've replaced what I call the Peter Moon outhouses with newer outhouses. Because those were, put there as a result of the U.S. ambassador's wife wanting to go there after reading my books, and she was horrified by the fact that they didn't have bathrooms, so they put these beautifully constructed wood outhouses. They looked beautiful on the outside, but they were horrible on the inside. Absolutely horrible. I don't know what they did with them, but they put these plastic in a different spot, a plastic, hygienic, serviceable toilets that much more hygienic and much more pleasant to use. So we went into the Sarmisegetusa, which is really incredible to walk into, and just let everybody get their feel for it. And I was so pleased to be there. I was so relaxed, and I just taken in the energy of the place. Was just, I was so glad I went, just to be in the energy of the spot. And I showed him the spot where I met Paula, and it's right by the water where you can get this drinking water that's pure water. You can drink it. They have a cup there if you want to use the community cup, or if you don't have your own cup. And we walked around and took some pictures. It was very nice. But that's like an initiation. It's, Tamarinda told us how when the Pope came there, he kissed the ground. He recognized it. I think he identified it with the source of, whatever, Mother Mary or something, but he kissed the ground when he went there, she said. And of course, then we went back, we went to the pension. When I say pension, this is the word in Romania for a hotel. And we went to the pension where we were to meet them. They were not there yet. And I saw Viorel. Viorel works at that pension. He's sort of the caretaker, and he had taken me up to Vertwape, and he does not speak English, but, I greeted him, and he was the one who told me, I said, what's the most interesting thing you've ever seen here? He says, when the Pope came, and after the fall of communism, he wanted to go, his whole entourage came up this road to Sarmisegetusa. He was the one who told me that. And she was telling me that he actually kissed the ground, which wouldn't surprise me, because this was a very important area. He knew how important this was. So we sat at the table and started to order. This is an outdoor under a gazebo. It's very nice location. So, we're ordering food and whatnot, and then Teo and Tamarinda drive up, and, haven't seen them in a long time. It seems like not a very long time, but it's a very long time. Of course, I've seen them on, Facebook or whatnot, but, and what was so impressive was how well Heather interfaced with them. She said Tamarinda was like her fairy godmother, which was quite an endorsement. I was, looking to get them to say hello, but this felt like a fate connection between them. She could relate to them. She could relate to Tamarinda very deeply. This was not something I was anticipating or expecting. It was wonderful. And of course, there were discussions and stories and whatnot. And then they took care of our bill, which was very generous of them. Not necessary, not asked for. And this is one type of Romanian hospitality. There is another, but this was very gracious and very, very nice. I will tell you of another type that's not so nice. Perhaps I won't, but this was very nice and very gracious. Then,
yes, the Eastern Europeans, they have. Go on. I'm so sorry.
I will digress, and I'll tell you the other type. On the way back, the driver took us to this place that he thought was, was really nice, authentic, and it is authentic. What do you call it? Traditional Romanian food. Greg loved it. He loved it. Greg doesn't know this because I didn't tell him. I didn't want to make any waves. I was not only, not in sync with the meal. They weren't serving me. I asked for coffee. They didn't bring me shit that I asked for. It's like they didn't pay attention to me. And we got the coffee or whatever I wanted. And then when they served the food, I couldn't order the soup. I couldn't eat the soup. They brought me pork. And as I said, I said, this pork looks like it was just killed out in the backyard. But it was fresh pork. It was very fresh pork that they did kill, hunted. It actually wasn't bad, but was salted. But you can only eat so much of it. And I didn't, but it was okay. He enjoyed his meal, and that's great. And then what I was going to say is Romanians put ketchup on everything, and my friend Roberto, who's Italian, he really has a big issue with that because, he's making pasta for Romanians and they're ruining it by putting ketchup on it.
Yes.
It was very offensive. And so he loves to put the needle in, and even if he's joking about it, he's putting a needle in. So all of a sudden, Roberto and I have something great in common: is a disdain for ketchup. Yes. On Romanians' use of ketchup. Paula will put ketchup on a pizza. My publisher, Lorraine, he says, no, I don't put. I talked to him. He says, no, I don't put ketchup on things like that. No, he doesn't do that. So some of them do, and some of them don't. But anyway, I could have used ketchup on this pork, just to give it some variety. It was okay, but as I say, I can only eat so much of it. But then, they're offering me wine, and they have this Mateus bottles. I don't understand. They have this Mateus. There's a Portuguese wine that I'm very familiar with from when I was in Portugal. We used to drink it all the time. Even though I'm not a wine drinker, I'm not, but it was standard fare.
Right.
You couldn't get away from Mateus.
Yeah.
And I didn't know what the hell it was. I find out it's sort of an exotic wine in America, sort of, but there it was standard fare. So they have these Mateus bottles, and they're unsealing them, and they're saying it's their own wine. I don't know. Do you seal your own bottles with the Mateus label? I don't know. I don't know. It was weird to me. So anyway, they're offering me the wine. I said, no, I don't want the wine. No wine. And then after the meal's over, which we're down at the car, they bring me this big bottle of wine that's like in a water bottle, like these huge water bottles that you buy full of water. And it's all in this water bottle. I go, what the hell is this? They go, here, it's for Paula. I don't even know who the hell they knew who Paula was. And they give me this huge bottle of wine. I was like, what? What's this for? What is it? They go, it's for Paula. I go, no. I don't have room in my luggage for it. No. I can't take this. And it's like, I if I took it, I feel it might break and,
right,
wind up all my luggage.
Yeah.
No way I wasn't going to take that. I should have taken it and then given it. Well, I think Heather took it. I don't know, somebody took it. It's okay. But then I realized they were charging me for the wine.
Oh!
Charging all of us for the wine.
Oh!
I go, what the hell is this? And they're, friendly and inviting us there to come back and do this and go on all these jaunts and tours and,
How lame.
The potential son-in-law came in. Oh, you got to go to Braun Castle. I did not care for them.
Right.
But it was very aggressive. But this is common. It's not. I didn't care for them at all.
Yeah.
They apparently made some really good food, traditional food, but it's not what I cared for.
That's that East European feeling that all Americans are rich and they just, they gouge you. That's their method of gouging you.
I don't even know what it was. Heather thought that we weren't going to pay for it because when we went to Tamarinda's, she did everything. So she thought that was one type of Romanian hospitality. This was different. And what did it cost? It cost $30 each for a meal. Greg loved. I don't think Heather was too keen on it. She was much better behaved than I was, although I didn't get upset or anything. I think she kind of was probably my most exacerbated feeling of the whole trip.
Right.
Because it's just like I said, I don't like what's going on here. I didn't like the way I was being served. I didn't like the food. I just didn't like the whole experience. So anyway, they as they say, $30 is, it was nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like you'd spend $30 for a meal here. Well, you wouldn't spend that much for a meal here for the. And that's with the wine thrown on top. I said, this is very expensive. She said, yeah, it was very expensive. And you're basically in their living room. I mean, They have a table in their living room or whatever. It's like you go into their house. It's not like a restaurant.
Right.
It is like a restaurant, but it's not like a restaurant. It's like, it was kind of weird.
That's again Eastern European.
I don't know. It's so that's one type of Romanian hospitality. It's different. So, but back to Tamarinda's. She took us to her to the pension that her students and her have all built together. They have done the contracting work on it, and it was just being opened this Monday. There's students there, students that I know. They arrived, but I didn't see them because they were in Timisoara or someplace else. They hadn't arrived yet, so I didn't get to see any of the students that I know. As I left, they came. But we got to see the new building. It was totally incredible. New, just elegant. So then they take us to their house, which is a new house that they built. And I guess they said, Paula had told me they sold it, but that was inaccurate. They mortgaged it to help finish the pension, which is still got more work to do on it, but it basically is. And I got to see one secret place that said, "Don't tell Paula this." So when she goes there next, she'll be surprised. I got to see some, because Paula's seen it. She's seen it when it was under construction. So the students are just in love with this place. They will stay there. You know, they won't pay to stay there. They have a home. It's a group effort, and it's but and then we took it to their home, and they fed us. Again, this was like incredible desserts, incredible, and it was the conversation. It was so great. It was fantastic. And then I guess Heather had invited them to come stay at their house. And to me, that was the big thing. You know, I took Teo aside. I said, this is the biorhythm. This is it. The connection between the two of them was like, it's inseparable. Yes. And this is not something I was anticipating or looking for. I'm connecting my Anderson friends with my in-laws. David already knows them because he agreed to appear in 2016 or whenever it was on a conference, a Zoom conference. He appeared, and he, you know, as part of the event, Tamarinda's first event in the United States. So he already knew who they are, but Heather, it was Heather that connected so well and invited them to her home, which was so special to me because it's like I'm connecting two parties that are very important to me. And what was so amazing to me is this is my 12th trip to Romania. And it's like, when I first went into that valley, Sarmasichetus, I'm looking at the river and looking at some of the homes. I said, this place is out in the middle of nowhere. I said, this is so far away from everything. Who are these people who live here? I'm really wondering. I never dreamed that all of my repetitive trips back here would create a situation where I would not only feel at home, I would have a home. This is my home. This is my family. And, you know, I will probably at some point be staying in that house. It was just really incredible. I said, well, I've been seeding this for years and never intending. I mean, Tamarinda came here. She was facilitated on her trip to the United States. She stayed at my house. She had the event. What they did is what they did, but I helped facilitate it by my many adventures, not with Paula and with them. And it's, wow. And of course, she's had the school has been incredibly successful. And I would also say that when I first stayed and first interacted with Paula in 2014, she was on hard times. She was wasn't broke, but she was having issues. And this Romanian Russian psychic, the Gongpo monk, gave her a mantra to use. And the mantra fixed her. Everything started boom, 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 boom after that. And she's in her element. And boy, did she tell us stories. People coming to ask for help, giving help, asking for more help, giving help, just being very generous with her help. And some people coming, I guess what you'd say the weirdo faction.
That's always inescapable, yes.
From the government, like high-level people from the Vatican, from one story I can tell is that this is a good story, is that the curator of Sarmasijatuza, the guy who's in charge of keeping the park in place, his son wanted to do a video. He was doing probably a professional production. Every June 24th, there are these beings that come out in an area called Fete Alba, means white faces. I've been there at least twice. Fete Alba is known as it's called white faces because this was the last stronghold of the Dacians, and the women didn't have beards. They were in armor, so they had white faces, and they were fighting the Moorish army. The Moorish army, which were a legion of Romans. And this was their stronghold. So it's up in the mountains, not far from Sarmasijatuza. So at Fete Alba, every June 24th, these beings appear. I forget what they're called. I think it's like Trolla, or it's not Troll, but it's something like, I don't remember. But anyway, they appear. So anyway, this guy, son of the head of Sarmasijatuza, comes up there and has his video stuff and his crew out there. And these beings show up. They completely destroy his equipment. They just destroy it. Wow. But that's not so bad because he's trying to exploit. Yeah. He's the opposite of humble. He's exploiting these beings. Do they care about being exploited? No. Well, apparently they do. They rendered him impotent, sexually impotent.
Wow. Ooh.
So, the curator comes to her and, what can we do? And I think she said she has this line that she is on somebody from a very high level Vatican person. She says, I'm just an old lady in menopause. And I do. And because she's not going to help these people, because they need to learn humility. And I told a story once of somebody asking her to be president, and I told that story. There was two different people actually, and she was telling these people that I put it in my newsletter, which I did, and then I think that's maybe what brought the Vatican guy in. I don't know. It's like people are. I don't know who the hell's reading my newsletters.
Well, of course the authorities are.
I don't know how they could even really pay that much attention to them. But in any case, it was. I guess she said I shouldn't have said that, but she was laughing. She said this was meant for family, not for publication. I would have been happy not to publish it, but I said, who the hell's going to give a shit about this? This is in Romania. This is not in America. I'm writing to an American audience, not a Romanian audience. But I don't know. It can be a small world. And she said that many of the local people are, come up to her and what do they say? Something about Department Zero is, asking questions or something. She said that people can get spooked by her, although she's a remarkable lady, and it doesn't mean that I agree with her. It doesn't mean I disagree with her. She's a remarkable lady, and I had said to her, when we were driving to Sarmasijatuza, just before. I told her I accepted Paula, and she said to me, she stopped the car and she says, this is very good, because if you didn't, she would dry up and wilt like a flower. And she says, and it wouldn't be good for you either. Well, that was not an issue because I had already accepted her. And then I said to her at that point, I said, well, you are the heart of Sarmasijatuza. At that point, I really struck her heart because she is the heart. She's in concert with the spirits. She said something to me that was very riveting. She talked about Choclamina, and she says there are huge beings there, huge beings. Now, she just talked about the stuff at Fete Alba, and she's saying there's huge beings there. And these huge beings, you don't mess with them. You have to be very humble. You know, you're not there to show off your wisdom. I have been treated so appropriately, even beyond what I would request or expect, by the circumstances. And I suppose it has to do with the fact that I recognize these elements of nature, and she's saying, wow, these beings are huge. I think Teo said it as well. They're very big. So, you know, you just want to be very, very humble. And that really struck me. She told me that the oriflamme, there was quite a lot of chatter about the oriflamme, which is the lightning that comes up from the ground. It's not lightning, but it's a flame of gold that comes up from the ground near Choclavina Cave. And there's it's associated with treasure and bones. She said there are beings, there are beings buried or trapped, connected to the treasure and or the bones, and this flame is them trying to become free. Oh. This is another example of why we need to work with Douglas Dietrich, because this ties right into things he said about the heart projects. So now we're dealing with trapped beings. Now at the same time you have these enormous beings that are huge. We're also dealing with trapped beings, if her statement is accurate. And I don't believe it's inaccurate. It makes sense. Yes. But as I say, I have to take everything with circumspection and consider everything. She also told me that August 12th and this month was the Day of Ghosts. Yes. And I said, Douglas Dietrich talks about this in Chinese. Yes. I said, this is Romanian. She says, yes, it is. It's the same. Incredible. And I find that very interesting.
Absolutely. That's incredible. I'm profoundly impressed.
Yeah, there were times when I thought if you were there, you know, sitting there having dessert with us or whatever, you would have been having a great old time.
Oh, I would have.
Yeah. And then, you know, I also think of all the, you know, infrastructure necessary. Like L. Ron Hubbard once said in one of his tapes, and it was very, very, he's the only one I've ever heard say this. I'm sure other people have said it, but he said it so clearly. He says, when you read about 20,000 troops in the old days, Roman army, or he said, or whatever army it is, he says, you know, 20,000 troops, you know, going from Italy to Austria or whatever. He says, they don't tell you that there's 5 times as many other people there as infrastructure to feed them and house them and, you know, your Corps of Engineers or whatever.
Yeah.
He said there's a tremendous infrastructure that goes with 20,000 troops. It's not just 20,000 troops that are, you know, carrying their own toilet paper and stuff, or whatever they used, and food. There's a whole other crew that is much bigger, bigger than the amount of troops. So I'm saying, you know, what would be the infrastructure to take you and make sure everything is copacetic for you? You know, not to suggest that you're a prima donna.
Understood.
It's not about prima donna. It's about making sure that the needs are met that are necessary so that there are no flaps. You know, and speaking of which, I heard from JoJo today. She called me. Wonderful. She wanted to hear about the trip, and she was very excited. I know she wants to go next year. Her child would have fit in seamlessly at Atlanticron.
Yes.
She would have had a great time, Alana. But yeah, so JoJo's got me scheduled to be in Massachusetts on November 12th, a Saturday, to do a Qigong workshop. Excellent. In Seekonk, Massachusetts. So it was really good to talk to her and, you because I haven't spoken to her in a long time. So, and she was like my best friend there for a couple of months.
Yeah.
She still is, but I just don't have, she's been very busy, and so have I. So that we'll talk soon, she said. So we'll get back to some of the stuff we've talked about with you.
Excellent.
Yeah. So this was a tremendous, the biorhythm was the connection of the Andersons with the Mawson family. And it was just very nice just to have them connect. Teo will be coming with Tamarinda's children in September. They're not going to be in the Anderson neighborhood. They're going to be going to Florida.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Because this is what they're interested in. Orlando, very curious to see Miami. And they were talking about Key West. I said, don't go to Key West. Go to Key Largo. No, because it's a long trip.
Yes.
And, you'll see enough, non-conventional stuff. But Paula had said, she was down in Miami Beach. She said it was like, a lot of topless, overweight people. Hispanic.
Yes. Yeah. Not attractive people.
Yeah, and of course that sort of thing is much more shocking to her than it is to me. I don't get shocked by it. I'm not, I guess she's probably got over her culture shock with it. And I recommended Key Largo because Key Largo, you can, it's not so populated and you can go snorkeling. She didn't know what snorkeling was, so I had to explain it to her.
Ah, okay.
I think that would be fun.
Yes.
But in any case, but that connection has been made. It's like you can feel the connection is meant to be, and it's connecting my, Romanian family with my, for lack of a better word, my time travel family. And you can't underestimate that David brought me to Romania in the first place. And all of this that has grown and expanded and whatnot. And he's been interested in ham radio since he was very young. I did not know this. So he's pushing the ham radio. He has invented this transmitter. It's for use in ham radios, and another device. It's for what they call fox hunting, trying to find, signals. It's an exercise in trying to find signals, radio direction finding. So it's Heather is going to stay in Romania next year because there's a wedding in early September. Gabby Rapanovich, Serene's daughter, is getting married early September, so she will stay for that. They're very close, and that will enable her to come to the workshop, the dream workshop that we do in Choclavina next year. So that's convenient. David had no idea she'd be teaching. She'd be teaching there. I had her teaching right away. She had herself teaching there right away. She fit in seamlessly with the camp, and he was surprised to hear that. And she said he would be very interested in teaching the scouts. Although I don't expect any scouts to be there while we're there because I'm renting the camp. And I might fill it up. I don't intend to fill it up, but you never know.
Right.
And so he might come there subsequently. We're going to try to get him to Atlanticron next year. He hasn't been in a long time. And there's definitely the implication that they will be coming out of the woodwork. I was very sensitive about even revealing her status as his wife. And she said that that obviously that it was beginning to become a bit of an impediment to not do it.
Right.
because there were various logistical things. So it's not that big of a deal. She has to consistently deal with trolls.
Right.
Can we stop that
It's not
Skype
me.
stuff?
I have no idea where that's coming from. So let me take a look at the Skype.
Well, maybe
I honestly thought that was coming from your end, and I thought somebody was trying to communicate with you. Joe Tai is muted, so
see what it's really irritating.
yeah, it's awful. It's like you said, it was like Luke Skywalker's lightsaber that is like it being turned on or something like that. I have no idea where that was coming from. That could be just electronic harassment from the NSA. Honestly, it's not me. It's that's why I maintained silence about it. I thought it was coming from.
I'm just wondering what it is.
Yeah,
because that is a Skype.
it's a Skype sound. It's a Skype.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't.
Yeah. So
it could be coming from my computer.
It's whatever it is. It seems to have stopped now. Once we took notice of it, it seems to have stopped. So that's the good news. And so yeah, by all means, go on. I think of course everybody has been waiting for this report, and you've been so good about it. It's important.
Well, yeah, there's so much more. I mean, this is basically the guts of what happened. But I was saying that it's context is everything, and I'm finding my role. My clairvoyance friend had said my third eye opened tremendously while I was there, and yes, it has. That doesn't mean I'm doing Ingo Swann stuff. It means that by Ingo Swann stuff, I'm saying telling what's happening in distant places or remote viewing, that sort of thing. What it does mean is I can kind of see the future, right, or alignment of certain information. What does that mean? What does the future mean? There is a tremendous amount of positivity that.
There we go again. Oh my God.
That is Nicole.
Oh, that's Nicole. Okay.
My friend Nicole, and I gotta. But how can I find her? How can I find her? I'm going.
How does one do that? I guess the problem is once those notifications happen, you'd have to find her in your contacts. You go down to our contacts and see if you can.
In contacts.
Yeah. And just see if you can see her and maybe see what she said. And
I say invite participants more. Turn off incoming video. Turn.
And by the way, I just want everyone to know that there's such a comfort in having Peter back with us. Just the reassurance of his presence is more than I can express. Really, he's such a blessing because he is able to buy me so much time to just really get my head together with everything that's been happening lately. Before he leaves tonight, we'll enter into what happened to myself, of course, and there's just kind of go briefly through that. And of course, if we don't cover it all tonight, what happened to myself while he's here, he and I can go over that again gladly on Sunday night. But right now, of course, it's important that he does receive these incoming communications. With what he's been through, they might actually be something important. So that's definitely, shall we say, he seems to be responding to them now.
Well, I am. I found the screen,
yes.
And let's see. She was in Tibet.
Okay.
My Tibet was very interesting. I tried the most isolated peaks. She can go into Tibet because she's in China and she's also Romanian. And Romanians can get into China and they can get into Russia. Something an American can't go into Russia right now.
Right.
But anyway, so it's very nice to hear from her. But in any case, we'll get back to what I was saying about Um,
Oh, just everything in general. We were talking about, of course, the sense of family that you had in some of these places, and of course now that you're home, you were talking about the future, not in
well,
the
yeah, yeah, and I'm very positive. I was talking about Heather and the, the security around David. It's like she's had to deal with it, and she's in a much better place to deal with it. Just like I have to deal with it. I have a filter of people trying to get to David,
yeah.
and I've always been very protective of that. And so we understand each other on that way. She's much closer to him than I am, and she's also into Young Living, essential oils.
Wow.
She grew up in a Mormon family
Oh.
in Rochester.
Oh my God! In Rochester, New York, no less. Did you say? Or
Well, yeah, because that's right near Palmyra, which is Morgan, which is Mormon Central.
Right. Wow.
She knew the pageants. She'd been to the pageants, so so she's not an LDS person anymore, but she comes from that sort of a family and whatnot. But so she's into Young Living, so I explained what I explained in the last broadcast about PTSD and essential oils. It's it's a factor in healing. So, but to move beyond that, so that was all clarified, and I got so many questions. I kind of shared all my information with her and got all my questions answered, that she could answer. I do, by David's own statement, he had said, I don't think it's too long before you'll be able to, visit the lab. What that means, I don't know. That doesn't seem to be happening anytime soon. However, my clairvoyant said things, she says, I'm going to be really busy, which I'll be busy even if things stay the same. There's a lot of stuff coming down the pike. Energy has to move. As I sat and was talking to my, friend who's the, head of Freemasonry, basically, in Romania, it's like I felt like I was going through an initiation.
Right.
But then, just because I'm not a Mason, but it was like just talking to him, I said, the gateways have got open. As I talked to Andre Kiriak about the film, the money has to come for this stuff. It's it's time. Enough of the bullshit. It's no longer, I'm 70, almost 70 years old. We don't need to play patty cake anymore with the reasons why not to do certain things. So, I don't have any attachment to it, but it's time for things to get done. It's time for certain things to get done. And by the way, I don't know if I told you this. I may well have. The first thing he said to me, he congratulated me on the book I did with you.
Yes, delightful.
Yeah, he knew about that.
Yes.
He said he'd seen it online. I mean, I must think he got it tipped off. He didn't have any issue with it.
Oh.
But I'm saying is, when you're in a position like he is, he sees the whole chess game from above.
Yes.
He sees energy. He was telling me about some girl, this girl, and all of a sudden I said, yeah, I said, she's in love with you. He was really shocked that I knew so much. I said, it's really kind of obvious. I know she's in love with you. I know because I people tell me stuff, and he made it very clear. He says, I'm totally dedicated to my wife and kids. They mean everything to me, which I totally believe him. It's like, and he said he has so many friends. It's not funny, and he's been very good to me. So, he said he's just stressed. We've been friends for so long. He wanted to meet with me, before I left, but it didn't work out because he had an emergency. So but I felt like I was like passing through these gateways of, he was saying things to me he hadn't said before. It was very nice. And it's time for things to happen. So we just had this incredible good day. Now that was on the 11th. That was the 10th. On the 11th, we went to a place called Redstone, where we climbed, and we ate at another traditional place, which was fine. This place was fine. Here, I bought a bottle of wine. It wasn't forced on me.
Right.
I bought a bottle of wine for the guy at the camp.
Yes.
It's $12. It's good wine. $12 for a bottle of wine. Sound cheap to you?
Yes. Yes, it does.
Yeah, it was a bargain.
The American dollar goes so far in Romania. It does.
Well, yeah. I mean, and they, this wine is made in the backyard practically.
Yeah.
And, and the thing was, they brought me a dish that was, I think, half polenta and half, what was it? I don't remember. Whatever it was, I said, you got to take half this stuff off the plate. I don't even want to look at it. Maybe take half off the plate. And I ate the half, fine. Don't give me the whole thing. I mean, they wrapped up the other part. Daniel or somebody else ate it.
Oh my God.
And Heather eats vegetarian. So, she had to have a special this, that, or the other thing. But because the Romanians, if you go to Romania, you might get ready to eat pork. Because you have pork, and pork.
Cool.
And in Atlanticon one night, after they had all these hamburgers up on a tray. I said, oh God, I was still hungry. I said, I'm only going to get a hamburger. I get the hamburger, and it's pork. It's not a hamburger. It's not even ground pork. Ground pork might have been good. It's just a slab of pork. I ate it. It was good, but it wasn't a hamburger. Pork, and more pork. And then if you're a vegetarian, you're not going to eat the pork. And Greg had a hard time with polenta because I guess he had too much of it. Mm-hmm. And polenta, they'll serve you, like when I say a bowl, I mean a big bowl.
Yes.
Big plate of polenta with a bunch of sour cream on it. And it's like, if they served 1/4 of that, it would be okay. It'd be enough to fill me. Don't serve me a whole bowl. Polenta is best with chicken and gravy. And yeah, my ex-wife's grandmother used to make it. Wonderful. It was delicious. It was delicious. But, not as a meal in itself. One of the worst meals I ever had in Romania was at a restaurant where they served, this was at the beginning of the tour I did with Jeanette Crawley. We were at this restaurant. They served polenta with spinach and sour cream. And it was horrible. And even the Romanians, there were many Romanians on the tour. They said it was horrible too. They were shocked at what a crummy dinner it was. And there was soup and bread. And we went back to that same place for our goodbye dinner. Uh-huh. Best meal I ever had. It was just tremendous. It was everything you could imagine was on the menu. They did a super job. I couldn't believe, they did it was the worst meal I ever had and the best meal I ever had at that restaurant. Incredible. I don't know. It's like food can be, it fluctuates. It fluctuates. I suppose it fluctuates anywhere. But this was August 11th, we went to Redstone, which is, if you look back from a mountain, it's very impressive. It looks like this big red cliff. And we drove up as far as we could at my insistence. I didn't, because you can take a long hike there if you want. And then we walked up a, fairly steep place, maybe went quarter to a half a mile. And then you're up on this sort of mesa-like thing with a big ancient wall. And I was told to go there by Andre Kiriak. He said, do the testing of the, the EMF there. We got a little bit of reads. My clairvoyant friend said it's very important that I went there. It seems to be energetic. I don't know what to say. We went there. We ate at this place where, we had a decent meal. And then that night when we came back, German, he said he was going to do fine dining for us. He said, we're going to have fine dining. There was a gourmet chef there who cooked us up some, I think he called it couscous. Paula says it's not couscous. It's called grisa, not gris, but grisa or something like that.
Wow, almost like grits.
It wasn't grits. Grits is, there is gris, which is grits. This was like little pieces of, it was like couscous. It was thicker than couscous, but it was good. The meal was delicious, very simple, very delicious. And then German brought the wine out. I thought it was the wine I bought him. No, it was other wine. And then he had Vale, who's one of the scoutmasters, play the guitar for us and sing for us. He tried to give us as good a fine dining experience as he could under very, I guess what you call rustic conditions. It was very nice of him. And he's just a very wonderful man, German. And the funny thing was, he said he was listening to me talk on Michael Sala.
Mm-hmm.
He was listening to me talk with Michael Sala. He was, and he said that he heard me talking about Chuck Levine. I didn't even mention his name. He was really touched by that.
Yes.
Listening in English.
Yes.
It was very incredible how far around the world that Michael Sala's interview with me has gone.
Yes, that's right.
So, he will be reading your book before long. That could be very interesting. That could be another whole dynamic of interest in your book. So that was August 11th. And then Heather had mentioned that Tamarinda had told her, or Teo had said, we'll visit, we want to see you again. Now, I didn't find out until about midday. So, we started trying to call them and finally agreed to meet with them the next day at 7. And we'd meet back at the, back at the pension where they had bought us dinner and would buy us dinner again. And we went to Hunadora with the castle, had that experience, and then made our way up to Kostest. Kostest is the name of a town, but it's also the name of a fortress that was a defense, and it's a very incredible place. Tamarinda had done an initiation with me there when I was there in 2014. And she did one on this other lady who had come to visit us. And when she finished that initiation, the thunder came. Boom! And the rain started. That was incredible. Just right. Her timing was impeccable. So we spent another evening with them, and that was very special. What was a special moment to me was, though, I said to her, she was talking about all the outrageous things she says or does to people. And I said, well, if I say something like that, Paula will, come down on me. She'll give me a hard time. And she looks at me and she says, I am not married to Paula. And, and I told Paula that, and Paula laughed. She thought it was very funny.
She has a great sense of humor. Paula is.
Well, she did then. She doesn't always. She didn't. She didn't have a great sense of humor tonight when we're getting along very well, and she didn't have a great sense of humor tonight when because in Tamarinda's house, she has this beautiful cherry blossom tree. Mm-hmm. It's not a cherry blossom tree. It's lights. It lights up. like a tree light, like lights.
Yeah.
They're not cherry blossoms. They're lights that look like cherry blossoms.
Cool.
And I said, Heather wanted one. I said, oh, I want one too.
Mm-hmm.
I have the exact spot to put it.
Mm-hmm.
And when I mentioned that to Paula tonight, she got upset, not upset, but she says, why don't you finish this house first? Why don't you clean up this house? Well, frankly, I haven't had time. And she doesn't want me talking about anything until I get X, Y, Z done. But, it's okay to dream. And it might be overkill. I have so much off the wall lighting in this house, in this downstairs, that it's not funny. I've got the Moroccan light on now. It looks beautiful. Wonderful. But yeah, well, anyway, she says they put together, a couple of buildings and, in a year and a half, and, you haven't done X, Y, Z. And well, they have a whole crew working under them. Paula doesn't realize, I can't hire somebody to do the sniggly little stuff I have to do. And if I did, they'd screw it up.
Yes.
Because, somebody, you're not going to find a craftsman that's going to do these little jobs on Long Island. It's a disaster.
Yeah.
She doesn't know that. But it's okay. It's all good.
Yes.
Whether I get the cherry tree or not, we'll see. They're not expensive. But anyway, she showed us we had a good evening with her. It was very beautiful. That was the 12th. And then we went back on the 13th. And the 13th was driving back from Transylvania. And, each time Daniel went up that road that he had such a hard time, it got easier and easier because he knew what he was doing. He was now acclimated.
Excellent.
So if we go next year, he's going to get somebody else to drive with him, have a couple of vans probably. And that other driver's going to, have his metal tested, because a van's not as easy to drive as a smaller car. And you might just have to get everybody to step out of the van and go up the hills and stuff, get out the luggage. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But when we get out of closer into Choclavina, he said something very interesting. He goes, now we're going into the deep forest, which was true. Yeah. It's like Sarmasijatusa and the area where they live, there's plenty of forest around, but it's civilized in compared to Choclavina, where you're in deep forest. There's no question about it. You're in deep forest. So it's like, theoretically, could I be, well, this is the thing. When I go to Choclavina next year, I want 12 people, and it's going to be camping conditions. But it's not camping. It's camping with a couple of hot showers that work most of the time, a couple of toilets. Never had a problem waiting in line for a toilet. And then electricity went out on us once, but we do have electricity. We have refrigerators. We have stoves. But I could do this seminar in at a pension at a hotel in Transylvania that's much more comfortable and cozy. But it takes all the edge off the experience. It's not nature. It's I don't want to do that.
Okay.
And I'm not somebody who loves camping, by the way. I'm not a camper.
Right.
I spent 2 weeks effectively camping, one at Atlanticron. It's not camping because they say we have facilities. I know David used to go up to Mount Whitney, go up with a few cans of beans,
Jesus,
spend a holiday.
In good shape. Yes.
Yeah, I mean that's not me. I'm not somebody who likes to camp or who does camp, but this is as close as I get to it, and I do it, and it's fine. But I don't want to do this seminar in the Marriott or the equivalent thereof. It could be done here on here in the States. One would like some natural ambiance, natural atmosphere. In Shasta, we use the Masonic Lodge, but that's okay because you're surrounded by nature up there. It's, you're not in, there are hotels and whatnot, but they're kind of cozy that you could do seminars in. But, you just step right outside the building and there's Mount Shasta.
Yes.
So you do have the feeling of nature up there. It was quite acceptable conditions.
Excellent.
And I wouldn't even mind doing one of these seminars there, whatever these things are that we're going to do. So we, had a very emotional goodbyes because you're leaving this place. It's like Chalklebeen is now home to me. That camp is home. I'm a member of the tribe, even if I'm there once a year. Then we drove back, and after we stopped at that, place that I wasn't so fond of, and Greg loved, it's fine. We all have different opinions. But we stopped at at Daniel's, the driver's idea, to stop at a mineral bath.
Wow.
Now, the one he wanted to go to was full, so we went to another one. Basically, you're walking into a swimming pool. There's a couple of swimming pools with nobody who speaks English. And it was Greg stayed outside. He didn't want to go. So Daniel and Heather and I went in and we, indulged ourselves in the mineral water for better part of an hour. And they had some jets where you could get, the jacuzzi effect on your back or whatnot.
Great.
That was nice. It was so relaxing. We're driving home it's a whole day of driving. You stop in the middle. You have a meal. You get the water jets on you. It makes the rest of the trip very, enjoyable. So that was good. I will probably recommend that on the way back of the trip next year.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
If the group is agreeable to it. As I say, it was like, I think $12.50 to get in. And very reasonable. And they also had masseuses there.
Wow.
I didn't have time for them, and they were reasonable too. I didn't have time to indulge myself on that. It would have been nice. And then, okay, so this was a remarkable thing. We went back to, there was another neat experience I had with Kathleen, the guy who arranged for me to stay. When he came to Atlanticron, his wife, she's a psychologist, and she had a patient, and the patient gave her a book. It was one of my books. I don't know which one. I assume it was the Montauk Project. He was a patient going to her for his psychological problems. He gave her the book and says, I want you to read this book.
Wow.
Like he found it existentially disturbing, enlightening, whatever. And she didn't say a word that she knew me. She gave her husband the book to give to me to sign. He didn't bring it. I mean, I never signed it. So I, called him up and said, he couldn't meet with me. I wanted to meet with him and buy him dinner and thank him for all the work he did, but he still wasn't feeling that good. He says, no. So, I didn't get to sign the book. I don't know, but it's very interesting. I don't know what she's going to tell him, that she knows me or whatnot. But that was an interesting coincidence. So then I go to the airport. This is the airport in Bucharest. And as I'm, waiting in line. The lady at the ticket counter motions me over, and I look. I usually don't talk to these people at all.
Uh-huh.
And I said to her, I said, "How are you today?" She said, "I'm very tired." And she speaks very heavy accent. Her English isn't that good, but it's okay. And she said, "I'm very tired." It must be adequate or she couldn't work there. And I'm very tired. I said, "Oh, I was giving her some sympathy or whatever." And then we got to talking, and she says, there was I think I was telling her about, I was married to a Romanian and whatnot and all this. And then she tells me that there was this big storm in Hateg, Deva. Now I was just there in Deva and Hateg.
Wow.
That was that's where Hunador is. And she said the storm come up from the ground. And when it comes up from the ground, she didn't know the name of the storm. It was a certain type. She wanted to call it a megalithic storm. I looked up megalithic storm and I didn't see anything under that name.
It sounds like she's thinking of another term and misusing that term.
But she says the storm comes up from the ground, and when it does, it heals anything in your body.
Wow.
Like, if you've got bone issues and stuff, and she says it's very healing. It occurred. And I said, I've never heard of that, but I was just there. And she says, yes, it's energy. She says, I work with energy. So I don't talk about this with other people. And then I told her who I was. She said she would look at my book. She gave me her card. And she's an energy person. She said she has a rental company for cars. Maybe we'll get the rental van from her next year. I don't know. But it was a very interesting connection. And then she tells me this stuff about storms. I've never heard of this stuff. I'm going to dialogue with her, and hopefully she'll answer me.
Right.
But she was a very interesting lady, very unique, very unique. And then I get to taking the airplane to France. And we're late. And when I get to, and she put the priority on my luggage because she knew I didn't have much time in France. It was like hour and 40 minutes, but the plane was late. So when I get to France, to Paris, I have to maneuver, and I'm walking my ass off through this airport. I'm not going to run. You're not supposed to run in airports.
Right.
They don't tell you that because you're decompressing.
Yeah.
And finally, after getting on this bus, I realized I got to go through security again.
Right.
Don't want to go through security because it's time consuming. And there's this lady. She looks Haitian. I don't know if she is. And I said, are you going to New York? She says, yeah. I said, we got to get through security. And she goes to priority. There's nobody there. And I just go to the French lady. I say, can we get, I said, we got to get into New York. She was very weird. She didn't say no. She didn't say yes. She says, points to the line. So I just stepped up to the front of this lane with this lady. I said, here, you go. And we got through. I said, don't run. She ran anyway. We go to the gate. They say, you got to go to the very last gate, the very last one. And I get there and I say, I was the last one. He says, put your number, put your barcode. And it wouldn't do anything. He says, go over and see this guy, see my colleague there. He takes my stuff. He goes into, he says, do you speak English? Or do you speak French? I said, no. He says, that's okay. He says, you've been upgraded to business class. Boom.
Wow.
And so it was so relaxing to fly home business class. I haven't been upgraded in a long time. And it was just, it meant that it was the cherry on top of the trip.
Yes.
To have that. And, but I couldn't eat. The second meal they gave us was salmon. I could not eat salmon. I couldn't eat it. Tried.
Wow.
In a bun.
Wow.
I could not eat it. I had to tell him to go get me some fruit.
Right. Why do you think that was?
I can't eat salmon.
Okay.
I detest it. It's not. it's like I just can't eat it.
Maybe it's because
Never like
it's the only fish that retains fat. So maybe that's the reason why. It probably
it's the taste of it. It just it doesn't have a lot. I can eat it as a piece of sushi. I can eat it in a, or if maybe it's served as, what do they call the raw fish sushi? Just the raw.
Yeah, right. Yeah, sashimi.
Yeah, yeah. I might eat it like that, or I definitely could eat it if it was in a roll, in a sushi roll. But when it's just served, it's just very unappetizing to me. Right. Grouper I can eat. I'm not a fan of fish at all. Grouper has always probably been my favorite fish because it's not very fishy. But I have a hard time with fish. Salmon, no. Can't. Tried, took a bite out of it. I said, I can't do it. And he said he had no fruit, but he did bring me 3 pieces of fruit. I guess he got it from first class. I don't know where the hell he got it. But he did. And so that was a very, and the best part was being picked up by Paula when I got there. But they did not get my luggage, so I had to go report that. And they brought it to me the next day. So it was a great trip. The lady at the end was really great with the energetic lesson. So I have, an agenda for next year, and I will have notified Stephanie that I'm back. And, Stephanie's the type of person that'll, go in a cave or be in darkness for a week. Right. Says, I'll see you in a week. So, she's going to help me plan out the quote unquote curriculum for next year. Right. And that's going to be big because the astrology is so fantastic. Yes. So that's, I don't know if I missed anything.
Oh, whatever you miss, we can go through on Sunday. There's no problem. We've got the future in which to relay much of what has happened. And
well, I got the newsletter coming out. When I started I wrote many of the events on the way home, but when I began to look at my past newsletter, there's a whole context here that's very rich. And this is what I was alluding to earlier, a very rich context of when I was talking about building the set for Transylvania Sunrise. What we're trying to do is build a, Shambhala, even to build a time reactor, a mock time reactor, or a dummy time reactor with orange crates, or, and this might be something to do with Heather because she's into sci art, mixing science with art. We build something with bells and whistles. It's a mock time reactor. It's like you're creating a sympathetic resonance with the actual time reactor. You've heard the story probably about the ritual Aleister Crowley did in the Ashdown Forest to bring Rudolf Hess to England.
Right. But you'll need to refresh all our memories about that. I couldn't relay any details.
Well, I don't remember the details that well, but it basically got it was something like a paper mache airplane and a string, and it kind of, flew it on a from a tree. It came down and landed. It was a whole ritual done in the Ashdown Forest to bring, to induce Hess to fly to England, Britain. And people took great umbrage with that. Oh, it didn't happen. No, I didn't do it.
Why would they? I don't understand why they'd be in denial. Is that somehow it implicates Britain in the Satanism it's always been implicated in, or
they weren't doing it to protect Satanism. They're doing it just because that's what they are. They're trolls without, officially being trolls. They just troll. Yeah. Mark Roberts, he knew about it. He said, yeah, it was done. He knew people that were there. So, it's people just react and deny. If you have a report of some I think when O.J. Simpson was first, arrested, one of my friends said, "No, he couldn't do that. No, not O.J." It's like, and she wasn't a football fan. She just really, I guess, liked his smile.
Yeah. Yes.
So it's like, okay, not O.J. It's like, okay, people just react because it offends their, sensibilities of reality. So, yeah, the psychological blocks on even engaging somebody on the time reactor are astounding. Now, because I've had a specialized understanding of it, because it's coincided with my professional interests and, self-assigned job duties, which are, self-assigned, but they're also in concert with what I do. And it's like I have a specialized understanding, and it's like I'd like to share that specialized understanding with people who are more engineering or technically oriented. Greg would be perfect for this because he has an engineering mindset, and an engineer can basically, he's trained to do anything, right, if he's given the parameters. So like, okay, it's an idea, it's a concept. Let's get it out there. Perhaps on Sunday we'll go deeper into the Douglas Dietrich connection with all of this, because of the entities, the censorship surrounding entities, this sort of richness because I should say that what I had analyzed in my special edition with the raccoon story, which I told, and the unicorns, is that the Choclavina Cave area is symbolic of a bigger concentration of energy that the Ark of the Covenant was a small concentration of. Yes. So you have this tremendous energy that's perhaps less harnessed than the Ark of the Covenant. And also, I cannot dismiss, when we mention the Day of the Ghosts,
yes,
the Well of Souls, in the movie, the Raiders of the Lost Ark, they find the Ark is erroneously identified as being in the Well of Souls. Well, the Well of Souls is supposedly in the movie, I think, in Tanis, Egypt. Okay. But the actual Well of Souls is beneath the Dome of the Rock, okay, which was Solomon's temple. It all depends how you look at it. But the Well of Souls is all those dead ancestors at the base of the Mount of Olives. Okay. This is the summation of souls, the Well of Souls. So those souls are, antiquity. So when we talk about beings being trapped with treasures, when we think about Egypt and beings tied to those tombs or whatever, these are issues. Now, another interesting thing was my friend, another psychiatrist friend, Ovidio. I've known him since 2008. And he was one of the first people I saw at Atlanticron in the evening, and he, embraced me, and we sat down talking for a long time. He also insisted on buying me a non-alcoholic beer made of grapefruit, Bergen beer. It's made of grapefruit. It's non-alcoholic. Very interesting. He was telling me about a science fiction story he wrote. Mm-hmm. And I never forget one night at Atlanticron, I was getting up at 2:30 in the morning to go to the bathroom. I'm crossing the upper deck, and I see him reading a science fiction book at candlelight to all these young people. Yeah. I mean, that's how dedicated, these people are. And he's a science fiction writer. He doesn't make money from writing it. He's a professional psychiatrist. And he told me this story where he'd at a plasma field.
Mm-hmm.
And the plasma field had consciousness. I forget what the plasma field was about, but I said, David Anderson's time reactor is like a plasma field. I said, therefore, it must have consciousness. And I started to engage him, and then he left, and he disappeared. Turned out he was sick.
Oh my
I hope I
God.
didn't sick. He had upset stomach. He stayed away. I didn't see him for days later, and I went to say hi to him and eat with him. He basically said he couldn't talk.
Oh my
We eventually
God.
did talk, but he got sick, an upset stomach or something. So I didn't, he kind of laid low. And, but the idea of a plasma field having consciousness was very interesting to me because it, well, what is the consciousness of time, of a time field? It's just like if Japanese see robots with consciousness,
Yes.
if they see inanimate matter with consciousness, why not a plasma field?
Yes.
And what is the consciousness of the plasma field? What is the consciousness of time itself? But back with the Ark of the Covenant theme and the Well of Souls, there is, this is where beings, the idea of the unicorn skin covering the Ark, covering the Holy of Holies, very interesting concepts, because the way I've written about this and the way I've presented it has all it does is amplify it in my mind, amplify it in my consciousness, and create a more concentrated focus. And actually going to Transylvania and to the Valley of the Golden Thrones with all this tremendous gold, and don't think the gold wasn't talked about, not as a place to mine treasure from. You don't want to take the gold. You want to be there because it supercharges your consciousness. And all of this, that's exactly what it does. And this is what I'm trying to do with this event next year,
Right.
is supercharge the consciousness. And but the best part of supercharging the consciousness is this tie-in to Shambhala and to cultivate that. I'm going to have people talking about their dreams. I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth or in their minds of what their dreams. Jonathan Shalimar, who I talked to today, is very interested in going. I said, you're perfect, because we need a guitar player there.
Right.
Because for the campfire at night, that's part of the experience.
That would be.
Yeah. So I said, yeah. You don't need to bring a guitar. I said, there'll be one there for you. They're so damn resourceful. Garamond is so damn resourceful. I see him, he doesn't have the right guitar string, so he starts shaving off the guitar string. He's like, he's got a knife, he's cutting the guitar string. And then he gets an internet connection and what do you call it, a tuner. I've never seen this before. He's tuning the guitar with a program.
Oh.
Bing, bing, G string or whatever it was,
Yeah.
And he's just boom, like, okay, I made the string. It works. He plays the song, it works.
Holy shit.
And when we go to the cave, I got a flat tire. He's got a compressor. He goes, gets a compressor in the back. Tire's fixed in 5 minutes. I said, is that going to leak? He goes, I don't know. It never did seem to leak. But I mean, incredibly resourceful. Of course, he is a scout leader. They're taught to be resourceful.
Yeah.
So, it was just an amazing, fun experience. And that's an overview, but there's so much more.
Yes.
And the more has to do with focusing and positivity. I want to say something about positivity. It can't help but hurt, or it can't help but help you.
You.
One of the things that was the most, I don't know what's enlightening or helpful in what I experienced with the upper levels of Scientology is that basically you're unburdening yourself of psychological debris.
Yes.
And, people can conceive of having debris. The problems is some people don't know when to stop. They start creating more debris than is there. That's like a obsessive compulsive disorder. Anyway, you get rid of the debris, and it's like, wow, you realize you feel peace and positivity.
Mm-hmm.
And the key when you have peace and positivity is to remember that peace and positivity is available to you anytime you want to access it.
Yes.
Now, it can be more challenging if you're being bombarded, like my wife is being bombarded with endless calls. There's not enough emails. There's not enough of her to go around.
Wow.
So it becomes very frustrating.
Is this all to do with her work?
Yeah. In other words, they're supposed to hire three people.
Uh-huh.
She needs 3 people to direct. And, her boss is going on vacation, I think on Friday. She's not going to help her anyway. The over guy is not going to be there till Monday. He's away on vacation or away somewhere. And, he says, I'll have people in September. The odds of him hiring anybody who's any good are low.
Mm-hmm.
Although, and then she needs to hire the people so she can see if they're any good. There's no way he could tell if they're any good. He's too stupid. I know this.
Yes.
Because he doesn't even know, he doesn't even understand. She could do the job better than his job. He's got a big executive job. She could do it far better than he could.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell this, because I know her and I know him of him. He didn't know what he's doing. His father is the HR director. It's kind of a conflict of interest,
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're not even Portuguese, So, because it's a Portuguese company. But I'm just saying it's like, so she's like, God, it's tough. So, but the thing is, so she doesn't have time to relax. I said, you just can't take this seriously. But if you can remember that your head is clear.
Yeah.
And you can relax, that's half the game. So what I'm saying is Shambhala, or the next best thing, is just remembering that it's there and focusing on it. Yeah. Where your mind goes, your energy goes. So I'm only realizing as I talk to you now, how being in that environment of the Valley of the Golden Thrones and this, couple more things. Yeah. Teo, my brother-in-law, said that if you dig further than 70 centimeters where they live, you have to get a permit.
Wow.
Because of the gold content.
Ah, incredible.
They don't want you digging up in the gold. Now, I don't think you're going to find much gold 70 centimeters underneath, but you get much deeper, you could. It's filled with it. And he also said that the caves around Summer and Zajatuza, at least 12, have been sealed up, and they have the what are they called? No one pronounce them, the Gendarmeria. They are the police. There's in Romania they have regular police. They would do traffic tickets or whatnot like that. They have the military. In between those two is the Gendarmeria, and they are the special police. Right. And they have these guys posted outside the cave. They seal up the caves, and they post people. It's not enough that they seal them up with cement. They put people there in front of them to protect, entrance from the cave. And the question becomes, are you stopping people from coming in the cave or stopping them from coming out? Right. And Teo said that, stopping them from coming out doesn't matter because they're not going to use those entrances. So they're holding up the caves. And they're holding up more caves or blocking more caves. So I'm glad I've had my cave experiences. Yes. Somebody said it's remarkable that I got into the cave under such conditions. I don't know if it's that remarkable. It was fortuitous. So, but that, I've been decompressing from the trip. In other words, my head is still in Transylvania. To come back to my office was a bit of a shock. Pleased at how relatively clean it was, because I really cleaned a lot of things. I still got a pile of stuff to deal with, but it was much more orderly than maybe in past years, or it could have been. So I'm still, I've got my bags unpacked, getting caught up with my admin, and that means I'll be able to, focus and work. But so I'm saying, but that experience there in the valley, being exposed to all that gold, I want, if you're still listening, I want you to think about that. That might be something we'll dialogue about. Just the experience of being in the consciousness of all this gold. I've been there many times before, but appreciation is everything. And if I have this seminar, this is, Jonathan Shalimar has his own ideals and goals. He's working with, certain, I forget what he calls them. I'm not going to misquote him. He's got his whole energetic thing. JoJo, if she comes, she's got her ascension stuff. She's got her ascension. It goes bigger than what she's doing now. Stephanie has the law of time. I have, my friend Chad. I hope he's coming. I think he intends to come. He's doing all sorts of stuff. One of his goals is to get the work of Dan Tony out, which I can help him with if I have time. Dan Tony was, of course, aboard the Philadelphia experiment, or witnessed it. He was also the one that saw FDR giving $100 plates to Joseph Stalin.
Jesus. How old is this guy?
Chad?
Yeah.
Dan Tony has passed away.
Okay.
Chad was one of his last students, or perhaps his last student. Chad is a naturopath. I think he's younger than I am. I think he's in his 60s.
Okay.
He's in Cape Cod.
Okay.
And JoJo visits him every week.
Oh, wow.
I met him at Shasta.
Okay.
And he came there to see me, he said, and he connected me up with Michigan. We went to, we hung. He's the one that told me about the Meyer grocery store. Let's stop at the Meyer grocery store.
Right. And that's Haley Mayer, the girl that I was intimate with. It's her real father that owns that. Yes.
Yeah. I think she owns it now, but be that as it may, I don't know. But anyway,
and one of her relations just lost office. Was running for office and just lost it. So you better go on. Yes.
Yeah. So he, he's been a great friend, he's got this wonderful girlfriend, Beth, who got a green thumb. She couldn't go anywhere with him. She couldn't go to Michigan because she got to take care of the garden at home. She's just a super gardener. So JoJo will visit them about once a week because it's right on, on her trip. And I was so tickled to, introduce, when they told me they were from Massachusetts, I was resistant to doing anything with them because I was on my way to my room to rest. And when they told me they were from Massachusetts, it just completely changed everything. And I took them down to meet JoJo. And that, so we're like all, connected and friends. And he's great because he networks with everybody, including, Sarah. But, he understands Sarah. He's been like a father to her in a way. But no, he's not fooled. And I don't think they're going to be connected anymore because of my association.
Okay. Well.
But it's not a big issue. He definitely knows she's got some issues, as do we all. But no, he's been very good. So, I mean, his goals might be towards getting this Don Tony guy out there, which is it's a fantastic goal. I mean, I'm all for it. I just, Paula was the one who's really interested in him. I have all these, about $95 worth of papers he prepared that I have not had time to appreciate, and nor has Paula had time to read it. And I'm just thinking of different people's goals that will be there. A couple of my post subscribers who might come, I can't imagine what their goals are. One of them is very involved in tech. One of them, if he can fix his ankle, is an accountant, retired accountant. He might have some interesting insights. It'd be interesting to see, because, where is this all going to go? I don't know. But it's going to be interesting because it's going to be facilitated by that energy of gold. The energy of the gold. That is the treasure, not to extract the gold and, take it home and, say, I'm rich, Mom. That's the wrong way to go about it. But to actually build the dream and we'll see where it all goes.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
By the way,
I look forward to being with you on Sunday.
Thank you. Yes.
And we'll organically, 12:31, a little late tonight, but we'll organically sign off.
Right. Before you do, I do want you to take a look at what Brandon entered in the chat box right here in Skype text. And he said, just wanted to say, Kelsey purchased Douglas's book and the Montauk Project original. We were unaware that it went up to the Persian War. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt, but, it was necessary that he say that before you left. I think that's relevant. And
well, I think Preston in the appendix mentions the Persian Gulf War and the use of sound in the guy from the Defense Department got up and said, he kind of started to say psychological helicopters, and then he kind of shut up. Mm-hmm. The psychological helicopters would have had Michael Aquino's technology.
Yes.
That's what was not mentioned. But anyway, so thank you, Brandon. Yeah. You can go back to sleep now. It's okay. We love Brandon.
Yes.
Thank you, Master.
What did he say? What'd you say?
What'd you say, Brandon? You said something.
Thank you, Master.
Master. But what was that? Thank you, Master. He said, thank you, Master. There we are.
Yeah, this is getting into a Bela Lugosi relationship.
Yeah.
No, it's Nosferatu, and that's the best thing. No, Kelsey bought and read in one day Montauk Project.
Wow.
And she said, I'm more interested in the personalities than the actual technical engineering details. I'm like, I'm the opposite. I'm more interested into engineering details than the personalities.
But Brandon, that's interesting because, when you realize we talk about in Romania, Atlanticron or Transylvania or the scouting camp, it's all about personalities. Life is all about personalities. Duncan, Preston, David Anderson, they've all got different, Al Bielek, all got different personalities. Douglas, myself, we've all got different personalities. And it's like the personalities are so much of the magic. The engineering is, of course, interesting, but it's like, it's a bit monstrous. The technology is like, and this is the thing, when you're dealing with the classic themes of science fiction, it's humanity versus technology. It's always pitted that way.
Yes.
It's like humanity versus technology. And so the personalities are the humanity. The technology is the X factor. And it's interesting. There's no question about it. But I think when you get a bunch of people together the human contact, the human interaction becomes everything. It becomes everything. If you think about it. So much for.
Yes, very much so. And so thank you so much, dear Peter. We love you dearly. Share that love with Paula. And you and I will speak privately about what happened to me. And I'll be telling the people publicly when you're gone. So I'll just give you the same story privately that I'll be sharing with everyone.
If you can put the timestamp.
Sure, absolutely. I'll do just that.
I can listen to it.
Excellent. I'll do just that. And that way you can ask me questions later, either privately or on Sunday. And so definitely, of course, we do want to raise funds for mainly non-medical expenses. Actually, though, my doctor did recommend I get a Fitbit watch so I could monitor my heart rate. Basically, I've inherited what my mother suffered from, which is being of the vampiroid bloodline, just unable to really digest too much food, too much solid food. And I ate a lot of it during the confluence of Japanese and Chinese holidays for the taste, and paid the price for that. It impacted me severely.
Okay, lesson.
Yeah.
Archie Moore, the great boxer.
Yes.
Who almost beat Rocky Marciano. Rocky Marciano retired after that fight.
Wow.
He knocked him down.
Yes.
Archie Moore was a light heavyweight. Rocky was a heavyweight. But Archie Moore was a great fighter. And he taught that, he said, when you eat steak, he would eat 5 steaks. How can you eat 5 steaks? He says, what I do. He says, I don't eat the suet. I take the steak, I chew it, I get all the juice out of it, I get everything, and then it's got this roughage in it. He says, I spit that out. He'd have a bucket next to his chair. Now he's in training. He's not eating at a fine dining here. And this was one of his secrets. I mean, this guy fought so many damn fights that would kill most people.
Right.
And I mean, tremendous amount of fights. And he even fought into his 40s. He fought Muhammad Ali when he was in his 40s. Didn't win, but he was washed out. But he lived into his 90s.
Jesus.
And the trick was he wouldn't swallow the food.
Okay.
Now, he swallowed the juice. He'd get the juice out of the food, out of the meat. He's eating steaks. Mm-hmm. And so the one thing I've learned is if you're on a diet and you have a craving and you have to have chocolate, not supposed to have chocolate, well, bite the chocolate, spit it out, taste it. The swallowing of food is overrated.
Okay.
I was on a diet, and I was doing it with my wife, and she couldn't do it. My friend Madeline had tried the diet; she couldn't do it. I became desperate. I was going to break the diet too. I went to the grocery store, the Korean grocery store, to buy all this vegetables and stuff, because you had to come off of it very slowly. When I had all the food in front of me, I realized I didn't have to eat it. I had it in front of me. Then I also did the trick. I put something in my mouth, I chewed it, and I spit it out. And I was able to complete the diet for a week. Whereas you basically weren't eating anything but juice for a couple of days. And it was not easy. But I'm saying is, it's just because you eat something doesn't mean you have to swallow. The swallowing is so overrated. You have to be fairly disciplined and intelligent with what you're eating and what you're doing. There's some foods you could do it with. There's some foods you can't do it with. And you do need to eat. So it's just a tip to, it's such a unintelligent, guttural response to swallow everything you eat. You can apply judgment to it.
Yes.
And this was the wisdom of, boxing legend Archie Moore.
Wow.
So take it, and I'll look forward to hearing what you have to say. And please do donate to Douglas's cause. We have important work to do, and I appreciate all of those of you who listen and have been a part of this. And I can't invite everybody to the workshop in Transylvania next year, but it doesn't mean there can't be another one somewhere else. Somebody can set up a situation where people can come. Stephanie and I talked about this. This is not about us doing things to make money. It's definitely not about making money. But there has to be an infrastructure. And this is about working dreams and activating what Stephanie likes to say, galactic dreams. So this is like something we want to do. And as they say, the touring to Romania will be minimal unless people want to take excursions. But so this can be done for people. So anyway, I'll get some sleep. I'll see you on Sunday, and I'll listen to your broadcast.
Wonderful.
When you set the timestamp.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. You have a blessed night. Hugs.
Good night.
Good night,
everybody.
Yes, and so that was Peter Moon, and he's just checked out. How much time do we have with you, dear Brandon? So glad that you were able to check in. Have you been awake all this time, or did you just kind of have a nap and wake up again? How's the evening going for you? I mean, tomorrow is work, isn't it?
It always is, but I've been awake, and I think it's funny how Peter and you and many other people think I constantly fall asleep.
Sorry.
Like, what is it called? Like necrophilia? Not necrophilia.
Narcolepsy.
Narcolepsy.
Yeah.
Right. I don't have that. I'm
Okay.
not like that. I mean, when it's late at night, maybe I fell asleep on one call. I was a little tired. Forgive me. But it's so funny because it's like family members that won't let you live that one thing down.
I'm sorry. Oh,
no, but it's beautiful. So you're like my brother, and like Peter Moon's like an uncle, and that's just like, oh, Brandon, so you're awake, right? That just breaks the ice, So it's a brilliant rhetoric thing. But I really wanted to talk. He had so much to talk about tonight.
Mm-hmm.
He just returned from Romania, which is amazing. So he wanted to hear about that, of course. But I wanted to ask him about the Mom Talk book, and I know he hates to talk about it. He even said earlier, he was like, I just do not want to talk about what's in the past. I've told my Romanian story. Right. If you don't get it, the books are there if you want to read them. Mm-hmm. So having read 2 Peter Moon books, 1 Douglas Dietrich book, in the past week, and so did Kelsey. So 2 people, from a very objective point of view, someone who's not into this field at all, with regards to Kelsey, right? I mean, she's into history, but getting her perspective on it was fantastic, on both books. But I'll wait for that conversation on another night. It could come whenever. What we want to hear about is, honestly, I want to hear about, I think Peter did too, and everybody does, is what happened last transmission. Are you okay? And I'm going to go mute so you can explain, hopefully.
Oh, bless you. You're so kind and you're so gracious. And honestly, I love you dearly, beyond expression. I'm so glad that Kelsey is in your life to take care of you because, honestly, like myself, we need these partners in our lives. Otherwise, our lives go off the rails, really, without them. And I think that our lives are kind of aimless without these partners that we ultimately develop in life. And so in terms of what happened to myself, that goes into, again, just the genetic background so that people understand this. And it's I wrote a column that I incorporated into the promotional banner for tonight on Facebook, and I also put some links up to some articles about my condition in the summary of tonight's program, which is available underneath tonight's episode. And I will check into the live stream chat just to make certain that everyone is there and all the rest of that. Everybody seems to be behaving. But I'll take advantage of this time now, since Brandon has asked, to just basically start a kind of debriefing on my medical situation. And the fact that everyone is concerned is very touching, and certainly appreciate it. I didn't have a chance to share with Peter Moon some of the little bit of quirkiness that we put into the image that we've embedded into tonight's live stream. The photograph of myself that my son took, always a professional grade photograph, of course, in which he put cloves of garlic about me, because I myself am not allergic to garlic or repulsed by it. Garlic doesn't bother me because I'm only a fourth vampire. But it would bother my mother, and but it was something that, not to any great degree, but it did irritate her to an extent, but something that my son put there to appeal to Peter Moon's literary allusions to Dracula. And of course, we have a book in German beside me, and etc. So understand that all of this hits into several areas of my life that this is impacted by, when it comes to what we're dealing with, the challenges that we're dealing with, just being me and just everything about myself. I want people to know that when I called the ambulance and went to the hospital, I really wasn't there that long. In fact, I wasn't there even long enough for my son to visit me, which he normally would do, and oftentimes bring the blood boys with him, especially if I've been admitted, which did not happen this time. And there was several reasons I had to suspect it would be that way, but nevertheless, I felt horrible and definitely wanted to just be in the hospital in case I died, which I felt was quite the possibility at the time, which is how terrible a syncopal collapse feels. And this is what my mother would suffer from in the past, and they're horrible. And pray it never happens to you, or that you ever develop that condition. And it impacts people different ways. It would impact baseline humans very different ways than the way it impacted my mother, or the way it impacts myself, which is very much the way it impacted her. And that means it triggers what is a violent fading spell. And this is triggered by your blood pressure just lowering violently, monstrously, to the point where your heart's no longer beating. And ultimately, if you were maintained in an upright position, you would die. So this is something that can very well kill you unless you have the presence of mind to lie down and basically stay down and be a good patient. And I really wasn't over it by tonight's transmission. Still feeling very low, but feeling better as the transmission goes on, and will carry through the night as far as I can tell right now. But definitely needed that time with Peter Moon to basically get myself together, get enough liquids inside of me to kind of hydrate, and then just kind of put myself through some breathing motions that would help me center myself. And I'll certainly ask when I'm done talking about this, that all of the men who are here, and ladies if we can bring them on, will ask Brandon, and depending on how long he can stay, of course, but hopefully Sammy and Joe Tai most certainly will bring back on at some points tonight, hopefully, and then they can hold the stage while I just kind of refresh myself later. But for now, to go into the story, basically to relive the horror, let's put it this way. I was just around the time of the transmission that I was going through the normal stresses of folding the sheets, setting up this throne of pillows that I sit on for 12 hours throughout the transmission. And it was around that time, having just done a supply run and getting things that I needed. Of course, people should never shop while they're hungry, which is what I did. And then I forgot to buy the sandwiches that I was going to sustain myself with. So though that wasn't the reason that I collapsed, it was basically the supply run combined with the all of the activity otherwise, the carrying of the heavy materials that I carried, and just like I carried today before I returned home, when I did that little shopping run, when these four gentlemen, Joe Ty and Brett Loiter and Brandon Young and Sammy Romero, were holding the stage, I went and had to purchase a pallet of Coke and 4 large bottles of water to sustain myself, and I carried all of that home, so it was like I still overstrained myself today, but I had at least paced myself to the point where I wasn't doing it immediately all at once. So the other day when I did that, basically this is what happened. And I'm one of the only people in the world who has an audience that tolerates my doing this. But, it's a medical situation, and this is the medical reality of it. It's simply my vampiroid genetics cannot tolerate too much solid food. And the processing of that solid food in our bodies is not handled well. And in my mother, this would produce situations in which basically, as the food would process, only because, quite seriously, there's not always someone available to provide blood. And you can only have blood from, say, for instance, her husband so many times. You can't drain somebody dry that you care about. And my mother needed a lot more of it than I need. So she would be forced at some times to just sit down and eat with us. Sometimes she was doing that simply to participate, to be part of the family. And then as she got older, and we're talking about senior level age, we're talking about past the age of 70, then what would happen was her system just refused to play the game anymore and was not processing the food. She began to really, she should have had much more blood when she was getting less. To imbibe, to actually drink, and the end result was that she died slowly and miserably over that decade, and a lot of it was from malnutrition as much as anything else, which has impacted myself to a degree. So the malnutrition impacts me in a different way, but we're talking about what led to that violent syncopal collapse, which impacts me because of basically eating. This is why the Meals on Wheels is necessary. I receive them, and they prevent me from starving. And if I were a normal American, this would be an ideal diet in a sense. It's monitored by nutritionists. So they present you basically 75% vegetables for whatever meat is presented in these meals. And for most Americans, that would be ideal for health. For me, it's far from it. It's just the opposite. I would need, for a basic meal, 75% meat and very few vegetables. So, but when Peter Moon is talking about the chewing, and Brandon brings up he once worked for Meals on Wheels, so he understands how their nutritionists monitor these very balanced meals. But when it comes to yeah, and so thank you.
Can I just say that I think they do. I think you'd agree with me, maybe, Douglas, is that they do a great job in terms of it'd be worse if they didn't exist.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
So I used to go around town in my car. I volunteered my time and my service, and I'll tell you what, Thanksgiving, there is a nice meal to everybody. But once in a while we'd go to a home and someone wouldn't be there, so you always had to watch out for that. But it's a fantastic program. I would 100% pay tax money for that program.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you for what you did. Thank you for your service. That's true service. Now that's service. And by the way, my thanks
I also took around a Down syndrome patient.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. And we drove. We would drive. He would deliver it, and I would drive around. And it was a great thing for people. They really appreciated it, and it was good. So it was actually looked over, like you say, by actual nurses and nutritionists, and they went through a huge bureaucracy, if you will, of food check inspection. At least where I work, which was Western Mass, but apparently it goes from San Francisco to the Eastern Seaboard. So I'm just glad that that you are gaining some sustenance from that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. I'm sorry. Go on. Was there anything else you want to say, Brandon?
No, it's just. I think Meals on Wheels should be supported.
Yeah. Thank you.
And I do think you should get a Fitbit to monitor sugar levels and heart rates, and sort of. I don't know if they can monitor hydration without your consent through an app, but if you get the Apple Watch, there's some interesting. So I think everybody, if I could, I know I would. I can't wait to, as soon as I get back to work, donate to Douglas and his health. I've never, I don't know, it's been very rare since Douglas has taken off a night and had to end the stream early.
Yes.
So he's like a soldier. Yes. And so he just gets into his zone and goes, and that's his duty's over. And so then it comes again. But he's done that consistently without calling out a day for sick day. If it were any other job, I would have called out 4 sick days.
Yes. Thank
so
you.
God bless you, man. Yeah. And we all support you, and I hope people do donate to you. I know you do get some good angel donors and everything, and that take care of you. I'm so thankful for those people, because you're not just donating on behalf of yourself. You're donating on behalf of those people who can't afford to want to pay.
Yes. Thank you. Bless you. I appreciate that profoundly. And so that was Brandon Young, and he'll stay with us as long as he can tonight. And God bless him. He is a spokesperson for myself, and I thank him so much for taking on that role. So that being said, by the way, thanks to George Knight for knocking out the sex bots in chat. I'll get back to chat later, but I can't help but pay attention to Pixie Princess Star Fox. Love you dearly, honey, as well as all the lovely ladies in the chat. Shelly Rains, Vicky Johnson, and Mirthling, of course. So Pixie Princess Star Fox was saying, that's how I feel about being full of solid foods. 18-year vegetarian, reintroduced to seafood 2 years ago. Crave blood, laugh out loud. And so yeah, definitely understand it, honey. And so a lot of people can satisfy those cravings, of course, with Chinatown, or going to various Vietnamese or Chinese cuisines where there's blood soup or various kinds of blood dishes. They are out there. Of course, the Germans have blood sausage. That should satisfy normal people. Of course, it's very different from what I'm dealing with, and here's then this is where the point comes that gets very hard for some people to take. So everybody close your ears if you can't stand talk about fecal matter or bowel movements or this kind of problems with digestion that can happen with somebody who has vasodepressor syncope. But understand that this is all about the wandering nerve. It's basically nerves are responsible for health, and there be one single nerve that connects all thy vital organs. It's sensing and shaping thy health and bearing the potential to completely change how we view disease that may yet be the future of medicine. If we learn to control it, the future of medicine will be electric. So the vagus nerve starts in the brainstem, just behind the ears, and it travels down each side of the neck, across the chest, and down through the abdomen. So vagus is the Latin word for wandering. And indeed, this bundle of nerve fibers, it roves through corpus, through the body, networking the brain with the stomach and digestive tract, the lungs, heart, spleen, intestines, liver, and kidneys, along a range of other nerves that are involved in speech, eye contact, facial expressions, and even the ability to tune in to other people's voices. It's be made of thousands and thousands of fibers, and 80% of them are sensory, meaning that the vagus nerve reports back to the brain what be ongoing in the organs. So operating far below the level of our conscious minds, this vagus nerve is vital for keeping our corpora, our bodies, healthy. Tis an essential part of the parasympathetic nervous system, which is responsible for calming organs after the stressed flight or fight or flight adrenaline response to danger. Not all vagus nerves are the same, however. Some people have stronger vagus activity, which means their bodies can relax faster after a stress. Now, true vampires, true-born vampires, who are pure vampire, as I've said before, are always male, just per the research, and are a parasitic species that, rather a subspecies, that lives off of humanity by every once in a while raping human woman to reproduce. But those unions don't always produce a true vampire. Sometimes it produces a dampfire, which can be male or female. My mother was female. Dampfire have these problems that manifest fairly commonly, and that would be vagus nerve depression, wherein the vagus nerve is depressed from eating solid food that the body's just not going to process well because you're basically primed for a hematophagic diet and a liquid blood diet, in essence. So the strength of the vagus response, whether you're a dampfire or a baseline human, is known as the vagal tone, and it can be determined by using an ECG, an electrocardiogram, to measure heart rate. So every time thou breatheth in, thy heart beats faster in order to speed the flow of oxygenated blood round thy corpus. Breathe out and the heart rate slows. This variability is one of many things regulated by the vagus nerve, which is active when thou breatheth out, but suppressed when thou breatheth in. So the bigger thy difference in heart rate when breathing in and out, the higher the vagal tone. This is what Peter Moon has learned to subconsciously control with his breathing exercises, his discipline, that he's perfected to be the central part of his life. And research proves a high vagal tone makes the body better at regulating BGL, which is blood glucose levels, reducing the likelihood of diabetes mellitus, CVAs, cerebrovascular accidents, i.e. strokes, ergo brain attacks, and CVDs, cardiovascular heart diseases. Low vagal tone, however, has been associated with chronic inflammation. Exempli gratiae, integral the immunosystem. Inflammation serves a useful role helping the body to heal aftermath and injury, but can damage organs and blood vessels if it persists when it's not needed. One of the vagus nerve's functions is to reset the immunosystem and switch off production of proteins that fuel inflammation. Low vagal tone means this regulation is less effective and inflammation can become excessive, such as in the Nederlander or the Dutch gymnast Maria Vriens rheumatoid arthritis, or in TSS, toxic shock syndrome, which killed Little Janice, which is all we know her as diagnosed per the neurosurgeon and inventor Dr. Kevin J. Tracy, MD. He's a director, president, and the CEO of the Feinstein Institute for Medical Research, established in 1991, and a professor of neurosurgery and molecular medicine at Donald and Barbara Zucker School of Medicine at Hofstra Northwell, as well as being the president of the Almezi Graduate School of Molecular Medicine in Manhasset, New York. Now, having confirmed evidence of a role for the vagus in a range of chronic inflammatory diseases, including rheumatoid arthritis, Dr. Kevin J. Tracy and his colleagues want to see if it could become a possible route for treatments. Because since the vagus nerve serves as a two-way messenger, passing electrochemical signals between the organs and the brain, Dr. Kevin Tracy reasoned that messages from the brain telling the spleen to switch off production of a specific inflammatory protein, like TNF, the tumor necrosis factor, were not being sent in cases of chronic inflammatory diseases. So perhaps the signals could be boosted. So he spent the next decade meticulously mapping all the neural pathways involved in regulating TNF, from the brainstem to the mitochondria inside all our cells. And eventually, with a robust understanding of how the vagus nerve controls inflammation, Dr. Tracy is ready to test whether it's possible to intervene in human diseases. So in the case of what I'm suffering, people might think it's inflammation, and that might be a factor. And they might think that that might have had something to do with my mother as well. Whatever the case may be, what happens is when the food gets past a certain point in my intestines and it's just not being digested, really, then what happens is that it depresses the vagus nerve. And so just basically, because I don't eat that much, basically I'll eat 2 Meals on Wheels trays because they're far too small for a single meal. The trays are just meant for older people who don't need to eat as much. When people get older, because their lives are getting shorter, they don't need to sleep as much and they don't need to eat as much. So in general, these trays are adequate for the elderly, but for someone like myself, I have to eat 2 at a time. And so I'll heat up 2 at a time and eat them. And, on average, when there's no holidays in the season, like going on for 2 weeks or so, or half a month, or basically then what happens is that I'll probably have a bowel movement maybe 3 times a week. And because I'm a product of so many cultures, because of the Chinese and Japanese holidays, as well as the Western, and a few others I gained from Eastern Europe and my cultural affiliation with Eastern Europeans, I get more holidays than most, and this gives me more opportunity to feed, because my son's husband allows me on the estates during those times as part of our bargain, where I'm allowed access to his harem of blood boys and draw sustenance therefrom. So I'm not necessarily without succor, but at the same time, it's not enough e-core in the end. It can't be enough unless I had regular access pretty much on maybe a twice a week basis, or 3 times a week, really. Probably it would be something similar to someone almost on dialysis. That's a horrible parallel because there's nothing similar to it other than the fact that the dialysis is needed about 3 to 4 times a week. That would probably be ideal for my blood feeding. And I do suffer malnourishment, and it manifests in my fingernails at times and other areas. And the way that I've taken to deal with it is supplements that are primarily pre-digested or pre-chelated, meaning that they're very expensive and they're liquid or they're gelatinous, very viscous, like what I was introduced to by Brendan Zogi in terms of the lipospheric vitamin C. That is something that you get in packets and you open it up. This is an important point for me to make, because basically there's a shot glass that I use that has measuring gradations on it, a graduated shot glass that's provided by Flora Iron Company. And so Flora Iron produces a liquid iron, and I'm like a female who has serious menstrual periods. I will lose iron. My blood gets iron insufficient without iron input. And because I'm not drinking blood all that often, I don't always get it. And because human beings, your average human being, this is not the case with the blood boys who have an excellent diet, but just so people know, vampires are a parasitic species. I cannot overemphasize that because people romanticize them so much and think of them as being totally in control of their environments and shit. They're very subject to the hostility of their environments, and the problems their environments present will, like any apex predator, present problems for the predator, and this is why apex predators are so fragile. Apex predators are the first to die in an ecosystem, and that's why apex predators like tigers and lions are maintained, because if you maintain them, you're maintaining the entire ecosystem. This is why people go out of their ways in cognizant cultures to do that. So when it comes to the vampires, if your average human, unlike any other animal on Earth, cannot produce its own vitamin C. Your average human, well, any human can't produce any vitamin C. So because of this, humans need external sources for their vitamin C, and therefore humans, by all rights, should never have survived to this point in evolution. Humanity should have died off as a whole, but it managed to somehow, artificially, by growing citrus fruit and cultivating it and various other tricks, managed to keep themselves alive. Now, we know what happens to sailors without their vitamin C. They get scurvy, and this resulted in the need to provide citrus fruits, bread fruits for them. And, of course, my father was a veteran of the old days when these kinds of rations were still provided for sailors so they wouldn't get scurvy on long journeys. And when it comes to vampires, if the humans don't have any vitamin C in them, which most people don't have enough, well, the vampire is not getting any vitamin C. So understand, they can be impacted by your health. And since most humans are in horrible health, the vampires get impacted as well, ultimately. If they're fed, say, for instance, in captivity, per some experiments, as were conducted in the Soviet Union, a bunch of drug-addicted losers off the street, homeless people, this will slow them down, make them stupid, and really impact them and their mental capacity, their mental capabilities. It will ultimately render them sick. So this is why, as free-ranging predators, they go after healthy people. So this is something to point out. So the blood boys are maintained in great health, great diets. I do get vitamin C from them, but honestly, I have to supplement it anyway for the dry spells. And so this is why I have this great shot glass where I'm using fish oil and vitamin C and a milk thistle in a liquid form through a dropper. And then, of course, that lipospheric C and lemon juice on top of that. And then I'm, that shot really is almost nowhere near, but the closest you can get to being as good as blood for at least a little bit of survival through the day. It really helps. So it's these very expensive supplements that I need, that I also need contributions for, or just people sending me the supplements, which is fine. I should provide a list of the brands that I use. Don't send anything in capsules or pills. It's not going to work. It's just, I might as well. It's just like solid foods. It's not going to work. I won't chelate it. I won't absorb it. So when it comes to, again, the situation I'm dealing with, so basically I had a lot of activity, and basically that started the beginnings of a bowel movement, which for me really takes days, because that fecal matter really just begins to turn into what it is somewhere down the line of the intestinal tract, which is quite long. I don't know if you've ever seen intestinal tracts unravel, which I've had the misfortune of seeing, but they're a lot longer than you would ever dream. They are just foot after foot of intestinal tract is wrapped up inside of you. And so somewhere along the line of that intestinal tract, my vagus nerve gets depressed, which is what happened through that combination of activity and that bowel movement kind of starting its process down that road. What happened was on Sunday, I began to feel like shit, which is appropriate, I suppose. and had to lay down. And Joe Tai was doing his best to hold the transmission. But of course, he's no professional, and I had to continually interact with him. So I have to say that was one of the most painful experiences of my life in in quite some time. And finally, I vomited, and that didn't help at all. I was sweating profusely. I was extraordinarily hot. All of these are symptoms of a vasodepressor syncopal collapse. And just finally had to call the ambulance. When I did, cell phone wasn't worth a shit, because you get what you pay for, right? And I pay nothing for it. It's a Lifeline cell phone that's a unit provided by Medicare and Medi-Cal, and I couldn't even call 911 on that piece of shit. Had to turn it off, restart it, get it going again. It was a nightmare. Then when I got 911, because we've been so impacted by COVID, society is falling apart, I was put into waiting, automated waiting system, where they said, we have a long series of calls ahead of you. The operator will get to you eventually. Please hold on. But once I got through that, which you can imagine being a woman alone at home, trying to call 911 during a home invasion, and you get that shit. That's unacceptable. It's just unacceptable. But once I got the operator, once I got the 911 dispatcher, and had to shout so she could hear me, and because I was outside, waiting outside, with no clothes on except for my pants. I just had a pair of jogging pants on, just the jogging sweats. And so with nothing else on other than my flip-flops, I was waiting for the ambulance. But once I got her, she got the ambulance there right away. So they showed up. Interestingly enough, the man who was in charge of the fire truck, the guy who was basically commanding the fire truck, was staring at me incredibly hard, very long. Nothing hostile. I didn't sense anything hostile there. I have no idea what that was about. It could be simply because of I don't look normal. I certainly never have looked normal, and usually people are just shocked by how I look. So there's always that. And but then the actual emergency responders came in the ambulance, which is in San Francisco. It's in fire department colors. They're part of the fire department. And that's when Gino, shout out to him again, picked myself up and his partner, and they got me to the hospital. Now, he was probably, in the years I've dealt with paramedics, one of the more professional ones. In the years I've dealt with emergency medical technicians or first responders, he was definitely one of the more professional ones, and very sympathetic. And so the thing that I did experience was I did not feel that I was breathing adequately, and the oxygen machines that I'm talking about these monitors. They have these oxygen monitors they put on your finger, and they are worthless. They aren't worth a shit. They'll say, like, you've got perfect oxygen, and it's meaningless. So when I was suffering multiple lung collapses, and I would be dying and turning blue, those oxygen machines would read that I was getting perfect oxygen. Again, maybe that has something to do with the vampiroid bloodline or the nanoplasma, which impacts all of this and makes everything very different from any normal person's experience. But in my case, those are worthless machines. I felt like I needed an oxygen machine, but he was afraid of over-oxygenating myself. And I really didn't feel I was breathing adequately with the mask that he put over me. But, you know, when we got to the emergency room, I was still nauseous. They were injecting me full of this miracle med to fight nausea. Thank God for that. It didn't really work with what they were injecting in me, but it worked later in the pill form when I was discharged from the emergency room. During my time in the emergency room, I was there was all kinds of other experiences. There's the normal experience to be expected. First off, all the blood work came back excellent. Oh, your blood is excellent. And let's see your heart rate. oh, you have got the heart rate of a long distance marathon runner, meaning that it's a very good heart rate, comparatively low, slow, and the way it should be for a very healthy person. This is all of this is very misleading, and that's part of the problem that I deal with, the challenge that I deal with. Drugs never show up on any of these tests. What does show up is something like iron insufficiency, thank God, will show up in a test. That wasn't the case this time, as was the case when I had the internal bleeding. But it definitely, it was just where they said, we can't explain what's happened to you. And that's when, of course, the doctor, to her credit, brought up vasodepressor syncope, and I explained everything that I could to her from there without bringing up, of course, the vampirite angle, just that my mother had it, that I inherited it, and that I'm afraid this is what we're dealing with. In which case, there's nothing they can do. There's nothing they can do. Unless this Dr. Tracy or others like him via the research find out a way to electrically stimulate or alter the function of the vagus nerve. This is just a ongoing problem that I'll be dealing with as I get older. One of the reasons why I do seek a lifetime partner, because eventually I cannot stay alone. I cannot stay at home alone. With my mother's case, we had to ultimately install a raised toilet seat and handlebars on the toilet. Sure, I could do that with my toilet, which is a useless piece of shit anyway. My landlady having installed a quote-unquote new toilet, which was based on the so-called California water conservation flush regulation. So it's got the weakest ass flush on God's green earth. So as I said, I only have bowel movements maybe 3 times a week. And therefore they're larger bowel movements. So with this water regulation toilet, it literally, I shit you not, to use a pun, it takes me 7 flushes. This is just unacceptable. and that doesn't always work. So this is just untenable. So ultimately I need to move, relocate to a different place, live with a partner in case I ever do faint, because conceivably I could die like this. So, this is like the Dampfires are supposedly the great vampire hunters on Earth, but obviously they have their weaknesses, and this is the primary weakness: dangers of malnutrition, dangers of vasodepressor syncope or vasovagal syncope. So this is what I'm contending with, and this is the challenge of trying to by the way, this is what I will say quite openly. What Peter Moon suggested is appreciated concerning, oh yeah, just chew it for the taste and spit it out. Of course, that is disgusting. that is just indescribably disgusting. I would never do that. That is like, oh my God, that's just unacceptable. I mean, that's like, I couldn't tolerate being in my own company doing that. That is like, that's like a cow chewing its own cud, or lapping up your own vomit. It's like something that is just, it's, I'm not going there. That's no place I'm going. I will swallow my food. This is like, oh yeah, swallowing is just a big, yeah, it's really overrated. It's like, yeah, right. That's, please. No, I'm going to continue swallowing my food. Thank you. This is, yeah, but then this is the price that I pay. I eat a lot of food just for the taste. This is the price I pay for it, like somebody who has any other kind of vice. So, and by the way, the food that I eat is in no way, shape, or form in any way commensurate with the amount of food your average American eats. I'm still comparatively dainty in terms of the amounts that I intake, or I wasn't involved in some bacchanalian orgy of gorging myself in any way, shape, or form during the holidays. I simply ate quite a bit because there was quite a bit to be had, and it was excellent food and well prepared, very tasteful, and I certainly didn't want to miss out on any of it. But then again, this is, what can happen later. It doesn't always happen. Doesn't always happen. But it can. And because just before the episode, I think the normal stress is compounded with preparing the transmission plus all the physical activity I did beforehand. And risked doing again today, mind you, because of course I paced myself a bit better though. I made certain that I lay down for an hour before doing what I did. And I did that after the show had started, essentially. So there you have it. That was essentially what had happened. Everything else is basically morbid entertainment or educational gossip. And there's kind of like a difference between the two. But some of them are kind of, close together or overlapping. When it comes to being in the emergency room or taking the cab home, these are kind of like a combination of morbid entertainment and education for our listeners. But basically, when I was in the emergency room, I wound up between two patients. None of this is unusual. But, with what I was exposed to in the emergency room, it will be a minor miracle if I did not contract COVID. I don't seem to have manifested anything yet. I did not feel very well after exiting the emergency room and did not feel very well. I'm feeling fairly normal now, but I did not feel well towards tonight's transmission. And I was concerned that that might be the onset of COVID. Sure enough, of course, when I came home, there was the normal bowel movement regimen that was anticipated by the vasovagal collapse due to the depression of the vagus nerve. And so once that was over, that experience, then what happened is dealing with the concern that I might have contracted COVID, which, as we go a bit further from my stay in the emergency room, seems to lessen in terms of the chances that I contracted it. But nevertheless, I most certainly was exposed. And so originally there was some poor woman who seemed to be suffering from senile dementia who was in the bed on my left. And we're separated by these frail curtains. Between myself and the lady on my right, there was just somebody didn't even draw the curtain all the way back. And I was now in no shape to draw it all the way back. So I could hear everything happening with her. And that was interesting because it impacted myself. And it was just an odd experience. And a lot of it doesn't make sense. But when it comes to the other bed, the poor older woman was ultimately taken away. And some poor wretch, young white guy. There was several different young white guys that were coming into the emergency room at Kaiser that night. First, this poor wretch who was kind of like thinning hair at a young age, just looked like he was homeless. He had all his stuff with him, and they were walking him in to lie down, and he was concerned he had COVID. And so they're saying, oh, let's not draw conclusions. Let's take some tests. Let's test your breathing. Now, miraculously, he was kind of coughing and sneezing and wheezing when he came in, but when he lay down, all of that shut down. So it may not have been COVID. Whatever it was, he like died on that table and was no longer a factor in stimulating my ears or any kind of input. And then we had this woman who was brought into my right side, young lady, comparatively speaking, 50. And so she was brought in a seated position in one of those gurneys that they fold up into a chair. And she was transferred onto the bed, which thank God they actually had a bed. They didn't have any available when I came in, but then one became available relatively quickly, which shows you how effectively they were discharging people, which was a good thing. And then what happened was that, this woman began talking to the doctor. Now, by the way, we all do this. We all do this. We all meander. And especially in situations under stress like that, and it takes a lot of training. What I've had is an exposure to a kind of academic training for practical medical emergencies that none of you have ever had. So take my advice when it comes to this. When you're speaking with doctors, you want to be as to the point as possible. You don't want to talk about your general life situation at all, really. It's like if you were going for, say, for instance, an acting job, and you were going to do a rehearsal, kind of like when they're trying you out, when you're doing a dress rehearsal or a kind of impromptu even kind of rehearsal where they just say, hey, let's see if you can get into the Shakespeare mode. And, whenever these people who are asking you, and I've had these kinds of acting tryouts and interviews, so I know exactly what I'm talking about. I did, after all, graduate from the John Robert Powers School of Modeling and Acting. So when you're at one of these cattle calls and you get called in to basically do the tryout, and they say, how are you doing? They're always going to say that. That your doctor will say something similar. You don't want to go into it. You don't want to say something like, oh my God, I'm out of money and I may not be able to pay the rent. And now I could say that on my show because I'm fundraising towards those ends. That's a totally different purpose. You're in a situation like that, and then you add on to that, and I'm afraid my mother might be dying. Any of these kinds of personal problems, nobody wants to hear that. That's when you're applying for a job or your MD. They're like, when your MD is confronting you, they don't care. Understand this much. This is not a priest. This is not someone who is there to provide you any empathy whatsoever. None. So this is the problem that people don't get. They think of MDs as care providers. They don't care. They're not paid to care. They're there to solve a problem. You're like a car. You're a machine, a soft machine, but you're a machine nonetheless. They're there to fix what your problem is, if at all possible. But they can also give you a diagnostic and may not be able to fix it because you may fall under a different jurisdiction, which was the case of this poor young lady. So she was brought in, and apparently she was not normally a Kaiser patient, which meant all the other emergency rooms in San Francisco must have been full, and then they brought her into Kaiser when she decided to go to the emergency room. So when the doctor's talking to her, he is basically admonishing her, but I could understand where he's coming from. He's basically telling her, you don't belong here. Basically telling her you're not a Kaiser patient and there's nothing we can do for you here. All we can do is take some measurements of your sodium level. In her case, it had something to do with sodium level, had some big impact on her, and then we send you home. But he was trying to encourage her to follow up with the person who was supposed to be her doctor, and just a lot was going on with her that didn't make any sense to me. It was just very bizarre. And I was left alone with her later, and you're presented at that point with a choice where you can just shut up and suffer in your own little world, whatever you're going through. And because I know for a fact, if I opened up with her, she was in a mood to talk. And even the doctor told her that. She started talking about her whole life situation, and the doctor was telling her basically, I don't need to hear that. Just basically, your life situation is of no importance to me, and there's nothing I can do about that. He did ask her if she was being treated for anxiety, because basically what he's saying is she has psychiatric issues, which, by the way, no one should take as an insult. Ever. That's not to be taken as anything insulting. We all have these issues, especially with COVID and lockdown and everything else that people are suffering from. But what brought me into a conversation with her was when the MD, when they dispatched basically these little hospital bureaucrats. And the hospital bureaucrat comes in and they do a demographic. They just ask you, like, are you working, are you not, or just these stupid demographics. And so this girl came in, I didn't feel that she cared about what she was doing, and of course there's no need for her to care, and I just felt that she didn't get my information right. When she says, so are you working? And I said, no, not in any conventional sense. And then I don't know what she entered. So I stopped her the next time when she went to talk to that woman next door. And I said, hey, I want to know what you entered, and I want to make sure you entered the right thing. And I said, what choices do you have on your paper? Because my situation is very specific. I receive SSDI, which allows me to make a certain amount of money every month, but that's not considered employment. And so she says, okay, then choose between unemployed or not employed. And by the way, for anybody hearing that right now, you'll probably say, what the fuck is the difference? What does that mean? What kind of a stupid offer is that? Well, unemployed means you are seeking work. That means you expect to be employed. You're trying to get employed. Yeah, so in my situation, that's the last thing I want in those records. I would say not employed. So that's what I told her to enter, and that's what she entered. This brought in the woman next door. So it turned out she was an unemployment attorney for 40 years or so, 30 years, maybe 30, 20 years, maybe 20, 30. It's a long time. She understood everything I was saying. And then she was like, had all these issues. And what I couldn't understand was she was on SSDI. And of course, she was getting much more than myself. She was getting $2,000 a month, which if I got $2,000 a month, I'd be set. I wouldn't need to be doing this. If I got $2,000 a month, I wouldn't need to be here hosting a transmission at all. But with this woman next door, of course, it's like, and I can't live. And I'm like thinking, yeah, you. Anyhow, it's like, she's obviously extraordinarily spoiled. But when I told her, oh, I get $1,600 a month, and then she said, oh, but you're so lucky because you get Medicare and Medi-Cal. So it turned out she doesn't get Medi-Cal because she gets so much money and therefore has to go to General Hospital. So I could understand why she's trying to get into other hospitals. But then she was like saying she makes too much money, so she couldn't. But then I was considered only at $1,600 to be making too much money. And so the way that they changed that was for me to get on the 250% working disabled program, which meant that you're technically underemployed. And so that's how the state of California got around it, so that I could get Medicare and Medi-Cal. And that's how I became able to access Kaiser through an enormous series of bureaucratic efforts that don't bear going into right now, but I'll happily go into them if anybody asks. But but she should have known about that as an unemployment attorney. So it just didn't, something was not gelling with me about why things were not working out for her and why she was living so poorly and why she just couldn't access certain programs knowing everything that she did. It was very bizarre. And so that was a strange thing that happened. And then there was, of course, trying to get the cab home. And they called the cab twice for me to get me home, and it never showed up. And they are in the middle of, for all intents and purposes, no cab will go up there because they have to drive up a bizarre little route to get to the entry of the emergency room at Kaiser. So they're like a little hill kind of arch ramp that is off-road. So they none of the cabs knew how to do this, apparently, because nowadays they all have foreign drivers who barely speak English and none of them know where they're going. And so finally I called the cab, and somehow miraculously when I called the cab, one eventually showed up. And that was only because I called twice, and then when you call the second time, they connect you to the cab driver. They give you the option of connecting to the cab driver. So that's the only way I reached him, to make certain he came to the emergency room. But apparently he knew enough to do that. And so, I certainly made certain to tip him coming home. But yeah, there you go. I mean, that was the general story of that adventure. But it was like, once I was home, I followed the doctor's advice and just slept a lot. And then tried to, ate soup as she recommended the next morning, and then kind of normalized. And with that, ultimately did the photo session with my son, where I just pretty much relaxed while he took the photograph. And then, here we are. This is where we're at now. And hopefully that was both entertaining and informative, and very sad in the case of that woman next to me who raised 2 children and sent them to school. So I told her she should be proud. I don't understand why she has the problem she's having, and why she doesn't know about programs that I knew about. And I didn't really have a chance to talk to her about the 250% working disabled program. And I don't even know if that's still extant, because when I was on it for a number of years, essentially they pretty much cut it off with COVID in the sense of following up on it. So I used to have a sponsor write a letter that they were employing me to do this transmission. In other words, that they were paying me a small amount, like that basically about a few dollars a month, to do this transmission. and they would just write a letter to that effect, even though they were paying me nothing, so that I would be considered just underemployed, making so little as to be below the tax bracket, as to be making any taxable income. And that would somehow make me capable for the Medicare and Medi-Cal put together, which is how I'm so fully insured. And I'm insured to the point where I'm completely covered. I mean, everything I get is practically free. The medicines I'm paying basically a little over $1 for, that are medicines that cost hundreds of dollars. So this is the Protonics in particular, which is to prevent gas, which, because, you know, I'm not really eating a fully hematophagic or blood diet, then I get gas from solid foods, right? So the Protonics helps with that, and they're very expensive. So examples like that. So other than that, if what I'll do now is see if I can bring anybody on, so that I can refresh myself before going into monologue, and I'm praying that people can join us. George Knight, George Knight, can you come on? And there we are. Pixie Princess Star Fox sent a bunch of wonderful images. God bless her. And George Knight is saying, everything Douglas is saying I can also vet through my wife. My wife as a nurse will sit there and by default organically becomes a psychologist, even though she isn't qualified as one. Yes. Okay, so may I call you, George? May I bring you on, George? Bring you, oops, how do I spell that? You on. George. Okay, there we are. And of course, Brandon, hopefully, if he's still with us. Oh my God. Yeah. And and let's see if we can call other people again and bring them on so that I can take advantage, refresh myself, pull my head a little further out of my ass, and then go into monologue for the rest of the night about very serious subjects that we all have to deal with, or that are confronting us all, and that most people don't understand because popular media presents them with an endless array of bullshit, which I have to kind of basically shovel for them so that they know better. In the interim, while I try and contact other people, shout outs to Danielle McCary, who contributed $13.31. Honey, Danielle McCary, I understand that you contributed $13.31 because there's a transposition of numbers there, 1331, but there's a 40-cent surcharge when you don't stress friends and relations. When you make a contribution, enter friends and relations. You will get that option. Look for it. That way there's no surcharge. And that way I get your $13.31. As it is, they surcharge 40 cents and I get $12 and some odd cents, which is not what you wanted me to get. You wanted me to get something with significance to it. If you want me to receive that, you have to stress friends and relations. For anyone out there, please stress friends and relations when you make your contributions via PayPal. Sammy Romero contributed 100 United States dollars, saying, blessing to you, Doug. Thank you for all that you do with the peacock and the clasped hands in prayer. T-Tank Berry contributed 200 United States dollars. And of course, there's the Dennis Marshall care package, which I'm still digging through for the various granola bars, which were incredibly helpful after this horrible incident. And God bless you all for your contributions. With that, let's see now. Let me see if I can bring anybody else on. So Pixie Princess Star Fox says, that's me, KK. Oh, wonderful. KK, KK. Let me check that out. Danielle McCary? Is that what you're referring to, honey? And bless you. Goddess bless you. And thank you. Just remember, friends and relations. So I get the amount you wanted me to get. And there we have that. All right. Is there anybody available to come on? Brandon Young, are you with us? Oh my God. It sucks to be alone. Okay. We'll see if I can. Oh, somebody's scrambling. Bless their hearts. Is that Joe Ty?
Yep. How you doing?
There we are, Mr. Ty. So, you can tell us a bit about what you were talking about earlier. You have this workplace violence that was ongoing, and let's talk about that.
Yeah, it was the last day of union roofing. I got called up by the bridge union to offer me a job there, and I took it because there were things adding up that's not making the job more appetizing at all. High rubberized roof, extended workday, and a U.S. Marine that's PTSD'd.
Oh, don't give him any excuses. Just say he's a fucking Marine asshole. Yeah, go on, and you got it right. Yeah.
But he's like, but I already told him I'm nosy because he was all upset and all. So I was asking him that, and he said, "Get the hell out of my face! I don't want to see you." So I was getting to almost to a point. Thank God he left work earlier that day, but yeah, things were. That's my thing with workplace violence. Sometimes it's not worth staying at a job that can turn pretty bad if you don't do something about it.
Yes.
But that's it. There's threats, but it's still violence.
That's horrible. No, that's horrible, and that doesn't make work any easier, and it's very stressful, and that impacts a person's health. That's very bad for your health to be working with people who are threatening violence. I mean, that's beyond offensive, and it needs to be brought to the people in charge. You need to be talking with the supervisor. Of course, you've left the job, which is even better.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So congratulations on leaving the job. I see that Sammy Romero is with us, and hopefully you two gentlemen can hold the stage while I, basically refresh myself. And will that be possible, Sammy?
Yes, reporting from the gates of hell. Yes.
Yes. Wonderful. Now, this is so weird. I just was adding on George Knight as well. Hopefully, he will be able to come on with us later. We'll try him again. Well, he's added on the call, so I guess he's a participant. So he's on the call. He can jump on later then. But right now, we've got both Samuel Romero and Joseph Ty. And, of course, I will count on both of you wonderful gentlemen to hold the stage. But before I refresh myself, was there anything, Sammy, that I said that brought up any questions? Did you have any questions about what I had shared, or did you hear enough of it to have any questions?
I was hearing all of it. I was hearing, during an emergency room, and it brought a lot of memories. Going to emergency room because you see a lot of interesting characters. Just for quick mention, I went to emergency room with Maria, and there was this lady who was pretty much, people tell their life story. So pretty much she was in a shelter, got knocked up by some guy, and I guess she had her husband in prison, and he ended up taking her back. I guess innocuous. I mean, like notches, but very interesting stories. Like you'd be surprised what you see in emergency rooms. People do open up. I don't know if that made any sense.
Yeah, no, it does. It definitely does. I mean, you hear everything in an emergency room, and the problem for the poor MD is they don't need to hear any of that.
No, they don't. It kind of reminds me of my sister's funeral home. She kind of experiences the same thing when, people die. People open up and tell you their life story, especially when they're grieving. So kind of you kind of get to hear all their family issues, and it's a very interesting profession when you deal with people that are vulnerable at times, whether either through doctors or family loss.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for sharing that. And by the way, your audio leaves a lot to be desired. There's a lot of background
Yeah.
noise,
Let
but
me go on mute and then go ahead. Joe Ty can talk, and then I'll see what I can do about it. Okay?
whoa, whoa. Don't. I think we need you here with Joe to kind of maintain a conversation. That's probably more important than the quality of your sound. Yes. So why don't I take that break and leave you two gentlemen to talk? That's far more important than our man Sammy finding a better cell or something like that. And I think things should work out fine. We do understand what Sammy's saying, and so that being said, make certain you can hear each other. Say hi, Joe, and make certain Sammy can hear you. Okay?
Yeah, hi Sam, how you doing?
Hey, hi Joe, how you doing?
Excellent.
Not bad. Thank God. It wasn't grown ass black man, black man with PTSD in the military that gave you that hit on the shoulders.
Yeah. Oh my God. So I will go mute with that incredibly politically incorrect statement, and I will be back.
By the way, I have no idea what you said right now. I was distracted by something, but go ahead.
Okay. So you were laughing just out of basically form. Yes, out of form. Yes.
No.
Yeah.
And
I was giving the middle finger to somebody because they were interrupting me while I was on transmission. So my apologies. Go ahead.
Okay, with that, I will go mute. I will be back in about 10-15 minutes. You gentlemen can hold the stage, right? Right?
Yes.
Yes, excellent.
Yeah.
All right. Bless you both. I'll be back. Do everybody understand? Stay here. I will be back, and when I am back, I'll suck all the oxygen out of the room. So in the interim, we'll be here until George shows up, and then we'll have a little interlude with him, and then I'll do the monologue the rest of the night. But all of you, thank you. Those upvotes are needed, of course, to counteract the downvotes of the enemy. And with that, I'll talk a bit more about what all this brought to my mind when I return. And again, one of the things that I need to be reminded to bring up when I come back, Sammy and Joe remind me to talk about the staples in my rib cage, the potential for an MRI, and why this is now a factor of some concern. And we'll cover that when I get back, and that'll take us up to the point of some other topics. So when I return, maybe by that time Sammy will have found himself slowly in a different area. Joe will give him feedback as to how his audio is sounding each time he maneuvers himself or repositions himself and or changes his earbuds or whatever he does. But in the meantime, at least we can understand what he's saying. So that being said, I'm going to go mute now. Thank you both so much.
Okay. So, are you in a better area now, Sammy? I guess you're not. Yeah. So,
how's my audio?
No.
How's my audio? How's my audio right now?
Good. It's great.
Okay. Joe, can you go ahead and talk what you want for like 5 minutes, and I'll jump on and I'll rebuttal or I'll tell you my response to whatever you're talking. Okay?
Yeah. Sure. No problem. Yeah. So Douglas might be having an issue with his lung situation, and the funny thing is that I think when we did the last transmission, I was talking about how falsehoods are like doctors not knowing the ailments that they treat, and that's when Douglas threw up. That's sort of coincidental, or I say synchronicity. But it's. I hope we can find out what's wrong with Prince Lin, and hope he gets better, because he's our connection to the true reality of America, and what's wrong with it. Because I think if people get the wrong idea of what history is about, uh, it's like this Cincinnati Navy and National Guard that got killed. I heard he was like a history buff that got the wrong history and was pro-Trump, and can't realize that Trump is not a a person that it should be trusted with his ideas of what a president should be. And I think Trump had he had another, I think, Marine that's not that called him the honorable president during his service, and got in trouble and got fired from becoming a Marine, calling the Chinese chinks. And this, this Chinese and the Marines. I don't know if he was Italian, calling somebody Guinea because he doesn't like the Italians. You're set up to a higher level when you're in the military, and I realized that it's with my son when he went into service and how strict they have become. I don't think it was as strict as a time where these Colonel Aquino wasn't working in the military. I guess it was looser. That's how they got away with so many things. And the Navy has made sure people can't wear their uniforms to represent them when they do social media like YouTube or TikTok, or they're judged now. They're put on a tighter leash during the time my son was is in the service. So I don't ask him anything because it's
I think as far as the military not letting people represent them, I think that's been actually a standard practice for. It's been a while. It's been pretty common now, even going back to back to the days of Aquino, showing up on on Oprah. He wasn't wearing his military guard. He actually had his black priest. Yes. So yes. His black priest,
I saw that video. Like, when I was in I think it was early 90s when he was on that.
Yes.
Yeah, I saw him. I was watching. I thought, is this real? Is this? But I didn't know he was in the military. You know what I'm saying? But
right.
He at least he knew not to wear the uniform when he was on the show.
Well, I think someone like him, and I'm sure Doug can talk about this better. I think someone like him kind of knows as far as what can he get away with and what he cannot. Because to a certain extent, you when you're on that type of echelon, you're made mad pretty much. So in a sense,
they used to be able to get away with more things, like my son's time. I mean, they're very strict. I mean,
right.
Even when he just came out of boot camp in the military, when he was eating at a Subway in the XP, the exchange.
Right.
He was on his toes. He said, I can't. I'm representing the military, and there's certain things I can't do. I can't be going into the shopping area of the XP because I'm in uniform, and I can't be bringing me and him there, to shop because I just graduated and they had like these people that were just came in to check out what's going on, I see the nervousness of that, and
well,
that's
I
what I
mean,
realized.
I think that could be possible. My thing is with the military, even how I've seen it is that when they go recruiting to colleges, because I've seen them, all the recruiters going with their little, with their military uniform. To me, they just look very outdated. Especially knowing what the military is, and at least now having a sense of what it truly is. It's not a surprise to see the hypocrisy. It's just as far as that mystique is what it is a bunch of crap because I mean, look what we pay them over 6% of our general budget, and that's just what's reported. That's not including all the black budget.
Oh yeah, that's that was the reason for the 9/11 thing. People don't realize that.
Well, I mean, if you start talking about that, then that's going into. I mean, I'm not saying we shouldn't talk about it, but it's like 9/11 to me, it's pretty much outdated now in the sense of there's more tragedies that are going on now that supersede that. And to me, part of it is just misinformation in the sense of so much of it.
Yeah, it's like they're saying this is I was talking to one of my former bosses. He was like a Manchurian Chinese, and he was working in the city, and he knew this guy in the government that said, "Oh, that situation would have never happened because they got missiles to shoot anything before it hit. It should have hit those planes before it hit the towers." So, and they didn't know why, but that's what Rumsfeld was talking about. For how the budget was, then the next minute, that.
Well, I mean, yeah, and that's, I mean, the sense that in theory that they should, but I mean, government does not work, Joe. I mean, we're lucky that we haven't dissolved, and I don't mean to sound like a downer, but I mean, we haven't even defeated COVID. Half the country does not want to take a vaccine, and people are dying of COVID. I just got over COVID. They haven't mandated masks. There's people walking around Amrami with no mask, and in other words, we can't mobilize as an empire. And I have to keep repeatedly saying we're an empire. We're really headed, we're headed for a civil war, but even more, we're headed for a cultural shock, in a sense that we're not that invisible, the invisible empire that we think we are. We're actually pretty weak,
Yeah, because basically we fought a war that we basically lost. We lost Iraq. We lost Afghanistan. I mean, if you were in that country for that long, we should have been occupied. We should have never lost it because basically we were there for 20 years, and we can't put our ideals of being Americans to these guys that are so restricted in their religion. It would have been like heaven for them, shouldn't it be? But I'm realizing that it's not. They're not. That's why they lost. We lost Afghanistan in less than a couple of days when we left.
Can I ask you a question? So you being you say you're Chinese or what are you again?
I'm Taiwanese American.
You're Taiwanese American.
Taiwan, like Douglas.
Okay, so, and this is just me asking you a question. and just switch subjects up. What were some of the Asian folk heroes you grew up with? Did you like Bruce Lee? Did you like, I don't know, Jackie Chan?
Yeah, I mean,
Who was somebody that you idolized as an Asian, an Asian
I
American?
actually, what got me when I was young, I actually did a copycat on the drunken fists of Jackie Chan, but then you realize Jackie Chan was a kiss-ass commie right now, and his father is a Chinese spy. Then, and you grow up realizing this is, as a little kid, you emanated
Right.
on a talent show in Chinatown, a Presbyterian church in
Were you ever attracted to the tongs as far as a kid, like join the tong and stuff?
Well, sort of, because they were coming out with a lot of gangster Chinese movies that
right
made them sort of heroic. And
have you ever been? I'm sorry. Go ahead. Have you ever been to San Francisco? Were you ever attracted to go to some of these cities like San Francisco, New York? Well, you've been to New York, obviously, but being around a big Asian community.
No, I haven't been out to California. I should have, but I never went out there because. But my dim sum teacher was originally from my dim sum. Dim sum is Chinese.
Food.
Early breakfast and brunch.
That's dumpling, right?
Yeah.
Like dumpling?
Yeah. I went to Virginia to learn from this dim sum master that was originally from Hong Kong, and he came to the U.S. And worked in San Francisco, but later on they hired him over to where I was working in Reston, Virginia. It's called Fortune Restaurant, and it was owned by Vietnamese Chinese.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I am returned, by the way. Yeah, go on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
As far as because I'm pretty much asking Joe if he had any, as a Chinese American, did he have any, idols growing up, like Bruce Lee or Jackie Chan? It's just people that I know, and my limited knowledge. But one of the reasons why I asked Joe this was because even me, when I moved to Los Angeles, I was very attracted to seeing East Los Angeles, which is historically very Hispanic, very Mexican, very there's a big culture. If you ever go to East Los Angeles, when you're there, you're like, okay, yeah, this is heavily Hispanic or Mexican influence, or Chicanos, or to put it that way. I mean, there's many names to it. So when I asked Joe Ty about this, it's mostly kind of relating to, or trying to see if there's ever was that curiosity as far as going to San Francisco. I know he went to China, to New York, but was it ever a desire for him to kind of learn more or be around more Chinese Americans like himself? I'm not saying he didn't. It's just, was he ever privy to that?
Oh. And Joe, your response?
I was my father was actually probably hidden gangster in a sense, because he was working for a Kuomintang general that was Hakka too. So there's things that are not talked about, because when my father had a restaurant in Bronx next to a pawn shop, got robbed a lot of times, because you're right next to a drug den, because they were probably, instead of giving them cash, they were giving them coke, and the police knew about this. I mean, my father got robbed one time and put into the bathroom, and the robbers didn't even know they had a telephone in the bathroom, because my father got robbed so many times he put a telephone in the bathroom.
Wow.
And they didn't realize this, and when he was being put into the bathroom, he called the cops, and the cops came.
Wow.
This is how dirty the cops were in the NYPD. They arrested the guy, then took the money and from the robberies and just took it with them. You know,
Mm-hmm.
that was probably in the late '80s, and it was crazy during that time. Bronx was like a drug den. You know,
Mm-hmm.
all the cops were in the beat, and that's how they did stuff. You know, they stole, if they wanted to be rich.
Mm-hmm.
And he got sick of it, so he actually hired a ghost shadow. You ever heard of the ghost shadow?
Oh, so one of the gangs,
Yeah.
one of the gang members. Yes, go on. Yes.
So
Yeah.
he hired one ghost shadow to work with him in the Bronx.
Mm-hmm.
And from then on, he didn't trust the cops there.
Mm.
And during the end of his time owning that restaurant in the Bronx, he hired, after the ghost shadow thought he could handle stuff, and my father said, "What are you here in the middle of Bronx, you know?
Mhm.
Probably in Chinatown you probably had a clout, but if you did your stupid shit over here, you know, you're gonna be fighting with the blacks and in the middle of the hoods."
Right.
And you know, it's like, wake up, kid. Yeah, you're in the wrong situation here, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I was laughing, you know. I heard the story, you know, but
Wow.
then during the end of the time, he hired one ex-military black man who did security for him. He actually, for a Chinese restaurant to have a security during that time, that was unheard of. You
A
know
black
what
guy,
I'm
no
saying?
less. Yeah. Yeah. And how did that work out?
Well, he ended up selling the
Oh,
restaurant,
wow.
and the guy that he hired to watch the restaurants, you know,
Mhm.
but it was a black man with a gun, you know,
Mhm.
and but that's how he protected himself later on. But the smartest thing he did was to get rid of that restaurant, you know. Because
Right.
it was getting
Wow.
robbed almost every other month, and one time he had nobody there. Everything was stolen from the walk to to anything that they can take away. They cut a hole on top of the roof and snuck in and took everything that they could.
Mm-hmm. Wow. I mean, it's just insane to me. Why did he stick with it as long as he did?
Well, he wanted to be a restaurateur. That was his first restaurant, and they were probably selling it cheap, you know.
Yeah, no
the hell
shit.
out of there, you know. But yeah, in the late '80s, Bronx, and he had a drug dealer in the pawn shop next door, and well, he made a killing because all these druggies probably got some cash when they stole shit and went next door just to eat, you know.
Right.
But yeah, it was, nowadays it wasn't worth the money that you made to stay there, you know. But there were other issues that came up because I was getting noticed by the community of Chinese in Chinatown, New York, and my cousins, my distant cousins, were actually getting. They were renting an apartment that the previous Chinese family was living in. The previous Chinese family had children of like teenage years, and the Chinese gangs were trying to force them into the gangs in Chinatown. So my parents got worried, and that's during the late '80s,
Okay.
the mid '80s that this thing was hot. This was happening, and yeah, those my cousins that rented that apartment, the kid actually got his Achilles heel torn out because he refused to join the Chinese gangs in Chinatown.
So they just tore out his Achilles heel by they were generally beating him.
Not tore out. They broke his shins, his ankles.
Okay.
And just beat it so bad. So things were getting rough during that time because the gangs were making money. It was hot. And I saw the culture there. This was during the time that you can buy illegal fireworks in Chinatown and make serious money. And when the gangs were in Chinatown, it was things were growing.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, thank you for go on. Was there something else you were going to say? Things were growing and
yeah, Chinatown was hot because fireworks was what brought people to Chinatown.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted to see, the fireworks. They wanted to see, when you take the fireworks out of Chinatown, it started dying.
Yeah, I see. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
They couldn't get rid of the evil spirits.
I like that. Yeah, no, that makes sense. And
because the streets were littered with fireworks and it was excitement and it drew people into Chinatown.
I have
that was when they took the fireworks out of Chinatown. That's when it started dying.
Yeah. All right. So, Sammy, what were you going to say?
I have well, it's not necessarily about it's about gangs, but it kind of goes off to when I was binge watching all the prison stuff, all the prison culture and gangs. Yeah. It's very interesting now that a lot of the dropouts and a lot of the sex offenders, they're actually forming their gang. I guess the protective custody has gone so big that it's pretty much a mainline yard now, where the PC is pretty much bigger than the regular mainline, and there's actually been gangs forming of dropouts. So it's interesting. Not interesting, but it's interesting in the sense that people are still gravitating towards some type of gang, even though there shouldn't be, quote unquote. Crime still, or old habits still keep popping up in the sense that these dropout gangs are large now. They're large to the sense that they're outnumbering the general population, and
I guess it's the failure of the policing over there. That's why they probably do.
Well, it's because I guess nowadays, from what I had a friend that was in the gang. And he was a dropout, but he dropped out right before he got out of youth authority, and that's when he dropped out. Pretty much, he never made it to the pen. But whatever. But what he was telling me is he completely stays away from his own neighborhood. But when he talked about these dropout gangs in prison, it's these people are not rehabilitated. They just form new gangs, and even
the prison system is where these career criminals are created.
Right, and
jails
even
aren't there for rehabilitation. They're there to create more criminals.
Right, and I say this because even like the child molesters, the sex predators, there's more of them now in prison, and they're not they're not as exclusive or as far as there's a couple there. No, they're more now. And one of the reasons why I talk about this is because there was this informant. His name is Rene Boxer Enriquez, and he recently got paroled, and he was a Mexican mafia member, but he pretty much was one of the main rats that indicted a lot of the Mexican mafia members, and gave them a lot of pretty much the secrets of how they communicate. A lot of, and I talked about this, but one of the things that, because he gave up a lot of information, one of the things that they were suppressing was he did in these PC yards, he was a gang leader. Not only that, he had he had sex crimes. He ended up raping a couple of inmates because of his heroin. I mean, he was a heroin addict on top of it. So
he's raping male inmates, fellow.
Right.
Yeah.
But because he's giving information, he pretty much is a key witness on any Mexican mafia case or any RICO charge that they throw. He's willing to testify because in other words, he's a, what do you call one of those, Doug, expert witness, I guess?
I guess, yeah.
I guess he could be a source of an expert witness, and he tells you, he pretty much tells them, okay, yeah, this guy says this, and that. And, it doesn't help that he knows a lot of the high-ranking, mobsters that are still locked up, even though they're in Colorado, ADX, or Supermax, he still knows them. And just from what my friend was telling me is, all these people know each other. It's like graduate school. But, whether they turn or, I mean, pretty much, if they turn or not, I mean, they're still scumbags. But, some people, and some of them, still are, part of that organization. And some are just government informants that will do anything to benefit themselves. And this is what this person is he's out now, but he's a sex offender. So how are you a registered sex offender and you're supposed to be in witness protection? How does that work? And that's one of the things that, boggles my mind is you're a sex offender, but you're witness protection. And, how does that work, Doug? If you don't mind me asking. I'm not saying, by the way, I'm not implying Doug is one of those type of criminals. Doug is just, a regular, hustler,
well, that's where the
guy.
cops come in to protect the sex criminal because he's the one that's paying the cops to keep him safe. So what else is better than to have a protection for this guy?
by the way, Doug, let me correct myself. You're not a hustler. You're just, you're just.
Oh, I don't mind. Believe me, I don't find any of that offensive.
You're just a regular, dude. So that just happens to be a vampire, smart, and your lineage, you know what I mean.
But no, I mean there is an element of the gigolo there, and of course I say that just so that ladies understand the situation I've been in. I'm trying to evolve out of that situation, just so ladies know. I was ready to evolve out of it with Judith Ager, who demanded that she become the sole recipient, the sole beneficiary to my Marine Corps life insurance. And then she refuses to speak to me, and this is like what I deal with as a primary frustration. Like, I mean, that's just totally unfair. There is nothing reasonable about the stance that she's taken, and it's just one of the things that we'll kind of go into. But more, the reason it means so much to me now is because if I do take this magnetic resonance imaging, there will be a 50% chance, technically, that I'm going to die horribly. We'll go into that soon enough, but yeah.
Did you ever find out? Maybe you went through a metal detector. Was that ever told to you, Doug? Or you can't go through a metal detector, or
The interesting thing is that here's the problem with metal detectors. Let me tell everybody something. They're not. They're as worthless as those oxygen machines that that I was talking about earlier, and not oxygen machines, but oxygen detectors. I mean, a metal detector really. Think about all the metal that you have on you that you never think about. Your belt buckle, your pens have metal clips on them, and chances are you would, if you didn't think about it, you would walk through a metal detector and that wouldn't set it off. It's so it's that doesn't count really. But yeah, but it's a legitimate question. It's a valid question based on logic. but it's one of those things where now I do know that if people have like heavy metal implants, and by that I mean like there was this one cracker, this one clown cracker who I knew, who was the dad of this guy that I knew, who was he wasn't half Asian, but a lot of people thought he was. It was just really weird. But the guy had a kind of exotic look to him, and he spoke Asian languages really well and was able to go to Asia and actually blend in to a degree because he had a peculiar look to him. Now, maybe his dad was like David Carradine or something, where, by the way, David Carradine does not look Asian to any Asian, but, it's one of those things where, for some reason people imbued that on him because he played a role. So, but, I say that facetiously, but his dad was a Vietnam veteran, and his dad had his leg blown to hell. And so when they reassembled his leg, he was given like a metal bone. So he had a metal rod in place of a bone. And and by the way, Diane Hillis Buchberger, God bless her. She's going to take me in a totally different direction right now. She says, when I just heard what you said, couldn't you put your adoptive child as a beneficiary instead? Like change the beneficiary? Do it! And honey, I love you. And believe me, I would love to do that, but I cannot. That's basically what happened was when my son got married to the man that he's married to, that's one of the things that we discussed in terms of prenuptials. And just so people understand this, it's not like I have an easy future ahead of me, which is why I'm looking for a mate, really, to settle down with. Because even though my son is married to this man, my son's prenuptials are such that this man wants to protect him. He truly loves my son. There's a whole story behind that where there was one incident which proved to me that this man was willing to risk his life for my son, and that's when I pretty much gave my son's hand away in marriage. I pretty much agreed to it at that point. There's a whole story behind that. But when it comes to the reality that we're faced with, the reality of someone with that level of monetary, his family, meaning like his relations, not my son married to him, but his family, they're extraordinary. They become lethally dangerous the moment that man dies. They will go out of their way to kill my son to basically get the money. And so in order to prevent that, my son will be given a comparatively limited amount of money where he'll have a comfortable retirement. That is part of the prenuptial agreement. Another part was that he would find it deeply offensive if I were to make my son my beneficiary, because that would imply that he's unable to provide for my son. So I can't do that. It would be like offensive to his husband. So I'm stuck with this money made out to Judith Ager, who refuses to speak to me, even though, once she found out she was the sole beneficiary, then she basically said, so long, sucker, go fuck yourself. I mean, it was like she got what she wanted, and I'm just kind of stuck. I can change it, but who would I change it to? So it's not going to be my son. So really need to find someone else to develop a relationship with, and that's when I will return to that status of feeling that I'm balanced in life. Right now, the horror is if I wind up going into that magnetic resonance imaging machine and my staples are pulled out of my lungs and I die horribly, then she gets $50,000 without even having to have spoken to me in years at this point. So she's, truly is at this point irredeemable in many ways, obviously. If anyone can communicate with her, let her know that I would love to hear her voice before I go into this MRI, because there is a 50% chance I will die. So that it really doesn't serve her well, or it certainly I would like it to be publicly held against her if she refuses to do that and I wind up dying and she gets $50,000 for nothing. That would be horrible. I think that's I think she owes me that much, and I'm certain everyone would agree. So that being said, the other aspect is just that. This story I was telling about this guy's dad, who was a Vietnam veteran, what this idiot cracker used to do would be, he would set the alarms off at the airport. Now, this was well before 9/11. This was way before 9/11, and it was like in those days, it like didn't mean anything. If he tried something like that today, they would kill him. But basically, what this guy got off on, what was his masturbatory thrill in life, was that he would like get into the line and not tell anyone he had a metal rod in his lower leg. And then he would trigger the alarm. And then that would force everyone in security to surround him. And then the moment they surrounded him, then he'd go into his sob story about, yeah, I got a metal implant in my leg. I'm a Vietnam vet. And I did it for you. And now look how you're treating me. This is just the bullshit he would pull so that he would have everybody wait for another half an hour on radio. So that, yeah, I'm sorry, I just... That radio thing came from somebody. I was reading a note from Diane, and she's providing me something not to read aloud. So anyhow, so the radio thing came in there because of just what came to my mind when she was talking about, don't say this on the radio. So I won't say it on the radio when she's giving me as a private suggestion. And so I'll consider that. So, you know, I'll consider that, honey. Thank you. And we'll go over that maybe privately at some point soon. And but aside from what I just said, so this idiot, this is how he got his thrill. And if he had done that after 9/11, when you had people really waiting and people really concerned about security, yeah, they'd just smack him down. They would like, nobody would tolerate that shit anymore. But there you go with that story. So in other words, you can have parts in your body that will set off a metal detector, but they've got to be big. I mean, like a bone worth of metal rod. And so in my case, these are staples holding up my rib cage, and they don't set off metal detectors. And this will be even when they're running the things over me. But they're definitely there because it's on the record. And so this is the challenge that we're dealing with now. With everything that's been happening lately, the doctor really wants to put me through an MRI. And if I don't go through that MRI, I'll be viewed as a problem patient. One of those patients who's not really cooperative. And so you can't have that kind of reputation. So I'll still talk it over with them. The problem is the records to the surgery. What we've got on the paper is that my lungs collapsed multiple times because of exposure to cyclosaurine nerve gas during the Gulf War. That's on the record. The surgery was performed in January of 1999. And then they, of course, when they went to look for the records to recover them to send to Kaiser from UCSF, the records were gone. So there's your U.S. government at work. And as for... yeah, an observation by Diana, which may be true. She says, that lady at the hospital is very odd, like she was there spying on you. The so-called lawyer sounds like bull. It is odd. That was odd. And there was one other incident just before I left, before I while I was waiting forever for the taxi when they were calling it and the taxi never showed up. A Japanese-American girl came in with a Japanese-American mother, and there's very few Japanese left in the United States. They're unicorns. But these were ethnically Japanese people, the mother and the daughter was a teenager with a teddy bear, and it was the most heartbreaking thing in the world. She was having a nervous breakdown, so she was going in specifically to ask for psychiatric intervention. And, of course, you know, if I were feeling better, I would have gotten up like an idiot to try and cheer her up, but you never want to do that. You need these people to see a professional psychiatrist. They need to get their work done. Don't ever try something like that. Luckily I was too sick to do anything that stupid. And all I could do was wind up calling the cab myself to get home. Oh my God. So thank God I had the anti-nausea pills that they provided to do that. And again, fully covered by my Medicare and Medi-Cal. Who's still with us? Because one of them said he had to take off for a bit. Was that Joe or Sammy? I think
I'm here.
That's what I thought.
I don't need to be away.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm back.
Oh, there he is. All right. Yeah. So. All right.
I'm here, Doug.
Yeah. Yes. And what was that? He said something like, "I'm back," and then after that he said, "I'm me," or something, right?
No, I'm back. I'm back.
Oh, okay. There we are.
Yeah, I'm here, Douglas. Beg your pardon.
Oh, there you are. Okay, that's that. There we are. So George and I is here. Oh my God, how long were you waiting there?
No, it's all right. I've been here for 20 minutes. That's all right, Douglas. Yeah,
Oh
I've been
my
listening.
God, why didn't you tell me? Oh my.
Beg your pardon.
Oh my
I do
God.
apologise. Yeah, no. I'm quite happy just sat here listening. No, thank you. Thanks for inviting me to the round table.
Oh yes, of course. No, by all means. And now that you're here, it's very important that we cover some things going on in England. And now, as far as we know, England does not yet have a new prime minister. Is that correct? It's still Boris Johnson technically for now. Yes.
Yeah, he's a standing prime minister at the moment still. Yeah, until there's a replacement. That's right, Douglas.
Yeah.
And it's between two candidates. You know, the highest is Rishi Sunak and then Liz Truss, they're the two likely candidates. But yeah, I don't know what's going on there, to be honest with you.
Okay.
But yeah, they just keep having these pop-ups all the time, saying that one's saying this and the other one's saying that, and so it's just a fight now of who's going to reign, who's going to reign supreme. Yeah, over each other.
Do you have any preference? I mean, personally, I would tend to prefer Liz Truss over the Rishi Sunak simply because I'm just bigoted that way. How about yourself?
Yeah, no, probably Liz Truss as well, Douglas, to be honest with you. We'll just wait and see what manifests, what pans out. Yeah, we'll just see. Yeah, I'm just peripherally scouring or scanning the internet for that. Yeah, so it's just a brief only glaze over everything. Yeah, but without taking too much detail in. So I do apologise. I can't make it into any context. Yeah, put it into any context.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. No worries.
Yeah,
I'll do that for you. I've been keeping some track, and I'll do it by in context of Brexit, because I don't think that people appreciate the impact of that anymore as much. They don't understand how that's still impacted Britain the way it has. But do say hello to both Sammy and Joe Tai. Let's see if they can hear you.
Yeah, hello Sammy and hello Joe Tai. Oh, I think Sammy's just dropped out. Oh,
okay.
Beg your pardon, Sammy. Yeah, love you, Lee. Yeah.
Sammy, of course, is at work, so every once in a while he's going to do that. And holy shit, yeah, he really did drop off. And so he said, be right back. And so that was what he said at 11:26 p.m. But then he dropped off again. But Brandon's still with us because I think he is, right? Now, this is something that I don't want him to take offense at this because, like he said, it's something that people don't let go, but I think he fell asleep. that's
It happens.
Yeah, I mean, oh my God. So there we are, and so our man George. So yes, I'm so sorry about everyone worrying the other night, and now we've got this other concern where we've got, like I said, at this point they're going to make me try and go through an MRI, and we've got missing records as to exactly what the staples in my ribcage are made of. If they're made of titanium, then the MRI would likely be survivable because titanium has very low magnetism resonance. It would not likely magnetize to the point where it would rip out of my rib cage, but the other staples would. There's nothing dramatic about what I'm saying. For anybody who doesn't understand the concern here, and they think this is all melodramatic bullshit and that I'm juicing this, you just don't understand how powerful those magnets are. To give people an example of this so that they better understand, one of the many things that I did over my careers was taking care of my parents, during which time, of course, I attended multiple courses provided by the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute on medical education. So we had doctors that were educating us on a number of issues, and while I was auditing these medical journalism courses, in essence, at UCSF, through the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute program as a care provider. For those of you who are complete and total crazies out there, there are crazy people out there whose only desire in life is to quote unquote catch me in a lie. And so I have crazy people who have contacted me saying, oh, Osher Lifelong Learning Institute only allows you in their program if you're over 60, which I most certainly am half a decade away from, and certainly was nowhere near at the time that I was caring for my parents. But you see, the difference is they allow care providers in there and paraprofessionals in the medical industry as well. So this is something that most people are unaware of, and you're just all crazed and fucked over if you're trying to poke a hole in anything that I say. If this is all you see in life, this is the only thing you have to do, there is something seriously wrong with you. Get a life, and beyond that, you're all wrong anyway. Exactly. Those people in that category. But anyhow, so while I was taking these courses, one of the things brought to our attention about, one of the guys who was giving us a lecture at one point was a man who was a medical resonance imaging expert, just an MRI expert, an expert in imaging. And he pointed out, first of all, that all the astronomical costs and medical expenses are basically fall at his feet. That basically it's the imaging that is the hyper expensive. This is why they all want me to take this MRI test, by the way. This is where the money's made. Is because maintaining that machine is so expensive that they'll shove anybody through it that they can. Whether you live or die is of secondary importance to them. But in terms of, I've already told the story before about, some janitor leaving in a wrench or a hammer, and then when they turned the MRI machine on, it killed the young boy that was only 9 or 10 years old who was in the MRI machine because the magnets are so strong they lifted the hammer or the wrench from the other end of the room and cracked his skull open. And so this is like borders on supernatural power. So when I approached this guy after the lecture and I told him about, I hear that these magnets are so powerful that, and by the way, I got this from my landlady who is an MRI technician. And at one point my landlady told me, oh yeah, she said that the magnets are so powerful, they either do something to the brain where they distort the brain's perception, or they do something to the environment where they cause a break in a dimensional rift, if you will. And she said that MRI technicians will normally speak to each other that they won't share with other people about figures walking through the walls, that they'll see figures walking through the walls while they got the magnets on and shit. And then, so later on, another time, 10 years later, I spoke to her again about this, and she claimed she never said that. And so it was like she suddenly got an order to never speak about that, because you can understand why they would get an order like that. So, but beyond that, when I spoke to this guy, I drew him aside after the lecture and I told him about the Philadelphia experiment. And he had never heard of it. He had never heard of the Philadelphia experiment. And so when I told him this involved these heavy-duty magnetic coils they put around the USS Eldridge, and that it has disappeared and then it reappeared with the sailors, some of them just molded right into the walls, like melted through, and part of the walls just essentially unable to extricate themselves. And when I told him about this, and I said that many people dismiss this as urban legend, but my father was there and everything, and he looked me straight in the eye and he said, when you're dealing with that level of magnetic power, he said, I would never dismiss what you just said. He said, I would never dismiss what you just said based on the level of magnetic power they were playing with. So this is, this is nothing to sneeze at. These are not toys. These are incredibly powerful instruments that warp the reality, the fabric of reality around you, the materials around you. That being said, there you have it. Yes, I could die going through this. And so I've been trying to put this off. And so I don't know if you heard this part, George, but UCSF was contacted. They were supposed to transfer the records of that January 1999 surgery to Kaiser Hospital, but they can't find the records. No. They do know that it's on the record that my lungs collapsed multiple times due to exposure to nerve gas in the Gulf War, that the surgery was conducted there, but they can't find the records. And so the government has stolen them. And whether that was done years ago, that's not something the government necessarily did in recent times. This could have been done any time after 1999 that the government could have gone in and stolen those records. But that's certainly what happened. But this is what brings to my mind something else that I do want people to understand. Think about what I deal with in terms of my life when I bring up this concern now. Here we are now at a point in my life where what happened to me in the Gulf War could potentially kill me now. And here I am dealing with a bunch of people, these gang stalkers, who deny that I was ever in the military. This is the kind of insanity that we're dealing with. I mean, I'm the one who suffered combat damage to the point where there are visible chest tube scars under my armpits, which are visible to anybody who's seen them. That would include anyone who slept with me, including Judith Hager, the woman who refuses to speak to me, but will get 50 grand at the toss of a coin if I go into that MRI. And then we've got other people who... MDs, of course, who can confirm everything on the record and everything that they've seen. And yet we've got a situation where you've got people denying I was in the military. And what makes this so vile is think about the people who knew me better than most. Even though they may never have met me personally, that's not necessarily something that is really what's the matter here, because George Knight has never met me personally, but he knows me better than most. And but you had Jameson Reese, who was just trying to glom onto me and learned quite a bit about me simply because he was trying to learn magical secrets from me, trying to become a sorcerer's apprentice. And then as soon as he realized I was never going to give that to him, when that truly hit him and he became a blood enemy, then he's up there saying, oh, Douglas Dietrich never made it through boot camp, and is shouting out to the skies all this bullshit he's reading from forged documents, forged by a madman whose face he's never seen, Richard K. Cole Jr. This is what I'm dealing with. If anyone out there is stupid enough to believe these people, you're faced with the consequences of your stupidity now. I am at a crisis point in life with a medical situation where, due to my vasodepressor syncope, which I inherited from my mother, they're going to try and disambiguate whether it's indeed the case or whether I've had strokes or transient ischemic attacks. And the only way this can be done is through a procedure that has a 50% chance of killing me because of these staples in my chest. So unless they're titanium, or unless the nanobots have dismantled them for use of the materials in other areas of my body, which, by the way, is not that ridiculous a concept. Stranger things have happened, and I've survived very grievous injuries where something had to be redistributed somewhere. So that could also be a case. The scars are still there on my body, but the staples, which used to appear on my x-rays, did not appear on the latest x-ray. So there is a mystery going on there. We've got a record of the surgery. We know that they were inserted, but they're no longer visible on an x-ray. Either the x-ray reviewer is really incompetent, which can also happen because a lot of these x-rays are sent to fucking India or Pakistan, where people who don't even know what they're doing look over them. And then
Douglas.
Yeah.
Well, couldn't you go to the hospital and check if they got dissolvable staples when they did your operation and find out their inventory for
in 1999
for the surgery
in 1999? I mean, honestly, Joe, I appreciate what you're saying, but in 1999, this is the problem. In 1999, when I was talking to different people, they were all saying, you know, they might have used ceramic staples, but it's really unlikely that that was the case in 1999. In 1999, I would have been lucky if it was titanium, which hopefully was the case. You know, I do distinctly remember having an MRI, but I cannot remember whether I had that before or after the surgery. It had to do when I went deaf. So that had to be after I was in the police academy, because I didn't go deaf until I was exposed to chickenpox in the police academy from this Jewish cadet who they allowed in, who should not have been allowed in because he had a full-blown case of chickenpox and he infected me and other cadets. And, but they allowed him in. But at any rate, so I contracted that from him and went deaf in my right ear, which happens in a third of all adults exposed to chickenpox, adult males. And then what happened was I had an MRI at some point during that time. So that was like before the surgery. It had to be before the surgery. So that was before.
Could you not get a regular X-ray, Douglas, or
Yeah, they
I
can't see
know
it on
it's.
the regular X-ray this time. They can't see.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So they're saying go for it. I mean, and I probably will wind up going for it. But then, if I die, oh God, I don't want my money to go to Judith Agert if she's not going to at least bless me with the sound of her voice one more time before I go in. So yes, again, if there's anybody out there able to reach her, then let her know.
Or
the
find Douglas a nice girl that likes you right now. Girls, you got a chance with Douglas now. You got $50,000.
Yes, that's delightful. Thank you, Joseph. Thank you, Joseph. That's just such a viable solution. That is just such a viable solution. That's yes.
Make
that's
Douglas happy before he gets the MRI. Girls, come on, you got a chance.
Yes. Without brilliant thinkers like Joseph Ty to help me through these situations, I don't know how I'd make it. But hey, that's the thought that counts. Yes. It's not necessarily a silly idea, but it's one of these ideas that is not necessarily.
It's better to go out with some loving instead of none.
Go out with a bang. Yes. There's other ways to get escorts than signing over my life insurance for a final bang. Thank you, but appreciate it. So George, tell us about. Yes, thank you, Joseph, and George. So tell us about everything.
And that includes the escorts. You hear that? You get $50,000. Okay, you gotta provide Douglas with the best ever escort service ever.
That's cute. It's cute. That's the escorts.
At least you don't have to pay right away.
Yeah. Oh my God. Or I could fake my death and get it and pay for my expenses. Yes, yeah. So that being said, so George, tell us.
Hello, Douglas. Hello,
yes,
dear.
How are things going on? How are things?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Douglas. I don't want anything to happen to you. That would be the worst thing in my life if anything happened to you. So no way do I want that to happen.
Thank you.
So no way. I'm praying on heaven. I'm praying just every day that you're going to be all right.
Understood.
That's really cool.
Is there a case study for this? Are you going to be the case study again, Prince Lin?
You mean a case study for any case like mine beforehand, historically?
Yes.
Not that I know of. No, I mean, it was highly experimental surgery. That's why it makes it so strange that the records disappeared or so suspect. This was a radical surgery. It was highly experimental. So they unhinged my lower jawbone so they could reach in and scrape all of the blisters left by the war gas, and then staple the lungs to the rib cage. And so there we have that. And they also warned me, this much I do remember distinctly, that if that right lung in particular collapsed again, that they could never get it back up. Certainly not with the technology they had then, at least. So who knows? Maybe things have changed now, but I doubt they've changed that much. So obviously I don't want to risk something happening to my lungs. And it's, it is what it is. But there we have that. And, that being said, so George, I appreciate what you're saying, and tell us more about what's going on in England. I don't know if you heard some of the first part of when I was talking about what had happened with the emergency room and the vasodepressor syncope and all that stuff, but did you hear any of that, or did you miss that part?
Oh, vaguely, Douglas. Yeah, I did. I did hear it earlier when I joined. I did hear, vaguely about.
When you joined, well, that was like
I believe. I don't know if it was earlier on before I even came on Skype, but I believe I heard a little bit earlier on YouTube. Yeah,
okay. Yes. So how's your morning so far, and how's the day going? Does the weather look tolerable?
Oh, I got absolutely drenched yesterday. The heavens opened.
Oh my God!
I got drenched. I got a photo. So I won't send it to you. It's just me looking like a puddle of mess.
Oh my God!
Yeah, it was awful. But yeah, it's all right. It's dry at the moment, but it's good that we're getting some rain. We needed some rain.
Yes.
Just the grass is all, it's all burnt out, and it's just not alive. So it's what the flowers need and what we need, and cool the air down. But everything's going well, Douglas. But yeah, it's just unprecedented times that we're living in.
And thank you so much for killing the sex bots earlier. Oh my God, thank you so very much.
I do. If they're on and there's no other what they call moderators or administrators to knock them off, I just do it. I just hide them from timeline or hide them from chat. Yeah.
Yes. Oh, that's wonderful. I mean, I so deeply appreciate that. And so in terms of what you want to bring to our attention tonight, by all means. I mean, because we were going to talk actually Sunday, and we didn't get a chance to do that. And thank you for contacting Sammy. I so much appreciate that you contacted Sammy to ask him about how he was doing. And I mean, the both of you coordinated. He called me after that, and then it was shortly after that I sent a number of people messages, and I Joe Ty sent me a note about the guy who was trying to break into the FBI office and kill FBI agents. Turned out to be ex-Navy or ex-Marine. One of those, another one of those.
Navy and National Guard.
Navy and National Guard. Thank you. Just another one of those former military assholes. So a lot going on, and in England, our man George is basically our correspondent. And so, aside from all of that, what were we going to talk about on Sunday, George, that we didn't get a chance to?
So many things, Douglas. There was just so much to discuss. I laughed my head off the other night because after the reports coming out about the FBI going in to basically confiscate all those documents from Trump's I think it's Florida State House. They retrieved those boxes of documents, and I was like, he's getting charged under the Espionage Act. I was like, well, there you go. It's just what we've been saying for years. It's just what Douglas has been saying for years, that he's a Russian asset. He's basically a Russian insurgent, and that's what basically it is. He's him. Yeah. Infiltrating the secret classified documents, these national security documents that are very highly sensitive, and he's selling it off to the Russian Federation, straight to Vladimir Putin, which state-sponsored media have admitted they have seen these documents. Well, there you go. Where they get it from? They get it from the Trump administration. They've been getting it for years. So he's been selling this off. Well, not selling it, literally giving it, handing it over.
Yes.
So that's what these espionage charges. Well, I did see, Fox News and CBS News, that they were saying that he will not be charged, but that is what the allegations and charges are. The FBI had hard evidence to, they knew he was held in these documents. He's accountable for holding them, without any impunity. So but they know that he's got them, and what's he doing with them? He's selling them on. He's giving them away. Yes. Yeah, and who's he giving them to? So. Yeah,
there you have it.
There you go. And I just laughed my head off, and I thought, there you go. People are now finding, because I remember bringing up, about 3 or 4 years ago, I put on a post on Facebook about, he's a Russian asset, and people were just like, they were just disregarding it. They weren't even paying attention to it. They were just saying, "Oh, it's just all hogwash." No, it's got credence. It's got, thank
George,
you.
George Knight, isn't it treason? It's treason, isn't it?
It's under treason, that's right.
Yes, and it should be death, shouldn't it be?
Sentenced to execution, if you are, charged under treason, and which he is guilty of. So he's either going to relocate, just like Edward Snowden did. He went off to the Russian Federation, or like Julian Assange did under the Ecuadorian embassy in London. So he's going to do one way or another, or he's going to try his hardest to try and dodge this. It's not going to go well. And they're just putting it down as a democratic conspiracy that they're trying to stop him running for president in 2024. So that's what they're putting it down.
Well, that will stop him for sure. If they
exactly. Yeah.
Hopefully that happens.
Well, one would hope. One would hope that would stop.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But we can't count on that. He's the kind of individual who basically will. He may try to declare that he's running for president now to try and avoid therefore, to try and claim some immunity as a presidential candidate. So we'll see what kind of weird ass strategy that he tries to come up with. But it's it is what it is, and it's a bad situation. Obviously, I'll do a little bit more analysis on that, but I'm so glad that you brought it up. And
where's the CIA? Where's the CIA?
Yeah.
Where's the CIA? I think he pissed off the Bushes.
Robert Mueller.
I don't see them go after him. Come on, you don't need this Trump for a second term.
Yeah. Well, after they, the elections, once the Russian Federation, brought Trump into office, he was sacking everyone. He was firing everyone. Like the Mueller investigation, he fired the head of the FBI and the I could get this wrong, but he definitely sacked the head of the FBI, the CIA. He fired someone from office, someone who is director or in charge. So they couldn't investigate the elections. They couldn't because they were tampered with. They were manipulated with by the Russian Federation. They were intervening illegally. Yes. Yeah. So this was the Russian. This was all the work of the Russian Federation to get Trump into office in the first place because Hillary won the popular vote.
Yes, it very much is so true, and you've got it down. And in terms of all of that, this is what makes it so maddening. We're in a situation now where we're likely headed towards a civil war because of this, of course. And it was Trump who helped to bring this about, and so I'll go a bit more into that tonight. And honestly, our man across the Atlantic was observing this with a detached eye, Mr. George Knight, and he's done his best to try and talk to people about it. And the funny thing is, I'd be curious to know, when you were on Facebook, where most of these deniers are the people who were incensed about it. I'm certain that people were just all kinds of idiots just began being triggered by this and raving and saying that you're basically some evil person for saying what you said. Were most of these Americans, or were there also
British.
some Britons? The British?
Britons as well, Douglas.
Oh God.
Saying that he is a great businessman. I mean, the guy is declared bankrupt. How many times? I can't count on my hands. How many times he's declared bankrupt? And then
Trump University's gone.
Yes.
Yeah. I was bringing up
Trump Airlines gone. Trump Steakhouse is gone. Trump Vodka is gone.
Yes.
Yeah. All that. Yeah. All these. The Vegas casinos. Yeah, all that. It's all gone. I was bringing up with my friend Eric the other day about some historical context of World War II when the Japanese were interned during World War II. They were declared enemy aliens. And I was bringing up the what do you want to call the Trump dynasty, some of the aspects of the Trump dynasty to begin with, and it was John G. Trump who was head of the Office of Alien Property, and he was the man who was sent in. The OAP, the Office of Alien Property, was sent in to retrieve all of the blueprints that at the New York hotel that Nikola Tesla killed himself in 1940. In 1940. No, it was 1943, wasn't it, Douglas? I do beg your pardon.
I believe so. I mean, 1943 or 44 that he killed himself. Yeah, it was one or the other, but I'm pretty sure it was 1943. Actually, you've got this down so well.
Yeah, thank you.
And so please, by all means, continue. So you were telling your friend about this.
Yeah. And when they interned all the Japanese with, and they were third generation citizens in the United States with Japanese heritage, and when they interned them, they seized all their assets and all their real estate, and these were then resold on. And the man who was responsible for that was John G. Trump, Donald Trump's uncle. And so this is the basically the what do you want to call it, of the Trump dynasty. I'm trying to think of a word to.
Well, the source of their fortune.
Yeah, it's the source. It's the origin of their And so I was just bringing up that reality to Eric about how that is the source, and that's how that's where he comes from. He comes from this background.
Right.
Stealing
of deep state, of basically deep state. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Douglas. So I was just bringing up this about Trump, and these people just saying that he's a great businessman. He's a great. He's just a great. He's going to be a great leader, and this is just at the start of his his presidency. just going into it. Oh, it's just, it's maddening to see people with that admiration for this individual.
Yeah,
it truly is. Yeah, but
yeah,
it's but yeah, I was bringing up then another thing I want to raise, Douglas, is I was bringing up that with Eric, and I was also bringing up because we were talking basically about information that's censored and how it's very hard to actually accumulate information on, that's true, because he was explaining from his own background, his own experience, that a lot of information, it starts off with a truth, and then you've got a gap of information, and then all of a sudden it gets distorted and turn away into something that's confused, and people get confused by it. And I was giving them a great example of saying, well, this might sound absolutely absurd and outlandish to you, but there was basically a organization that was organized just after I was talking about Operation Argos with him. I was mentioning about when the Americans went nuclear at the South Atlantic to detonate 3 atomic ordinances on the upper stratosphere, the ionosphere of the planet, across the Antarctic. And this was to dislodge the 1,000-year Reich in exile for relocating their assets onto the moon. And I said, you can look this up. This is something, and it's actually stated on Wikipedia. If you look up the non-alignment movement, which was comprised of it's 100 and something nation states that were members of the United Nations Security Council. One of the guys that organized it, one of the founding members was Abdel Nasser, the president of Egypt, and Joseph Broz Tito of Yugoslavia. And I said, he actually has mentioned this quote, and you can see this on Wikipedia for all places, that he was going to, in case after the Americans went nuclear in Operation Argos, after launching 3 consecutive strikes against the 1,000-year Reich in exile, you had the Soviet Union and the United States that had a moment.
By the way, just making sure Joe Tai goes mute if that's him moving, There we are. That will help immensely, because I think he's moving. Joe Tai is moving, and it's causing a lot of background noise. So if you could go mute Joe, thank you. So if that's you. So go on, George. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Much appreciated that, actually. So when after the Soviet Union and the United States, they had a moratorium. They discussed, well, we can't have a serious space program, because if any one of our countries decides to have full-blown space program to go out into space,
because he can't hear us.
Colonize the moon.
Hold on for a second. So Joe Tai, can you hear us? Joe Tai, can you?
Joe.
Oh.
Yeah, could you go mute? Thank you. It's the audio is maddening. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
No worries. Thank you. So go on, George. From there, this was and again, point out the context of the non-aligned nations was the non-aligned nations attempt was to contextualize that again and then take it from there.
Oh, absolutely. The whole purpose and the principle for the non-alignment movement was it was comprising of many nation states that were part of the United Nations, as well as other satellite states that were not part of the United Nations. But the purpose for it, but if you notice, the member states that were not part of the non-alignment movement were the United States and the Soviet Union. And that was in case it were an all-out nuclear exchange between the United States and the Soviet Union. Then Joseph Broz Tito actually said, we will relocate our country, our assets, our citizens to the moon, to the colony that the 1,000-year Reich in exile established on the South Pole region of the moon. And that is something that you can, as something I explained to Eric, you can actually look that up. It might sound absolutely crazy, but there was what they call a lunar star. The moon-based alpha, as you know, Douglas, the Department of Defense understood it and he recognized it. They gave it a name. They weren't ever able to find out the real name or learn the real name of the colony that the 1,000-year Reich in exile established on the South Pole region of the moon in a crater across the Terminator line. And I explained to Eric that in the sunlight on the moon, it's above 300 and it's something like 340 or 50 degrees, centigrade. So it's extremely hot. And on the dark side of the moon, it's extremely cold. Or in the shadow, it's in the shadow part of the moon, it's extremely cold. It's minus 100 and something, degrees. It is something, it's non-sustainable for life, especially organic life like ourselves. So, they established a moon-based colony on the South Pole of the moon in a crater along the Terminator line between the dark side and the light side, between the sunlight and the darkness.
Yeah.
And so, and that is what Joseph Broz Tito actually said, that he was going to relocate, use his space program, which was the second, I would say the second, but it's recognized as the third largest space program after the Soviet Unions and the United States. And so they had many great programs to for space colonization. And that's what, if an all-out nuclear exchange between the United States and the Soviet Union ever commenced, that was his plan to relocate. And these countries will all come together to work on this program to actually get their assets, their people, and their citizens to the moon. And that was the whole idea of it. That was the purpose of the non-alignment movement. And that was after Operation Argos. So I just wanted to bring that up because I mentioned that the other day to Eric. And that's something that, I've never mentioned in a post at all on Facebook, but that's something that people can actually reference and look up, that he actually did. And that was the whole purpose of it.
Yes. No, God bless you. I'm so proud of you. Honestly, you've come so far, and you've been able to educate so many people with very important information they otherwise would never know. And you do so with passion and enthusiasm, which is so necessary to keep one going through the kind of resistance that people meet towards these subjects. Just so people understand just some of the nuances, just some of the details. So when it comes to Tesla's death, it was 1943. I remember that distinctly now. And when it came to what was going on with Nikola Tesla and the mystery of his missing files, we were talking about, my files going missing. And of course, now, of course, that means Tesla and I have something in common. It certainly means I have more in common with Tesla than Miguel Andahar does, the crazy son of a bitch who believes he's Tesla's reincarnation, along with Bruce Lee's and the Pharaoh Akhenaten, that they all three have come together in him like the Holy Trinity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, to make some kind of Superman who somehow works as a busboy in New York and as an extra in films when he can get a job. That individual who claims, of course, that I've never been and never will be something, though we can't understand exactly what they're disclaiming. But, the nature of the chaos cultists. Nothing that they say has to make sense because they're senseless peoples. They're operating on behalf of chaos. Their idea is to sow confusion. So when it comes to the FBI, I remember that it was yesteryear, 2021, that they finally declassified their files on Nikola Tesla. But the questions, of course, were still remaining, and those were by no means exhaustive. These were just what files they had assembled on Tesla themselves. But Tesla killed himself in January of 1943. So that was, of course, in the Waldorf Astoria Hotel that was paid for by a millionaire sponsor. And that was in New York City, of course. And that was when representatives of the U.S. government's Office of Alien Property, which was, of course, the same sons of bitches who stole everybody's property, who was considered the member of a suspect ethnicity, meaning Germans, Italians, Romanians, had their property stolen by these people as well, but in particular the Japanese, because for the Japanese there were almost no exceptions. And they were rounded up as an ethnos in America, and it was the Office of Alien Property that stole everything, their real estate, their financial property, their bank accounts, everything. And they took as many documents as they could from Nikola Tesla's apartment. And at that point that he had killed himself, he was 86 years old. It was, of course, the height of World War II. And basically, what had happened was that, just so people understand the technical nuance here, his nephew's name was Sava Kosanovic. And Sava Kosanovic was a diplomat, and he was given many files by Nikola Tesla to smuggle back to Yugoslavia. So he definitely was able to rescue quite a number of them. But he had a feeling something was going to happen, but even he was still shocked that his uncle had killed himself. So when he went rushing to the apartment after hearing the news of his uncle's death, because it was never broadcast as a suicide, Tesla's body had already been removed. And Kosanovich suspected that someone had already gone through whatever remained of his uncle's effects, because technical papers were missing. A black notebook that he knew that Tesla kept with several hundred pages, some of which were marked government. And it was P.E. Foxworth, the assistant director of the New York FBI office, who was called in to investigate on Kosanovich's behalf. In other words, Kosanovich was asking the FBI to investigate the theft, which would have meant that the government was going to investigate itself, but he didn't know that, and the FBI didn't necessarily know that. So the FBI was launching an investigation that was probably ultimately called off by Franklin Delano Roosevelt. But the assistant director of the New York FBI office at that time was P.E. Foxworth, who was called in to investigate. And according to Foxworth, he found out that the government was vitally interested in preserving Tesla's papers. So 2 days after Tesla's death, representatives of the Office of Alien Property went to his room at the New Yorker Hotel, and they seized all his possessions. Now, for people to understand this, the Office of Alien Property is a federal Department of Thieves. They are not scientists. They had no idea what they were looking at. So basically they called in Dr. John G. Trump, who was not involved with the Office of Alien Property. He was an electrical engineer with the National Defense Research Committee of the Office of Scientific Research and Development. So he was with an office that was called OSRD. And so specifically their subdepartment, the National Defense Research Committee. So basically this was like a high office within the general office of the Office of Scientific Research and Development. And he was called in to analyze the Tesla papers, which were in OAP, or Office of Alien Property, custody, because they couldn't interpret anything they had. So following 72 hours in which he did not sleep, 3 days in which he stayed awake that entire time, Dr. Trump concluded, basically in his own words, that his, referring to Tesla's, thoughts and efforts during at least the past 15 years were primarily of a speculative, philosophical, and somewhat promotional character, often concerned with the production and wireless transmission of power, but did not include new, sound, workable principles or methods for realizing such results. Now, he had at that point personally stolen thousands of documents. So he basically told the OAP that, oh, there's nothing here, it's all shit, when he had stolen everything that was worthwhile. That is the source of the Trump dynasty fortune. So that is the hideous story, which no one knows. And this is why we're so fucked up as a culture today. So the Trumps have monetized what little has been released. Once Dr. John G. Trump died, it's not like the rest of the Trump family knew what the fuck they were dealing with. So it's not like they got anything more out of it after his death. Whatever he released was it. And when he died, whatever, but this is the kind of background that Trump himself comes from. So the fact that he would steal documents is almost in his genes, right? It's like epigenetic. It's like something that he's bred to do. So there you go with that, and hopefully that puts that all into some perspective. And certainly, with that being said, our good man, we return to George Knight and whatever thoughts that might have reminded him of.
Oh no, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, thank you for putting that, into context so well. Thank you. And yeah, no, that's just that was just something I was I was just bringing up that with Eric the other day, loads of other things as well. It's it's quite interesting. And he always says to me, like, he's sitting on the fence a lot with a lot of things. And even with myself, he doesn't say like, oh, he believes what I'm saying is true or anything like that. And I always emphasize to him that no, you can look up and vet everything I say is true, but just to clarify, it's not what I believe. And like, it's like with everything I say, it's not what I believe. I'm presenting what they believe, what the government believes.
Thank you.
It's not something I'm not like regurgitating from a source. It's what the government believes. And I said, it's all documented. Everything is. And so this is the perspective me and Douglas has always held. This is what we're presenting. It's what the government believes. Your government that you're paying taxation to, that's what they believe. And so it's so important to emphasize that. And it's really, and that's difficult. That's the challenge. But I'm not here to try and convince anyone what I'm saying is true. I'm just saying that, and that's what I tell everyone, Douglas. When I'm presenting this information, it's like, you don't have to believe it. You can verify it. You can look it up and do it. They don't want to do it. They don't do it. I don't see them pull out their phone and look it up or anything. They don't want to.
Another one of my presentations that was never released, another sabotage by Lori and Ann Fenton, was there was several professional people. One of them, a psychiatrist who treated patients who were determined that they had experienced a UFO abduction. And this psychiatrist was not one of these quacks who was trying to reinforce these delusions. He was simply someone who was investigating the phenomenon as why it was happening in mass. Another couple of engineers that were literally a man and wife team. When I was presenting this one presentation at the local MUFON, or Mutual UFO Network Center in California, and again, of course, Lori and Ann Fenton lost all of that tape, quote unquote, lost it, just destroyed it. But they were looking up everything I was saying while I was saying it, and they verified everything. In other words, while I was saying it, they would look up on their phone and said, wow, everything I said was true. And so, and what I told that audience was, it doesn't matter what I believe. It doesn't matter what you believe. All that matters is what the government, who you pay your taxes to and who holds all the guns, it's what they believe that matters, and what they act upon. And when they act upon their beliefs, whether it's Operation High Jump or what happened at Roswell, then you understand that they know they lost World War II. They know the 1,000-year Reich in exile is extant and holds the high ground. And this is why you're programmed from birth. I still see this bullshit where people are like, whenever they're trying to say how bad the Russians are and how bad they're behaving, they'll say stupid things like, you'll see it online or in articles, they're behaving like Nazis. No, they're behaving like Soviets. So where does this shit come from? Where you're suddenly changing their political orientation. Where does that shit come from? This is how insane these people are. So go on, take it from there. I'm sure you run across the same thing and other frustrations.
Oh yeah, absolutely, Douglas. All the time. I do beg your pardon. My train of thought just like I was going to say something then important, but I can't remember now, so I'm going to go off on something. No, not at all. Yeah, so I'm going to go off and just say that it's so important. It's not what
we used to talk in the past about the video games and how they indoctrinate people to kill Germans on sight. The teutophobia that is just so inculcated within America that this has become just second nature as for one thing that might get you back on train of thought, think about your father. Think about how, was it your father or your grandfather who always had an admiration for German culture?
It was my dad. My grandfather. So my dad's grandfather. My dad was adopted by his grandfather because his dad killed himself, and he never met his mother. So he was actually adopted by his grandparents. So they were my great parents.
Oh my God!
Yeah. So it was him that said, always told my dad, and my dad said this multiple times throughout my life. He goes, his father. He referred to him as his father. Always said that we would have had much better lives if they had, quote unquote, won the war. So he said that we would be much better off. We would have had far better lifestyles if Germany actually,
it prevailed upon the surface world. Prevailed upon the surface
on the surface. Yeah, that's right, Douglas. Yeah, absolutely. That's what he was referring to. Across the conventional sense, of people indoctrinated to say that, quote unquote, because they don't know, they're only just regurgitating what they've been taught. But yeah, my great grandfather always knew that. The Germans had much greater. They had a much better and far more luxurious, more sophisticated lifestyles than anyone in Britain had. Because of course the grandparents, and I remember, Douglas, you mentioned this a few times in the past, that back in their days, my great grandparents' days, they had to live with each other. They couldn't afford to be apart, so they actually had to live together. And in my dad's day, he could, my parents did break up when I was 11, so they could afford to be separated, but they couldn't be separated. That my grandfather, living in that life, knew what it was like after the war, so he knew that you had to, to basically strive to make ends meet. You had to hustle, you had to work, but he understood that, and he always said that to my dad. And so that's why I grew up never with that antithetical doctrine against Germans or Teutons. I never had that at all. I never had any hatred for them, but I always grew up with the conscious awareness that you don't talk about it, because I noticed every time you did mention the term Nazi, people would just instinctively start emoting.
They recoil.
Yeah, and literally, you should be talking about that. You don't say that. Like that was the people's response to it, and it was just, don't ever have a conversation about them in front of anyone. Don't talk about it. And then I remember once at work, oh my God, I was bringing up about the great inventions that they created, like the Autobahn, the motorway system in Germany. And I mentioned that, and oh my God, these 3 women that were at a table, they go, yeah, my grandparents died. They were killed by Nazis. And it was just like, whoa, Jesus Christ. I wish I never said anything now. But my dad always told me, Douglas, which is something I've never learned my lesson. I've never listened to him. He's always told me to keep my mouth shut.
Well, thank God you don't. All I can say is thank God you don't. And honestly, it would be so tempting if I were there. It would have been so tempting. Obviously, I couldn't say this if I were tending bar, but honestly, if I were just another client at the bar and these women were making a point of that, my parents were killed by Nazis. I wouldn't say this, of course, because it just would be uncouth. But the temptation is there to just say, "Good." I mean, there's all these times where you just get tired of people making a career of victimization, and it just gets noisome after a while. It's these people they are. What the interesting thing is, you've got how many times do you really hear Native Americans raving on about white people killing all of their ancestors, or or Mexicans talking about their relations who were killed when America occupied all that Mexican land. I mean, you don't hear this kind of complaint. It's from this certain type of white person. I'm not even saying Jewish. It's just plenty of white people other than Jews will take this victimization trip. I've heard this from assholes who are like, say for instance, in the Netherlands, people who were just Dutch people, and saying, I think, just look across the border and there's Germany, and and they try to put themselves in this role as victims when some of the largest contingent of volunteers for the SS came from the Netherlands and were Dutch. I mean, it's like this is like when people are revising history into this victimhood trip, it's there's only so much a person can tolerate. But there you go. I don't know if that helps you remember what you were on. I've been at those moments too where I had something profound on the tip of my tongue, and in my case, it was thrown off at one point by Crystal River and Jameson Reese talking, but she was doing her best to just kind of maintain her sanity while she was confronted by that lunatic who the first thing, I felt so bad having to leave her alone for a few minutes with him, and that's when he, like, of course, hit her with, "I want everyone on Earth to die and be the last surviving person on Earth so I can be God," and that kind of shit. And he was. I'm sorry.
Absolutely, Douglas. No.
I'm sorry. I just thought of something the other day with what had happened when I left Anne Fontaine alone with Joe Tai for several minutes. Oh my God! You still with us, Joe? Yes. Yes, he's still with us. Oh my God! I'll tell that story later. But at any rate, yes. By the way, Joe tried to help me the other day when I was deathly sick, and of course you heard that. And I had to keep encouraging Joe to talk. He's new at this. He's new at this. So it was difficult. It was difficult.
Yeah.
But you tried, Joe. You tried. So that's appreciated. Of course, you know what? I'll still have to one of these days qualify what Joe said, because what he said could be taken all too negatively. It's very easy to negatively interpret what Joe said. So I'll have to contextualize that at some point soon. Maybe tonight. But so that being said, so has that helped you remember? We were talking about that South Pole of the Moon. We were talking about the thermal line. We were talking about Joseph Broz Tito and Yugoslavia and the non-aligned nations. I don't know if any of that brings to mind your train of thought.
But I actually have a question. I was like, oh gosh, Douglas, this, and sometimes that happens. I'll think of a question, and then when I come on the show, I'm like, I forgot what I was going to ask him. So like you said, I need to write these things down. But I do remember I have a question, because there's this guy I've been friends with on Facebook for many years. I know him in real life. I don't really get acquainted with him anymore. I used to about a decade ago, but now he's got quite in social media famous on TikTok, which I don't have. I never will have. And he goes on these poltergeist hunts, and oh my God! And of course, I know you don't pursue that. That you don't go down that road to communicate with them. I know you. I learned that from Douglas. You don't ever go down that road. But I was just wanted to ask Douglas, well, how's the best way if I ever communicate with him about it? With my worry about what he's doing. But of course, I'm not really concerned what happens to him. To be honest with you, but
I get it. I mean,
it's what you're doing is stupid. How do I ever present that in that context without saying he's stupid? I don't know how would I ever put that into because he's going on these. He sits around and he posted it on Facebook last night. It went live, and then he posted the video up, and it was at what's it called, 30 East Drive. It's supposedly one of the most haunted places in Britain with a violent poltergeist. And he was apparently communicating with him, and they sit around in the circle. He's swearing all the time. He's going, he's making all these jumping noises and shouting, oh, what was that? And he's communicating, he's talking to the spirits. And that's what he's doing. And then there's this woman that's in this circle, and she's fainting and stuff. And that was just what I was observing from this video. And it's how do I even go about telling this guy what he's doing? It's completely stupid. I have no idea, but not that I'm ever going to go off my way to actually say anything like that to him. But I was just thinking, these people that go out and they hunt for these things, they pursue it it's and he's getting such a massive following from it. I read it, and people were just loving it. They're they'll be shit scared if they were there.
Of course.
And it's what the hell? I don't understand the fascination in it.
Because these people, what it does is the same reason that people often came to seek myself. What people are looking for is a sense of wonder in the world, and this is what provides that sense of wonder. And the difference is, of course, that in my case, because it's the real thing, everybody tries to take it down because they feel somehow that can lift them up. When it comes to these other experiences that these people have, there's no way that they can take that down because they can't smear or troll or defame an entity. So they're left with accepting it, and this is what thrills them. And they're living vicariously through this idiot. And what he's addicted to is the roar of the crowd. I mean, this is kind of like Evel Knievel, when Evel Knievel was trying to leap over Devil's Canyon and trying to leap over, any number of school buses or what, he's basically paying with parts of his body for the roar of the crowd. And it was enough to get him a bit of fame, a bit of a kind of reputation, but they couldn't last because the body can only take so much damage. So he wound up with living with the after effects of that, with whatever life he had remaining. Poor son of a bitch. And it was the price that he paid. Now, what he was doing was comparatively safe compared to what someone like this is doing. The best thing to do to him would be to relay the story of Lou Gentili and just tell him, look, there's this guy named Lou Gentili who's dead, and Lou Gentili was the guy who was bitter because he thought he should have been what Art Bell became. And Lou Gentili was the man who went out and did all the street work. And that Lou Gentili was, his last name is spelled, let's look this up on YouTube, because there's a little bit about him on YouTube. Damn little. Most of everything about this guy has been purged. And a lot of this was because his family had suffered such misfortune that they went into kind of hiding, kind of retreat, basically, and who can blame them? But a lot of this is the fault of Lou Gentili not taking seriously what he was dealing with, or perhaps knowing it, which this is what makes it worse, knowing the seriousness of what he was dealing with and still continuing to do what he was doing. Now, of course, there's now other people with the same name because they, here we are. Lou Gentili's name was spelled like genteel. You'd think it was pronounced genteel. So it's Lou like L-O-U, and gentile was spelled G-E-N-T-I-L-E. So like genteel. And so Lou Gentili was this guy who basically, when the Japanese first started producing digital recording technology, the technology was so sensitive that most people, it was useless to most people because it was so sensitive it picked up everything. It picked up things you didn't want to pick up. And so after a while they stopped producing it. And this was like their first wave of hypersensitive digital technology. All of that was purchased and maintained. By that I mean many sets of this kind of technology were purchased and maintained, cameras, recorders, and the like, by Lou Gentili. And so Lou Gentili would use these for his living. He made his living off of this, where he'd go to these haunted places and provoke these entities and these forces to the point where they responded by picking him up and throwing him across the room. Visually recorded these kinds of events where they would manifest, and where their voices would also manifest. And he'd record it all, and then he would charge thousands of dollars for people to review it. And so the extremely wealthy would pay to have him come to their home, bring all this stuff, and they would bring engineers, they'd bring ancient language specialists, and these people would say, wow, that's ancient Aramaic. Wow, that entity's speaking in ancient Sumeric or Syrian language, or Syriac. Then, the experts, like the engineers, would go over it and say, well, there's no way this could have been faked. And so this is what the wealthy would pay him for, and so he'd make thousands of dollars off this, but it was nowhere near enough. It's kind of like still making ends barely meet when you're pursuing these kinds of trips to these places and doing what he was doing. And in the end, of course, horrible things began to happen because these entities will follow you home, and a rabid dog ripped his daughter's face off. Later on, he wound up falling down, like the floor beneath him collapsed on the second floor of his office, and he fell down to the first floor and shattered his spine, became paralyzed. Then a rapidly aggressive cancer invaded his body, and while he was dying, when he was asked about all this shit that was advertised for years by the truly satanic couple, they were not Betty and Barney Hill. They were the
Ray Laura Warren,
Thank you. thank you. I could never have gotten that out without you. That couple would go around. Whenever Art Bell had nothing to do, whenever he had totally dead air, which was all too often, he would bring on that too, Ed and Lorraine Warren, right? That was it. Ed and Lorraine Warren, and their stupid cemetery recordings, and these idiots would encourage everybody to do what they were doing. And there were true Satanists who claimed to be exorcists. They claimed to be Christian exorcists who were like following Jesus Christ, and they were anything but. No Christian would ever tell anyone to go commune with the dead. That's nothing. No one would ever tell you to do that who's a true Christian. But these people would say, oh, the dead can't hurt you. It's the living you have to worry about. And it was bullshit. When they interviewed Lou Gentili on his deathbed, he was dying there with that cancer rapidly coursing through his body in terrible pain. And they said, do you think it's everything you were pursuing resulted in this? And he said, yes. And he said, they say that the dead can't hurt you, that ghosts can't touch you. That's not true. Well, that's what he said. He was pointing out the fact that, yes, the ghosts and the dead, they can take you down. That, so, you know, later on when I was invited to go to his daughter's estate to review his tapes, and I was convinced not to. Basically, Keith Call, that friend of mine who's been on the show in the past, said he himself as an archivist would destroy them. That if he had possession of Lou Gentili's tapes of all of these supernatural entities, he would destroy them because he felt nothing good could come of anyone reviewing them. That these people would wind up being ultimately corrupted. And this is obviously what happened to my gang stalkers listening to Richard K. Cole Jr., and it's why he never shows his face. He truly is an agent of chaos who has been so corrupted by his worship of the anti-gods that he is physically deformed. And this is one of these reasons he can never show his face, because no one would follow him or anything he said if they simply saw his face. It would be so repulsive that they would be revolted from listening to anything this individual had to say. For that reason, yet all these people listen to his voice alone, and they're corrupted. Somehow they feel, even though everything he says is madness, and everything he says is obviously not true, then they still pick it up with this passion, this intensity. This is what happens to these people doing these ghost hunts, doing these and what do they ever get out of it? When have you ever seen anyone say, you know, oh my God, my life is good, and I'm doing this ghost hunts, that, oh my God, and by the way, I have a family that loves me, and I have a successful career. There's no one with a family that loves them or a successful career that's ever doing this sort of thing.
No.
There are always people who are ostracized and completely fucked. So there's no winning with that situation, and nothing you can learn. So you know, just that's what I would bring up would be the what you call the object lesson of Lou Gentili's life. And that's the best thing to present to him if you ever had a chance, and if you ever really cared. And I understand exactly what you're saying. It's not like you really care, but it's almost like you would just do this because you'd want to see if there was a potential to even see if it would work. to even see if it would work. That if he heard that object lesson and still went ahead with what he was doing, then you'd know, wow, this person is truly lost. That this person...
he is. Yeah, thank you, Doug. Yeah, because he doesn't have family. He's never posted anything. He lives on his own. So yeah, that. You know, it just qualifies that. Yeah, absolutely. He's one of these individuals that, you know, because of that reason, he pursues this. Yeah. Yeah,
that and the Evel Knievel parallel. It's just telling them about the Lou Gentili and Evel Knievel object lessons. That's what it's a combination of. Yeah. And because then when he posts it on YouTube and gets all these hits, then you know, that's what drives him to go on and with what he's doing, and it's a form of self-abuse. It's really a form of self-abuse, and it's like so when he's swearing, he's trying to provoke these entities by his swearing, or he's swearing in response to
reaction. Reaction or and he'll swear at the other candidates or whoever else is associated with it, who else are participating in these seances or whatever they're doing. Yeah, and they sit around in a circle with all the lights out with these what they call electrical voice phenomena, like these EVPs and recordings and stuff and trying to basically anything along the electromagnetic spectrum that can sort of intertwine with that frequency, that basically trying to tune into it. That's what they're using. They're using all these highly sophisticated equipment to try and get something going, a show for the camera.
Oh my God! It's like
it's
imagine if they spent that money and put that energy into chasing girls.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh God, it's just it's just. I just wanted to ask you, Douglas, and thank you so much for explaining that to me. And I'm going to go back listen to that later as well, what you've just said. So, and then actually jot down the names. What's his name? Eugene how do you?
Lugent Tilly. I'll do I'll do better than that. Let me see if I can get him up again on the YouTube. I'll give you a link to his YouTube video, one of his YouTube videos. Yeah, even though that this will in no way do justice to his story. It's probably one of the few Lou Gentili videos out there. You might find more, but let me see. Here's the press the share button here, and here he's talking about demonology, and I'll just provide this for you in the private messenger. So let me go to Messenger and do that. Thank you. And with the least I could do, with everything that you do for us, and here we are. Okay then. There we go. And so that way you can check the spelling and everything else, and actually kind of get a look at the guy and the poor son of a bitch before he was really overtaken by the forces of darkness.
Yeah. Thank you, Douglas. Oh, now I've got myself to another train of thought. Thank you. I've just got to quickly just mention this. Last night we were on what me and Sarah do when we're whilst we're chilling out in the evenings, she sticks on Netflix, and of course I have to watch whatever she wants to watch. But it's one of those things. I'm not limited to what I want to watch, but she is very restricted and limited to what she watches. So it's easier if she chooses. But she goes, we need to put on a show, a series. We need to watch a new season or something. So there's this new show they've put up called Sandman, and you watched literally the first episode, the first 50 minutes something episode. It was talking about a man who was summoning an entity, and he calls him the Angel of Death, or the Death, the Force. We're going to summon the Death. That's what he says. And it was literally like a ritual, like I've learned from Douglas. It was literally they're going to contain it in a binding ritual, and it's in this circle where it's going to contain this entity. And that's what they do on this show. And I was like, Jesus Christ. And I was just laughing because I was fully aware about, they were talking about it. It's like, oh my God, this is nuts. They're actually talking about summoning in this entity. And it's a god. They summon in an actual god.
Yeah, so they're basically stealing Douglas Dietrich's experience with Michael Aquino.
Yeah. That's what brought to my mind. Yeah.
And they're repackaging it as entertainment.
Yeah, fake it does. What they were saying was, they summoned this entity in the show. I'm not going to put it into context or not, because I didn't retain it. I was just laughing my head off, because they were saying, I want you to do this. And he's just, this entity, it's just an actor, really slim, lean actor. Just he's in his full form, just naked, but you can't see any genitals or anything like that. But he's just in this containment, in this circle. And he's just staring at this guy. And he was going, why won't you talk to me? I want you to do this for me. I'm like, this is why these entities get pissed off, because you summon them in, they're constricted to this circle.
Yes.
They don't want to be there, and they're being told to do something for you. They're pissed off. They're royally pissed off.
Yes.
I was just laughing my head off. I was like, and this is what people, this is what they're now showing on Netflix. Like, Jesus Christ.
Oh my God.
This is the next stage. Corey is not going to be pursuing spirits decks. He's going to be doing things like this. I was like, shit.
Yes. Thank you. And so and you can bring
All
that
the
up.
Sandman.
Yes, and you can bring that up as well in terms of the nonsense that he's doing. Is that ultimately what you're doing is you're summoning entities who don't want to be summoned. They're angry and yes, it's it's just madness, and nobody should be doing this.
No.
So it's all I can say is that that being said, when you have this kind of summoning by different people with that's almost what these people are doing. Let's put it this way: when it comes to Lou Gentili and what this other gentleman is doing, if I can use that term, gentleman, when they're going into like these haunted areas and just provoking whatever they can provoke for a response. That's not so much a summoning, and in a sense, that's worse. In a sense, it's worse because it's basically these are like feral, wild entities. They're free spirits, to use a pun, and they can easily follow you home because you haven't summoned them and bound them. Because with a summoning, you are at least attempting, presumably, a binding, and therefore preventing yourself from being wiped off the map as soon as they appear. But these other people, no, they're not doing that. They're not doing something sensible. So they're just bringing home every imaginable baggage with them, every weight you can imagine. And this was what was done by our friend Brandon Young's friend, the so-called blind bard, John Evans. John Evans knew that there was a cairn, like it's spelled Cairn, and this is like a pile of bones. And this was both human and animal bones over the years that had created this artifact, this little tower in a very cursed place. And so then, John Evans decided that being blind wasn't enough of a problem, that he was going to invite more issues into his life by knocking this thing down in the presence of a friend who drove him there. And as soon as they did that, his life became very difficult, many plagued by voices, etc. I mean, this is like, you don't need to be experiencing this sort of thing. Why would anyone be seeking paranormal experiences? Yet people are seeking a sense of wonder. They're seeking a thrill that there's something more to this life than there is. You already know there is. Everyone should already intuitively know that. And you don't need to provoke more because it's just adds more troubles to your life that you don't need. Now that being said, how much time do you have left with us, George?
Yeah, no, another 10 minutes or so, Douglas. That's fine. Yeah, 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Yeah.
Okay, good. And so what I'll do is I'll either now or when you leave, depending on what more you have to say, try and give people at least some insight into what was happening with Boris Johnson and Brexit. And if you want me to do that as soon as you leave and you can listen to that in the replay, then I can do that then. But definitely, I think that our man George Knight, he just gets tired of it. He's like sees enough of it where he tunes out to his own country's politics because it really is beneath his dignity at this point. I'm sure he can understand why he feels that way. And so if you want to take us to the top of the hour with anything else that comes to your mind, any other questions or anything else, then I'll just go into this as soon as you're gone for the day.
Yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. I'm trying to, I get to that point where I'm like, there's so much to talk about. What's the next? It's just like, I like to just relay, I do like to come on and relay experiences, especially when I have conversations with people. And with Eric the other day, I went through a lot. And this is something important to mention. I also showed them pictures of UCF Berkeley, where they housed all the, they stored all the bone fragments that they were being brought over from the Pacific of Japanese, basically a Japanese veteran. Yeah, these were bones from, and they actually said that the Japanese language will be a language only spoken of in hell. There won't be a single Japanese man, woman, or child left alive. Right. So we need to preserve more females, specimen types of, because this is, I was presenting to him that they looked at the Japanese as subhuman species. They didn't look at them as human beings. They just saw them as like, they're equivalent to like something that's like a primate. They were just,
Yes.
they can utter words, mumble, sounds, and that's how they looked at them. And I said that was the American mentality during World War II. They just looked at them as subspecies of animal that they were planning on exterminating. I showed them all the documentation that it states in policy that the objective is to exterminate every single last Asia Pacific islander, so they can turn it into, just like what they did with the Philippines. They wanted to turn the Philippines into a paradise, but the only thing wrong with it was infested with Filipinos, which they called a pestilence.
Right.
And so that was just the mentality of the United States during World War II. And so I showed them like the images of UCF Berkeley, that these were locker boxes, storage rooms where they actually had bone fragments of Japanese, these cadavers, these people, people that were being, desecrated in the Pacific, being brought back home. And Franklin Delano Roosevelt had a letter opener made out of a jaw fragment, or was it a collarbone fragment of a Japanese. I
forget which, because they would make letter openers out of either one. He probably had one made out of each. Yeah, different.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, and I was presenting that to him, that reality that that was another aspect why they lost the war, because there wouldn't be a single Japanese man, woman, or child left alive today. Yes. There wouldn't be any Japanese people left alive today if they had won that war.
It's true. And not to mention many other Asians would be collaterally extinct simply because of the biological weapons the Americans were prepared to distribute.
Yes, Bacon. I showed him the pamphlet created called Spot a Jap. I showed him all the images of that, and I said, "Look at this illustration. Look, it's got a J underneath it, meaning Japanese, and then you got a C, meaning Chinese." I said, "Could you tell them two apart? Especially in World War II, could you be able to tell them apart?" No. So the whole objective was to exterminate both of them. Mm-hmm. That was to obfuscate. That was to misconstrue the Marines and the veterans and the GIs to kill both of them on sight.
Yes, absolutely. No.
Yeah.
That's how it worked out. Yes, most certainly. This is like the kind of insanity that was but you understand it better than others, and we'll definitely. What I've told Brandon about was I'm hoping that he and his lady Kelsey, who read the book and was very excited by it, and herself is a historian, teaches history, that she'll come on with me, not this Friday, but next Friday, hopefully, to we're going to have a remedial episode, because of course I had cut the last episode short. Hopefully we'll have a remedial episode on Friday the 26th, where we'll cover some of these things and make that a bit of a fundraiser as well. So just so everybody understands, we are raising funds, and they're for essentially innocuous items, only one of which is medical, which is the Fitbit watch, or as Brandon Young recommends, maybe an Apple Watch to monitor my heart rate and other things while I'm, walking around, etc. And that can help keep a better track on whether or not this is a syncopal phenomenon, which it almost certainly is, but they want, every bit of evidence they can grab. So that would help with just a general health maintenance tool. So if anyone can send me a Fitbit or send me an Apple Watch, that's fine too. I couldn't care less. Or the contributions towards that. Aside from that, I want to make my website more of my interactive page with the public, because people are warning me that they have comments. Many people have tried to enter comments on posts, and their comments are being basically shut down by Facebook as quote-unquote against community standards. So their aggregates are just becoming extremely aggressive, and their aggregator machines are just shutting down everything. So might as well relocate much of my communications to the website. So I was told by people at the Bluehost that I would have unlimited access, or basically during the business hour unlimited access, Mountain Standard Time, 7 in the morning till about 5 or 6, or maybe 7 to 7, I don't know. I'll recheck with them, but it would be about $774 for 6 months. So, I think that's outrageous, but it's about $129 a month for unlimited access to ask these people to help me reformat my website. So I do need to do that, and I do need to kind of participate more on the website. So we're trying to save up money towards that, towards a new tea thermos where I keep my hot water, because the old one's polluted by all the old pipe water, and I want a new one which I'll use only bottled water in. I think it's very important. So altogether, we're trying to raise as much money as possible, literally to cover that, not to mention purchasing new tea. I'd say basically, between $774 for 6 months worth of the consultation services just to help me run the website more efficiently. And in fact, efficiently, my website doesn't even tell people I've written a book. I mean, so I've really got to start participating on reformatting the website so people understand that I have a book out. I mean, there's nothing on that website that says anything about my book, which was out, long before Lena Shea deserted that website. So it was just one of those things that we want to restructure. And obviously, none of this is free. This costs money. I need to pay money to learn how to do this, because I was never exposed to any education when I was younger, and certainly I'm trying to make up for it now as I'm older. And yes, that costs money. I can't keep relying on younger people to do this for me, because they keep running away, and other differences that develop or whatnot. So if you want to do anything, you have to do it yourself. And yeah, let's try and raise about $1,500. It's like a fundraising. Maybe I should open up some kind of like what do they call that? Oh, a GoFundMe maybe? But
yeah.
Last time I tried that, it didn't seem to work very well. I'm not, it's because I don't have a life or death situation according to most people. Yet I'm faced with one, really. So I should open it up by mentioning the MRI. There we have it. And our man George, he went to bat for me. He tried to contact Judith Eggert once on the Facebook Messenger, and she deactivated her timeline immediately as soon as he reached out to her, if I remember correctly. Yes.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Can't locate her. I can't find her at all. So I can't communicate with her whatsoever anymore, Douglas.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
it's a shame.
She's definitely shut herself down to much of the public, and that's just so awful. So that being what it is, love you dearly, George. And yes, tell us. There must have been something that happened while it was raining. There must have been some experience or story you could relate about the rain that happened yesterday.
Oh no, it's just it came down within minutes. It stopped, but I was absolutely head to toe drenched.
Oh my God.
Yes, it was absolutely So I was soaking wet, so I had to I was soaking wet all the way home. Basically, I got home and I had to take my clothes straight off.
Oh my God!
Catch hypothermia, yeah.
Yes. Oh, I don't blame you. No, though, that's awful. I'm so sorry that happened to you. And but like you said, England does need the rain, else it's going to dry up. And so aside from all of that. Share my love with Sarah, and honestly, she goes through so much. You can tell people a little bit about how she has to act the psychologist while she's there at the hospital. Yeah. Everybody must pour their heart out to her. I mean, and this must impact her as well. So tell us a little bit about that before you go.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, so whenever she has a patient come in, and bear in mind, for a lot of people that don't realise, a lot of the patients that do come into the surgery and go into her clinic, they are elderly, so they don't see relations very often. So they don't want to, and this is what Sarah's always told me. She goes, they come there and you tell them, oh, you're getting much better now. Your wound, because she does a lot of dressing. So she puts a lot of the bandages on the wounds or the sores or anything like that. And when she tells them they're actually getting better, they don't need to come in anymore. She goes, oh, the reaction is, oh, I enjoy coming in to see you because I get to have a chat. And so a lot of people, they go there and they love their weekly visit because they get to be seen. They get to see someone and have a conversation. So that's one aspect of it. And they don't want to get better because they enjoy going in to see her and to have conversations. But then a lot of the time she does have to act as a psychologist or a therapist, someone that listens to you, because they have a lot of, they're going through a lot of torment or mental illness in their life or depression that they have to go in and they can speak to a quote unquote a professional, someone who is in that, you know, level of, you know, of that job alignment, that type of work, so they feel like they're talking to a professional. So that is why a lot of people confide in her and discuss, you know, what they go through with their life and their family situations. A lot of people have their own problems, like we all do, and like I certainly do. A lot of like family issues that have been, you know, coming about the last few months, and so yeah, we all have them, and yeah,
admittedly, your family issues are not that bad.
no, exactly, and it doesn't impact my life because I've blocked it out, I've ignored it. So you know, I feel like I'm above them. So they're just being petty, and I'm not. But like but for a lot of people, they struggle with come to terms with all this. A lot of people, and that's the thing with families, people do fall out and people don't talk to one another, and but a lot of people they struggle to come to terms with that. So that's why they come and speak to Sarah. So she's pouring, you know, they're pouring their heart out to her, and she's like, you know, and it brings her down sometimes to listen to it. She goes, oh, they're so sad. She feels sorry for them. A lot of these people, or they're alone, they don't have family, they've lost all their family. And so that's what naturally happens. Yeah. And so like Doug was saying earlier, doctors don't care. They don't sit there and listen to them. All their job is to diagnose you and to get you fixed.
Yeah, I mean, if they did care, they'd go stark raving mad.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
I mean,
they're the biggest hypocrites on earth. Yeah. They're the ones that tell you you're living, you know, you're a poor lifestyle, but they're the ones that live the worst lifestyle in the world. They get paid an extortionate amount of money, so much money, but yet it all goes on to drugs and alcohol, and they're just because they're literally their lives are just so miserable.
Yes.
Day in, day out.
It's true. It's true. Yeah. I mean, all you see are sick people. You don't see young, attractive people. You see sick people and elderly and fucked up people and unhappy people. So it impacts you, right? And so not only that, but their diet. The diet is the worst in the world, usually. I mean, they usually eat shit food in the hospital cafeteria, which serves shit. And, you know, grease balls and shit. I mean, you know, I mean, it's stuff that they tell you not to eat this stuff, but they're gorging on it. It's awful. But you know, and their lifespans are demographically, their lifespans are short, fairly short. It's you know, it's awful. But all of that being said, you know, too much empathy is unhealthy. If you're a very empathetic person, it's not necessarily helpful for you. I mean, how does that help you to feel everyone else's pain? I'm not saying that, you know, I try to teach people to be empathetic. I try to teach people to have empathy because there's so little of it in the world. But for those few people out there who have a lot of empathy, then that's unhealthy for them. And especially if you're a doctor or a cop or an attorney, any one of those dramatic professions that the screenplay writers all write about, a doctor, a lawyer, and a cop, those are the three cornerstone professions of drama that because they're life and death professions, the power professions. If you're one of those, I mean, you're especially going to have to really develop a callousness, because too much empathy in any job like that, you're going to go stark raving mad. You couldn't tolerate the world around you. You know, with that guy who used to be on here, Mr. Chicken Shit, Mr. God, he had the Hispanic as hell name. He was not Miguel Andujar, but the other guy, Paco Morales, the guy who ran off. He had a wife who was a nurse, and she would just come home and drink. He said she went through bottles of wine as soon as she came home every day, bottles of wine. And he himself was a violent alcoholic. I don't know if you heard him that one time he was talking. He came on my show that one time when he said he broke his brother-in-law's jaw, shattered his jaw. Did you hear that?
No, I didn't, Douglas. No, oh, that's awful.
Yes. Oh my God, he was anyhow. There you go. I mean, so such being what it is, he's gone now. He checked out, and but all of that being said, share our love with Sarah. Tell her that she can't afford to be too empathetic, and that she just has to compartmentalize these people out of her mind when she comes.
Yeah, that's right, Douglas. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And thank you for having me on the show this evening or this morning,
Thank you.
wherever you are.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Definitely appreciate your coming on. And thank you so much for checking in with me for following up with Sammy after I went to the hospital.
And I'm just praying everything works out all right, Douglas. And I know I'm more positive that you're going to be fine. I don't want to think the worst yet. If it ever came to that, that's when I will start panicking and worrying. But no, I'm quite positive everything's going to go well.
Thank you. Thank you.
For you, Douglas. And I know, because the world needs you and I need you. So
thank you.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you, Douglas, for having me on. And God bless you. And I love you, Big Loss. And I'll speak to you very soon.
Yes, God bless you in turn. We love you as well, and share that love with Sarah and all the daughters, all three of them. And
the mini-me.
Yes, the mini-me. That's right. It's adorable. And
thank you. Love you lots, Douglas. Okay. And thank you for everyone. Thank you. And keep supporting Douglas. And good night, everyone. Thank you again.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
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 For now. Okay, and that was George Knight, our man in England. We are still on with Brandon Young and Joseph Ty. Just a quick check-in with T-Tank Barry says, support Douglas Dwayne Dietrich. Let's go a little bit through our chat room. Is that Joe stirring?
Yeah.
There he is. There's our man. So Joe, thank you so much for everything you do. And so I'm checking into the chat room right now. It all started with our dear lady Mirthling saying, hey y'all, pleased to be here. And T-Tank Barry saying, what up, Doug? Greetings from Mendocino County. He's a man on the move. Daniel Cardenas saying maybe she wanted to get acquainted with you. That was her signal. He was talking at that time about that girl beating Sammy Romero on the arm. And Mirthling was saying, relishing the emphatic enthusiasm of the speaker. And T-Tank Barry was already saying support Douglas Dwayne Dietrich. Daniel Cardenas was saying, hit the like button, bitches. And CK, who was here earlier, mwah, kiss to CK. Shelley Rains, our lady in Australia, mwah, love you dearly, who was saying, good day, lovelies, hope everybody is well and happy. I watched Field of Dreams many years ago. Marky Milk said, hi Douglas, hope you are well and God bless. Peter, I visited Montauk recently. Really awesome experience. And I wish I'd seen that earlier. I couldn't even spare the attention to check in at that time. Mirthling, of course, was communicating for a while. And T-Tank Barry was saying the gravity of the matter is more than most can handle. Then T-Tank was saying, sounds like gnashing teeth. He was talking about some sound effects, we'll call them that. And then, let me see. So Mirthling was given some spot-on observations. And somebody was eating, apparently. It wasn't me, that's for sure. If anybody heard anybody eating, it was definitely not myself. Shelley Rains was talking about Jazz's Chaos. And Mirth was saying it depends on what kind. Oh, Vicky Johnson, mwah, love you, honey. Dropped in to say hello, saying hello, Douglas, mwah. And then talking about Opus Dei and ghosts and stagehands brought up. Pixie Star Fox was there, technology and magic. Then we had the sex bots, which George Knight took care of, thank the gods. And then George Knight himself checked in. Shelley Rains was asking, what are grits? Always hear Americans talking about eating grits. We don't have grits in Aussie land. That is so funny. My dad thought that was the funniest thing in the world. How a lot of people don't know what grits are. And, most Americans would tell you, you aren't missing shit. You aren't missing shit. It's like oatmeal, but it's like a bit more solid. It's really weird. It's like a southern dish. Southern. It's a southern dish, and that my dad thought it was the funniest thing in the world because he, of course, started in the Navy as a cook and had to prepare meals for a lot of the sailors from the Deep South. So he knew all about grits, and he thought it was the funniest thing in the world when he saw a joke, which was, these days we'd call it a meme. He saw a photograph that had been altered so that there were speech bubbles, so it looked like people were talking. And it was President Carter at a dinner table with many dignitaries. And one of them was saying to Jimmy Carter, "Mr. President, just what are grits?" Which he thought that was so funny. So Charlie reminds me of that. Yes, just what the hell are grits? So we've got very little time left. 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. We've got only 4 fucking hours. Joe Ty, is there something you want to say before I go into it? Before I suck all the
grits is made from corn, so.
There you are. You knew this. You knew this.
Yeah, of course. I'm a chef, right?
Yeah. Oh, that's right. That's right. Yes.
Yeah.
Why don't you work chef jobs anymore?
They don't pay as well, and I was working for this guy, a golf course. I didn't mind the job when it was not busy during the winter hours, but I told him I was working with a famous chef, and he should know better than to pay me the basic wage. And I already told him I was working for the casino that paid even more than he was paying me. And I was surprised he would do that because, hey, I'm one of the fastest and best chefs. I know people know I know what I was doing. So, you give people a chance. You don't show up to work as soon as possible because you're not paying me the amount that if you really like me to stay there. So this is what I realized. And plus, a lot of the type of jobs I would do, the reason why I guess they don't pay as much because they're allowing a lot of people from south of the border to take those jobs and they get paid less. So, and they look at me as an Asian. So I don't know. It's something that's questionable. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's why you can't really keep people in the kitchen as much anymore because the talent, they realize you can make more elsewhere than staying in the kitchen.
Yeah.
But I probably have to get a union kitchen job. That should be the goal. But no, I want to see. I like to go to other job to see the people. I was a pool liner for a while and got to meet some unique people. Like my job as a pool liner, I found out how white Trumpers think. Got a chance to work with them because you have to partner up and work as a partner with these guys. Then you have a chance to talk with them, and see how they think and how they view things, and I got to find out a Secret Service guy that got killed even before Kennedy got killed, So there's a lot of family history that's not, you can't get from books. You have to sometimes luckily run into these people. And I ran into a Puerto Rican cop, the pool lining business when I was doing pool lining too. And he says Boricua was for the Native Americans that were there. Okay. So and he was a cop. And I was asking him, what type of laws do they follow? They follow the District of Columbia. Yeah, you're right. And he came from a family of Army enlisted, and one of his brothers could see the Grim Reaper, literally see the Grim Reaper, and the price of war. Some people develop psychic abilities or get cursed, because they killed innocent people, some of these people. So they bring it home, and that's why they get PTSD, because it's the ghost. But some are not afflicted as much, But this was what I was running into when I had my girlfriend that had 3 generations of Marine in her family. She claims that there's things that move around her,
There you go.
Yeah, I realized this because I am in the understanding of ghosts and the phenomenon of feng shui and the house situations of the house. So, sometimes, that's why you don't. That's why you hire feng shui people, because they can see the unseen, by certain things, and that's why you don't want to move into the haunted house. I had one of these experiences because I did move into a haunted house. I tried to get my ex out of there, but she refused to listen. So that's why my relationship with my son really fell apart because of the house. In the beginning, it was all right, but once it turned to, but when we moved in, she was getting, she felt things. She's one of these people that can be possessed. Always in the back of the neck, she feels like something's going into her. But I even did a personal exorcism of the house, where it was almost like a Jewish tradition, a willow leaf and salt. But that, you got to move out. There's only so much you can just do, But yeah, that's why you don't want to be living where the dead resides. It's not really. These are the signs of bad fortunes. But here's your answer for the ghost thing. If George Knight wants to know, but that's the reason why you don't want to be living with the dead, and you don't want to bring them back either. Make sure you don't ask the dead what they want, or they'll follow you for life. But yeah, these are not taught in American culture. They chase after it. Yeah, they rather become like, oh, I will be a powerful witch, or I'll be a powerful wizard, or something like a Kino. You know what I'm saying? Then they get deeper into the darkness.
Yes, very much so. Go on.
Yeah, and Chinese culture, it's very interesting, and people have to understand there are symptoms. It's like any disease. There are symptoms to a house. You can see these symptoms. Like a disease for a doctor, they'll be able to see it if they're trained to see what's wrong with a patient or a house. But I can't make a living out of this because people aren't willing to pay for this service unless it's Trump. Was smart enough to hire one when he was younger, but he probably screwed the feng shui master over. That's why he's in his troubled situation right now, because if the idiot was smart enough, he would have kept her on the books. Now he's being doing stupid shit,
Yes.
And it's I wish I could, I seen things, I got actually one white person and one black person believing in what I said, because I did a prediction without seeing them. And they do believe me, but I don't know how. But they pay in other ways, so I'm all right with that. But don't understand this. There's a price to pay to help people, or people who do this type of work.
Right.
do bear the brunt of the bad things if they don't get paid.
Karma. Yes.
Yeah.
So,
Because you're changing fate for them, and you're changing what was in store for them. So somebody has to pay for that. They don't realize that these things you have to pay for your knowledge. Like you
Yes.
People should pay to help you change the bad karma that comes to them with their ignorance. It's we do pay a price. You got staples in your lungs. You know, we try our best to make the best, but there are a lot of people that are still ignorant to the fact. I have a Chinese landlord that's the same way.
Yeah.
I told him all the predictions that were coming. They came true, but he's still, I can't, he said, oh, then why can't you help yourself? Because people like me who know about these skills, we can't take advantage of it.
Mm-hmm.
We can help people take advantage of it,
right.
But we ourselves will, I'm not God.
Right.
I said, you think I'm God? If I'm God, would I be living under your house giving you rent?
Thank you, Joe. Is your landlord ethnically Chinese or a different ethnicity?
Yeah, he's one of these. I've been realizing the Chinese that came from the mainland, they're fucked up in the brain because they've been brought up anti-religious.
Right.
And I'm getting into the semi-religious part of Chinese
spiritual,
knowledge.
The spiritual aspects of Chinese life. I'm going to have to take over here to do monologue now and earn my pay, but I love you dearly, and I want you to stay online so that I can ride your call, okay? And,
okay, absolutely.
Yeah, so bless you, and go ahead and go to sleep if you need to. And what I'll do is I'll be monologuing at this point, and but you stay with me, and then if you do fall asleep by the time you wake up, I may be done. But at the time when I end, you'll follow up and see if I'm still there. So love you dearly, Joseph Tai. God bless you for coming on the show. Thank you for talking with us, and appreciate your helping me the other night as well. And as you can see, many people responded to you positively. I hope you saw that screenshot. A lot of the girls said,
yes.
"Who's your guest?" And they liked you. And so that being said, I'll take over now. Thank you. And so that was Joseph Tai. And with that, we're going to do everything we can. I can talk as fast as I can to try and cover a lot, because there's a lot to cover. Let's talk about Britain's... And Joe Tai, go mute, please. Joe, can you hear me? Joe?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Go mute, please. Thank you. Bless you. Love you dearly. Hugs. Okay, let's talk about Britain's uncertain future after Brexit. Boris Johnson finally delivered a post-Brexit trade deal with the European Union on the 1st of January, more than 4 years after British voters narrowly voted to leave the European Union in a 2016 referendum. But the deep divisions that delivering Brexit opened up have remained the United Kingdom's political landscape and show no signs of healing. Meanwhile, the future of the UK's trade relations with these United States and the rest of the world, as well as its global role, remain as uncertain now as they did before Brexit. In July of 2019, 3 years after British voters narrowly voted to leave European Union in a 2016 referendum, Boris Johnson assumed the office of Prime Minister amid a political environment characterized by anger, turmoil, and confusion. Now, as his time in office nears an end, the turmoil and confusion remain, even if the anger has faded. Despite initial stumbles that led some observers to predict he would suffer the same dismal fate as his predecessor, Theresa May, Johnson managed to deliver on his promise to renegotiate the UK's transitional withdrawal agreement with the European Union. His subsequent decisive victory in December of 2019 parliamentary elections, built in part on successfully wooing traditional Labour Party voters, gave Johnson the ample majority he needed to see his deal through. Before Johnson's triumph, however, there were many other challenges that looked set to take him down. Brexit had been a disaster for both of the empire's two main political parties. The referendum outcome immediately brought down the Conservative government of former Prime Minister David Cameron, who had called for the vote in the first. His successor, the Madame May, was felled by her inability to get the transitional withdrawal agreement she negotiated with Brussels, the erstwhile capital of Europa, through Parliament, mainly due to opposition by extremist Brexiteers within her own Tory ranks. For his part, Johnson achieved what May could not, arriving at a transitional Brexit deal that a majority of Parliament could agree on, and then building on that majority in December of 2019. But after surviving multiple scandals over his handling of the coronavirus pandemic, he was finally brought down by yet another unrelated one in July. Both of Johnson's potential successors as party leader and prime minister embrace his version of a hard Brexit, as well as his confrontational approach to relations with the European Union, however, meaning that the Tories will own the consequences of having finally delivered Brexit. The issue was an unmitigated disaster for the opposition Labour Party, which struggled under the leadership of Jeremy Corbyn to find a winning position on Brexit. The December 2019 elections marked the party's worst defeat in decades, in large part due to dissatisfaction with its lack of clarity on Brexit and also popular mistrust of Corbyn himself. Now Labour is seeking to rebuild under party leader Keir Starmer, who replaced Corbyn in April of 2020 after having previously served as Labour's shadow Brexit secretary. Starmer must be relishing the Tories' current disarray, but he has yet to differentiate his own or the Labour Party's position on relations with the European Union from that of the Conservatives. The UK's future remains uncertain, and the lack of clarity has global implications. London is eager to negotiate post-Brexit trade deals, beginning with the American empire, to make it sure that vital exports are not interrupted, but its leverage to do so has been seriously diminished. Meanwhile, the deal Johnson negotiated for a permanent trading relationship with the European Union, which took effect January 1st of 2021, has proved to be as disruptive to the UK's trade with its erstwhile EU partners as critics, and even some supporters, predicted. And beyond trade, questions remain over how much influence a global Britain can really have in a world increasingly characterized by geopolitical competition among the great powers. This, while conservatives are paralyzed by a false idea of what the take back control means. It seems silly to tell a man whose resignation ultimately brought down a prime minister, but as I watched the now infamous video of Rishi Sunak's Brexit message on keeping Brexit safe by shredding legislation, even as he is ridiculed on social over the worst campaign video ever created, all I could think was, Rishi Sunak shouldn't quit his day job. Putting aside the amateurish production value and heavy-handed scripting, its outdated delivery serves to show how desperately the Conservatives are clinging to a desperate idea to swiftly review or replace all EU regulations in the most Partridge-esque fashion possible. It may have been mocked by their enemies on Twitter, but within the Conservative Party, there are many a Tory Brexiteer who worry that leaving the European Union would be for naught if it does not pave the way for substantial deregulation. It is apt that this outsized role that hatred of EU regulations plays is an enduring legacy of Boris Johnson. As the Daily Telegraph's Brussels correspondent, the outgoing Prime Minister forged what became a popular rallying cry for the new class of Euroscepticism, one founded on mocking regulations being imposed on Britannia by Eurocrats in Brussels. The now famous example is the European Commission's attempt to impose common standards on the quality of fruit being turned into a punchline on the EU banning bendy bananas. But for all the jokes, such regulations are essential for international free trade. If nations are to economically disarm against foreign competition, they had to have some reassurance that domestic industries would not be replaced or would not be placed at a disadvantage because foreign companies were being bankrolled by neighboring governments or being allowed to work their employees half to death. Back in the 1990s, Great Britain was one of the most economically liberal members of what was still a club almost entirely reserved for Western European nations. It was them looking to entice industry from the then uniting Germany and elsewhere with the promise of cheaper workers, fewer regulations, and lower taxes. For this reason, both Thatcher and John Major bitterly resisted attempts to impose European-style legislation on Britannia. This is the ancient history many Tory Brexiteers cling to when they talk of a bonfire of EU regulation, preventing the British from realizing their full potential. The EU now spans the entire breadth of the continent, or rather the superpeninsular subcontinent, with plenty of nations in Eastern Europa who have lower wages and smaller public sectors than the Anglians. In other words, it is simply not the case that European regulation is a code word for imposing greater checks or costs on British industry than they would themselves. This eventually is reflected in the message that finally took Britain out of the European Union. After all, what are objections to the large number of Eastern Europeans coming to work in Britain if not the fear that cheaper competition was undercutting the British worker? Vote Leave reassured voters that leaving the European Union would not lead to reduced standards in areas such as workers' rights or food safety, but also promised to maintain the current levels of EU subsidies and increase public spending. One can forgive a political party talking to itself during a leadership election, but the Tories should be under no illusions that people are asking the government to do less or that Brexit came with an implicit demand to lower standards and change regulation across the board. Instead, the message that won Brexit was a promise to do more to help Britons. What was the point of that famous bus proclaiming an extra £350 million a week could be spent on the NHS, the National Health Service, of which George Knight's wife Sarah is such an outstanding part of, if not the acknowledgement that we wanted further investment into the United Kingdom? As inflation bites into people's living standards, the desire for government protection is even more acute. This is especially true for some of the formerly Labour voting Brexiteers the Conservatives are desperate to keep on side. Whoever becometh the next Prime Minister should put the paper shredder away and focus on protecting British people from the problems that most affect them today. Otherwise, at the next election, it will be the Labour Party who get to take back control. And we're getting an incoming notification. Bolton says Mar-a-Lago raid affidavit should not be released. Before we get to the domestics, Estonia and Latvia have broken from the China Forum. The Chinese, of course, have made their attempt, their ploy to infiltrate Europa, and primarily the formerly communist satellite states from behind the Iron Curtain, which they felt that they could re-Sovietize with the help of the Russian Empire. Those hopes have now been dashed with the most advanced economies and civilizations of the Eastern European former satellite states breaking with that delusion. Estonia and Latvia have both pulled out of Red China's diplomatic and trade forum in Central and Eastern Europe, a group once known as the 17+1 that is now down to 14 countries and Beijing, furthering a slide into total irrelevance. The latest maneuver follows Lithuania's departure yesteryear leaving all 3 Baltic states of the Baltic littoral out of the group. Other countries may follow suit, including Slovakia, which in recent years has become a fierce Red China critic. The withdrawal shows how deeply Communist China's diplomacy has felt the impact of Russia's war in Ukraine. Beijing's failure to condemn Moscow's invasion, along with its casting blame on NATO and making excuses for Russian dictator Vladimir Putin, have not gone down well in Eastern Europe, which previously suffered under Russian imperialism and faces new threats from Russian state media. Unsurprisingly, Red China's biggest supporter left in Europa is the Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orbán, a Putinista puppet. These issues are particularly salient in the Baltic states, which the Soviet Union violently annexed in 1940. They may see a certain shared identity with Taiwan, a democratic state threatened by a far larger neighbor. The Communist Chinese Empire's bullying of Lithuania last year after a dispute over my Taiwan's diplomatic status in that country sharpened anti-China sentiment. Beijing ultimately cut trade ties with Vilnius, the capital of Lithuania, and sought to force other countries to do the same. The 17+1 group began as the 16+1 in 2012, with Greece added in 2019. Commu-Chinese analysts saw it as a major milestone for the Communist Chinese Empire in Europe, while concerned Europeans saw a potential way for Beijing to undermine unity on the continent. Red China made big pledges for investment and infrastructure as part of the Grand Belt and Road Initiative narrative, oversold in both Beijing and Washington as a masterpiece of diplomatic and economic strategy, but the initiative has fallen short of being a global Marshall Plan, with broken promises and blowback from perceived debt traps. Well, debt traps for all developing countries. The 17+1 being no exception. Even before Lithuania pulled out, the body had become practically irrelevant, a signature rail line between Beograd, the capital of Serbia, and Budapest, the capital of Hungary, Magyarország in their own language, is far from over schedule, far over schedule and over budget, really. Independent Hungarian media have estimated it may take 130 years for the route to turn a profit. And construction on power plants hasn't even started. By 2019, several leaders had started dropping the Sino-European grouping's events from their schedules. Central and Eastern European countries aren't the only ones turning against the Communist Chinese Empire. Its image is now damaged throughout the continent, or more properly, the superpeninsular subcontinent of Europe. A major trade deal between the Communist Chinese Empire and the European Union has been dead in the water since March of 2021, when Beijing sanctioned European politicians for calling out its human rights record. Red China's biggest remaining asset is the United Germany, where leaders have consistently prioritized business interests, but public opinion there is shifting. Meanwhile, European firms in Red China are increasingly thinking about leaving the country. Furthermore, Chinese Communist dictator Xi Jinping's own unwillingness to travel overseas since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic has created a persistent problem for high-level diplomacy. Xi hasn't left China since January of 2020, although it's hard to tell if that stems from concerns about COVID-19 or about losing control at home in his absence. Recently, there have been conflicting reports about upcoming travels. Saudi sources say Xi will visit Riyadh, the capital of the House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula soon, and Chinese sources report he plans to visit Southeast Asia in November, where he could meet U.S. President Joseph Biden. The Southeast Asia trip seems more likely, not least because it would likely come after the crucial CCP, or Congress of the Chinese Communist Party, the so-called National Congress, in November. Xi's power within the party appears to be nailed down, but the dictator taking off for the Middle East at a time of political uncertainty would still be a bold maneuver. Even with Xi back in play, the relentlessly aggressive tone of communist Chinese diplomacy is proving a permanent turnoff for the developed world. In fact, I think what the new theme now for everybody is basically the China threat. And that includes what's going on with everyone in Europe. I think that's become more of their concern than, anything else. The kind of threat that China presents, which is a strategic challenge that China can never overcome. Its image as the bully boy on the block. That while the Empire of Japan bounced back to pre-pandemic size as a second United States congressional delegation arrived in my Taiwan on Sunday on an unannounced 3-day visit led by Massachusetts Democratic Senator Ed Markey, whose spokesperson said that the 5-member delegation is visiting the self-governing island in an effort to reaffirm the United States' support for Taiwan and to encourage stability and peace. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi drew the ire of the Communist Chinese Empire when she became the first U.S. speaker to visit my Taiwan in 25 years, a full quarter of a century, at a time when Washington-Beijing relations have been especially tense. My Taiwan has welcomed the delegation, but on Monday, Red China hit back against the visit with a fresh round of military drills in region. This just in. 24 hours ago, North Korea fired 2 cruise missiles toward the sea off its west coast. North Korea fired 2 cruise missiles into the waters off its west coast effectively today, maybe yesterday by now, according to a South Korean Defense Ministry official. Ministry officials from South Korea and these United States said they were analyzing the launch for further details. Tensions between the 2 Koreas have been building this year, with U.S. military and intelligence agencies warning that North Korea appears to be preparing for a nuclear test, which would be its first in nearly 5 years, half a decade. Add this while the summer CCP retreat is ending. The Chinese Communist leadership's annual visit to Baidaihe, a resort town that hosts secretive meetings in the run-up to political events, appears to have wrapped up this week. The retreat is nominally a break for CCP leaders, but in reality, it is a chance for politicking. The meetings are not formally announced, but officials disappear from the news, as Xi did 2 weeks agone. Both he and Chinese Premier Li Keqiang reemerged in recent days. This year's retreat may have been particularly Machiavellian, giving the upcoming National Congress at which Xi will secure his 3rd term in perpetuity. Communist-Chinese technocrats and Western businesses have engaged in wish-casting that Red China's recent economic and diplomatic failures will strengthen unnamed reformers inside the CCP, creating a counterweight to Xi. There is little evidence of that happening, although Li paying homage to the statue of former leader Deng Xiaoping in Guangdong stirred some rumors. Deng's unannounced southern tour in 1992 was a maneuver of support for economic reform. However, there is no sign of diminished power for Xi, who continues to receive fulsome praise, or of any shift away from prioritizing political control and COVID-19 restrictions over economic growth. This, as the Empire of Japan's economy has recovered pre-pandemic size on consumption gain. You see, Japan, the world's 3rd largest economy, posted annualized gross domestic product growth of 2.2% on Monday, signaling that it may finally be moving on from the COVID-19 pandemic. The Japanese economy recovered to its pre-pandemic size in the 2nd quarter, as consumer spending picked up following the end of coronavirus curbs on businesses. Bloomberg reported on Monday, opening this work week, the Monday data proved that GDP grew at an annualized pace of 2.2% in April through June. After an Omicron outbreak chilled the economy to 0% growth in the first quarter, the Japanese public, highly vaccinated and fed up with staying at home, have stormed back into restaurants, malls, and tourist hotspots. However, Bloomberg reports that none of this is likely to sway the Bank of Japan from its commitment to policy easing. Whereas the communist Chinese empire can't even afford to worry about inflation. The about-face China's central bank did on rate cuts caught markets and analysts off guard. It's a strategy shift that indicates just how challenging an economic situation Beijing faces as it battles COVID flare-ups, imposes pandemic lockdowns, and contends with a real estate meltdown. The real question is if the rate cuts will actually do anything to boost Red China's economy. If new economic data for July published yesterday is any indication, it'll be a steep uphill battle. Retail sales, industrial output, and fixed asset investment last month all missed expectations by a wide margin. As inflation rocks economies globally, for Red China's central bank, recovery is still at its top priority. Any worries banking authorities have about inflation will have to take a backseat to the more urgent task of trying to rev up the empire's economic engine. Yet the Japanese economy, the world's third largest, it must be re-emphasized. Actually, it's second when you count the fact that Red China lies about its statistics in every possible way, recovered to its pre-pandemic size in the second quarter as consumer spending picked up following the end of coronavirus curbs on businesses. Gross domestic product grew at an annualized pace of 2.2% in the second quarter of 2022, coming in below the median estimate of 2.6%. This is what Cabinet Office data showed on Monday, opening our work week. That lifted the size of the economy to 542.1 trillion yen. That's 4.1 trillion United States dollars, above what it was at the end of 2019. First quarter GDP was revised to an expansion from a prior contraction. The end of pandemic restrictions on businesses in late March helped spur the economy. Consumer spending, which accounts for more than half of Japan's economic output, led the growth, as did capital expenditure. The relaxing of COVID-19 rules resulted in increased spending at restaurants and hotels, as well as on clothes. That's according to the Cabinet Office, where I'm sourcing this data from, in the original Japanese and translating for you. Still, the gains were more limited than expected a few months ago, showing that pent-up demand among consumers has been moderate. While the economy regained its pre-pandemic size, economists expect the central bank to stick to its current easing policy and the government to continue providing support for households hit by both the pandemic and rising prices. In contrast, other developed economies are doing the opposite by raising interest rates to cool demand and rampant inflation. Japan's milestone also comes behind these United States', which recovered its pre-pandemic economy size a year ago, while much of Europe regained it at the end of 2021. The report that I'm sourcing came out as downside risks mount at home and abroad. The Empire of Japan has been reporting record COVID-19 infection cases, with daily numbers continuing to top 200,000 this month. The government has so far kept economic activity as normal as possible without bringing back restrictions, but high-frequency data suggest people's mobility is falling. In Japan's key trading partners, growth is slowing as the United States and Europe fight inflation, and Red China sticks to its COVID-0 policy. The war in Ukraine continues to disrupt food and energy supplies, while the crisis in Taiwan is adding to geopolitical risks. The United States House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to my Taiwan has been followed by a more routine congressional delegation to my self-ruled island this week, as shows of force by the communist Chinese empire continue. The official drills have ended, but aerial intrusions across the median line that divides the Taiwan Strait are becoming ever more common. My Taiwan unveiled a shiny new fighter jet in response, although it may not have the personnel to fly it. You see, My Taiwan trained just 21 pilots between 2011, the year my mother was murdered, and 2019. Red China's tactics are designed to fray my island's defense and to normalize intrusions to provide potential cover for an actual assault. And Red China has announced more new military drills around Taiwan as my self-governing island's presidentress met with members of that new U.S. congressional delegation to open this work week, threatening to renew tensions between Beijing and Washington after a similar recent visit by U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi angered the Communist Chinese. Pelosi was the highest-level member of the U.S. government to visit my Taiwan in a quarter century, and her trip prompted nearly a fortnight, 12 weeks of threatening military exercises by Red China, which claims my island as its own. In those drills, Beijing fired missiles over my island and into the Taiwan Strait and sent warplanes and Navy ships across the waterway's midline, which has long been a buffer between the sides that split amid civil war circa 1949. Red China accuses these United States of encouraging my island's independence through the sale of weapons and engagement between American politicians and my island's government. Washington says it does not support independence, has no formal diplomatic ties with my island, and maintains that the two sides should settle their dispute peacefully, but it is legally bound to ensure my island can defend itself against any attack. So, American and Taiwanese officials have accused Red China of exploiting Pelosi's visit as a pretext for intimidating maneuvers, and a senior U.S. official recently said that Washington would continue to deepen its ties with my Taiwan in the coming days and weeks. The latest trip began Sunday while I was tripping into the emergency room with little notice ahead of time, and drew more ire from the Communist Chinese. The delegation was due to leave late Monday. At a daily briefing delivered on Monday, after Beijing announced new drills in the seas and skies surrounding my Taiwan, Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson Wang Wenbin said, "China will take resolute and strong measures to defend national sovereignty and territorial integrity. A handful of U.S. politicians, in collusion with the separatist forces of Taiwan independence, are trying to challenge the One China principle, which is out of their depth and doomed to failure." Well, earlier, the Defense Ministry said the new exercises were intended to be resolute response and solemn deterrent against collusion and provocation between the U.S. and Taiwan. It was not clear if the new drills had already started, since the ministry gave us no details about where and when they would be conducted, in contrast to previous rounds. The American lawmakers, led by Democratic Senator Ed Markey of Massachusetts, met with Presidentress Tsai Ing-wen, Foreign Minister Joseph Wu, and legislators, according to the American Institute in Taiwan, from which I sourced this information, Washington's de facto embassy on the island. At their meeting, Tsai said her administration was working with allies to ensure stability in the Taiwan Strait and maintain the status quo, a reference to my island's self-governance, separate from Beijing. To quote a Xi, "Russia's invasion of Ukraine earlier this year has shown the threat that authoritarian nations pose to the global order." Markey responded by saying Washington and Taipei had a moral obligation to do everything we can to prevent an unnecessary conflict, and Taiwan has demonstrated incredible restraint and discretion during challenging times. The senator also highlighted legislation intended to boost political and economic ties with my Taiwan, especially in the critical semiconductor industry. My Taiwan is a crucial provider of computer chips for the global economy, including Red China's high-technology sectors. And beyond the geopolitical risks of rising tensions in the region, an extended crisis in the Taiwan Strait could have major implications for international supply chains at a time when the world is already facing disruptions and uncertainty. Markey is one of the few members of Congress still serving who voted for the 1979 Taiwan Relations Act that ensured continued relations with my island China following the switch of U.S. diplomatic recognition from Taipei to Beijing. The other members of the delegation are Republican Representatives Ao Muya, Amata Coleman Raidwagon, a delegate from American Samoa, and Democrats John Garamendi and Alan Lowenthal from California and Don Baer from Virginia. In a statement from his Senate office, Markey cited the 1979 law in saying these United States must maintain its commitment to help Taiwan withstand cross-strait coercion and avoid conflict. Red China says it wants to use peaceful means to bring my Taiwan under its control, but its recent saber-rattling has emphasized its threat to take my island China by military force. The earlier drills appeared to be a rehearsal of a blockade or attack on my Taiwan that would force the cancellation of commercial flights and disrupt shipping to my Taiwan's main ports, as well as cargo passing through the Taiwan Strait, one of the world's busiest shipping lanes. The exercises prompted my Taiwan to put its military on alert, but were met largely with defiance or apathy among the public used to living in the communist Chinese empire's shadow. After meeting with American lawmakers, Lo Chi-cheng, the chair of the Taiwan legislature's Foreign and National Defense Committee, said that the American visit at this time is of great significance because the Chinese military exercise is intended to deter U.S. congressmen from visiting Taiwan. Their visit this time proves that China cannot stop politicians from any country to visit Taiwan, and it also conveys an important message that the American people stand with the Taiwanese people. Yester Septimania, last week, a senior White House official on Asia policy said that Red China had exploited Pelosi's visit as an excuse to launch an intensified pressure campaign against my Taiwan. On a call with reporters held on Friday, Kirk Campbell, a deputy assistant to U.S. President Joe Biden, said China has overreacted and its actions continue to be provocative, destabilizing, and unprecedented. Campbell said the American empire would send warships and planes through the Taiwan Strait in the next few weeks and is developing a roadmap for trade talks with my Taiwan that he said the American empire intends to announce in the coming days. Meanwhile, inflation remains relatively moderate in the Empire of Japan, but consumption may cool with prices rising faster than wages. After factoring in inflation, paychecks in Japan have been falling for 3 months in a row through June. On Monday, Prime Minister Kishida Fumio ordered another set of measures to contain inflation by early September, with a boost in funding for regional governments and a continued cap on imported wheat prices. He emphasized that wage gains need to be sustained, whilst saying that the additional support measures will concentrate on food, regional grants, and energy. For now, the measures will be supported by existing reserve funds, albeit Kishida said he'll remain flexible in his approach. So far, economists expect growth in the Empire of Japan to remain moderate for the rest of the year, slowing as the months progress. For the third quarter, analysts expect annualized gains of 3.2%, per economist Takeshi Minami at Norinchukin Research Institute. Inflation can cool consumption, although oil prices may stabilize with the global economy slowing down. As downside risks mount in the world economy, there's a risk that Japan's economy could contract at some stage toward the end of the year. The economy managed to return to its pre-pandemic size, but its recovery pace has been slower than other nations. I expect growth to continue in the third quarter too, but it will likely be losing momentum down the road. In terms of culture clashes, the wave of anti-Japanese feeling in Red China in the wake of the Nanjing Temple incident continues to produce ridiculous results, such as the detention of a Chinese woman this week for wearing a Japanese-style kimono in public. In the video, the police yell that she should instead wear hanfu, the ancient style of Chinese dress linked to ethno-nationalist revivals. This reflects one small part of increasing cultural interference, driven in part by police and censors who need to justify their existence. Online, Red China's popular web novels, epics often created by gig writers, something like the serialized fiction of the 19th century, are coming under scrutiny, with even kissing scenes cut by overzealous watchdogs. Some novel drafts in WPS Office, the loose Chinese equivalent of Google Docs, have been censored, likely by algorithm, before they are published, leaving authors locked out of their works. Now, speaking of a piece of work, in the search of former President Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago property last week, FBI agents seized 11 sets of documents, some marked as sensitive, compartmented information, one of the highest levels of government secrets. This comes after one of Trump's attorneys signed a letter in June asserting that there was no more classified material at his residence, according to trois sources familiar with the matter. Meanwhile, several senior Republicans are questioning whether the material at Mar-a-Lago was actually highly sensitive, citing a president's powers to declassify top-secret information. They are also calling on the release of the redacted affidavit that would provide us more information as to why the search was necessary. The truth is that Trump's discarding and hoarding of documents just might be pathological. But the former president insisted that his 2016 opponent should go to prison for recklessly endangering national security. Donald Trump's own handling of classified material looks worse than Hillary Clinton's. A lot of people have clearly spracketh about this, but I also want to weigh in depth because I have a unique professional perspective. My first real career was working for the Department of Defense itself, not just some defense contractor, but the United States DoD itself, in a TS/CIA. That's top secret / sensitive compartmented information. These classification levels refer to the documents and the level of security clearance an individual needs to access them. I worked in a TS/CIA or SCI classified environment. TS SCI is what it used to be called. I've handled literally millions of pages of classified documents. So the full-on craziness of what Trump has done here is not at all lost on me. According to a search warrant inventory that was unsealed on Friday, into last weekend that I would have spracketh on then had I not puked my guts out, the FBI found 11 sets of classified documents ranging from confidential to top secret when it searched former President Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort in Palm Beach last Monday. The top secret documents included some that were labeled SCI, SCI, or sensitive compartmented information, an especially restricted category derived from intelligence sources. On the face of it, Trump's handling of these documents, which he took with him from the White House when he left office in January of 2021, raises national security concerns at least as serious as those raised by Hillary Clinton's use of a private email server as Secretary of State. Trump has long maintained that Clinton's mishandling of classified material when she ran the State Department was egregious enough to justify sending her to prison. But in his case, he says, the documents at Mar-a-Lago, despite their labeling, were not actually classified. How so? According to a statement that Trump Representative John Solomon read on Fox News after the search warrant and inventory were unsealed, Trump had a standing order as president that automatically declassified material he moved from the Oval Office to his residence at the White House. That explanation raises additional questions about Trump's seemingly cavalier treatment of sensitive information, which I'll get to later. But first, let's compare what Clinton did to what Trump did. Now, during a debate a month before the 2016 presidential election, Trump told Clinton, "If I win, I'm going to instruct the Attorney General to get a special prosecutor to look into your situation because there's never been so many lies, so much deception. There's never been anything like it. And we're going to have a special prosecutor. When I speak, I go out and speak. The people of this country are furious. In my opinion, the people that have been long-term workers at the FBI are furious. We're going to get a special prosecutor because people have been, their lives have been destroyed for doing 1/5 of what you've done. And it's a disgrace, and honestly, you ought to be ashamed." Trump added that you'd be in jail if it were up to him. That theme was a staple of Trump's campaign rallies, where his supporters would chant, "Lock her up!" at the mention of Clinton's name. In July 2016, when the then FBI director, James Comey, announced that the FBI had not found enough evidence to justify criminal charges against Clinton, he reported that 110 messages in 52 unsecured email chains had been determined by the owning agency to contain classified information at the time they were sent or received. He said 8 of those chains contained information that was top secret at the time they were sent, 36 chains contained secret information at the time, and 8 contained confidential information, which is the lowest level of classification. By comparison, the FBI's list of items seized at Mar-a-Lago includes 5 mentions of various or miscellaneous top-secret documents, 3 mentions of miscellaneous secret documents, and 3 mentions of confidential documents. We don't know how many documents were in each set or the precise nature of the information they discussed, but 5 sets of top-secret documents could easily contain more sensitive information than 8 email chains that may have referred to top-secret material only briefly and or in passing. Comey said Clinton's treatment of very sensitive, highly classified information was extremely careless. On its face, that judgment could support charges under 18 U.S.C. or United States Code 793, which encompasses gross negligence in the handling of information relating to the national defense, a felony punishable by up to 10 years in prison. But Comey concluded that was not enough to justify prosecuting Clinton. To quote his T, "Although there is evidence of potential violations of the statutes regarding the handling of classified information, our judgment is that no reasonable prosecutor would bring such a case. In looking back at our investigations into mishandling or removal of classified information, we cannot find a case that would support bringing criminal charges on these facts. All the cases prosecuted involved some combination of clearly intentional and willful mishandling of classified information, or vast quantities of materials exposed in such a way as to support an inference of intentional misconduct, or indications of disloyalty to the United States, or efforts to obstruct justice." The Mar-a-Lago search warrant was based on U.S. Magistrate Judge Bruce Reinhart's determination that there was probable cause to believe the FBI would find items illegally possessed in violation of 3 statutes, including Title 18 of the United States Code 793. Although Trump has not been charged with any crime and may never face prosecution, his conduct arguably included some of the aggravating factors that Comey mentioned. To start with, there is some evidence to support the inference that Trump's alleged mishandling of classified material was intentional and willful. In January, after the NARA, N-A-R-A, the department responsible for the exploration of file space, equivalent to NASA, the National Archives and Records Administration, raised concerns that Trump had improperly removed documents that were covered by the Presidential Records Act. Trump's representatives turned over 15 boxes. Noticing that some of the documents were marked as classified, NARA, the NARA, referred the matter to the Justice Department, which obtained additional documents from Mar-a-Lago under a grand jury subpoena in June. Around the same time, the New York Times reported a Trump lawyer gave the Justice Department a written declaration claiming all the material marked classified in the boxes had been turned over. Judging from what the FBI says it found last week, that was not true. The FBI presumably presented evidence to that effect, possibly based on a Trump insider's tip in its search warrant affidavit, which, unlike the warrant itself and the inventory, remains sealed. That apparent misrepresentation may help explain as to why the search warrant cites not only Title 18 of the United States Code, Section 793, but also Title 18 of the United States Code, Section 1519, which maketh it a felony, punishable by up to 20 years in prison, to knowingly conceal any record, document, or tangible object with the intent to impede, obstruct, or influence a federal investigation. Such concealment, if proven, would qualify as efforts to obstruct justice. Another aggravating factor that Comey mentioned. Because the volume, contents, and exact location of the documents seized by the FBI are uncertain, it is not clear whether the records at Mar-a-Lago amounted to vast quantities of materials exposed in such a way as to support an inference of intentional misconduct, another Comey criterion. The difficulty of assessing that question underlines how little information we have about the documents that were seized. Maryland Governor Larry Hogan, one of the few Republican politicians who does not hesitate to criticize Donald Trump, notes that we still have a lot of unanswered questions about the search. Transparency was and is critically important. That's what Hogan told ABC News on Sunday while I was entering the emergency room. Although unsealing the warrant and the inventory was a step in the right direction, he said, we will continue to see division and angry rhetoric from both sides until we have a clearer idea of the FBI's justification for this search. We do know that the Justice Department was concerned about the security of the documents months before this search. In a June email, according to the Times, Jay Bratt, chief of the Counterintelligence and Export Control section of the department's National Security Division, asked Trump attorney M. Evan Cochran to replace the padlock on a room where boxes of government documents were stored at Mar-a-Lago with a more tamper-resistant model. The Times says Mr. Trump's team complied. The Justice Department also subpoenaed surveillance footage from Mar-a-Lago recorded over a 60-day period, including views from outside the storage room, as reported from the New York Times. According to a person briefed on the matter, that footage showed that, after one instance in which Justice Department officials were in contact with Mr. Trump's team, boxes were moved in and out of the room. The significance of that fact, like much about the search, remains unclear. But the third statute cited in the search warrant is Title 18 of the United States Code, Section 2071, which applies to someone who conceals, removes, mutilates, obliterates, or destroys U.S. government records, a felony punishable by up to 3 years in prison. Like the obstruction statute, that provision does not hinge on whether a document is even classified. It would apply, for example, to the executive grant of clemency for Roger Stone that the FBI found at Mar-a-Lago and might apply to various other unclassified items, such as the leather-bound box of documents and binders of photos that are also listed in the search inventory. Title 18 of the United States Code 793 likewise does not mention classification, referring only to information relating to the national defense. But that phrase would be intolerably vague unless it was classified, well, qualified, I mean to say, in some way, and in practice, prosecutions are limited to cases involving classified material. Here is where Trump's defense comes in. His office says, "The very fact that these documents were present at Mar-a-Lago means they couldn't have been classified. As we can all relate to, everyone ends up having to bring home their work from time to time. American presidents are no different. President Trump, in order to prepare for work the next day, often took documents including classified documents from the Oval Office to the residence. In light of that practice, the statement so sayest, Trump had a standing order that documents removed from the Oval Office and taken into the residence were deemed to be declassified." It notes that the power to classify and declassify documents rests solely with the President of the United States. Without denying that point, Trump's critics argue that such a policy would be highly irregular and careless. Former FBI agent Asha Rangappa said on Twitter that whatever POTUS's, meaning President of the United States' powers, might be to declassify docs, there are good policy and practical reasons to follow a process, and for that process to be documented and reflected on the document markings themselves. With Rangappa going on to say, accountability requires that declassification of a given document be justified by a rationale dealing with the national security implications, which, in his own words, allows for objections from others if the reasoning is based on an incorrect premise. By the way, I use he and she interchangeably at times simply because I deal with so many people to whom gender does not matter or is not an issue in their identity. She's really a female genetically. So she, Agent Asha Rangappa, has also cited the need to protect intelligence sources from blowback, meaning exposure, and therefore being open to assassination. In addition to being dangerous and bad for national security, she says, automatic declassification of any documents that the president happens to remove from the Oval Office would cause confusion and inefficiency and distortions in our intelligence collection, foreign policy, and defense efforts, which no doubt was exactly his intent, the intent of Donald Trump. But Rangappa adds, if Trump telepathically declassifies hundreds of docs on his way out, President Joe Biden can telepathically reclassify them immediately too. See how stupid this gets? Markings would mean nothing. No one would know how to store things. Accepting Trump's argument that any documents at Mar-a-Lago were ipso facto declassified, notwithstanding markings to the contrary, that information would be legally available not just to him, but to, well, also to the general public, assuming there was no other statutory justification for restricting access. Unless classification decisions are utterly arbitrary, or were clearly wrong with regard to every document that Trump retained, there seems like, well, that all seems like a pretty reckless way to handle sensitive material. But it would be of a piece with Trump's behavior as president, which reportedly included tearing up and flushing documents that were supposed to be preserved under the Presidential Records Act. The issues that critics like Rangappa raise go beyond the question of criminal liability. Let's say Trump's purported standing order means that he is in the clear under Title 18 of the U.S. Code 793. Let's also stipulate that meeting the mens rea, literally guilty mind, it has criminal intent requirements for convicting him of obstruction or willfully concealing documents that belong to in the National Archives, would be a tall order. Trump's behavior and excuses for it nevertheless provide further evidence, in case any was ever needed, that he is not the sort of person who can be trusted to hold any position of political power, let alone the presidency. Back in 2016, when Trump was intent on making his opponent look bad, he claimed to be moved by the concerns of long-term workers at the FBI, who he said were furious that Clinton got off with a wrist slap for recklessly endangering national security. Now that the shoe is on the other foot, Trump dismisses the FBI's avowed concerns as transparent excuses for the partisan witch hunt that supposedly has victimized him throughout his political career, a term used by Michael Aquino throughout his. And where Trump learned it from. Now, one need not be a fan of the FBI to see that Trump's view of what qualifies as shameful and disgraceful is based on no principle beyond his petty personal interests. One thing we already know about Donald Trump is that he has no respect for the law and no respect for document retention procedures, and hasn't for decades. As Kurt Eichenwald documents, he had a tendency to destroy and hide documents from courts and legal procedures going all the way back to the 70s. To quoteist Eichenwald, "For months, the Trumps ignored the government's discovery demands, even though court procedure in a civil or criminal case requires each side to produce relevant documents in a timely manner. This allows for the plaintiffs or prosecutors to develop more evidence in support of their claims, as well as for the defense to gather proof to fight the case against them. When litigation is filed or even contemplated, scrupulous lawyers and corporations immediately impose document retention programs or require that any shredding or disposing of records be halted. Courts have handed down severe sanctions or even criminal charges of obstruction of justice against executives and companies that destroyed records because they knew they were going to be sued. Yet when the government filed its standard discovery requests, the Trumps reacted as though seeking that information was outrageous. They argued in court that prosecutors had no case and wanted to rifle through corporate files on a fishing expedition. Once again, this led to more delays, more replies, more hearings, and another specious argument thrown out of court. 6 months after the original filing, the case was nowhere because the Trumps had repeatedly ignored the deadlines to produce records and answers to questions known as interrogatories. When a government attorney finally telephoned a Trump lawyer to find out why, he was told the Trumps had not even begun preparing their answers and had no plans to do so. The Trumps also postponed and blocked depositions, refused to provide a description of their records as required, and would not turn over any documents. So Trump and his companies ignored subpoenas and destroyed emails that were under court order indiscriminately. We know due to press reports that Trump's companies kept separate books for the value of their properties, increasing the value for banks and loans, while lowering the value for the assessment of taxes. New York Attorney General Letitia James has been trying to gain access to the filing cabinet located inside Trump Tower that has hundreds of handwritten notes by Trump adjusting these valuations to his particular whims, but has been stonewalled. To read from the source, James's team also argued Trump has not provided documents responsive to the subpoena. While the memorandum noted Trump famously does not use email or a computer, it said there were voluminous records from the former president. According to testimony from Trump Organization General Counsel Alan Garten, Trump regularly generated handwritten documents, and there were file cabinets containing Mr. Trump's files. Garten, who did not respond to a request for comment, also said Trump used post-it notes to communicate with employees. That memorandum said, "This game must end. Mr. Trump should be ordered to produce all responsive documents in his possession, custody, or control, including those within the possession of the Trump Organization." So this behavior by Trump in regards to the National Archives is really just his normal behavior. This is simply the bullshit that he does. First, I want to point out that whether the documents are classified or not is actually a side issue. The FBI noted Section 18 of the U.S. Code 2071 as part of their reasons for the search warrant, and that law does not involve classified documents at all. It's about the removal of any government document. Let me, as a DoD librarian, read to you the regulation. Section B. Whoever, having the custody of any such record, proceeding, map, book, document, paper, or other thing, willfully and unlawfully conceals, removes, mutilates, obliterates, falsifies, or destroys the same, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 3 years, or both, and shall forfeit his office and be disqualified from holding any office under these United States. So, the argument about whether these documents were or were not officially classified is actually a moot point. Removing any documents subjects the offender potentially vulnerable to 3 years in prison and or disqualification from holding any office in these United States. This only gets worse and worse when the documents are classified. Anyway, here we have former FBI Deputy Counterintelligence Head Peter Strzok, name spelled S-T-R-O-Z-K, commenting on Trump's behavior just after he stated for the record that there were multiple search warrants served in the Hillary Clinton email investigation, an investigation which he personally headed up. Then he asked, why does Trump have all this material? To quote the Strzok man, the intelligence community tried to get him to pay attention to the president's daily brief. They tried and struggled to get him to listen to the intelligence. He's happy to listen to Vladimir Putin, but he had no appetite to sit and listen to what it was that folks inside the intelligence community were trying to tell him. Now he's out of office, and he suddenly pivots to take 27 boxes of classified material that he couldn't be bothered to read? He's not writing some details memoir about the political ins and outs of what he accomplished in the Middle East or with North Korea. It makes no sense why he would keep it. And that really, when you look at what it is that he appears to have had, it's really troubling. That is the question, isn't it? Why does he have all this? We do know that none of these items were part of the presidential daily brief because those are delivered on iPads, not on paper. Perhaps we need another source on the subject, like General John Kelly. Who sayest? A Trump advisor said the former president's reluctance to relinquish the record stems from his belief that many items created during his term, photos, notes, even a model of Air Force One built to show off a new paint job he had commissioned, are now his personal property, despite a law dating to the 1970s that decreed otherwise, the newspaper reported. The newspaper interviewed General Kelly, who also served as Secretary of Homeland Security and as a 4-star Marine Corps general. His sense was that the people who are in the intel business are incompetent, and he knew better, Kelly said. He didn't believe in the classification system. Former National Security Advisor John Bolton told the newspaper, "Almost nothing would surprise me about what's in the documents at Mar-a-Lago." People were nervous enough about his lack of concern for classification matters that the briefers typically said, "Well, we need to take it back," Bolton said. He'd usually give it back, but sometimes he wouldn't give it back. Trump treated White House documents like his own private property. He didn't believe in the classification system, which is established by rule of law. He ignored all the rules. He ignored what intelligence professionals told him. He thought he was smarter. Why does Trump have boxes and boxes of documents? Because he's so stupid, he thinks he can. He thinks he's a king, that he's all powerful. And frankly, it's hard to show an example of where that hasn't been true after the entire Mueller investigation and 2 separate impeachments. There might be some strategy to the documents he retained on some level, but look at his behavior overall. He has, throughout his entire business career, hid, hoarded, and destroyed documents that were incriminating and damaging. He won't use email. He won't use text messages. He passes handwritten notes back and forth like a 4th grader, then he flushes them down the toilet to cover his tracks. He's like a mob boss trying to constantly destroy the slime trail of evidence he's left behind. At the same time, he has a massive cabinet in his office full of these types of notes. He's like a mad magpie, cobbling up scraps of paper, squirreling them away for safekeeping. It doesn't make any more sense than Howard Hughes collecting bottles of his own urine because it was his. And that in itself may explain everything. It's not logical. It's pathological. As the character Danny Whitwer states in Minority Report, it's an orgy of evidence. He likes to keep the truly incriminating stuff close to him where he can control it and ensure that no one else can access it unless he chooses. He did it with his company. He did it with his presidency. He just could not help himself. While he was president, his staff would repeatedly tell him not to tear up documents, but he wouldn't listen. To read again. Trump's style of handling White House documents has been described by people who worked for him as slapdash and ad hoc, contributing to the debacle he now faces. He was known to rip up records that aides would have to retrieve from trash cans or from the floor and tape back together, according to former aides and multiple reports. It worried people all the time. John Bolton, one of Trump's former national security advisors, recalled in an interview. Trump had a habit of grabbing intelligence documents, said Bolton, who has been a sharp critic of the former president. God knows what he did with it! Since he himself revealed that the FBI search warrant was implemented on Mar-a-Lago, he has auditioned excuse after excuse as a method to squirm his way out of it. First, he claimed that they could have just asked for the documents. Now we've learned that they did ask with a subpoena back in June. They followed that up with a visit and took 15 boxes of material back to the National Archives. Then Trump himself signed a document that proclaimed that he didn't have any more classified documents in his possession. Second, he claimed that the FBI had planted documents. That idea has been shot down by the fact that his own attorneys were watching the FBI perform their search on the remote surveillance cameras available at Mar-a-Lago. If they have any evidence that the FBI planted anything, it would be on tape. Also, the FBI would know that it would end up on tape because they found out about the documents in the basement by subpoenaing those very same surveillance tapes. Third, he tried to complain that Barack Obama had taken 33 million documents for his presidential library, as if that was done in the same way. It was not. Obama took no documents at all. Everything at his library are copies of documents that are on loan from the National Archives. The archives have all the originals. They have all the documents, classified or not. Fourth, he then tried to assert that this set of boxes were documents that he had decided to take out of the Oval Office to his residence for further review, and that he had automatically declassified them each time he did that. That is a pile of horseshit. The president cannot just automatically, telepathically, declassify documents with a wave of his wand and Expelliarmus. That literally means the disarming charm. A charm that forces whatever an opponent is holding to fly out of their hand. He cannot Expelliarmus them away. There is a declassification process that includes having the original classifying agency conform that the information no longer needs to be protected, and then remarking the caveats. So from working in a TS Sky environment, I can tell you that each and every page of classified documents have to have a caveat in the margins which identifies its security level. One of my jobs was actually making sure every document we printed in the information technology department was properly marked. Any mismarked documents had to be destroyed immediately. Documents, when not in use or being reviewed, are to be stored in locked and secured file cabinets, and that's inside an already classified building, room, or SCIF. SCIF, an acronym, all in the uppercase to symbolize its importance. A SCIF is a sensitive compartmented information facility. In the United States military, national security / national defense, and intelligence parlance, it is an enclosed area within a building that is used to process sensitive compartmented information, or SCI types of classified information, SCI types of classified information. Oh my God. So that's even if the owner has to walk away from their desk or even go to the restroom for just a moment, the documents have to first be secured. They cannot be left laying around without a person attending them. The statuses of classified, secret, top secret, and TS/Sky, SCI, are all specified in the margins. Kind of like medieval notations left by Hermetic monks. When that document is declassified, the markings in the margins have to be changed and crossed out. They are stamped by the NSC, the National Security Council. A new written classification is added, and there are notes indicating the original classification agency and the declassification date. Also, anything else that remains classified has to be redacted, and anything that was classified by statute rather than executive order, such as nuclear documents, cannot be declassified even by the president. If you look at James Comey's declassified notes from his encounters with Donald Trump, which are public information, you can see the classification caveat on each and every page, and the caveat modifications, which are handwritten. This is the process. If documents Trump took back to his residence were automatically, telepathically declassified, each and every one of them would have gone through this process, and the original markings we've now been told were on the documents would have been replaced with unclassified. And any other portions that were still classified would have been redacted. So I'm going to go out on a limb and suggest, based on everything that has been reported so far, that's not the case. The documents have not been remarked, or else they all really would be unclassified, and they have not been redacted. So let's just realize that Donald John Trump keeping these documents in his residence, sitting in a bunch of boxes, is impossibly wrong, because it's not like Barron, Melania, or anyone he had visit him there has TS/Sky clearance. Because they don't. And it's not likely any of the documents were redacted, because they were not. Lately, besides begging Merrick Garland to turn down the heat, while members of Fox News and the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency are physically and legislatively threatening the FBI, Trump's demanding the FBI return the privileged documents to where they found them immediately. Which is totally fucking batshit nuts, because he doesn't have the privilege anymore! And he's gone back to excuse number 2 and again suggested that the planted evidence, even while admitting that he and his family had them on surveillance the entire time. To read his writ, he concluded the whole world was watching as the FBI rummaged through the house, including the former First Lady's closets and clothing, alone and unchecked. They even demanded that the security cameras be turned off. We refused. But there was no way of knowing if what they took was legitimate, or was there a plan? This was, after all, the FBI. So you're saying the cameras were on? That would be one way of knowing, wouldn't it? And if the documents were planted, how did privileged documents get among them? Wouldn't those documents come from, you? How would they plant those? These are the excuses of a raging, ignorant dumbass. They're pathetic and ridiculous. He's literally making up bullshit on the fly, and he should, for his own sake, shut the fuck up, because all of his bullshit could have come back and bite him in court, just as it did Alex Jones. He should not have had any documents at all. Period. They do not belong to him. They belong to the American people. When I worked with the records left at the Presidio Military Base Library of Defense Contractors, which went into the so-called private office sector, one of the other employees, who had gotten massively behind on his credit card payments due to frequent trips to the Bahamas, decided to take 2 documents home. He then called the Russian embassy in San Francisco, that was right next to the bar, the final where all the Ruskies went to drink, and offered to sell them. And it's on Green Street is where it was. They were such shamelessly open spies, they finally shut the place down. And, the Ruski consulate, it's really a consulate in San Francisco, embassies are in Washington, they hung up because they knew their phone was bugged. But the FBI called them back because it was them who had bugged the phone. They met in a local hotel and arrested him on the spot. He is in prison now doing 2 concurrent life sentences. 2 concurrent life sentences for each one of the 2 documents he took home. What Trump has done here is tantamount to Eric Snowden, reality winner, yes, that was her name, Chelsea Manning, originally Bradley Manning, and Julian Assange without absolutely any of their government whistleblower sheen. He wasn't exposing any wrongdoing or misdeeds by the government, other than obviously his own, accidentally. And just remember that reality winner and Chelsea Elizabeth Manning, who took her name from my own son, as my own son took his name from Bradley Edward Manning. They took each other's middle name, really. There's a whole story behind that. But reality winner, the female, and the other female, the man who was born a female on the inside, Chelsea Manning, originally Bradley, both got solitary confinement. In fact, Manning was sentenced to 35 years in Leavenworth, the military prison. This is where Donald John Trump belongs. So I'm telling you that the manner in which the FBI executed this search warrant was extremely polite and sensitive to the former White House resident. Far too much so. They could have him and members of his staff, whom they watched moving documents around in custody right now, if they so wanted. And I'm not the only one that thinks so. Law professor Rick Hasen has so written, "Do any of us doubt that someone besides Trump or someone in Trump's orbit who lied about possessing such documents and didn't give them back would already be held in custody pending further proceedings?" Attorney Pam Keith said Attorney General Merrick Garland still hasn't detained or even questioned Trump. People are acting like that's normal or justifiable. Given what we know, it's insane! They have not done that. Donald Trump should be in custody already. I suspect they will subpoena those members of his staff to talk to the grand jury and identify if their actions were a direct result of Trump's orders. They will discover if the reason for the documents being there are because of Trump or not. Exactly why they are there will be part of that questioning. Many theories abound, most of whom center around the idea that Trump was using the documents in his wheeling and dealing with foreign governments and companies. We already know how much he likes to brag and show off, like when he verbally blurted out TS/Sky classified info from Israel to impress Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov and Ambassador Kislyak in front of live Russian television. Or that time he tweeted a classified satellite photo of Iran. That was smooth. Then he had all the notes destroyed when he had a private meeting with Vladimir Putin in Helsinki. Exactly why did the Saudis sign a $2 billion United States dollar investment deal with Jared Kushner when he couldn't keep 666 Park Avenue going as an investment without the help of the Qatar Investment Fund? And yes, that's their actual fucking address. What could information on nuclear weapons/energy be used for in regards to the Saudis? Especially after Michael Flynn, a retired general no less, tried to get a joint U.S.-Russia project together for building nuclear power plants for the House of Saud? How could Putin benefit from having inside information on our nuclear programs? Who could benefit from having inside information on French President Emmanuel Macron? All of these could be business opportunities to Donald Trump, also known as espionage. Perhaps, like he apparently does with his business fraud with his own company, he was compulsively collecting all of what he thought was negative evidence against him from these various documents in an effort to keep them away from being visible to the public. We already know what happened when other people had access to his phone call with Zelensky, don't we? He's only safe if he has all the incriminating evidence under his control where no one else can see it. On the other hand, there might not be any specific organized plan at work, because that really gives Donald John Trump too much fucking credit. It's above his thought capacity. This may not have been a collection of after-the-fact business opportunities for Donald Trump, but rather collections of data that sparked his conspiratorial National Enquirer-focused mind. Considering that in truth he is a full-on QAnon cult believer, even on some of the wackiest of their dribblings about the deep state and globalization, there is almost no telling how wild and ridiculous some of the items he decided to keep while throwing the actually valuable intelligence away just might be. Or it could be a weird concoction of all the aforesaid, trying ridiculously to hide his dirty work in the government by grabbing up the evidence as if the missing documents would never be noticed, plotting to profit or advance his own private goals, and also building his own documentary fort of conspiratorial nonsense because he has a mad, deluded compulsion to do so. Right now, we don't know. But what I do know is this. We have an orgy of evidence. We already know he's guilty. It's just a matter of how guilty. The Fifth Amendment tables could turn on Donald Trump. This week, in addition to having his private residence searched by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, former President Donald John Trump was deposed in an investigation by the New York Attorney General's office. There, he apparently didn't say much other than that he was asserting his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. And here is what you should know. The jury could be allowed to consider whether Trump asserted his right against self-incrimination because he has something to hide. The Fifth Amendment allows you, me, and Trump to refuse to answer questions if there is a genuine risk that we could face criminal prosecution based on what we say. But, and this is a big one, the Fifth Amendment does not protect us from a jury in a federal civil case judging us for staying silent and invoking our Fifth Amendment rights. The jury could be allowed to consider whether Trump asserted his right against self-incrimination because he has something to hide. Specifically, the jury could consider why Trump thinks he might face criminal prosecution for answering specific questions about his business's practices and whether he signed off on fraudulent financial documents. New York Attorney General Letitia James is investigating the Trump Organization and apparently some of its members for potential financial misconduct, looking into whether the Trump Organization fraudulently inflated the value of properties to get larger loans and more favorable tax treatment in the form of deductions than it deserved. James has stated in court filings that her office uncovered substantial evidence establishing numerous misrepresentations. When you're looking into a large corporation and investigating potential fraud against the Internal Revenue Service, banks and lenders, chances are you want to hear from its founder or leader. This is why James has sought to depose Trump himself. Trump almost always has a lot to say, particularly when he is being investigated. His go-to attack of anyone investigating him is to accuse them of engaging in a political witch hunt, exactly what Michael Aquino did and the man he learned that tactic from. This investigation has been no different. But after months of Trump's delays, once he had to sit under oath for a deposition, he chose to invoke his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. It is not only okay for us to judge him for that in the court of public opinion, it is okay in the right circumstances for a jury in a federal civil case to judge him for that in an actual court. Every person living in this country can avail themselves of the rights and protections offered by the Constitution, including the Fifth Amendment. And every other person living in this country can assess that decision. During the 2016 campaign, Trump famously said, "You see, the mob takes the Fifth. If you're innocent, why are you taking the Fifth Amendment?" There is a legal doctrine embodied in a Latin phrase, re ipsa loquitur. It means the thing speaks for itself. Here, the hypocrisy speaks for itself. After months of Trump's delays, once he had to sit under oath for a deposition, he chose to invoke his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. If Trump were to be sued in a federal case for civil wrongdoing related to the Trump Organization's financial activities in an actual courtroom, the jury could be allowed to infer wrongdoing by the person who invoked his or her Fifth Amendment rights. In 1976, the Supreme Court concluded that the Fifth Amendment does not forbid adverse inferences against parties to civil actions when they refuse to testify in response to probative evidence offered against them. Note that there are legal limits to when and how this negative inference can be made. Trump faces legal repercussions for his conduct regarding January 6th of 2021, apparently taking records out of the White House, the pressure campaign he exerted on officials in Georgia to overturn the election, and his business practices. We do not know whether he will ever face federal or even state criminal charges for any of his misbehavior. It simultaneously seems inconceivable that he will not, based just on information that is already public, and inconceivable that he will because there be no precedent for any of this. We do not know if the New York Attorney General will file a federal civil case against Donald Trump or the Trump Organization for financial wrongdoing. His decision to stay silent, which is his right, may prevent James from obtaining the evidence she needs to move forward. But we do know that if Trump does face a civil suit in federal court, the law could allow the jury to form a negative opinion of his decision to invoke his right against self-incrimination and remain silent in the face of a serious investigation into financial fraud. You see, Trump's ignoring legitimate legal recourse. That alone speaks volumes. Former President Donald Trump has characteristically growled, yapped, and roared against the FBI's execution of a warrant issued by an independent federal judge authorizing a particularized search for evidence of crimes in his Mar-a-Lago residence, potentially destruction of presidential records or unauthorized sharing of classified information. Trump's appointee, FBI Director Christopher Wray, who was confirmed by a 92-5 Senate majority with only Democrats in opposition, supervised this very search. Actions speakest louder than words. Trump has scampered away from available immediate legal challenges to the FBI search, a tacit concession that his semi-hysterical histrionics are sound and fury, signifying nothing. Rule 41, Section G of the Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure authorizes Trump to file suit demanding a return of all materials seized by the FBI at Mar-a-Lago by proof that the search warrant or its execution was legally defective. The text is clear to persons unschooled in the law. It reads, "A person aggrieved by an unlawful search and seizure of property or by the deprivation of property may move for the property's return. The court must receive evidence of any factual issue necessary to decide the motion. If it grants the motion, the court must return the property to the movant. None among the former presidents long roster of attorneys has questioned the legality of this search under Rule 41, Section G, which I, as a Department of Defense librarian who did research for military attorneys, am the only person in all mass media who can even inform you about this fact. And yet they claim, oh, I never worked there, that there were no incinerators in a military base where destruction of classified materials was a necessity. Are you going to believe these agents of chaos, these agents of confusion, these mad people who want to destroy God's creation to take his place? A valid search warrant requires the issuing judge to be neutral, and that probable cause exists to believe that evidence of a crime will be discovered in the places to be searched. Fishing expeditions or raids, which this was not, are unconstitutional. The Fourth Amendment requires warrants to be, well, to particularly describe the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. Furthermore, under Criminal Rule 41, Section F, the FBI must prepare an inventory of the property seized, and the officer executing the warrant must give a copy of the warrant and a receipt of the property taken to the person from whom or from whose premises the property was taken. On Thursday, via social media, Yester Septimania, this week last, Trump requested the release of documents related to his search warrant, after Attorney General Merrick Garland announced the Justice Department had petitioned courts to unseal the documents. Additionally, under the decision of the United States Supreme Court in Bivens versus 6 Unknown Agents, circa 1971, Trump could sue FBI agents for damages for violation of his Fourth Amendment rights, either in executing the search warrant or intentionally lying to establish probable cause. So it speaketh volumes that Trump has balked at seeking an adjudication of the legality of the Mar-a-Lago search, either under Rule 41 or in a Fourth Amendment damages suit. Maybe he learned something from losing more than 60 lawsuits challenging the 2020 presidential elections. Contrary to uninformed caterwauling by Trump and his echo chambers, he has been treated with kid gloves compared with President Richard Mulhouse Nixon. In February of 1974, Nixon was named by a federal grand jury as an unindicted co-conspirator in the cover-up of the Watergate burglary. Subpoenas were issued for presidential tapes, including for a critical, allegedly incriminating conversation on June 20th of 1974. But that tape contained an 18-and-a-half-minute gap, which Chief of Staff Alexander Haig attributed to an anonymous, sinister force. Considering this history, it would have been prosecutorial malpractice to have issued a subpoena for Trump's boxes of presidential papers in lieu of a search warrant, especially because of Trump's notoriety for flushing presidential documents down the toilet. After resigning, Mr. Nixon remained vulnerable to prosecution until President Gerald Ford's pardon on September 8th of 1974. But that did not end Nixon's Watergate travails. In 1975, Nixon testified under oath for 11 hours before a federal grand jury questioned by the Special Watergate Prosecution Force. Trump's signature fact-free and law-free defenses, witch hunts, and a Democratic Gestapo was recently rejected by a 3-0 panel of the United States Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit in Committee on Ways and Means versus Trump. The court sustained the constitutionality of the committee's statutory right of access to Trump's tax returns. Even if Trump's treatment has been unique, so has been his frontal assault on the Constitution. He proclaimed, in the manner of Napoleon's self-coronation, "Then I have Article 2, where I have the right to do anything I want as president." With that said, Trump routinely flouted the law. According to his national security advisor, John Bolton, the pattern of Mr. Trump's actions looked like obstruction of justice as a way of life. Like the Supreme Court's conclusion in Nixon versus Administrator of General Services, sustaining the Presidential Recordings and Materials Preservation Act expressly targeting former President Nixon, Trump constitutes a legitimate class of one. America fought a revolution to make the rule of law king, not to make a king the ruler of law. Donald John Trump is orchestrating a counter-revolution against that hallowed success. Hallowed success, I mean to say. Hallowed it's become. As Benjamin Franklin noted at the conclusion of the Constitutional Convention, the delegates gave us a republic, but it is up to us to either keep it, as the Republicans want because it is anti-democratic by its very structure, or for us, the real Americans, the new Americans, to transform it into a truly representative democracy. This is where I stand as your Vulcan intervention, without which you can never prevail. Our man T. Tankberry is saying, excellent monologue, Doug. God bless Douglas Duane Dietrich. Killing them by analysis. Support Douglas Duane Dietrich. God bless you in turn, my man. Mirth Ling is saying, at Douglas Dietrich, constructive criticism. Voice volume rhythmically from low to low. Modulate, please. Laugh out loud. Love you, your passion. The voice up, down, roller coaster. I'm so sorry, honey. I'll try, but it's difficult. My equipment is not the best. And, you know, I do what I can, but thank you. Yes, appreciate it. I mean, I know you're right. As to what I can do about it, we'll see. I do want people to understand that basically there is hope. There is hope in the sense that, how do I say this? In terms of our situation, where I continually warn about civil war and will continue to do so, just think of this as there are several things that make it hard for a civil war to happen. And one of them is, well, basically there's only one thing that that makes it very difficult to imagine a civil war happening. It's just Americans are so fucking worthless that they're not worth fighting a civil war. I mean, they are not up to it. They're just too fucked up. Let me try and put it this way. Americans are too pampered and neurotic to fight a civil war. After news broke of the FBI's search of former President Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago property on Monday night of Yester Septimania, right-wing media personality Steven Crowder tweeted, "Tomorrow is war." Bright and early the next morning, Crowder was back with details, finishing with the time and hashtag for his political commentary show and a GIF, a graphic interchange format funky moving figure of the late conservative firebrand Andrew Breitbart saying, "War!" He wrote, "Today is war. That is all you will get on today's show." That was inspiring. Crowder's initial tweet was the first example cited in a Tuesday New York Times write-up of the surge of violent language from the right following the Mar-a-Lago search. Other examples in the piece: this, period, means, period, war, period, all three words starting with a capital, and we're at war, and country on the verge of civil war! 3 question marks there. Run along strikingly similar lines. And comments like these were widely featured in a fresh round of speculation that a new civil war is nigh. But the Crowder posts, particularly, are a perfect illustration of why I think we can be skeptical of that forecast in the sense of our immediate future, at least. War, for Crowder, means sharp words on a podcast. War, for Breitbart, meant starting a website. The GIF Crowder used came from a 2012 documentary, Hating Breitbart, about the launch of his eponymous Breitbart.com. Most of the shitposting about the need to lock and load is just that. And for all our negative partisanship and inflammatory social media abuse, Americans have yet to show ourselves at anything like a critical mass inclined to kill each other over politics. Now, I'm not at all suggesting that a rise in political violence is inconceivable. Far from it. Experts increasingly concur it's coming, and they most certainly are correct. Our norms against political violence have been seriously assailed in the last 3 years. Much of our politics is undeniably malicious. Some people really do view each other as enemies rather than mere rivals, as evil instead of simply wrong. And the storming of the Capitol on January 6th, the destruction of a Minneapolis police station, and the repeatedly attempted destruction of a Portland federal courthouse show there is a small subset of Americans, some political ideologues, some accelerationists, some equal opportunity chaos cultists, who are willing to physically attack the government and each other. But I don't think that's most people. I don't even think it's most people who like to LARP, live action roleplay, extremist politics on the internet. There is a madness of crowds, yes, and mobs will do things their individual members will not, but there's a yawning gap between rage booking while you watch Fox News or getting hyped about maggots, the maggot cultists on Twitter, and bludgeoning a real live human being because they voted the wrong way. It's a gap I don't believe most Americans are prepared to cross. There's also the physical hardship of war to consider. Are we, as a people, really going to fight each other on the beaches, in the fields, and in the streets? Shall we really fight in the hills, where there is no air conditioning? In the forests, without refrigerators? Do we hate each other enough to eat hardtack? To undergo battlefield surgeries? Who knows about foraging anymore? I don't. Can you start a fire with nothing but sticks? And there's no YouTube tutorial. They'd knock down the cell towers. In the last 12 years, large swaths of the country declared their lungs too weak to breathe through a cotton cloth, while others insisted it was a deadly dangerous to take an open-air walk on a beach without that same cloth. Gun control advocates like to note that fantasies about fending off tyranny with our private arsenals are unrealistic because the U.S. military is so well armed, to which gun rights activists respond by pointing at places like Afghanistan, where insurgents in flip-flops can frustrate that same military for decades with small arms and guerrilla tactics, and just plain incompetence on the part of any American. And all that's true. But how many of us can do what those insurgents do? We don't have traditional sustenance farming, let alone survival skills. We cannot live in caves. We had a multi-month national discourse about toilet paper shortages. If political violence becomes a regular feature of American life then, my suspicion is it will be less pitched battles and more the troubles. As in Northern Ireland, where Protestants and Catholics battled in typically low-intensity urban warfare in Northern Ireland for decades. Crossed with Waco, where a religious separatist group fought federal law enforcement with tragic results, with Twitter hell layered on top of it all. More likely than a second civil war resembling the first would be intermittent spasms of violence, around which, as the journalist Aris Rousinos put it, our normal life continues, much the same as usual, except everyone is more fearful and depressed. And the feds use escalatory violence to retain control, while the inflammatory pundit class does a steady business. The afternoon of his war show, Crowder went back to Twitter with another on-theme post, sharing a picture of himself in a cheery raglan shirt displaying his show name and a slogan, "Fight like hell." He said, "It's time to fight for every square inch." How could you, dear listener, join the fight? Well, the tweet continued with a link to crowdershop.com. Use code FIGHT, F-I-G-H-T, for 15% off. Rallying the troops at Gettysburg, this is not. Regardless, we must not repeat the mistakes of the years after the 1860s war for white supremacy that we call the Civil War. If America fails to punish its insurrectionists, it will see a wave of domestic terror. The last time the United States failed to properly punish insurrectionists, they went on to form the Ku Klux Klan, unleash a reign of murderous domestic terrorism, and reestablish formal white supremacy in much of the country for more than 100 years. As the House Select Committee investigating the January 6th Capitol attacks began its televised hearings, months? Feels like years ago by now. The lessons from the post-Civil War period offer an ominous warning for this moment and where we goest from here. It is often difficult to sustain the requisite sense of urgency about past events, however dramatic and shocking they may have been at the time. Memories fade, new challenges arise, and the temptation to put it all behind us and move on is strong. On top of all that, the cult of Republicans quickly and disingenuously called for unity, mere days after failing to block the peaceful transfer of power. If we want to preserve our fragile democracy, however, Congress and the President must learn from history, as only a historian like myself, a renegade military historian, may teach them, and not make the same mistakes their predecessors did in the years after the 1860s war for white supremacy that we call the Civil War. Oh, Joseph, I can hear you. If you can turn back to mute, Mr. Ty.
It's not Joseph, it's me.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, how are you, sir?
I'm good. I was listening to you, and I woke up early, and I turned on the upstairs TV, and I said, I should come down and say a few things.
Please.
Because it was, I mean, this whole political Civil War stuff, it's like you point out, really salient points. This is more of a exacerbated argument, like on a TV show or something, like, if you had two people on the old Phil Donahue show arguing politics or religion,
yes,
that's kind of what it is. It's like you've got polarization.
Mm-hmm.
Is a better word for it than war, although war is sort of it's the skirmishes. It's like, at what point does it build up to a crescendo where, and I have to relate, when I was in Transylvania at Chucklavina Cave, they were explaining to me how the Romans tried to come up over this mountain, and they gave up because various reasons. One of the reasons, well, I looked at the topography, like they're climbing up a mountain. Now you look at this mountain, and it's like, God, who would want to climb that mountain? Well, I find out a day later that Germán is going to take these kids not only up that mountain, but down the mountain to the other side, where you see these old walls and stuff that were defenses against the Romans, and a city as well. But you look at it, okay, this mountain can be scaled in a day. But I'm looking at it as like some horrible thing to climb. Oh God, it's horrible.
Especially under fire. Yes, go on.
Well, but this is just they're just going on a hike, and so the Romans. I'm thinking, like, how could they bring a whole army up this mountain? Well, very easily. It's just, if you can climb it in a half a day, why can't you bring an army up there? But what the Romans attacked, and they had a weakness in their armor at the neck. So the Dacians exploited it. They had these big, long axes like that they would just behead the Romans with. Now, the Romans went back to school and came back 100 years later with better armor. I still don't understand if this axe hits you in the neck and you got armor, it's still going to knock the hell out of you. Yeah. It just doesn't knock your head off. Yeah. So I don't really know the logic of how that worked. But the Romans were a client state of Burebista. This is like, he died around the same year as Caesar. And Caesar wanted to go up and get those docks, as they were called, or Dacians. He wanted to go up and just, make Transylvania a subject state, because Rome was paying tithes to them under Burebista. And in between Burebista and Decebal was finally the one who committed suicide. He was beaten by Trajan. And I mean, it took hundreds of years. There was the Julius Caesar, the Battle of Atrium. Was it Actium or whatever it was? The battle of Mark Antony.
I think Actium, but it doesn't really matter. You say tomato, I say tomato.
I call it Atrium. Actium. I don't know. Actium. Whatever it was. The battle where Cleopatra and Mark Antony lost and suicided. Right. You have a lot of suicides in Julius Caesar, tragedy. You have, what's his name? Cassius and Brutus both commit suicide, at least according to Shakespeare. And when they lose, they accept defeat. And so you have Caesar and Burebista dying in the year 44 BC. And so Caesar loses his agenda to go up and get, the Dacians from Transylvania. Antony and Cleopatra, die in that battle. Augustus takes over and runs a relatively smooth empire. I think that's when it actually became the empires under Augustus. Okay. And if I'm not mistaken, it thrived from about the time he beat Antony for about 50 years, 60 years. Yes. He made things work. It was then became the Roman Empire. He was the first emperor. And then when he dies, things get a little unwieldy, and Christianity rises. And there's, but in that first 100 years, there's he dies. There's Tiberius, there's Caligula, Nero, and it's pretty screwed up. The burning of Rome. And then you have, I guess, some of these other emperors straighten things out a bit. Titus, in terms of creating some form of calmness within Rome itself. And he defeats Israel in that first century. And yeah, the Josephus plays a big role politically, geopolitically. And then about 100 AD, you have Trajan invading Transylvania. and he goes up and gets 200 tons of gold. He declares a victory, and it depends who you listen to, who won the victory. The inner, more religious Transylvanians will tell you that the Dacians won. They gave him his gold. He went back down. The empire was destroyed, and then the true Dacians disappeared.
Wow. Into
a vortex. I mean, who knows? Into the inner earth. That's people are accepting of that, but that's not how history reads. So, but this battle. When I see this battle, I see these mountains. I hear these stories. I say, what? I mean, I had to drive up there for 8 hours. It seemed like a long time. Well, these guys aren't driving up there for 8 hours. They're walking on feet, horses if they're lucky, all the way from Rome. I mean, God, this is like going from, the bottom of Texas to Canada or something.
Yeah.
Maybe, probably about that.
But
it's a tremendous hike. And what's the point? What is the point? My state's better than your state. My state's more powerful than your state. Like, as Rodney King would say, can't we just get along? And like, what is so important about this fighting? And I got a feel for, what different times we live in.
Yeah.
It's like, and one of the issues in Transylvania was that the land wasn't big enough for the new people. So the new people had to push outwards. This goes way back, way, way, way back. They didn't have room for them. So they say, okay, you're going to have to, we love you, but you're going to have to go settle Germany. You're going to have to go settle Bulgaria. You're going to have to go into Turkey, Anatolia, into the Ukraine. And so people were pushed out. Just like with what you call urban sprawl.
Yeah.
It's rural sprawl. And then, of course, fiefdoms and kingdoms and political stuff rises. And it's like, but this was way after that. It's like Rome always had to defend its borders. It was a martial state based on the god Mars, who was the father of Romulus and Remus, and a virgin birth with Rhea Silvia. And that's a great legend. But it's like if Rome was constantly had to fight off the hordes to keep it civilized. It's kind of like Donald Trump would have been a good Roman emperor because he'd keep the borders. He put a wall up on the borders.
Yes.
They had Hadrian's Wall. Remember Hadrian's Wall in England? But putting up a wall was to keep uncivilized raiding from going on. Keep Quantrill's raiders, so to speak, from Jesse James era, out of the community. Keep the community safe.
Oh,
Pax Romana. They had the policy. Let's keep things peaceful. Now,
I mean, like the Great Wall of China, these walls are certainly part of these civilizations. Go on.
Yeah. So it's like what, and of course, if they're keeping peace in Rome, and you have this non-client state up in Transylvania who's wielding its power all the way down beneath the Danube, and saying, "You better pay us, Romans, or we're going to come and harass you." It's a bully culture.
Yes.
And
it's a form of social welfare. It's a form of enforced social welfare. Yes.
Yes, and it's like but you see these resentments build hundreds of years, long after Julius Caesar was killed. It's like it's a whole 150 years later that Trajan invades, and he had to invade Transylvania twice. The first time he was not successful, and then the last battle being at White Faces, and it's like Fete Alba with the white-faced ladies,
yes,
chucking spears at the Moorish army, Moorish legion, I should say, and of the Roman Empire. So, it's like, what is all this fighting? We live in a different way, and I was talking about this with the driver who follows a lot of stuff, and he kept referring to Joe Biden as Old Joe. He doesn't have a lot of admiration for Old Joe. I mean, they think of Joe as a joke. He's a fool.
Of that I have no doubt.
Yeah. And so, we have a fool elected as president, a bumbling fool. I mean, it's like, what do they? People in other countries often have a tendency to look up to America because there's certain progressive things in America that they've always looked up to, and then they see this, and it's kind of like, what a joke. I think it's probably been who's ever been the president was hard to take, at least in terms of public image. Reagan did project a PR image of strength and, taking down the Russians, so to speak.
Oh, he good
projected
for that.
an image. Yes. Jimmy Carter, was just a smiling fool.
Yes.
Nixon, was, so caught up in his own stuff. I don't really know. And when Johnson, I don't think anybody gave, he was just a blank face to the rest of the world. Didn't stand out as a personality. George Bush, he wasn't there long enough to create an impression. Clinton, yeah, I mean, I don't know. And George Bush was just, I don't know what people thought of him. He's just a fool.
They thought he was stupid. That was what they thought of him. That was universal.
Yeah. So it's like, I don't know. They think more of the country than they do the president. And so we have this situation where what is going on in the world? It's like, we're not going to, as you say, we're not going to get out there on the streets. It's not conducive to our culture to go out there and fight. The fighting, and as I say, I was walking through the mall last month with forget who I was walking through. I think it was with Paula. Not the only person I'd walked through the mall with.
I was about to say.
I was trying to think, is there somebody else who I was walking with in the mall? And I have a hard time walking in the mall by myself or with her, let alone what do I want to walk with somebody else for? But and I was pointing out how civilized everybody is. They're not running into stores and taking $900 worth of merchandise and saying ha at the police. The security did bring the police in to get one guy as we were coming out.
Wow.
I don't know what, she thought that he stole something really expensive or something. So all these cop cars outside the mall, it was overkill.
Wow.
Way overkill with security, and we just walked by and walked out.
This was on Long Island?
Yeah, this is the big mall on Long Island, Roosevelt Field. It's the biggest mall on Long Island. It's people come from Queens to shop there. And it's, but yeah, it's like, okay. But it was like, everybody's so civilized. It's like people don't want to fight. People aren't there to antagonize each other. Where you're going to have, perhaps the biggest danger is when the Mexican gangs or Latin gangs might be looking to exploit certain situations. Like I remember having $60 in my credit card stolen when I was playing football.
Oh my God. How did that happen?
This was like quite a few years ago. And I was playing football. I never locked my car. Never need to. Of course, I learned after that.
Yeah, I was about to say, those were really different days. Holy shit.
Well, it was some guy who, I don't know, they saw these guys kind of hanging around the car, and they were kind of looking at the football game, and you just didn't think they didn't look like thieves. They're just kind of like hanging out at the park, a day at the park, and they're looking at the guys playing football, and you're not paying attention. And when I got back, I think my wallet was there, but they took credit cards and about $60.
Oh my God.
And of course the credit cards were used. I knew that the credit cards weren't missing because they were charging, like a $200 worth of gas. How do you put $200? Was it a truck they were filling up?
Holy shit!
And I of course didn't have to pay those. I did lose the $60, and they didn't take my driver's license.
That was gentlemanly of them. Oh my God.
Yeah, well, maybe they think I wouldn't notice. Who the hell knows?
Or maybe they felt they couldn't use it. There was no way they could use it. But
yeah.
Still.
But whatever. It was small potatoes to me. I just learned to keep the car locked.
Yes.
In fact, after that point, everybody would keep their stuff, their athletic bags and stuff on the other side of the field that was away from the, where people would walk.
Right.
Because we'd have joggers go by. And even when Paula came up to, a couple of years later, she came up to my bag and she was going through my bag, and one of the guys was looking like, "Who the hell are you?" Here's this young girl coming up going through my bag, and she's white, and it's like I don't think there was any white people playing that day.
That's adorable.
Except for me. Who the hell is this girl going through the bag? And somebody explained to him that it was my wife.
Oh, that's so funny.
It was funny. It's like, because she was out running and stuff, and so, so we became conscious of that and protect each other's stuff. But then I think it was one guy, one of my old timer white friends. I saw him, somebody came to. They were actually ruffling through his car. And I didn't see it. We were all playing football, and he was on the sidelines. He was out, whether he was hurt or in the bathroom or just sitting out. And he's all of a sudden screaming and hanging onto this car. We all thought they were stealing his car, because I didn't know which was his car. He's hanging onto the bumper, yelling at this guy. And the guy's taking off.
Oh,
and I thought, I didn't find out till later. I thought they were stealing his car. But they weren't stealing his car. The guy had been rummaging through his car and then jumped in his car to leave when my friend caught him in the act.
Oh my God.
And it wasn't a good move for this guy to be going after him.
Right.
Because number one, he wasn't physically matched to the thief.
Right.
He's older, and he shouldn't be fighting.
Yeah.
It's in his blood. He's from the Bronx, the guy, plus he could have had a gun or a knife.
Yeah.
That's why it was really stupid.
Yes.
And of course the guy escaped. The police came and, had a bull session for a long time. They didn't do anything. And but that's back to what you're saying, is these gangs that are coming over the border or smuggling people over the border. And then they owe the cartel, $5,000, whatever it charged, $3,000. And then they do work for the cartel to pay the cartel back. So it becomes an industry of crime that the cartel is looking out after its own. And they killed some people in Tijuana. They made some social disturbance in Tijuana the other day to show, because I think they had prosecuted a gang member. So the gang was getting back at Tijuana and saying, okay, we're showing you that we can mess with you.
Right.
And they did. They set some businesses on fire. They created some terrorism in the town of Tijuana. The mayor of Tijuana, who was a female, getting up there saying, this is bad, but it's not, the end of the world. And so all of a sudden you see that Tijuana has an active police force, an active retaliation. In all my life, Tijuana was just a town of lawlessness. There wasn't like a town. It was like, if you call the police, it's mañana. This is the Tijuana of my youth.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, but now it's like, like an organized city, and that there's expatriates from America going to Mexico City because they can live easy there and have an influence that they don't have in America. And the Mexicans are starting to resent them, and maybe they want to put up a wall on the American.
Yeah. Well, they have the army in the streets. You've seen this. Of course, they put the army out in the streets in Mexico because of, just the need to, as you say, impose some sense of order, even if the order is illusory.
But if I had to somebody that I wanted to protect, and I trusted the protectors, if I trusted them, if I knew they were going to be loyal to me to the best of their ability, I would trust the cartels to keep my loved ones safe more than I would the government of Mexico.
I know what you mean, but at the same time, it's one of those.
If I trusted them, them,
yeah, got it.
If they were loyal to me, I think their ability to protect would be greater.
Right.
And if it was, a highly sensitive thing.
Yeah.
And in the United States, sure, I trust the mob over the United States. I mean, they couldn't protect Jack Ruby. I don't think it was because they didn't want to protect Jack Ruby, but Earl Warren says, I don't have the power to do that. I really don't think the Justice Department at that time had the mindset to go to extreme actions to protect any sort of, criminally charged person. It didn't work that way back in those days. If it was a highly sensitive political issue, to them personally, yeah, FDR could have made it happen in his day, but Eisenhower was like a bumbling fool. Johnson wasn't as bumbling as he was complicit. So it's like they didn't give people extra protection, and even in a day today, they didn't give extra protection to Jeffrey Epstein.
Right.
I mean, it wasn't.
Well, I mean, Jeffrey Epstein was killed. I mean,
I know. What I'm saying is, you would think there might be enough infrastructure to make him safe. Instead, it's an environment which leads to corruption, prison, and it's like there was no safeguards or whatsoever. Yeah. If they had, Julian Assange in jail here, they'd make damn sure that they had him where they wanted him, whether they wanted him killed or protected.
Right.
They make damn sure they had him where they want them. In the days of Ruby, it was, well, they killed him with cancer.
Yeah, that's right. He was injected with cancer, but he almost did that voluntarily when he volunteered for the mission to kill, Mr. God, I'm forgetting his name. Everyone's favorite patsy, Lee Harvey Oswald. Thank you. What was I also going to say when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein? Of course, what makes that situation so frustrating is that, of course, when I say he was killed, obviously that's obvious to Peter. Peter knows that, of course, which is why Peter had the running joke for the longest time of Jeffrey Epstein did not kill himself. That's the messages coming from, various space signals or whatever else they were talking about at the time. But when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein, what makes that so frustrating was that, as Peter says, the entire system was set up so that they could kill him with no repercussions. And the fact that everyone would know that they had killed him didn't mean anything. It's like everyone knows they killed him to cover all of his affiliates, and yet nobody can do anything about it. This is the level of impotence we all have in the face of this level of corruption. So
so well said. Well said. But to get back to the Civil War, it's like, what are we? The average person wants to just, get along and survive in life, and there's much culture out there. We had the self-improvement craze of the 80s that really didn't work. The New Age didn't work, but it's a step in a certain direction. Nowadays, we have a lot more with YouTube, hands-on examples of how to fix this problem. I mean, you can watch YouTube and not go to a physical therapist if you have a physical issue.
Right.
Physical therapist might be better for you, but you can fix yourself with a lot of issues, ranging from nutrition, ranging to physical therapy, whether it be yoga, Tai Chi, or Qigong. There's so many things you can do. That's not to undervalue a teacher, but YouTube is a great tool of helping people deal with situations, mental situations. You can get therapy over Zoom or Skype, and you pay for it.
Right.
But you can even learn so much about psychology of yourself if you have issues, and you can look up, this problem, that problem, and you can solve problems watching YouTube if you're not addicted to, what do you call that, attention porn or whatever it is. Click porn or whatever it is. Not necessarily sexual porn, but just
understood. No, I get it.
Yeah,
clickbait.
Keep on point. You can do so much, and so people are, concerned with their personal problems, and it's like even people who are empty in their lives from making six figures and having no meaningful life, they can watch YouTubes and get a more meaningful life. If they're looking for philosophy, if they're looking for stuff, it's there's a lot of, and so what I'm basically saying here is that people are, they want to get along in life. They're trying to live.
Well, I think, honestly, you're being too generous, too gracious, and you're giving people too much credit. I think
The average person wants to get along in life. They want to find love. They want to do these things. And some of them are addicted to, the bullshit we're talking about. But what you're getting at is the people are addicted to hate and political fighting.
Right, but at the same time, I qualify that by saying that it's more to me it's less to me that people want to get along or whatnot. It's more like they're too lazy to go out and kill someone, because that would be physically exerting, and most of them are physically incapable of even doing that. Most of these people are just so out of shape, and they're just so out of. I think that's hard for you to imagine, because your health is.
No, it's not. But I see a lot of people that are very well conditioned. If I go to the gym, they're not lazy. They're in the gym. If I see people training in the park, there's a lot of people that are.
But you do realize that's the absolute minority of people who do that, right?
I don't know. I mean, there are people. There are plenty of lazy people, and I don't know that the people who are revolting are
all the lazy ones generally. That's what they are.
I really don't know that. I mean, the people that were in Portland, burning down a lot of the stuff you see of Seattle and whatnot, and other places where the violence breaks out.
Yeah,
these look like controlled insurgents feeding the situation.
Yes,
but there are people that are definitely gun trained or military trained, or even that Kyle Rittenhouse, whatever his name was, he was, ready to go to battle if necessary in the guise of protection or whatever his thing was. But he, in other words, there are people that are ready to fight. Seriously, they would be in the minority.
But just to put that in some perspective, not that in any way, shape, or form, we're not going to go into the nuances of what Kyle Rittenhouse did or what his motivations were, because we covered them to death in the past, and Peter Moon knows my stance on that. That as I've said before, I had somebody write me in a thread underneath the YouTube video I did on that, saying that he felt that Kyle Rittenhouse was someone who deserved to be let go, and I expressed to him that legally, in what was presented in that, the way it was presented in court, there was nothing else that could be done other than to let him go. That if I were in that jury, I would have been forced to have let him go.
Because the prosecutor was such an asshole.
Well, there were so many factors, but in terms of the Kyle Rittenhouse himself, what I do want to qualify is that this was an individual who how do I say this? It's kind of like, let me put it this way, by kind of a segue. I'll make this as short as possible, but it's almost impossible without this segue. Think of Yukio Mishima, which was the Japanese author who was almost got the Nobel Prize in Literature. And Yukio Mishima was this individual who was born during World War II, but basically was born too early to enter action in World War II. And so he was determined all of his life he was going to die a warrior's death. And Yukio Mishima was in incredibly good shape. He made it into the encyclopedia as a photographic example of what the Japanese called bodiburu, or bodybuilding, was about. And so he had this bizarre kind of Van Damme type of physique, where, like Van Damme, he had the ballet dancer's legs from the pelvis below, and then everything above was all bulked up. It was kind of grotesque, really, in both cases. But with Yukio Mishima, when he finally did that rebellion that he led, that was confronting the Japanese army, and then killed himself with one of his followers. This was something that led his mother to say he finally did what he always wanted to do. And of course, there was much more to this man's life, and it was far more nuanced than I can relate. But the point was, one of the things that I came to realize about Yukio Mishima was that there's very much a difference between this poetic warrior. He was basically a warrior poet. And as a warrior poet, he had a very aesthetic concept of violence that he ultimately lived out. He realized this aesthetic concept of violence. He lived and died by this aesthetic concept, and that's fine. But that's very different from, say, the World War II Japanese soldier, which inspired him, which was an individual who had to live in the mud and
he didn't have a choice. The Japanese soldier didn't have a choice.
Yes, the Japanese soldier didn't have a choice. They're living a life of incredible hardship, and were inured to enormous amounts of pain, considered beyond endurance by most people on Earth. So this is very different from the warrior poet that Yukio Mishima basically represented. He was kind of like, he was almost like a pampered individual who's living out a violent fantasy compared to the Japanese soldier of World War II. But
yeah, he's a foul warrior.
Yeah, in a sense. It's not to discredit him. Believe me, I'm not disparaging him.
Well, it's like what's that guy Tillman, the football player?
Kind of like that. But
it's like this self-aggrandizement
right.
of the warrior archetype, and you're living it out, and you're not in a war.
Right.
You're creating the war so you can be a hero.
Yes. But you know where he would have been perfect? Where someone like Yukio Mishima would have been perfect would be as a suicide warrior. He would have been perfect and of course there's more than the kamikaze pilots. There were the suicide warriors who piloted the submarines, the one-man submarines that were basically the original guided missiles guided by the man who was piloting them. There were the men who charged with suicide bombs. He would have been that kind of warrior. He would have been perfect. That's the kind of war that he could easily adjust to, where you've got one charge and you make it for all it's worth, and that's where he would have been ideal. If he had been alive in World War II, that's how he would have been deployed. So there is a place for people like that. So there is a place for people with endurance to last on the field, and there's a place for people like that, and they both factored into Japan's operational tactics and strategy. But when it comes to someone like Kyle Rittenhouse, he's kind of like that in the sense that you've got this overweight kid. He's this chubby kid. He's no example of ideal physique, that's for sure. And this kid was in a feisty mood. He was in a mood to defend his ideals. He was looking for a fight, and he wound up finding one, and because he was basically confronted first by a psychotic, a man who was discharged from a homeless shelter, who basically had a criminal history, who had been repeatedly raped himself as a child and grew up to be a child predator. And this was the guy who originally threw his socks, and his bag of belongings, basically everything he had on Earth, at Kyle Rittenhouse, who then shot him. After which, a bunch of people saw that and then started ganging up on him, at which Kyle Rittenhouse responded. Now, in the end, the thing about Kyle Rittenhouse is this is also not someone who's fit for a long-term war. This is not a guy who could climb mountains are
not soldiers. We're
not.
In definitely case, whether these people are fit to any degree, they're not trained as soldiers.
Right.
And you need soldiers for a war.
Yes.
And we're not in the environment that is conducive to a war. What could be happen is gang violence. That would be. But then again, if gangs don't want to continually fight, they want to get enough to have sustenance. In other words, they want to get along too.
In their own way, yes.
Yeah, they get their politics and life becomes more complex because it's built on a lot of crime and stuff, which comes back to bite them. But they're trying to get sustenance for, like if you hear the mafiosos will say, he's protecting his family. He's protecting his family. And they say this, and they, oh yeah, he's okay. He's protecting his family. It's all about the family. So it's like, I'm thinking everybody's trying to get along, and they want to get along. Like the mafia is notorious for not wanting to do violence. They want to do it easy. Just pay us off.
Yes.
If you need a job to help pay us off, we'll get you a job. Just make sure we get, you pay the loan shark.
Yes.
Enslavement. Okay, good. That works. Yeah. They're happy as long as you pay them. They're not going to, crack up your establishment if you pay them what to do.
Yeah.
So, or what they want. So it's like and they're not necessarily unreasonable, you know.
Yeah, of course. I mean, obviously, it becomes ever more a business, and so the no, I mean, certainly, I appreciate what you're saying. I don't think that there's there's certainly a difference between crime and politically motivated violence. And of course, I do feel obligated. I do feel obligated to qualify a little further with Yukio Mishima. He was a martial artist, so we are talking about somebody who had training, so he had the ability to use the samurai sword, the katana, and basically was trained in the kenjutsu, the art of that. So we're talking about somebody who could conceivably hold his own in a fight. With our man Kyle Rittenhouse, on the other hand, it was more like he was just in luck. It was almost like he had the gun and everyone else was kind of jumping him, really disorganized, and some of them did have guns. I mean, that was a fact. Some of them did have guns. So he he ultimately ended up in a situation where he was lucky to get out of it alive, and he was lucky to get out of it legally. So but he was more of a fluke, definitely a fluke. And
but even in that case, martial artists are notorious for wrong emphasis on martial aspects.
Right. Yes.
They become self-defeating. One of the first things my teacher told me is you see all sorts of real accomplished martial artists in their 70s smoking and drinking because they're not energetically balanced. They're all polarized into the martial aspects of martial arts rather than the healing and energetic aspects.
Got it.
And it kills them. It literally, and why they drink and smoke, because they're compensating, and they may be a super badass in terms of physical being able to deal with, but it's an imbalance. So the martial artists, and even that great samurai guy who could beat everybody he ever went up against,
Musashi.
Yeah, he spent his whole the end of his life trying to find peace.
Yes, and that was, of course, that's the balance. That's why he's known as the Kensei, which is a title singular to him, the sword saint, as opposed to sensei. Sensei means teacher in Japanese. Kensei would mean like a sainted teacher, specifically with the art of the sword. By the way, I'm going to send you an image in private. This is the photograph that we've embedded in thumbnail of tonight's transmission. I'm sending that to you in private messenger. I'll send you, of course, the share later on of the link to tonight's show with the timestamps. But I wanted you to see this first because I didn't get a chance to show this to you in the earlier hours that you were
I saw this. Oh,
you did? We were able to see it. So did you notice my son set up the photograph, Arita, the book with the title in German, The Garlic Buds? I thought you would appreciate
I can't read the title.
Okay.
I can see it, but it's very big on my screen, but I can't read that title.
The Fiend in the Night. In German. It's
okay. But I can't even read it, even tell that it's German.
Okay. Well, you do notice, of course, the garlic buds, and so we.
Okay. When I look, I see the garlic.
My son thought you'd find. My son thought you'd find amusement in that.
It's. I didn't really even notice it as garlic. It just looked like. I don't know. I didn't even notice it as garlic. I see when you point out it's garlic, I see it right away.
Yes, it's also at the head of the bed in different colors, the way the Chinese.
There's two garlic, at least two garlands.
Yes, 2 garlands of garlic, which never bothered me. It kind of bothered my mother, but it never really bothers me. But my mother was much more sensitive to it, and certainly true vampires are very sensitive to garlic. They certainly do not like it. So without the literary aspect aside.
So that part is not a myth.
No, it's not a myth. No, it's definitely many of the more pungent herbal kinds of botanical specimens will revolt them, and so that's.
Can you eat garlic?
I can eat garlic, yeah. I actually enjoy garlic myself. So, yeah, I'm unusual in that regard. That's why my son felt no qualms about placing it around me as kind of like, again, we thought you would appreciate that because of, what we always mention or bring up about the literary Dracula and the subject about, the lady with the garlic and the maid and how that is a big part.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But they let loose the garlic and I I have something else to tell you that was very good, and I thought of this when I was sleeping. When I told we went to this place called Pietra Rosia, or Redstone, and that was on August 11th. And when I got up there, what happened there was something else. It was interesting. I started going into some detail with Heather about you, and I forgot what aspect it was of your life. Maybe it was the vampire aspect. Maybe it was some story. I talked about the Messiah, FDR. I talked about different things about you and some salient points, but I couldn't go into any of them in detail, great detail. I went into them in cursory detail. And she was utterly fascinated and interested in what I had to say about you.
Thank you.
This was uniquely interested in and I was very touched and tickled by that, because she embraced, she not only embraced my in-laws, they embraced her on a soul level. And she was embracing what I had to say about you. And she is a woman who just is very educated, because she's a teacher.
Yes.
So she's like, she takes information and teaches it. And she's really quite incredibly functionally intelligent. And so I said, wow, this is good. I need to send her. Well, she does have the book, and she does intend to read. I sent the book to her and David a long time ago.
Okay.
And if I'm lucky, she'll read it and tell him about it.
Right.
I don't know that he'll have time to read it. But and she was reading Radu's books. She sounds like she's on a Michael Sala schedule. He's reading. He's not. He read Radu's books, and then he interviews me on them, and eventually he'll get to your book. But he's also doing many other books.
Yes.
And of course Heather is going to get to your book as well. So that was a very positive, that this information can be understood and appreciated. And as I say, I think I mentioned on the air, I gave your book to Gabby. She's the one that's getting married, Heather's friend. She's my friend too, but I've known her since she was 10, and she speaks Russian. She's been to St. Petersburg and whatnot. She's been very active in Russia in the past. Mm-hmm. Is concerned that they might invade Romania. I told her, don't worry about that. I did explain.
But by the way, why were you able to give her any reasons for her, other than trying to comfort her, as to why Russia wouldn't invade Romania?
Because United States will do everything they can to protect Romania, in my opinion.
Okay.
They will kick the Russians' ass if they invade Romania. Right. It will come, and the orders might. Well,
Romania is a standing NATO member. Yes, go on.
Yeah. But the United States will also lead the way, because of what's happened with the stuff Radu talks about. And if they didn't, the Solomonari are strong enough to, if they can, knock apart video equipment, they can knock apart Russian tanks or whatever.
Oh yes.
This is when push comes to shove.
Understood.
This is when, but push won't come to shove, because that area has been protected. Even when it was invaded, it was protected.
Yes.
The invasion did not last. It did not stick. Yeah. It just, went away. We'll give you gold. Here's your gold. Go away. Mm-hmm. Goodbye, Roman Empire. Mm-hmm. And then, the upshot to that is the Rome coming back in the way of Pope John Paul kissing the ground.
Yes.
And then we have the Hungarians invaded Transylvania, still claim it's their own. Right. But they didn't bother it. They didn't, they just declared, they set up the Unitarian Church. They were the leaders. They put Vlad's father in prison. They put Vlad in prison. He was subject to what they wanted. They were a power, but they were not destructive to the topography. They left Transylvania alone, basically. Mm-hmm. Basically, not maybe utterly completely, but for the most part. And then, Vlad protected it. That was his job, was to protect Transylvania. And he did a good job of it. So Transylvania was never really invaded except by the Romans. And that didn't work out too well for the Romans.
Right.
So it's, this is what, we're dealing with. So it's really good. There's reason for optimism with regards to your work. With regards to the Civil War, the United States is just, it's so good to be back there in nature and to be divorced from all this stuff. Yes. It's quite mad. But the real key is to take your attention. I'm talking about for the individual. Mm-hmm. This communication is not directed at Douglas personally. For the average person out there who's posting on, hating Trump or the imbecility of Kamala Harris, take your attention off these people, because it's like where your energy goes, your mind goes. And somebody was, thinking about Kamala, was actually asking a question. I didn't say to them, I said, just take your attention off Kamala. You don't want your attention on her.
Right.
It's just like it's not going to go anywhere. I mean,
was someone asking about her in Romania, or was
no? This was on Facebook. They were asking, does she sound like she's just not making any sense when she talks? I said, I'm trying to understand her, and it's like, why try and understand her? Why bother? Why put your effort into exposing? Like they're presenting you, the media presents you with Trump, Biden, Kamala Harris. Formerly Hillary, you don't see her too much. These are people who people love to hate. People love to hate Trump. That's the biggest weakness he had, is that people love to hate him. His biggest weakness. Mm-hmm. Biden, people love to hate him because it's obvious. Same with Kamala Harris. Mm-hmm. Same with Hillary. Bill Clinton, people didn't love to hate him. Some people were disgusted with him. But he had this kind of glowing personality that you didn't love to hate him. You might have hated him or didn't like him. But Hillary inspires hate. So does Trump with their opponents. Mm-hmm. Joe, yeah, he's just so off the wall. and Kamala, she's got that hyena laugh, and all of her staff seem to hate her. So there are certain people that inspire hate, and when you start hating these people, it really defeats you. It puts you into a hate mode.
Yes.
So you're being controlled.
Yes.
Or you're allowing them to control or influence you. So it's like it doesn't do you any good. You're better off finding out how you can make money on the internet. You're better off, like, why don't I look at these sites that tell me how I can make money without ripping me off, or just like, common sense. Figure out who makes money off the internet. How can I make money off the internet? If I said that's better, I'm not saying that's the best way to spend your time, but it's better than hating Hillary. It's better than looking at whoever the punching bag is on Yahoo.
Yes.
You see all sorts of people held up for ridicule. It's like, the town, when they put people in the stockades.
Yes.
It's like, okay, the internet has a way of pandering to the lowest common denominator.
Yes.
So people need to get their minds off of this stuff. And often when people do all these postings exposing politicians, it says more about them than it does about the politician.
Yes.
Like, if you make a convincing argument that, well, they've already got a convincing argument that Biden and his son are criminals and treason to the United States. I don't think this is an arguable point. And you could argue it and get into a debate, but it's very clear that, these people should be, at the very least, indicted and held up for formal trial, both of them. But there's no way politically. And the thing with Trump is that I just look at all the rhetoric against him, and I know one thing. And it does nothing to do with his guilt or his innocence. He's not going to be prosecuted.
Likely not. Yeah. Yes, that's quite true. I mean, and look, I agree with you. Yeah.
And the same with Hillary. Hillary was prosecutable. They don't. Excuse me.
They don't really follow up. Yeah.
They don't prosecute. Yeah. This is a culture of selective non-prosecution, and because Trump has enough power to avoid it. And the worst thing about the prosecutions against Trump, the prosecutions themselves lack integrity. The prosecutors and the prosecutorial process and the way it's administered against Trump has no integrity. It's like, we're going to find him guilty. And that's the way they go about it. And then they just chirp. And everybody chirps at Trump. So it's like, who wants to listen to this chirping? Bring out the goods, put him in front of a tribunal, and convict him. But they don't. They just insinuate and the same stuff. And the Republicans bring up cases against, what do they call it? And the FBI is clearly compromised. But, how dare you attack the integrity of the FBI? How dare, this is a sacred institution.
Well, I think they've been tarnished enough where that luster has been lost.
Not with the political left. Not at all. They keep reasserting. The FBI lost its credibility for me in the 1960s. And then Elvis, admitted he was an FBI agent.
Elvis, was he serious about that? I always wondered.
Well, I think he had a badge that said, he was an FBI, a badge, a certificate that, sort of like the cereal box, but it implied he was basically saying he's loyal to the government.
Right.
And here he is, a heavy drug user.
Right.
The epitome of hypocrisy.
Yes.
And Elvis never fit in with the 60s. He never did.
No.
He was always, in my opinion, excused.
Right.
From being, because he was Elvis. He was a big thing. He was like the Beatles before the Beatles. And he just, so he could hold his own. But then he became a caricature and a joke of himself in Las Vegas. And he was a sad character.
He was. Oh my God.
Very sad. He was, drugs, the people were exploiting him. His wife was in Scientology. But
she later left, right? Priscilla Presley, she later left, right?
I don't know that she's ever really left.
Okay.
She hung on for a long time. Even when her daughter left, Lisa Marie, Priscilla was still hanging on. She might have left by now. Okay. But and I can't tell you how unimpressive these characters were if you were in Scientology. It was like any of these celebrities that would be around, they just, Travolta would have been an exception because he was such a big name. But, and he was always kept sequestered,
well, all his kind are. Him and Tom Cruise, they're like.
Tom Cruise was not involved when I was there.
Right.
He came later, or he was, maybe on the, out in L.A. But I never saw Tom Cruise or anything. But these celebrities were just like, they didn't really, have much swagger within Scientology itself. They were PR instruments, and people might get off on talking to them or whatnot, but they didn't have any of the, I guess what you'd saw if this was a Masonic lodge. Mm-hmm. They were just there to, kind of bring in the people, and they really didn't have any inside knowledge. They did and they didn't. I shouldn't say that they didn't, because obviously they were all, they ran their careers with Scientology, or to the best of their knowledge, but they weren't like anybody that I felt I could learn anything from.
Right.
It's unless it was they could point out things that were flagrantly wrong with how the public were being treated. Not necessarily them, because the organization was always doing stupid things. But they weren't like anybody to particularly look up to,
right,
except with regards to their success. Their specific ability to play music or to get acting roles or whatever they were. So although people would idolize them, but they weren't the show. They weren't the show.
right,
They weren't they weren't taken seriously in terms of learning anything about the inner core of what Scientology was about. So, but anyway, I was talking about Elvis and all of the FBI complicity,
right,
and patting the FBI on the back. At the same time, everybody in Kentucky was patting Nixon on the back. Nixon was a national disgrace, and he went down to Kentucky, where they loved him, and he had a warm greeting. And this is like Ceausescu of Romania going to North Korea, just getting slapped on the back and getting glad-handed. Nixon did the same thing in Kentucky.
No, this was after his resignation?
No, before his resignation.
Oh, okay.
It was last, just not too long before he resigned.
Right.
Said Kentucky would be friendly to him. The Elvis thing, Elvis was backing up the FBI at a time when all my generation were completely disgusted with the FBI,
mm-hmm.
the Army,
right.
the U.S. government.
Right.
They had no credibility.
Right.
The problem for my generation was when Nixon was kicked out of office.
Right.
Everybody held up a toast for victory.
Right.
It was like the counterculture had finally won. We got rid of Nixon.
Right.
The evil Nixon, who appears in that song, "Four Dead in Ohio" by Neil Young, something, Nixon's coming, da-da-da-da. Because this was the soldiers that gunned down the students at Kent State. I mean, it was horrible. Yeah. And Nixon was behind that. Right. And, gunning down students.
Yeah.
Nixon was the epitome of the establishment evil. And when he went, and I was in Scientology then, I remember it was August 9th. And he resigned, and it was like, although we were in Scientology and we really didn't care about politics, it was like, wow, finally. Wow. It was like a relief. And then, slow acculturation of, establishment bullshit.
Yeah.
And Jimmy Carter, helps destroy the economy. And then Nixon comes, and not Nixon, Reagan comes and gives people a reason to feel good about America.
Right.
Because they had no reason to feel good about America. There was no reason to feel good about it. It was a shithole.
Yeah.
And Jimmy Carter in his sweater telling everybody to turn down their thermostat. And Reagan comes.
Yes,
turned down the White House. Reagan, that was one of the first things Reagan did, was turn up the thermostat. Look at, we're not impoverished here.
Yes.
And he projected an image of strength.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, yeah, it was. I remember Jimmy Carter saying this is the moral equivalent of war, meaning the war on energy loss. Just we're in an energy crisis, and he's all wrapped up in his grandpa shawl. Yeah.
Yeah, fighting jackrabbits.
Yes,
and running scared.
Yes, yes. Oh God, was that a song? It should have been. Oh, that should have been the lyrics to a song.
But the tragedy of Jimmy Carter and the jackrabbit was it was all a meme that everybody loved, but it wasn't really quite accurate. But people love the idea of Jimmy Carter running from a jackrabbit.
Yes, it was quite funny. It was hysterical.
It's hysterically funny, and it was something he could not. It's just like Michael Jackson buying the Elephant Man's bones. It was like a rumor he could not live down,
yes.
Because it just fits the bill. But Reagan, so all of these former hippies, if they were even that in the first place, became yuppies under the Reagan administration, and then found the virtues of commercial materiality and began to accumulate assets.
Right.
And so then they became part of the Reagan Revolution, kind of, sort of, and it's like, what really happened? And that was like a civil insurrection, but it was more of an ideological insurrection.
Yes.
The physical war
Yes.
that took place
Yeah.
was few and far between. I'm trying to think what actual, there was violence in Watts, which they now don't like to call Watts, South Central Los Angeles.
Yes.
Let's not use the word Watts,
Yeah.
because it had such a stigma, the Watts riots.
Yes. Oh, no, definitely. I mean, you're right, of course. And
The Watts riots were isolated. It's like if you were in outer LA, you didn't have those riots.
right.
They would even, at times, cordon off the highway so you couldn't go in or out of that area.
That's incredible. And but certainly there was the violent wave of, at that time, leftist terrorism, mostly cell groups sponsored by the Soviet Union, the Weathermen, the Symbionese Liberation Army. These were all intensive violence.
Very isolated instances of Patty Hearst and the SLA. I mean, that was like, a few people in a house. When you get down to it, the SLA and the Weathermen were sort of quote unquote heroes to people, not to me.
Yeah, not to me either, I assure you.
They were fighting the government.
Yeah.
And Timothy Leary endorsed them. Of course, they helped rescue him. And the what was it? The Students for a Democratic Society. That was a CIA group.
Yeah.
So it didn't trust organizations, but at those times, the actual violence, as they say, the SLA, the Symbionese Liberation Army, it was very isolated.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, comparatively speaking, yes, these were truly fringe, radical, extremist groups.
Patty Hearst robbing a bank. It was very little violence. It was more of a media sensation.
Yeah.
Not that there wasn't violence, but it was like, this did not embrace. The meme embraced people because it was in the newspaper every day.
Probably the sheer number of serial killers around at the time probably outdid them with violence.
The Zodiac killer was a big deal in the San Francisco papers, but the thing with the Zodiac killer, even then, your chances were few and far between of even having anything like that. That was a terror operation, psychological terror.
Yes, quite so. And
Son of Sam was much more impinging.
Yeah.
I was not here during that time period, but when I've read about it, all of New York City was scared.
Oh, yeah.
These were multiple murders, whereas the Zodiac was few and far between, and it was kind of isolated. Whereas in San Francisco is so complicated and diverse.
Yes.
Whereas New York, I mean the Bay Area, New York is like, they were doing this on the streets of Brooklyn or Queens.
Yeah.
And it was scary.
Yeah.
It was scary because I from what I've read or seen, because it was a whole operation.
Yes.
But even then, your chances of getting killed were not very great.
Oh yeah, no, definitely understood. It's oh, by the way, T Tank Berry in the chat room says Tin Soldiers and Nixon's Coming. He said that a while ago when we were talking about the lyrics, and
that's the lyrics from the For Dead in Ohio song.
Right. And so that was about, of course, Kent State, which I had never really. I'm not familiar with a lot of this musicology, this musical subculture, so I never even heard of that song.
Well, the thing is that was like kind of a theme song in its own way, because when that happened, and when that the kids were shot, this is 1970. It was outrageous. It was like, what the hell is going on? Because there were moratoriums that I remember one when I was a junior in high school, protesting the war. we were all encouraged to write letters to the Secretary of State, William P. Rogers, or whatever his name was, and the congressman. And they wrote back stupid letters. I wrote one, protesting the war. But when the actual killing of people on a campus, and what happened was the soldiers with the National Guard, they didn't really knew what they were doing. The equipment was really old. It wasn't good. And they didn't really have much experience. And it was sort of more of a blumbering idiot
Absolutely. Yeah, very much so.
Happen. Yeah. But when it did happen, it caused Neil Young to immediately respond with a song. Right. And it was recorded and put out within 48 hours or something. So they started playing it, and it was like, wow, here is, they're killing people. And the whole world was outraged at this. It was unnecessary. Right. They were just protesting the war. And stupidly so, I would add, because you don't go protest in front of a bunch of military people. What are you asking for?
But then again, where else do you protest? I mean, I see what you're saying, but I also know why they do this. Maximum visibility. I mean, it plays great on the cameras, right? I mean,
it's great on the cameras, but they were protesting without the Army there. The Army came there to subdue them. Yeah. There was the violence in 1968, right when I moved to Davis, the Chicago riots at the Democratic Convention. That was like, what the hell is this? And the only reason there was all these people protesting, and I think a lot of it was spurred on by the Kennedy and Martin Luther King's assassinations, and they're protesting in Chicago. And Mayor Daley was just like a complete strong-arm son of a bitch.
Yeah, that's right. That's when he said too much education will get you killed. Yes, I remember.
Yeah, he was iconic. He was iconically evil to the youth, and so it just got into this huge protest, and the Chicago police were like brutal, and they had this meme: the whole world's watching, and they're showing it on TV. Like, I'm like 15 years old, I'm changing schools, I've just completed driver's education, and I'm watching it with my brother and sister in this apartment that we were renting until our house was ready. And it's like, what the hell is this? I know nothing about this. It's like, it's crazy. It's just insane. I wasn't really politically charged at all. I'm just saying this is insane. And it felt bad that, Kennedy and King had been shot the way they were. That felt bad.
Right. Yeah, everybody was getting shot. As a matter of fact, it'll be later this month. Will be the anniversary of Commander Lincoln Rockwell of the American Nazi Party getting assassinated, which needs to be included up there with Martin Luther King and Richard Oakes the Mohawk and Robbie and Johnny and all the rest who bought it with a bullet at that time. They were killing everybody. And that was at any end of the political spectrum. They were all biting it. But
violence in the 60s it was more rhetoric and excitement than it was actual physical violence. The Black Panthers taking over the Capitol building in Sacramento, and just making a statement. They didn't shoot anybody. They didn't want to shoot anybody. They were stupid. They made their point. Yes. Although, they weren't completely successful. They made an impingement on the government. There was still hell to pay for them, but
right. So you're saying with luck, we can have another re-experience of that, perhaps.
Well, also the Altamont concert with the Rolling Stones, where this guy got killed. The Hell's Angels were accused, and I think they were let off the hook because the death stroke was an upstroke. And they only showed the Hell's Angel on camera going a downstroke, so they couldn't convict him. He was stabbed or attempting to stab him, but he didn't do the lethal blow.
Interesting.
So it was all this violence, and Mick Jagger was under threat from the Hell's Angels. There was a Hell's Angel coming off of Montauk to get him at Montauk, where he stayed at the Memory Motel. He wrote a song called Memory Motel. We used to stay out there, which is a motel that's still there in Montauk. Not a very impressive one. But I think I might even spend a night there, if I'm not mistaken. I think I was put up there for a night once, but definitely not impressive. But but it was functional, and it was probably nicer in the 60s. But there was some Hells Angels coming off on a boat or a raft to come to Montauk and kill Mick Jagger.
Wow.
And it didn't work out, and I guess they gave up there because, he said some things about the Hells Angels after Altamont that were not appreciated by the Hells Angels.
Right.
And, he said, I guess they had hired them as bodyguards, not knowing, even claiming not to know who they were.
Right.
Really, understanding who the hell knows. I don't know, but he was on their hit list.
Got it. No, definitely what happened was he did something where he was trying to dissociate himself, and then he did it in such a way that it rubbed them the wrong way. Yes, you've always got.
So he went and writes "Sympathy for the Devil."
Yeah.
Oh, they actually already written "Sympathy for the Devil." So he was performing it. I think it was "Sympathy for the Devil" when the murder happened.
Yeah. Okay.
It was very ritualistic.
Wow.
If not a ritual itself, it was very ritual. I mean, he's accused of ritualism. I'm not saying it was, but it certainly had, enough legs to get him accused of.
Right.
He'd written "Sympathy for the Devil," so who the hell was Mick Jagger anyway? Yeah. And he was associated with the OTO and Kenneth Anger very deeply.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So what is? But the point of it I was making is that violence that occurred, which one man being killed, which is far from an insurrection or a war, completely deflated the hippie, the joy and the flower power of hippies. It made it, and that with Charles Manson, the Charles Manson stuff, those two incidents kind of put a pall over the Flower Children.
Yeah.
Because the Flower Children, in actual fact, were so inundated with drugs, and they had taken the quote unquote good drugs off the market. Good, the quote unquote, and I say this with quotes, benign LSD, the real stuff. Let's put it this way: when say benign, the real stuff was taken off the market, which was the orange off the street market. This was not advertised in drugstores or pharmacies. It was, if you wanted to get LSD, it was going to be mixed with STP or stuff like this. And it was not, you couldn't get clean drugs anymore.
Yeah. And
this caused my friend to take crummy drugs, Tor Geisber's. And he took, was taking PCP, angel dust, horse tranquilizer. I think this is what killed him. And his father is still in mystery to this day about what killed his son. He's in his 90s. I don't have the heart to call him. I was given his number. I don't have the heart to call him and say, when I got into Scientology, which you will remember and you didn't like, your son was getting into drugs. He was so much into drugs that, he dropped dead running while in college in Indiana or Illinois. He just dropped dead.
Yeah.
Healthy specimen, 6'3", muscular, great guy. But he just, drugs.
Jesus.
The muscular, great genetics. His father's in his 90s, going strong.
Yeah.
One of my old schoolmates told me about him. I asked him if he's still alive because he found there's a tribute to Tor that one of my classmates did.
Yeah.
He did a tribute to him. He was not nowhere near as close as I was to Tor.
Right.
And the father found it, got in touch with him, and I dialogued with my old classmate in creative writing. I really liked him, because he was I remember the story he shared with me. As a matter of fact, he wrote this story in creative writing. It was about Constantine seeing the sign of the cross.
Right.
And it was a couple of aliens in a spaceship. Now, that was kind of a cute idea at the time. With aliens at the spaceship, and they were trying to find their navigation, or they were lost on a planet somewhere, and Constantine sees this light in the sky and kind of gleams like a cross, and he says, this is by this sign thou shalt conquer, or something.
Mm-hmm.
It was it was very sophisticated for a high school student at the time.
Okay.
And I thought it was cute because we were also, as a generation, or particularly in that school, we were deconstructing Christianity.
Right. Understood.
And refusing the standard beliefs. But I always remember, and I shared that story with him, or shared my memory of that story with him. He does production, I think, in Cincinnati. He struggled with cancer lately. But you know, and I don't have a lot of ties to my old school, except for, you know, my friend Doug, who you met.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the drugs, the violence was really few and far between.
Got it. And that's an important point. That's an important point. T. Tank Barry was bringing up the Cosby, Still, and Nash for the Tin Soldiers and Nixon, the 4 Dead in Ohio. And he says, and Neil Young beefing with Lynyrd Skynyrd. So obviously, both of you gentlemen are very familiar with the musical culture, which I'm very ignorant of. But one of the so with that point being made, in the time we have remaining, which is, you know, about 20 minutes approximately, just want to remind everyone to join us, of course, on Sunday. We'll continue talking for about 20 minutes. I did want
It'll
to...
be interesting on Sunday because we'll be going into
Yes.
the more existential metaphysical concepts. We're just talking about cultural stuff, which follows in the wake of this.
Yes.
And remember to contribute to Douglas, if you haven't already tonight, to contribute to Douglas's cause, please do that.
Yeah, yes, deeply appreciate it. Thank you so much. I've been telling people that I do want to make my website more of my interaction with the public. To source from my website, I received a free consultation from Bluehost. Of course, they're just going to use that to try and sell their services. But the services may be what I need. And so I'll talk to Peter Moon privately about that. Of course, the services are astronomically expensive. And I think just, if I can find any alternative.
Bluehost used to be quite inexpensive.
Mm-hmm.
It used to be.
Well, I don't think that what they're charging is unreasonable, but it's certainly expensive to me.
But I mean, how expensive is it right now?
It's basically $129 a month for what they're talking about with the service that I'm considering. I mean, for the website, just to maintain it year after year, is only about about $200 once a year, approximately.
That's reasonable. Are you considering an upgrade? $129 a month is too much.
Well, no, it's not an upgrade so much as it's something that I could cancel the service after 6 months. It would be like purchasing 6 months of service for $774, but the service is basically about, during the working hours, Mountain Standard Time, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. or something like that. It would be like unlimited access to some consultants so that I could ask them about the various questions to basically explore reformatting my website, because right now my website doesn't even show that I have a book out. No one can go to my website and even see I've got a book out. I mean, certainly the way Laney Shea...
I can't imagine. I don't know what hosting service you use, but I can't imagine that it would be hard to put that. It sounds like you just don't know how to operate your own website.
I don't. That's why I would need...
Well, wait a second. And is the website free? Or? Oh,
no, it's the one I pay for once a year. That's why we had... Yeah.
Well, I think... Let's see. I'll share something else with you. I found out from Heather that David plays chess every day.
Okay.
Now, I assume that means computer chess.
Okay.
So I played 3 games of chess with a guy up there, one of the scoutmasters who I had met before. As I was watching him play chess, the first game was a washout for me because I was just kind of messing with him to see if he'd sucker for something. And okay. I don't play chess. I really don't. I know how to play. And then I played 2 games with him, which I was basically kicking his ass. But I made some mistakes. I made some, and he couldn't believe why I lost. And I talked to him a lot about, first he says, I didn't think you were any good. And then I had him on the ropes in both games, but I didn't finish him off. And the problem, and I made a dumb mistake, because in chess, what I learned from that is I should watch after every move to see that my key pieces are protected. But what happens is chess messes with your head because you reach into frustration. Okay, I've looked at every possibility. I'm tired of looking at possibilities. Let me just do this. This seems like reasonably smart. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. The lesson here is chess tests your mental dexterity, and it hits your frustration level. Computers are the same way. And what I learned from watching my daughter, she was helping me do a book cover. I think it was Mystery of Egypt on her computer, because she had all the software for college and stuff. And I was watching her with Photoshop, and we were trying to do something, and she just was going at the top bar of the program. I think it was Photoshop, and relentlessly trying different things. She was relentless, just attack. And when I saw her do that, it changed my mentality towards computing. It was like she was thinking on a very primal level of how to break through and understand this program. She was doing it with intuition and effort, not with a lot of thinking. And it sort of inspired me. She has inspired me by watching, and then I turn around, will inspire her on the computer. But when you're dealing with how to figure out a website, it takes a certain amount of conviction and mental discipline, like playing chess. So I'm now going to play chess every day, at least one game on the computer, just to sharpen my mind in terms of how I attack life. But if you want to share with me afterwards, it might not be that hard to do, because how could it be so hard to put up your book with a link?
Right. Yeah. So we'll talk about that. I might be, we'll talk for a few minutes. Yeah, privately when we're off stream, and we'll take it from there. And thank you. I think that's a good point, and so that being said, I do want to, of course, I'll give you the timestamps for when I talked about what happened to myself medically, and look forward to your review of that. And do want to remind everyone, here's the biggest concern that I have right now, so that people understand that the situation is serious enough. Basically, I've got what I know to be vasodepressor syncope, which affects the vagus nerve, which triggers these fainting spells at times when the vagus nerve gets depressed by basically, in my case, eating too much solid food, which Peter Moon brought up shall we say, an alternative to by spitting out the solid parts. And I did say once you were gone, I can't even imagine myself doing that. That struck me as so disgusting.
It is disgusting, but it solves the problem.
Understood. That's to be kept in mind. I'll keep that.
It gives you freedom of choice.
Yes.
It gives you freedom of choice.
Yes.
But
yes.
And maybe you should start eating watermelon while it's still in season.
Oh, well, I've always been a big fan of watermelon, so never a problem with that. But
the beautiful thing about watermelon, though, it fills you up.
Yeah.
And you haven't really taken on any solid food or pounds.
Yeah, true enough.
It's also good. The green part is a good substitute for Viagra. The green part of a watermelon.
Wow. The rind. You mean the rind?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's just, I think, green bananas are better for you than yellow bananas.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. I didn't know that. You can look up the value of eating green bananas.
Wow.
Because they get sugary when they get yellow.
Right. They get awful. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, they taste better, but it's better to eat. I just learned this, a green banana.
Wow. I'll look that up. I mean, it sounds awful. They don't taste good, that's for sure.
But, the greener they are, they don't have to be pure green.
Yeah.
But when they turn yellow, they've turned to basically just pure sugar.
Oh, yeah. When they get really overripe, they're just awful.
Not even overripe, just nice and yellow.
Okay.
You want them to be on the green side.
Okay. Interesting.
But whatever. So
as I was telling everyone, the point is that when I entered UCSF back in January of 1999 and the surgery was performed on me, the records are indicated that they have them, the medical records department, in the sense that it is indicated that my lungs were collapsing due to exposure to nerve gas during the Gulf War, and that therefore some very exotic experimental surgery was produced because of the radical nature of the situation, and that it was conducted there. They've got the date, they've got that down. They were supposed to transfer the records over to Kaiser, and that's when they went to look for them, and they're gone. So the records have been stolen from UCSF about the surgery that was performed on myself. Like I said, the important thing is the record is there that it happened. It's still in the records why it happened. So when, however, there's no details as to what's inside of me. As for the other mystery, we know for a fact that metal detectors, as I've told everybody, are pretty useless, and there's a lot of metal they don't detect. If you never thought about it and just kept your belt on with your metal belt buckle and your pens with their metal clips and walked through a metal detector, almost certainly nothing would show up. That they're very, they only pick up, a firearm or something they don't call it an iron for nothing, something that really stands out. Definitely, I haven't set off metal detectors, but that doesn't mean anything. At the same time, we know that the surgery was performed. We know what had happened. We also got the physical evidence of the chest tube sites under my underarm. But interestingly enough, when they took the x-ray most recently, where I know in the past, they took x-rays in the past where they could see the staples, they can't seem to see them now. So the doctor's willing to take this risk with my life by putting me in an MRI, which, again, so that people appreciate the potency of this. I said it earlier, but I'll repeat it for Peter here on record again. There was a time in Las Vegas where some 9 to 10-year-old boy was in an MRI. Some janitor had left a hammer or a wrench in the room. When they turned on the MRI, the magnets are so powerful that went flying across the room and cracked the kid's skull open and killed him. This is how powerful these magnets are. They will tear those staples out of my lungs if they are there, and if they are magnetic metal. If they're titanium, then it may be survivable because titanium has very low magnetic resonance, and but we don't know. We don't know what they are.
You don't know what they're made of, and you can't tell but they can make staples out of I think that are non-metal. I think.
This was the point that was brought up. Like this is in 1999. They almost certainly were not using ceramic staples. They just didn't have that material.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to risk that.
That's what I told the doctor, and when I brought that up with the paramedic in the ambulance, he said I wouldn't have the MRI. And by the way, just to show people about the power of these magnets, when one of these lecturers at the UCSF educational extension that I took all of these medical journalism courses in, when he was lecturing about MRI, he was an expert in it, and I brought up with him after the lecture, I said, I worked with some documents, and my father was at the Philadelphia experiment, and he never heard of it. And when I told him about it, they were using these huge magnetic coils to try and render the USS Eldridge invisible, and it disappeared for a period of time. When it came back, there were sailors who were fused into the walls, etc. He looked straight at me and he said, I would never dismiss what you're telling me based on the power of magnets and what I've seen, what they can do. I would never dismiss what you're telling me. So this is that was an important experience that validated so much. My own landlady, who by the way is an MRI technician, my own landlady used to tell me that the magnets are so powerful they're either impacting the mind or they're impacting the space-time continuum around you, because she and all the other MRI technicians would regularly see figures walk in through the walls whenever they turned the machine on, stuff like that. And later on, 10 years later, I asked her about that again, and she told me she never said any such thing. Almost like there was, like a meeting. Like there had been a meeting and they were told, you gotta stop telling people shit like that because they'll think we're all crazy or something. By the way, Mirthling says, and donations flood in due to having pet folk take so she says, yes, I need a pet to attract all kinds of donations. That's true. That's what people do. But at any rate, I don't want a pet here, and the thing that I do want to bring up to people is that so I've got a situation where they're trying to encourage me to take an MRI, and honestly, if they can't see the staples inside the chest anymore, that may mean the nanobots have dismantled them for material to use elsewhere. But by the way, that's not inconceivable, even though it's mere speculation. But it adds to the mystery of everything. And this is what makes the doctors feel it will be safe. And they're telling me, of course, is what they're saying is reasonable, is that basically, well, we need to find out if this is a TIA or a stroke, even though I'm sure it's not. It has to do with the vasodepressive syncope my mother had. But so I can see why they want better imaging. At the same time, I'll have to think about this. But like I told people, if anyone's able to contact Judith Hager, she's the sole beneficiary to my Marine Corps life insurance. Obviously, she owes me some speaking to myself before I do any such thing as enter an MRI machine, because there's a 50 flip of a coin that I won't survive it. But if anyone has any ability to get that message to her, please do so. Other than that, Peter Moon would probably say it's best I not speak to her at all, really. And I can understand that as well. Certainly, she's not been a very good person to me. That being said, of course, people have said, give the insurance to your son. And as I've explained to Peter Moon privately, or maybe I haven't, that's not really an option, because that would anger his husband. It would make his husband feel as if basically my son felt that the husband couldn't support him. It would be almost like a slap in the face to him. So I wouldn't do that. And it's just hard to decide who to write the... who to redesignate as a beneficiary. And I've received some suggestions, but we'll see how realistic those are. I'll talk to Peter Moon about this privately as well. The other thing to bring up to everyone about this situation is that, other than that, I seem to be fine. What is the other thing that comes to mind? I would say this. As I emphasized earlier, Peter, in the last few minutes that we have, this is ultimately what makes the gang stalkers so pure evil. And all of these military bullies who, claim that I wasn't in the military. Here I've got literal battle scars from when they had to go in and scrape the blisters from my lungs due to the damage by the war gas and staple them to my rib cage. I am facing what could kill me now as a situation in terms of a health incident, or a series of health incidents that make them want to run me through a machine that is a miniature version of what they did to the USS Eldridge. And this is something that could, due to what happened to me in the Gulf War, wind up killing me. And with this kind of experience, with this kind of situation I'm in now, with the chest tube sites as literal battle scars on my body, to think of these scumbags claiming I was never in the Marine Corps, to think of people like Jameson Reese, who got to know me fairly well, and then because I wouldn't allow him to become my sorcerer's apprentice, running around and now screaming I was never making it through boot camp because that's what the documents they've got forged are claiming. These are truly evil people. These are people who have no sense of honor. These are people who are attacking my dead father, claiming he wasn't in the ships he was on, like the USS Pittsburgh, which had its bow break off in Typhoon Louise, and barely made it back to port in Hawaii, only after having another ship help them stick on a wooden bow to temporarily help them make it home. These are the kind of people with no limits to the evil that they will commit themselves to. These are truly exemplary evil people. For anyone to even pay attention to these people, you're disrespecting yourself. It's like swimming through a sewer of shit. So the fact that these people, someone like Salman Sheikh or Daniel Arola or Jameson Reese, would then run to the same faceless individual who never shows his face, Richard K. Cole Jr., and just rally around him as their leader. This is shows that they were always assets. There's no sane individual who would rally to a person who never shows his face and obey everything that he says, and regurgitate everything he says with such mindless passion, like Lena Shea does on a daily basis. These are truly meat sock puppets. There is nothing to these people. They are truly just soulless, empty meat automatons. A biofac simulacra has more soul than they